A young boy named Ye Wutian woke up in a scenic forest. The soaring birds and falling leaves gave an unreal idyll to the place. A bright ray of sunlight made the boy open his blue eyes. Because of the sudden awakening, the young man did not immediately realize where he was. "Is this heaven?" Ye Wutian exclaimed, amazed by the unreal beauty around him. Gradually, a memory of a recent scientific experiment came to his mind. "I seem to have died by doing the experiment," summarized the guy mentally. After that, Ye Wutian came to the conclusion that his life was boring. The monotonous lying down gradually became boring to him, and he stood up. Looking around, Ye Wutian was not convinced that he was in paradise. He looked around at the ordinary nature, a meadow with a lot of weeds. A sharp noise made Ye Wutian wary. He noticed a cute girl, Li Wan, who was quickly approaching. The girl was wearing sports sneakers, socks, and shorts. Ye Wutianyu didn't understand the girl's fussiness. In reality, the young girl was desperately looking for a toilet to relieve herself. Gradually, the bladder began to press unbearably, causing Li Wan to switch to fast running, which further surprised the young lad. Ye Wutian still were in the back of his mind, hoping that he was surrounded by the Garden of Eden. That being said, he immediately noticed the peculiarity of Li Wan's outfit. In his mind, he immediately recalled that this was how girls dressed a couple decades ago. Li Wan decided to stop searching for the toilet as the urges were becoming intolerable. Looking around, the girl didn't see any people around. She decided to relieve herself right here, away from prying eyes. "I have to do it," Li Wan decided. The girl didn't realize that a guy named Ye Wutian was watching her actions. "What the hell? What is this girl doing?" So silently he shrieked. The girl's overexposed, exhausted bladder emptied its entire contents. It was like the words of an ancient proverb that says a clear stream flows eastward, and the stars in the sky pay homage to the big bear. The guy watching Li Wan experienced a whole range of feelings at the same time. He was numb, unable to move, or even look away. Gradually, a stream of urine from Li Wan began to flow towards the startled Ye Wutian. The guy let out a restrained and startled cry of surprise. Surprisingly, the urine scared Ye Wutian. "Shit! What? Is it going to kill me?" That's what the shocked guy thought. "I have to hide as soon as possible," he decided, making frantic attempts to quickly jump to his feet. The boy's attention was suddenly attracted by a sharp, extraneous sound. He heard a suspicious and alarming hiss, along with the murmur of urine.
The hissing could be heard very close by, with the girl squatting next to the tree. Ye Wutian frantically and tenaciously looked in front of him to see the source of the hissing.
Lightning fast, the head of a dangerous snake appeared from behind the bushes. It was a cobra, for it had a recognizable hood around its head. The snake quickly jumped out from behind the bushes and started heading towards the girl. Li Wan continued to squat, not even aware of the mortal danger that threatened her. Ye Wutian only had time to shout, "Be careful! Poisonous snake!" The guy was sweating in terror, wanting to protect the girl somehow. At the same time, the cobra had already crawled close to the girl. The sound of the stranger's voice made Li Wan extremely scared. She was completely sure that she was alone in this part of the forest. "What? Who? Is there someone here?" She only managed to shout out. Her face was colored with a grimace of shock and fear. At the same time, the snake attacked the defenseless victim, lightning fast biting the girl's buttock. Li Wan came to a frozen horror. The shock of hearing the voice and the incomprehensible pain of the unexpected bite mixed together. At the same moment, the girl decided to flee. She jumped to her feet, but she couldn't hold on to her sneakers and fell down. When the girl fell, the snake had already crawled away. A still shocked Ye Wutian was watching all of this. He stood there, and there was no way he would be able to help Li Wan. In intense fear during the fall, the girl was only able to give a short shriek. Watching what was happening, Ye Wutian couldn't even utter words. What had happened was beyond his comprehension. The guy saw Li Wan falling, but because of the confusion and surprise, he couldn't help her in any way. All that happened frightened some of the forest dwellers. The noise and shrieks frightened the birds, causing them to fly sharply into the sky. The girl's fall came next to Ye Wutian. He too could not stay on his feet and collapsed on the ground. Gradually recovering from the shock, Ye Wutian sensed the girl's close presence. The fallen Li Wan could only say hurt. Everything that had happened had shaken her badly. Ye Wutian and Li Wan looked at each other for a few moments. Their gazes were filled with surprise and confusion. Suddenly, the girl slapped Ye Wutian hard. She thought the guy was intentionally watching her. "Who are you? Ah!" Only managed to ineffectually ask and shouted out the guy. Taking advantage of the guy's confusion, Li Wan started beating him with her fists. Ye Wutian had a strange thought in his head that he had been beaten out of nowhere. Then the thought came into the guy's head that everything that had happened to him could be an ill-fated love affair, or even a favorable occasion for a good acquaintance. The few inhabitants of the forest watched what was happening on the ground. Even the bird in the nest stopped singing because of what they saw. Yewutian quickly realized that he had to save the situation. He jumped to his feet and said, "Miss, I really didn't have any bad intentions. It was just an accident," was how he explained everything that had happened. "I am not a bad person," Yewutian continued to say persuasively. But his words had little effect on the girl. Her gaze continued to glow with disbelief and surprise. Here Li Wan abruptly interrupted the guy with words, "Would a bad person call himself a bad person?" Yewutian continued to reassure the girl with persuasive words where he described how a poisonous snake had stealthily crept up on the girl. But the girl did not think of giving up. She asked sharply, "What happened before that snake appeared? What were you doing there? Why are you here?" Yewutian couldn't answer clearly. He was completely confused. He explained to the girl that he was not in the forest to watch her pee. Li Wan was not relenting. She couldn't understand that Yewutian could have happened to be nearby when the snake appeared. "You're a pervert," she kept telling the guy. Suddenly the girl's endless swearing and accusations were silenced as she felt sick. "I feel so dizzy," was all she could manage to say in a faint voice. Yewutian said, "This is the poison taking effect." The guy wanted to help the girl, but she waved him away, although the strength was gradually leaving Li Wan. "Don't! Stay away!" shouted the girl to the guy. Li Wan felt worse and worse. She only had time to utter another accusation. "You just peeked at me writing, and now you're saying..." Yewutian got a chance to speak and informed the girl, "The venom of this snake is very strong. I must help you get rid of it." The guy was in full determination to save the girl. The poisoning continued to affect Li Wan's body. She could no longer speak much and clearly. "Your life is at stake. If you continue like this, you will die." Yewutian continued to persuade her like this. The girl's last quiet words were, "I don't want a pervert like you to help me." The young man watched Li Wan's strength leave Li Wan with obvious anxiety. The effect of the poison had reached a critical point in the girl's body. She could no longer stand. Her legs gave out. Losing consciousness, Li Wan fell into the arms of the dazed and agitated Yewutian. In a brief moment, the lad exclaimed only again, remembering that not long ago the two of them and the girl were already lying on the ground. Suddenly there was a sharp noise and rustling of leaves from outside. It sounded as if an adult was walking through the forest. The silhouette of an old man appeared in the distance. The old man's silhouette appeared in the distance, and it was obvious from his appearance that he was very excited and preoccupied. Gradually approaching, the old man began to shout, "Granddaughter! Granddaughter, where are you? Let's go home with Grandpa." He gradually approached. He was carrying a large knife called a machete. This weapon helped the old man clean through the impregnable thickets. At the same moment, Li Wan was lying on the ground and Yewutian was trying to bring her to her senses. This was exactly what the girl's grandfather saw. The old man was immensely amazed to find his granddaughter in the woods in the arms of a strange young man. The grandfather was filled with surprise and anger. Grandpa was still in great shock at what he had seen. He couldn't believe what he had witnessed. The bastard. He could only squeeze out his words to Yewutian. The boy noticed the machete in the old man's hands and realized that he had to act immediately. "Wait!" shouted Yewutian to the grandfather. At the same time, the young man kept trying to bring the girl to her senses, shaking her and shouting, "Hey, wake up!" The old man's anger was at its peak. He lunged at the boy with a machete, shouting, "How dare you molest my granddaughter? I'll beat you to death, you son of a bitch!" With all his efforts, Yewutian was able to dodge and catch the machete blade between his palms. This saved the young man's life. Yewutian did not give up trying to reason with the angry old man. "No, I didn't mean to do that. I'm serious. You better stop now or your granddaughter will die." Li Wan woke up just in time. Through the veil, she saw her new acquaintance lying on the ground. At the same time, her grandfather did not give up trying to attack the young man with a machete. "Eh? Grandfather," her granddaughter weakly said. "Grandpa, I'm so cold." Li Wan gradually came to her senses. The waking girl caught the attention of the grandfather and the young boy. They stopped fighting and turned toward her. "Granddaughter," the dumbfounded old man could only say. The old man ran up to his granddaughter, who was still lying on the ground. "What happened to you? Don't scare Grandpa." Yewutian realized that he needed to act immediately. He realized the severity of the girl's condition and shouted, "Not good." While the grandfather was confused, the boy resolutely rushed towards Li Wan. What was happening shocked the old man. Yewutian began to unceremoniously undress the already semi-conscious girl. Grandpa's feelings changed from anger to stupefaction. Then he felt shame and shock as he watched the boy. The old man could hardly believe the reality of what was happening. "Asshole! What are you doing?" Yewutian continued to unceremoniously undress the girl, replying at the same time to Grandpa taking off her pants. The old man could not believe his eyes. He was stunned, not knowing what to do. He was speechless with shock and anger. The boy gradually got over himself and realized that he should immediately explain everything to his grandfather. "Old man, I don't mind if you cut me, but right now we need to think of a way to save your granddaughter." Ye Wuqian spoke so calmly and clearly. Grandpa gradually came to his senses and listened to the young man's words. "She was bitten by a snake. It's a poisonous cobra. If we don't hurry, she will die." The guy further explained his actions. "I must suck out the snake's venom as quickly as possible." The boy's words increasingly shocked the grandfather and pissed him off. He couldn't even say a word in anger. Here the old man realized everything and decided to act on his own. "If anyone's going to suck out the poison, it's going to be me. Step aside." So decisively the old man answered the young man. "Here." Ye Wuqian even cheered up a little. He said to his grandfather in a lenient manner, "I'll let you suck it. By the way, the bite point is her butt." Such an answer slightly embarrassed the old man. The option of sucking poison out of his granddaughter's butt completely confused the already shocked grandfather. Ye Wuqian continued to speak. "Old man, are you sure you want to suck it out of your granddaughter's buttocks? Aren't you afraid that once your granddaughter finds out what you did, it will be too difficult for her to move on with her life?" Grandpa even turned away, thinking about what was going on. The old man wanted to say something intelligible, but his thoughts were jumbled in his head. He only said quietly, This. Taking advantage of Grandpa's confusion, the guy decided to take the initiative. Ye Wuqian said, "What, no more aces up your sleeve? Move aside." The young man started to approach the girl, but the old man grabbed him firmly. "Wait! Don't touch my granddaughter's ass," that's what Grandpa said. Ye Wuqian pretended to agree with the old man. The young man spoke in a low voice. "All right, then you do it. But what if it leaves a scar on your granddaughter's heart?" The old man stopped and thought hard. He was digesting only two possible options to save his granddaughter. The grandfather decided to give the initiative to the young boy. Grandpa turned around and said, "Maybe it would be better if you did it." This turn caused Ye Wuqian to be slightly confused. Meanwhile, the snake venom was penetrating deeper and deeper into the girl's body. The arguments between the boy and the old man were taking up the time so valuable for the rescue. Ye Wuqian thought, "I can still save her. Just a little more and we will lose her." The harsh reality of his granddaughter's possible imminent demise continued to deeply disturb the old man. Here the young man gathered his thoughts and realized, even with my medical background, I've never sucked poison out of an ass. The old man immediately realized that the boy was the only one who could save his granddaughter. The old man said conciliatory words. "Young man, I beg you. I have only one granddaughter." To increase Ye Wuqian's determination, he calmed himself down and thought, "Okay, this is important. Saving people's lives." There was no other way out. The young man resolutely, without hesitation, began to suck out the poison from the girl's ass. Li Wan herself remained unconscious at the same time. After sucking a small amount of poison, the guy spat it out to the side. He repeated this behavior several times. Grandfather watched with anxiety and tension. His anger had already faded. The old man had resigned himself to the fact that the only way to save his granddaughter was to suck out the poison. In the end, the guy managed to suck the poison blood from the girl's body. But there was still a long way to complete healing. Ye Wuqian said to his grandfather, "Old man, go and gather these herbs. Lobelia Chinese lemongrass, rhizomes, coptis, Chinese lemongrass, golden cypress, scorchion, slender Chinese pipe, Rihum rabargau, Prunella vulgaris. All of these can be found in the mountains." The old man listened attentively, then answered, "These herbs. I don't know any of them." The young lad realized that he would have to do everything himself. "Forget it then. I'll go and gather them myself." The search for medicinal herbs was not a quick one. Ye Wuqian spent at least 3 hours searching for healing potions. Once back, the young man set about preparing the medicinal herbs he had found. The young girl was still unconscious. The snake venom poisoning had seriously exhausted Li Wan. All the herbal treatment that was going on interested the grandfather. He approached and asked the young man, "Are you really a doctor?" The guy was sitting and resting at that time. Then Ye Wuqian replied to Grandpa, "Are you suspicious of me? If you don't believe me, I can stop helping her." The girl at this time was still lying on the ground unconscious and motionless. The old man immediately hurriedly excused himself. "No, I was just asking." The grandfather's look showed that he had full faith in the boy's abilities. For his part, Ye Wuqian also decided to reassure his grandfather. The young man said, "Don't worry. I don't take people's lives lightly." The exhausted old man decided to thank the guy and said, "Well, thank you." Then an important question came into Ye Wuqian's mind. If it wasn't for the shocking snake incident, Perhaps the guy would have voiced his question earlier, but he could only gather his thoughts now. Old man. Ye Wuqian began to speak. What year is it? The boy asked quite seriously. You and your granddaughter are wearing very old clothes. They are two styles from decades ago. The old man was as surprised by such a question as he was by everything that had happened before. As strange as it was to the grandfather, he decided to answer the young man simply and clearly. He began to say, now. 2019. Such was the end of Grandpa's phrase. This simple information shocked Ye Wuqian. With a slurred tongue, he only had time to ask what? The old man's answer made Ye Wuqian forget everything. He simply couldn't believe his ears, believing that there was a mistake after all. Eh? What did you say? What year is it? The shocked boy asked again. For the grandfather, Ye Wuqian's surprised state was incomprehensible. The old man couldn't understand why the phrase about the current year 2019 had put the young man in such a state. It's the current year of 20. Is there some kind of problem? Why don't we go to my house and check the calendar? The excited guy even grabbed the surprised old man by the shoulders. The boy got over himself and agreed to his grandfather's proposal. Let's go. Let's go to your house and check the calendar. Ye Wuqian practically grabbed his grandfather by the scruff of the neck and prepared to rush to the old man's house. Stop, the grandfather replied sharply. My granddaughter is still lying there with her bare ass. Don't forget about her. The young man no longer heard his grandfather's words. They came together to the house where the old man and his granddaughter lived. Without delay, they went inside. They brought the unconscious Li Wan with them. Ye Wuqian looked at the ordinary tear-off calendar. On the page, he clearly saw the 5th day of 20. There was no longer any doubt in his mind. The young boy was still standing in front of the calendar, unable to take his eyes away. Now, isn't it 2089? Asked Ye Wuqian confusedly. The grandfather silently watched the young man's mental anguish from the sidelines. How is it 2019 now? For the 100th time, the guy asked. How did it even happen? He was perplexed. Ye Wuqian was still looking at the calendar. Then, suddenly, a mirror caught the boy's attention. It was hanging next to the calendar. There was a comb on the shelf next to the mirror. Ye Wuqian went to the mirror and saw his reflection there. He was shocked to see himself. Is that me? The guy asked, barely moving his lips. The reflection in the mirror mirrored his movements exactly. Apparently the guy didn't like his youthful appearance. Shit. Where's my omega chin? My beautiful mole? Where's my peak of beauty? Why did they all disappear? The old man looked at Ye Wuqian with bewilderment and incomprehension. Why are young people nowadays so narcissistic? The grandfather asked rhetorically.
Old man, suddenly a guy said sharply and clearly. Who is the leader of the alliance now? The young man continued to ask.
Grandfather staggered at the question he didn't understand. What kind of leader? What are you talking about? Already more irritated, the old man asked. Putting his hands behind his back, he began to explain everything to the boy. This is a Huaxia country, and there are many neighboring countries too. My country, Ying country. But I've never heard of any alliance. That's how he summarized it. Huaxia, Ye Wuqian thought. Some thoughts and conjectures flashed through his mind. Slowly, historical facts popped up in the guy's head. Before the alliance was formed, of course, they were all independent countries. Could it be that during the explosion my soul traveled through time? The guy wondered. And I traveled back decades? Ye Wuqian made a brief conclusion. Suddenly the old man and the young man were attracted by the girl's weakened voice. Grandfather, Li Wan said in a low voice. The girl's strength had already come and she pulled herself up on the bed. Grandfather. Iya. Li Wan was still unable to finish her sentence. Her hand frantically clutched at the sheet. The grandfather was moved to tears by the awakening of his granddaughter. Small tears of joy even appeared on the aged face. At last you are awake. Everything is fine now, so he comforted the girl. Li Wan perplexedly asked, What happened to me? Why am I at home? Aren't we chopping wood in the mountains? The girl naively clarified. The delighted grandfather began to tell his granddaughter about all the events of the previous day. My girl, I was very worried about you. You were bitten by a poisonous snake. Fortunately, this man saved you, the old man said, pointing to Ye Wuqian. The boy was extremely flattered by his grandfather's words. Ye Wuqian was pleased that the girl would think of him as a savior. Gradually coming to her senses, Li Wan saw the young guy and memories began to come back to her. Bastard! Pervert! The girl started shouting at the guy. The grandfather tried to calm the girl down. Granddaughter, don't be so rude to him, the old man said condescendingly. Grandpa's words couldn't calm the girl down. Why are you sticking up for him? she asked angrily. He looked up my butt, Li Wan added with disgust. Ye Wutian was beginning to be amused by this scene. The young man decided to talk to the girl personally. He approached his grandfather and said, "Let me explain to her," Ye Wutian added, turning to the old man. "The boiled medicinal herbs are almost ready. You can go and fetch them." Grandpa agreed with the young man. "Good. I'll go right now," the old man replied. He realized that a healing herbal decoction would help restore his granddaughter's health. After the old man left, Ye Wutian and Li Wan were left alone. The girl was still looking at the guy with horror and disgust. It was completely strange and incomprehensible for her to see a young man she hated next to her bed. Slowly, the girl decided to break the awkward silence. So, awkwardly, she began. "You helped me with this," she said, pointing to the bandaged wound on her buttock. The beginning of the communication pleased the boy. He began to respond eagerly. "Yes, I applied the medicine to your ass," Ye Wuqian said with pleasure. Moving a little closer to the girl, Na continued to speak. "Besides, I also sucked out all the poison with my mouth. Are you satisfied now?" the boy asked in a friendly manner. The girl was embarrassed by such details. Li Wan looked at Ye Wuqian with a steady gaze. Her gaze was a mixture of feelings. She couldn't understand why she liked this guy, even though she hated and even feared him at the same time. The guy was also looking at his interlocutor uninterruptedly. Ye Wutian was extremely satisfied that his efforts to save the girl had succeeded. The silence was interrupted by Li Wan's harsh voice. "Why did you do this to me? Who will marry me in the future now?" The girl felt offended. He frantically clutched at the sheet. To reassure Li Wan, the guy continued to explain the events that had happened to her. "I had to do it, unless you want your grandfather to help you suck out the poison." At this point, the girl hesitated. She hated the idea of Ye Wuqian sucking poison out of her ass. But the thought that her own grandfather might have done it was more unpleasant to her. The guy suddenly remembered that he was in a different time dimension. "This is strange. Why am I suddenly traveling through time?" he thought. "The explosion in the lab could only take me a few meters. But how could it take me 70 years back?" Ye Wutian continued to ponder logically. The young man decided to give the girl a chance to rest. Turning around, he headed for the door. "You haven't fully recovered yet," he said as he walked. "Have a good rest," the boy wished Li Wan. What's your name?" the girl suddenly asked conciliatingly. Ye Wutian replied simply and unambiguously. The girl, meanwhile, remained lying on the bed. She was still unconsciously clutching the sheet in her hands. Li Wan was slightly surprised when she heard the young man's name. Ye Wutian, such an arrogant name, she thought. The girl decided to give her name as well. "My name is Li Wan Er." An understandable question arose in the girl's mind. "Ah, yes. What were you doing on that mountain? You don't look like someone from our village." Ye Wutian was already standing at the door but decided to answer. "I have no idea either. I just woke up there and heard the sounds of someone peeing." "So you saw everything?" Li Wan asked him sharply. Slightly amused, the girl continued to speak. No way. You said that you just woke up. So definitely you were still confused. There's no way you saw that." "Well, I always wake up very quickly," Ye Wutian replied. He liked to keep a conversation with the girl. No, don't joke like that. You're teasing me on purpose," the girl said with naive amusement. "You didn't really see anything, did you?" she finally asked. Ye Wutian decided to answer her frankly. "You mean when you were writing?" "I'm sorry, but I saw everything, and I saw everything quite clearly." Li Wan was shocked by such a simple answer from a guy. In the back of her mind, she had hoped until this moment that Ye Wutian hadn't seen when she was writing. The girl could no longer contain her anger and threw herself at the young man. "Pervert! I'll kill you!" she shouted at the boy. "Don't move or the wound will get worse," Ye Wutian replied worriedly.
"Ouch!" Li Wan shouted sharply and fell down. "My butt hurts so much," she added in a weak voice. The girl stretched out on the bed with a painful grimace.
Ye Wutian became agitated when he saw his new acquaintance fall. "I told you not to move so much," he said. The girl made attempts to stand up but was unable to do so because of the intense pain. "Ouch, ow, my butt," she continued to wail. Quite suddenly, the guy started undressing the lying Li Wan. He grabbed her buttock with his hands. "Pervert! What are you doing?" the girl screamed hysterically. "Don't move, I'll give you a massage to ease the pain." Ye Wutian began to explain his actions. "Don't," Li Wan replied sharply. The young man's idea was not to her liking. "You bastard! You filthy pervert!" she shouted. The girl wailed loudly. The sound of her voice echoed throughout the neighborhood. Then Grandpa came back into the room. He was holding a cup with fragrant herbal tea. "Young man, your medicine is ready." The old man noticed that his granddaughter was completely head over heels under the blanket. Grandpa didn't know what had happened before between Li Wan and Ye Wutian. Because of this, the old man said, "Foolish girl. Why are you hiding under the blanket? It's the middle of summer. Aren't you afraid of suffocating?" The girl's head peeked out from under the blanket. "From now on, I have nothing to do with that pervert. Until the day I die, I won't stop doing it." The grandfather did not understand everything that was happening. He decided to ask Ye Wutian for clarification. "Young man, what's wrong?" The boy was tired of standing. He sat down beside the table, putting both feet up. To the old man's question, he answered simply and directly. "Nothing. I just gave her a massage to ease the pain. Maybe she doesn't like having her pants washed off twice a day." This was Ye Wutian's opinion. To himself, he remembered the feeling of his hands touching the girl's legs. He thought, they are quite elastic. The feeling is not bad. The girl started shouting at Ye Wutian, "I'm warning you. If you dare to tell anyone, I, Li Waner, swear to the heavens that I will kill you." With that, the guy listened to the girl's screams without any emotion. Ye Wutian decided to respond in his own way to the girl's rudeness. "You're flat everywhere except your ass. I'm not interested in that." Here the young man turned to the grandfather standing next to him. "Old man, give her some medicine to drink." "I won't drink it," Li Wan replied sharply. "Who knows if it has poison in it," she suddenly said. Ye Wutian didn't know what to say to such a guess. The guy further decided not to waste any time. He took the cup from his grandfather's hands and started to offer it to the girl. Silly girl. Just listen to the doctor. Li Wan started to hide under the blanket again. The young man stood beside her and leisurely said, "I don't care if you die or stay alive. I'm only afraid that you'll ruin me." Ye Wutian medicine's reputation legend. The guy kept urging the girl to take the healing tea. "Now that I have saved you, you must stay alive." So he finished his speech. At this, Li Wan reacted to Ye Wutian's words without any confidence. A medical legend? Then I'm a medicine fairy. Let me tell you, I won't drink." Such a categorical refusal discouraged Ye Wutian. He was confused, not knowing what to say. "Indeed," replied the boy slyly. Then he added, "You don't want to take it verbally, but you want it applied externally." Ye Wutian entered the taste and started to further speak. It seems that the naked ass fairy was not pleasurable enough before. "Do you want me to check your injury again?" the guy suddenly suggested. Such words made the girl feel embarrassed and even blushed. Don't come any closer, don't come any closer, I'll drink," Li Wan finally agreed. With a sudden movement, the girl took the cup from Ye Wutian's hands. Such haste on the guy's part surprised him. "I'll drink it, okay," Li Wan confirmed. The pleasant taste of the healing herb soothed the girl. For some reason she thought, "God, you like taking my pants off so much. Pervert," the girl thought without anger. A grandfather came up and started to inquire about his granddaughter's condition. "Young man, my granddaughter's injury is not very severe, right?" Ye Wutian hurriedly consoled the old man. "It's not a big deal. She just needs some follow-up treatment." Then the boy decided to address the old man with an unexpected proposal. "I have nowhere to go now anyway," the young man began cautiously. Then he added, "Would you mind if I stayed here for a few days?" Grandpa willingly agreed to Ye Wutian's suggestion. "No problem. As long as you can cure my granddaughter, you can stay here as long as you want." And so ended this unusual day full of adventures. Night shrouded the village and the house where the grandfather and his granddaughter lived. This night, Li Wan slept very poorly and anxiously. The stress and events of the previous day had a strong impact on her weak and vulnerable psyche. In her dreams, she kept seeing Ye Wutian. "Dirty pervert," the girl whispered through her sleep. The dream made the girl's mind relive the adventures that had struck her again. She felt that Ye Wutian wanted to undress her again. Don't take off my shorts," the girl said through her sleep. Ye Wutian, unlike his new acquaintance, could not fall asleep. He lay with his eyes open and looked away. The boy hung his shirt up to dry. He himself lay on the bed without a blanket. Ye Wutian was worried about his current fate. It wasn't easy for a guy to accept his young appearance. If I really had traveled back in time, then who was the owner of this body? To concentrate, the young man scrutinizes his palm. According to Li Waner and her grandfather, I am not from this village. If that's the case, why did I wake up in a barren mountain? Furthermore, this body is very weak, probably due to too much alcohol and bodily pleasure. Here a sharp hunch struck the young man. Oh shit, too much alcohol and bodily pleasures, so he repeated to himself. Gradually, the guy's mind began to connect a logical chain. No wonder whenever I saw Li Waner, I felt aroused. It was all because of that body. Although I wasn't a virgin in the past, but I was definitely not that horny. Slowly, the thoughts took the guy further and further away. It can't be that I was reborn in the body of a super pervert. Could it be that the original owner of this body was killed, and the corpse was thrown into the barren mountains? This was Ye Wutian's fantasy. The guy made a clear and concise decision. Okay, I must clearly investigate the previous life of this body. With this decision, Ye Wutian fell asleep. The clear morning burst into the room where Ye Tian was sleeping, but it wasn't the rays of the sun that woke him up. "Old man Li, come out quickly." That's what the boy heard through his sleep. "We'll break in if you don't come out." Such shouts of strangers woke up the boy. He had not yet fully realized everything that was happening. "Damn it, it's early morning, let me sleep." Grandpa was already standing dressed in the street. He was surrounded by a group of people who clearly did not come with good intentions. "Old man Li!" "Don't say I didn't remind you. The 2-day deadline is expiring." The leader of the gang stood closest to Grandpa, holding a pipe in his hands. "Either give us our money back or give me that girl." That's how he specified his demands to his grandfather. "Old man Joe, what are you going to do bringing so many people here? Do you guys want to kidnap her?" the old man asked so angrily. Grandpa came right up to the Roo and started talking. "I told you I don't have any money yet. I won't give you my granddaughter to pay you back." "So categorically," replied the grandfather. Li Wan came to the window. She decided to put the people who came to rest. "Old man Ju, could you give us a little more time to pay off the debt? I promise you, as soon as we have the money, we will pay it back as soon as possible." A gang named Ju said to Li Wan, "Girl, Hu Zi will be your husband. You will be his wife. Ever since he was a child, he has been in love with you. He will be kind to you." Hu Zi turned out to be a big burly man with a gold chain around his neck. "Da Wan Er, I will be kind to you." That's what he said while looking intently at the girl. Hu Zi's words made the girl laugh. "Brother Hu Tzu, I've told you many times that I don't have such feelings for you. Please leave me alone." Ju said to Grandpa, "I already gave you a chance." Then Ye turned to his gang of henchmen and told them, "Break in and get Wan Er out. I'll make sure that she and Hu Zi get married today." The people who passed by were expressing more and more aggression. Hu Zi was especially happy. "Haha, Wan Er is finally mine," he said so joyfully. "Let's go." There was a shout from the crowd. Grandpa bravely stood up to defend his home. "Halt! As long as I'm here, I won't let anyone enter this door." The old man's appearance was full of determination. The old man decided to give a decisive fight to the gang of bandits. He boldly stepped forward with his arm out. The bandits encircled the old man. Hu Zi grabbed Grandpa by the scruff of the neck. "Old man, you better take care of yourself," Hu Zi said threateningly. Suddenly, the door of the house opened. Ye Wutian came out. The appearance of a strange guy surprised the whole gang. "Yi. What are you doing?" Ye Wutian asked sharply. The boy stood in the doorway. He looked sternly at everyone present. "I don't care what happened between you two before, but right now Li Wan Er is my patient." The crowd outside the house stared in amazement and silence at Ye Wutian. He continued to say, "No one can touch her until she recovers." Hu Zi was the first to come to his senses. "Who are you? What is your relationship with Wan Er?" he asked Ye Wutian angrily. At the same time, Ye Wutian did not show any signs of fear. "All you need to know is that Li Wan Er is injured. She is now my patient. Without my permission, no one can touch her." This was how the young man finished his speech. At the same time, Li Wan was watching from the window. The girl was struck by what was happening outside. Is this pervert trying to protect me? This is absolutely none of his business. Such thoughts swarmed in her head. Meanwhile, the conflict between Hu Zi and Ye Wutian continued to escalate. The big guy approached the guy and threatened him. "Damn, are you trying to scare me so badly? No one in this village will scare me." Hu Zi brought his fist to the young man's face. Ye Wutian wasn't afraid. "Do you want to fight? I see you're very brave." This was his reply to Hu Zi. The guy suddenly brought his palm to the big guy's face. Ye Wutian opened his palm. In it was a pile of earth. "Do you see this dust?" Ye Wutian asked cheerfully. "What?" Hu Zi stared at the palm of his hand with the pile of earth in confusion. He didn't understand Ye Wutian's actions. Suddenly, Ye Wutian blew on his palm. A pile of dust flew into the big guy's face. Hu Zi was not prepared for such a thing. While the tall man stood dumbfounded, Ye Wutian continued to speak. "I just want to tell you that dealing with you is as easy as blowing off this dust." "What the hell is this?" Hu Zi was furious. "Are you trying to do something to me?" he angrily asked the guy. Ye Wutian turned around and started to walk away. "Come here!" Hu Zi shouted angrily after him. The leader of the gang, named Ju, intervened. "Hu Zi, stop!" he shouted angrily at the big guy. Ju walked over to Ye Wutian and began to speak. "Boy, you're not from our village. Why are you protecting them? Do you like that girl too?" Shaky thought to himself. This guy is deliberately angering Huzi. He's wrong. Li Wan looked out of the window of the house. Ye Wutian immediately told her, I know what you want to say. Don't worry. I don't like this type of woman. The girl boiled up. Pervert. What do you mean? What kind of woman am I? Ye Wutian turned around to face Ju. So how much do they owe you? And why do you need such a big crowd? Joe decided to answer everything directly. That's 20,000. He named the exact amount to Ye Wutian. Such information infuriated the young man. What? 20,000, he asked again. Only 20,000 and you want to take his granddaughter. The guy stood in front of the crowd and started telling them, you are all from the same village and you are still bullying the old man and his granddaughter. Aren't you guys ashamed? The crowd was silent. It was then that Huzi suddenly spoke with anger. He was completely confident and unwavering in his intentions. Whatever it takes, he began. Waner will be mine, Huzi shouted and rushed towards Ye Wutian. The big guy wanted to beat up the young boy. Seeing all this, the girl became worried. Watch out, she shouted to Ye Wutian. That kind of concern touched the guy. Wow, I didn't think you'd be worried about me. At this time, the young man was standing by the window where Li Wan was looking out of. Who's worried about you? Dodge! Your body won't be able to withstand his punch! Huzi was already standing right next to the young man and raised his hand to strike. It was as if everything around him had frozen. People stood around in a daze, watching Huzi attacking the guy. Even the nature itself froze. It was the young girl who was most frightened. She was terrified because she was worried about the fate of the boy. The enraged Huzi prepared to attack Ye Wutian. The big guy's punch never reached Ye Wutian. Huzi's hand couldn't even touch the guy. Inexplicably, the exhausted big guy fell to his knees on the ground. He mumbled, What? What is it? I can't tense my arm. Ye Wutian turned around and firmly said, I said that dealing with you is as easy as blowing dust. The gang members surrounded Huzi, who was lying on the ground. Joe asked the stooped Huzi, Are you all right? Get up quickly. Apparently, the big guy didn't even have the strength to get up. He stood on his hands and knees and said, I can't get up, I can't tense my body. The crowd was greatly surprised at what was happening. There were shouts of, how did he suddenly fall down and can't get up? It must be that guy's doing it. That guy is too suspicious. It turned out that Mr. Ju was the apex Huzi's own grandfather. Mr. Ju ran up excitedly to Ye Wutian. What have you done to my grandson? Let him be normal again, or we won't let you go. That's when Li Wan's grandfather intervened. He turned to the young man. The old man timidly said, Young man, we are from the same village after all. Maybe you can The grandfather did not finish the sentence, but the boy guessed the old man's wish. Ye Wutian said. He stepped away from his grandfather and walked towards Huzi, who was lying down. The young man, like a wizard, brought his hand over the lying big man. This time I'll let you go. The big man's condition changed abruptly and unexpectedly. He felt his mobility begin to return. Strength returned to his arms and legs. I can move again, the big man said in surprise. He was able to get to his feet. The boy decided that the conflict was over. He turned around and started walking back to the house. Ye Wutian said to the crowd, Come back in 3 days for the money. And right now, get lost! The young man ended the conversation so briefly. The crowd looked at him with confusion and surprise. Hu Tzu said to his grandfather, Ju grandfather, What are we going to do? Don't tell me we're just going to leave it. Then the big man added, Yan is satisfied. Wan Er is mine. Grandpa Ju thought and said judiciously, This man is dangerous. We should never mess with him. There is a reason for everything. In 3 days we will demand the money. Let's see if he can raise 20,000 or not. Ju then turned to the crowd and said in a commanding voice, Leave! The gang obediently turned and began to disperse. They agreed with their leader's decision. The gang's departure made Li Wan happy. She happily looked out the window and said at last they were gone. The girl still couldn't believe that everything had ended so well. Just then, Ye Wutian suddenly walked into the girl's room. Hey, Waner, were you worried about me just now? The girl continued to still stare out the window. Li Wan's speech came back to her. He turned to the boy and said, No, I wasn't worried. I wish Brother Huzi had beaten you to a pulp. The boy's appearance showed no excitement. Ott replied calmly, Even if there are 10 guys like him, I can still give them a kick in the ass. Here, all of a sudden, Li Wan showed genuine surprise. Ah, yes. What just happened? Why did he suddenly fall down? Did you do something to him? Ye Wutian decided to explain everything. I'm a medical legend. This is nothing compared to what I can do. Then the boy remembered how he had prepared a healing potion from the herbs he had gathered in the forest that evening. He thought, fortunately, we gathered a lot of herbs yesterday. I turned them into different powders last night. Without them, we'd be in real trouble today. I must make more powder for the future. That's how the boy finally decided. This is when Li Wan decided to break the silence. Ha ha, I don't believe you're that strong. The girl's words confused the boy. He thought, can't believe I'm considered a liar in this decade. It's sad. Just then, Yewutian walked up to the girl closely and pointed his finger at her breasts. At the same time, he said, by the way, not only can I cure anything, I can also make your boobs bigger. Are you interested? The girl was dumbfounded by such an offer. The guy continued to stand next to the girl. She couldn't think of anything to say to him. In Li Wan's mind, there was resentment, shame, and anger towards Yewutian at the same time. What? What? Did I say something bad? Yewutian asked like that. He saw that the girl was almost crying. Li Wan started to whimper. They tease me at school. They call me the princess of the blackboard. And now you're also bullying me. Yewutian was discouraged by the girl's reaction. The boy decided to make it up to Li Wan. Don't cry, he said. I'm telling the truth. I'm not making fun of you. I really can. Li Wan, still crying, replied, it is okay, then help me do it. The girl fell silent and looked at Yewutian with tears in her eyes. Li Wan suddenly unzipped her sports sweatshirt and shouted, Yewutian, can you make them bigger? The idea of enlarging her breasts appealed to Li Wan. Such actions of the girl came as a surprise to Yewutian. He did not take his eyes off her breasts. Such a reversal in the girl's behavior was incomprehensible to the guy. He looked at Li Wan, not knowing what to say to her. Yewutian could only say, oh shit. Everything that was happening shocked him, but the guy didn't do anything. They parted in silence with the girl. Morning came, and the sun illuminated the house where the granddaughter and grandfather lived. Li Wan had to go to school that day. Walking out of the house, the girl thought, yesterday he said he could help me enlarge my breasts, but in the end he didn't do anything. Li Wan kept pondering Yewutian's words yesterday. Could he really be doing this? What if he just wanted to take advantage of me? The school continued to mock Li Wan. Look here. The bored princess is dreaming again. It is so flat that even an airplane can take off on it. The girl felt insulted. Li Wan came running home. Opening the door, she shrieked, I don't want to be a plank princess. Help me enlarge my breasts. When Li Wan's words were heard by her grandfather, he was confused. A girl asked the old man, Grandpa, why are you in his room? The old man replied, this guy went to gather herbs. During this time, I wanted to clean this room. Granddaughter, why are you talking about? Here Li Wan impatiently decided to help the old man finish his sentence. Did she say breast augmentation? Li Wan was suddenly frightened by her own words. She suddenly turned around and started running away. What? I didn't say anything like that. Grandpa was surprised. He shouted after her. Ah, granddaughter. Li Wan was running fast. She didn't look at her feet. Suddenly she tripped over a rock. While running, Li Wan saw Yewutian walking towards her. I'm back, said the guy just as Li Wan ran towards him and fell down. The collision with the girl caused the guy to fall and drop his bag of herbs. Lying on the ground, Yewutian and Li Wan gradually came to their senses. The girl felt pain from where the snake had bitten her. Ow, my butt! The girl screamed in pain. Yewutian immediately replied to her. Hey, I told you to refrain from physical exertion. The guy got up and started walking over to the girl. Now I'll have to get a massage again. The girl was taken aback by this suggestion. What? Pervert, no, don't, screamed Li Wan. The guy still honored his offer and gave her a massage. Then Yewutian went inside and started making another tea from a set of herbs. The girl lay on the bed, watching Yewutian prepare a potion that could help her. Pervert, scoundrel, Li Wan continued to say. Li Wan continued to prepare the potion nonchalantly. He said to the girl, your repeated insults make me tired. Ah, yes, what type of seafood sells for the highest price? Li Wan replied to him, Reiki, obviously. Each of them is worth several hundred yuan. The boy continued to prepare the healing potion in the bowl. The girl's answer pleased him. Oh, really? Then let's focus on catching crayfish. Grandpa came into the room unexpectedly. Hey, kid, I brought what you asked for. Yewutian turned to him. The old man placed a large straw jug in the center of the room. He asked the boy, are you sure you want this? The guy liked the contents of the jug. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what we need. Yewutian took a few swigs from the jug. He had obviously decided to cook something special. All the guy's actions aroused surprise and genuine interest in the girl and her grandfather. At last the potion was ready. The boy was satisfied. Well, he said. Let's go fishing, Yewutian said. He took the straw jug and headed out. They all came to the seashore. There they threw a jug into the water. It was tied on a rope to a post on the shore. Underwater, the jug was in an open state. It was standing on the seabed. A guy and a girl sat on the shore. They were waiting. A good crayfish catching could bring them a big income. Yewutian sat in silence. He was looking at Li Wan. The guy might have wanted to say something, but the right words weren't there. The girl was also silent. Various thoughts crossed her mind. For some reason, Li Wan began to think about the future tense where Ye Wutian came from. In the girl's mind, the guy was saying these words, "I really like girls like this, innocent and beautiful." The guy was remembering what girls from the future era might look like. Guy's mind was saying these words, "Unlike the girls I came from, filled with lust and violence." In comparison, Li Wan is pretty much a miniature angel. Maybe that's a heavenly angel for me. Then the voice of the grandfather was heard from afar. The old man ran and shouted, "Oh my God, we're rich, it's a miracle." Ye Wuqian and Li Wan turned around to their grandfather in surprise. "Grandpa? What happened?" Grandpa excitedly shouted, "Granddaughter, Ye Wuqian, come quickly and look at this. Look how many crayfish have gathered on the shore." At the same time, equally interesting events were taking place in the Yinchuan building in the eastern city. On a high floor in her office sat a lonely female president of the company. The woman sat looking out the window. She had a view of the big city in front of her. Is he really dead? The woman wondered. Her gaze was fixed and detached. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The door was labeled Office of the General Manager. A secretary entered the office of the female director. She informed the director, "The bank has sent another notice." The female director turned around in her chair toward the secretary. She asked her subordinate, "Is it still about debt repayment?" The secretary replied, "Yes. Xiao Man, organize a dinner with President Zhu on my behalf." The headmistress's hand nervously clutched at the papers on the table. The secretary plucked up courage and said, "Madam President, Zhu is not a good person. Having lunch with him is like entering a tiger's den." The female director calmly remarked, "I know very well what kind of man he is. If it weren't for his interference, the company wouldn't be what it is. But what's the point of knowing his true colors, if we have no other choice at the moment?" The secretary still did not agree with her superior's proposal. She timidly objected, but the female director had already pointed out unequivocally and sharply, "Please organize this." At this time, in the Li family home of Li Wang and grandfather, life was going on as usual. They had a nice seafood dinner. Grandpa also served a dish of crayfish that he had caught earlier. The old man thanked the young man. "Ye Wutian, please accept my thanks." Grandpa's excitement even made him cry. "After selling these crayfish, the debts are finally covered. I finally paid back the money I borrowed from old man Joe. Thank you very much." Just then, a girl spoke up. She turned to Ye Wuqian. "Hey, you pervert! How did you do that?" "Those crayfish actually swam to the shore, expecting us to catch them. That's amazing." The girl was still amazed by the recent successful fishing trip. Ye Wutian turned to the people around him and said, "Would you believe me if I told you that I am a superhuman?" Li Wan was skeptical of the guy's words. "You don't have to say anything if you don't want to." The girl realized that the young man's actions were worthy of gratitude. He said in any case. Li Wan ended her sentence with the words, "Thank you." She suddenly felt awkward at the table. "You don't have to thank me," said Ye Wutian. "Just stop kicking me when I give you a massage." Li Wan sharply replied, "If you pull down my pants, do you think I want to hit you? Why do you say such annoying things to me when I'm trying to thank you?" There was a sudden knock at the door. Everyone in the house was surprised. "Who's there? Come in," Grandpa said. Ju's silhouette appeared in the open doorway. Li Wan, her grandfather, and Ye Wutian were greatly surprised by the appearance of the gang leader. "Oh, that smells delicious. What are you guys celebrating?" Joey came into the room. The old man asked Ju sharply, "I returned the money. Why did you come here?" Gang's Ju started to conciliatory speak. "Actually, I'm here to apologize and discuss something about Hu Zi." Zhao went on to say, "You see, as for Wan I think she and Hu Tzu." The girl was visibly nervous. She realized that she was going to be forcibly handed over to the big guy from the gang named Hu Zi. Suddenly, Ye Wutian came up from behind. The guy turned to Joey. He asked, "Are you still trying to set Wan up with your grandson?" Here the guy took the bewildered Li Wan's hand and said, "Let me explain to you today." Ye Wutian pressed Li Wan against him and said unequivocally, "She is my girlfriend." Guy addressed Joe directly, "Make your grandson give her up." "Ye Wutian." Abruptly, the girl cried out. She was startled by Ye Wutian's recent confession. Unexpectedly and invisibly to others, the guy pinched the girl's ass. Li Wan didn't know how to react to such actions of the young man. He only said woof, but she didn't swear. Still, anger was bursting out of Li Wan. She shouted at the guy, "You!" She was offended by such a prank of his. Ye Wuqian turned to the girl and began to explain the situation to her. "Do you want to marry Zhou Huzi? I'm putting on a show so that they won't pester you in the future." Li Wan remained silent. She realized that this would be the best solution to her situation. At this time, Zhou was looking carefully at the guy and girl's embrace. To himself, he thought she doesn't feel uncomfortable in his embrace. It seems like the girl really likes him. After standing there for a moment, Zhu exhaled quietly and decided to leave. While near the door, he said, "Okay, the young ones have their own things to do. I have some things to do too. So I'm leaving." Ye Wutian and Li Wan watched Ju's departure in silence. They were still standing there, hugging each other. After the gang left, the girl shouted at the guy, "Pervert! How dare you grab me? I'll bite you to death!" Walking away into the distance, Ju didn't know what was going on in the room. He was slightly surprised by the noise and shouting he heard as he walked. Thus ended the day. Night descended on the village and on the ladies of Li. The sky was lighted by the month and the stars. During the evening, Li Wan and Ye Wutian sat on the bed and talked. The girl still wanted a boob job. She was teased for her small boobs at school. "Hey, can you really make them bigger?" Ye Wutian began to explain to her the details of the upcoming procedure. The girl asked in response, "Do you need to do the surgery? You're not going to put some silicone in there, right? It's not going to hurt, is it? I don't like pain." Then the guy answered her Van Air. "In the past, I have enlarged the breasts of the president's own daughter. Dealing with yours is very easy." The girl didn't believe Ye Wutian. The president's daughter? What a braggart. Silently, the boy began to stir the potion in the bowl. He was completely focused. The smell of the potion caught the girl's attention. "What is it? It smells good." "It's not food," said the boy. He poured some of the prepared potion into the palm of his hand. "This is not food," said Ye Wutian. "I need to massage it on you. You ready? I think you should think about it again." The guy decided to get the girl's full consent. Suddenly, Li Wan was silent. She only now realized the importance of what the guy wanted to do to her breasts. The girl even closed her eyes with excitement. She realized that she couldn't wait any longer. Just then, Li Wan said it's okay. She lifted up her t-shirt. "I'm going to pretend to be touched by a dog. Let's get started." A dog. That's how surprised Ye Wutian thought. After thinking for a bit, the guy said, "Then I won't be polite either." He started to smear the girl's breasts. Li Wan felt uncomfortable. She uttered, "Ah," while Ye Wutian was giving her a breast augmentation procedure. The girl was uncomfortable, but she tolerated it. For the sake of breast augmentation, she was willing to endure the discomfort. Ye Wutian felt ashamed and uncomfortable. At this time, Ye Wutian smeared boob enlargement ointment on her breasts. The boy felt awkward as well. Thoughts were swarming in his head. This feeling soft and hard is hard to put into words. Could it be magnificent? For some reason, the appearance of the girl's breasts reminded tightening buns. That's what he thought sooner small buns thought. The procedure went on for a long time. Li Wan and Ye Wutian sat opposite each other on the bed. Outside, evening was gradually coming on. Silence covered the neighborhood. You could hear the croaking of a frog in the nearest pond. After an hour, the breast augmentation procedure was over. The girl lay down and stretched out on the bed. Huh, she repeated tiredly. Moving away from the resting girl, Li Wan said, "I will prepare a medicine for you for tomorrow. Be sure to take it." That's what he said while wiping his hands. Ye Wutian went outside. He was very tired. Rivers of sweat were running down his body. He sought rest in the cool of the evening. Guy began to analyze the state of his health. "This body is very weak. I was suffocating from a simple massage. Looks like I need to make myself some medicine to supplement myself, not to mention strengthening this body. The previous owner of this body died of natural causes. A strong body will be better in unexpected situations." The boy looked up at the sky. Thoughts were still swarming in his head. Speaking of that, something he thought about. There was a full moon in the sky. Looking up at the starry sky, Ye Wutian pondered. "I never thought that controlling my desires also requires skill." A bright day has descended on East Town. Buildings and houses sparkled with cleanliness. In one of the offices, the son came to see his director father. "Dad," according to the reports. "That bastard is dead." That's how the son finished his line. The guy is full of self-importance because of the important information he's given. My father reacted sharply to what he heard. He turned and asked again, "Is he dead? How did it happen?" My father asked excitedly. There was a look of genuine interest on his face. The son began to give details. "I'm not sure about the details, but they say he was killed by a bunch of scum. That's pretty profitable for us." Heh. That's the conclusion the son drew. The father turned to his son and spoke. "Your second uncle doesn't know yet. Don't spread this information. Pretend not to know."
The young man said confidently, "I know what to do. If I see my uncle, I don't know anything. Let's wait and see how events unfold."
The father remembered something else and checked with his son. "Yes. How is your relationship with Xin Yue going? You bragged about how good your relationship was. Don't tell me that you haven't settled on that woman yet." The son replied sharply to his father, "Xun Yue is not like other women." The father pointed his finger at his son and began to say, "If she is like other women, then she will not be back in Ouyang Xin Yue. This step is important. We must achieve the goal. Our family must cooperate with the Ouyang family to raise our status." The boy bowed to his father and said, "I will do my best." A clear morning came to the house where Li Wan and her grandfather lived. Everyone woke up. Ye Wutian sat at the table and leisurely stirred the herbs in his plate. Just then, Li Wan abruptly broke into the room. She had a frightened look on her face. The girl's appearance scared Ye Wuqian. "Hey, bad news! We have to hurry up and leave!" With such unexpected words, Ye Wuqian dropped his potion bowl. It fell and shattered. The broken bowl really upset the guy. He cried out, "My substance! I spent a lot of time on it." Li Wan shouted, "Oh my god, this is not the time for medicine." "There's a plague in the village. Grandpa wants us to leave immediately." That's the news from an excited Li Wan. Ye Wuqian only asked briefly, "Huh?" The meaning of the words the girl said had not yet reached him. "Either way, just run." The girl grabbed Ye Wuqian's hand. He clearly wanted him to run after her. "The guy's just now thinking about the plague. Why did the plague come out of nowhere?" As the young men ran out of the house, they were confronted on their way by people in white medical uniforms. The medics were wearing bacteriological defense suits. "Stop!" the medics shouted at Li Wan and Ye Wuqian. The young men froze in bewilderment. They realized that they could not escape. The senior of the medics sternly said, "To prevent the plague from spreading, you are in quarantine. Go to the quarantine center immediately." Ye Wuqian became very angry. He shouted at the senior doctor, "What? Just because you're stupid? Quarantine everyone indiscriminately." Then the guy angrily added, "We don't even have symptoms of the disease. Get lost." Suddenly, a weapon appeared in the medic's hands. They pointed them at Ye Wuqian and Li Wan. The senior medic sternly pronounced, "The resisting ones will be tranquilized." The boy stood looking at the armed doctors. Tranquilizers, he thought. So harsh. Li Wan came up behind Ye Wutong. She told him, "Let's just follow them." The boy was desperate. He didn't know what to do. The medics with guns scared him, but he didn't want to go to the quarantine. Still, the young people agreed to go to the quarantine. They were brought to a large building. There were a lot of medics in protective suits around. The medics opened the door and brought Li Wan and Ye Wuqian in. "Stay here!" The boy marveled at the goings-on inside the quarantine. There were many completely different people there. Due to the lack of seats on the benches, many sat directly on the floor. There were several men sitting near the wall. Ye Wuqian noted that they looked very bad. It looked like they were really sick. Standing off to the side were several young boys. They also looked unwell. Just then, Li Wan's grandfather suddenly appeared. He came from the side and shouted, "Foolish girl!" The old man approached his granddaughter and began to rebuke her. "Foolish girl. Didn't I tell you to run away with that guy? Why did you come back?" The girl decided to justify herself. Those men came too fast. Then a guy I didn't know intervened. Apparently he knew Grandpa. Old Man Li. For several hours since the plague broke out, the entire village has been blocked off. No one can escape. The grandfather walked up to his granddaughter and started telling her, "What can we do? I am already an old man. It's okay if I die. But my silly granddaughter is so young. If something bad happens to her." Li Wan was upset at such words. All she could say was Grandpa. Li Wan continued to comfort Grandpa. "Grandpa, don't worry. Aren't there any doctors here? Everything will be fine soon." The old man didn't calm down. "A doctor? Humph. If they could solve this problem, they wouldn't have to blockade the entire village." At the same time, Li Wan was standing by the window. He looked thoughtfully at the people on the street. The boy wondered what kind of plague was this. He noticed a group of doctors in white coats without protective suits on the street. Ye Wuqian stood there and continued to think. "I heard that the patients had symptoms such as fever, headache, muscle pain, and so on." The young man was sinking deeper and deeper into thought. "I know all about herbs, but not all about medicine. Although I'm pretty good at medical herbs, but I'm not very good at diagnostics. Anyway, I'll just go over there and take a look." Ye Wuqian went to the door, opened it, and said to the girl, "Stay here. I'll come out and have a look." The girl grabbed Ye Wuqian by the arm. "Hey, don't go outside." Ye Wuqian was confused. Here, Li Wan voiced her guess. "What if you are also infected with this strange disease?" Grandpa came over and joined the conversation. "Yes, there's no reason for you to go there. Why don't we just wait?" Ye Wuqian thought for a moment. He understood all the risks facing him. The guy was determined not to back down. As he walked out the door, he said, "Relax, I'll be fine." Ye Wuqian's remarkable calmness amazed the grandfather, and especially the girl. He opened the door wide to make sure and stepped bravely outside. He didn't know exactly what awaited him, but he was ready for anything. Ye Wuqian walked bravely down the street. There, he saw doctors with stretchers. There were also some civilians around. Suddenly, the silhouette of a medic in a protective suit appeared in front of the boy. "Freeze," the doctor said so sternly. Ye Wuqian stopped. "Here," the medicine man already said in a more friendly manner. "What are you doing? Didn't I say you can't go out?"
Ye Wuqian decided to tell the doctors about his medical skills and knowledge. "I went for a walk. What's the situation now? Any solutions? Tell me if you need my help." The doctor answered the guy. "We have put so much effort and mobilized so much manpower. And yet we can't solve this problem. How can you offer any help? Then the medic finished his speech. Go back inside now. Don't bother us.
The medic's behavior surprised the guy a little. He thought all the doctors in this era are so testy. Turning to the doctor, he said, "Okay, you go back to your business too. Don't pay any attention to me." The doctor said sharply and angrily, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? Go back!" Ye Wutian replied judiciously, "I am responsible for my own body. What right do you have to tell me what to do?" The medic was a little dumbfounded by Ye Wutian's determination. He was amazed by the guy's calmness. "Okay." The doctor squeezed himself out. The medic looked at Ye Wutian with anger. "Okay," he repeated. "Okay, if you have the courage." Then the doctor suddenly turned to the side and started shouting, "Quarantine officer! Where are you? This guy wants to escape and spread the infection. Shoot him!" Ye Wutian was surprised by what had happened. "What the hell? I just want to offer help. Now I'm someone who's spreading the plague." Here, the guy said directly to the medic, "You're shameless!" A senior doctor intervened in the conversation. He asked, "Why are you talking so loudly?" The senior doctor approached the medic and Ye Wutian. He wanted to know the reason for their conflict. What happened? The appearance of the senior doctor pleased the medic, who was already fed up with Ye Wutian. The medic hurriedly said, "Old man, you have come at a very good time. This guy says he can solve this problem." The senior medic looked at Ye Wutian carefully. Then he turned to Wei Junji. "The medic, you can't say such things. This young man, according to you, does he look like a doctor?" Ye Wutian intervened in the conversation. "Did he refer to the medic Wei Junji? Isn't that equivalent to hypocrite in Chinese?" "Exactly. And your parents are just geniuses." The medic came close to the guy and wanted to hit him. Ye Wutian dodged. The medic started talking. "What do you care about my name? Do you even have a certificate? If you don't, get lost. Do you want to help? Are you even qualified?" The guy stopped the medic's speech. "Let me ask you." Ye Wutian began to speak. Ye Wutian decided to test the medic's medical knowledge. Among all the herbs, what effect does the rhizome of Animarina and butterfly bush flower have? The medic was discouraged by Ye Wutian's question. He didn't know what to answer and only asked what. Ye Wutian decided to brag about his knowledge. Their effect is to purify the body, to drain the fire inside the body. Perfect for some profane people like you. The medic suddenly became angry. "A profanity-loving man? Who do you mean? Say what you said again." The doctor suddenly grabbed Ye Wutian by the scruff of the neck. The angrier the medicine man got, the more calmly Ye Wutian spoke to him. He continued to talk about the benefits of medicinal herbs, and then cinnabar, polygala root, fusheng, so that your body wouldn't be so weak. Just then Ye Wutian suddenly raised her hand. It was relaxed. It was not clenched into a fist. With a strong but sharp movement, the boy struck the medic's arm. This is how he freed himself from the doctor's grip. After that, the guy said calmly, "No one is more skilled in herbs than me. If I'm not qualified, neither are you." Suddenly, a senior medic walked over. He turned to Ye Wutian. "Hey, kid, are you a doctor of Chinese medicine?" The guy, politely and businesslike, replied, "Not really. I'm not a doctor. I'm just familiar with herbs." The senior doctor looked at Ye Wutian with genuine interest through his glasses. "If you're not a doctor, how can you prescribe medicine? Kid, you're too modest." The senior medic took the boy by the shoulder and led the way. This surprised Wei Junzi very much. At this time, the senior medic spoke. "Let me escort you to show you the patient." They entered an ordinary hospital. The interior was unremarkable. Next, Ye Wutian and the medics entered the ward. There was a patient lying on the bed. A nurse was standing next to him. The patient was unconscious. The nurse was adjusting the blanket. Then the patient opened his eyes suddenly. He looked up with an unseeing gaze. The color of his face was an unhealthy gray. The senior medic asked Ye Wutian, "How is he? Anything strange? What do you think about it?" Did the guy answer? Wei Junzi came over and said, "I thought he had something real. But in reality, he's just a charlatan. Why did he have to drag you here?" Ye Wutian was irritated by these words of the medic. He roughly turned around and said, "Can you shut up?" This kind of answer made Wei Junzi angry. He was furious. The medic couldn't find the right words and only said, "You." Wei Junzi's behavior did not please the senior doctor. He thought, looking at his subordinate, "You talked nonsense without thinking. You were frightened by a single glance from him." To himself, the chief medical officer decided, "He's not a very good student. I shouldn't have chosen him to be my apprentice." The senior doctor continued to read the patient's diagnosis on the bed. Fever, headache, muscle pain. These symptoms are common in many cases. We suspect it's an infectious disease caused by some virus. But we need some time to wait for the results of the medical examination. Here, the senior medic's thoughts were interrupted by Ye Wutian's words. "Old man Wu, I have a recipe. You can try it. Give me some paper and a pen." After receiving a pen and paper, Ye Wutian began to write the prescription. He felt the strength and desire to help the patient. The guy quickly wrote on a piece of paper a list of the herbs he needed. Ephedra, conifer, 20 g ginseng, 20 g scutellaria, 15 g longanus, 10 g milk flower peony, 25 g. The guy finished his recipe with such herbs: almond 20 gr, sapochnica divaricata 20 gr. Immediately he gave the finished recipe to the senior medic. At the end, Ye Wutian said boil all the herbs with 3 liters of water in a water bowl. Give the medicine 3 times a day. The recipe is called. Here the boy voiced to the senior doctor the name of his recipe from a whole bunch of herbs. Life-extending soup. Ye Wuqian's recipe pleased the senior doctor. Life extension soup? I've seen that title on the archive before. But there was no recipe there. I never thought that this young man might know the recipe. Here the senior doctor handed the prescription to the nurse and told her, take this. Follow the prescription. Try to make it. The nurse briefly replied, yes. Everything that was happening caused Wei Junzi to be in disbelief. He said life extension soup. It sounds pathetic. But Ye Wutian decided to ignore the medic's displeasure. He was satisfied that he was able to make a prescription that could help save the patient.
The guy turned to the medic and said with amusement, "Hey, you're not that capable, but your sarcastic comments are top-notch."
Ye Wutian continued to speak to Wei Junzi. Let me ask you, do you have a wife? If you do, please leave her while you can. Don't hurt her. Such words and mocking tone made Wei Junzi lose his temper. He was sinking deeper and deeper into anger. Here, Wei Junzi asked Ye Wutian angrily. You bastard! What do you mean by that? I won't let you go until you give me an explanation. Here Ye Wutian looked at the medic and began to speak shrewdly. Don't you feel your heavy waist and swollen legs? And that it is uncomfortable for you to pee? And your lower body feels cold? Wei Junzi was astonished at these words. Here, the already completely frightened Wei Junzi asked Ye Wutian, how do you know this? Ye Wutian continued to voice his exact diagnosis. Not only that, you also have frequent headaches. You don't sleep well, always dreaming. You often go to the restroom at night. You have a pale face. Wei Junzi was stunned by the accurate diagnosis. He thought impossible. He said everything correctly. But Ye Wutian didn't stop. You have kidney failure, and you have trouble getting an erection. Based on your current situation, you definitely can't satisfy your wife. That's why I told you to leave. The accusations of sexual weakness hurt the medic badly. Wei Junzi shouted, You're lying. I have great sex every night, and my wife begs me to continue every time. Wei Junzi continued to get angry. He said, You stop talking nonsense. A group of medics in the ward began to express their opinions about the conversation. They were struck by Wei Junzi's violent reaction. Snippets of conversations were heard. It seems that Wei Junzi's facial expression proves it all. He looks quite fierce. But then we only saw his appearance, not his illness. Poor guy. A nurse entered the room. She carried a bowl of medicine on a tray. The medicine is ready! The nurse's arrival pleased the chief doctor. He hurried the nurse, hurry up, give it to the patient. The nurse began to pour the healing potion into the patient's mouth. He was very weak and painful. The senior doctor looked at all this with disbelief. He wanted to help the patient, but he didn't know how effective the potion would be. It took time to get results from the decoction. The doctors and nurses waited for an hour. In the past hour, the patient's appearance had improved. The medics leaned over his bed. The doctors were amazed. Face looks pink, breathing stable. The patient appears to be sleeping. The prescription's really working. Who the hell is this guy? Hard to believe he's from this little village. Wei Junzi was most amazed by the patient's dramatic healing. He still believed that Ye Wutian was a charlatan. There were various thoughts in Wei Junzi's mind. He kept thinking about Ye Wutian. So he really is a highly skilled doctor. If that's the case, then my illness. Wei Junzi realized that he could get help from the guy. He said to Ye Wuqian doctor, yeah. In general, Wei Junzi realized that there was nothing more to hide. The medic began to talk about his problems. I don't try to hide the fact that my temper today was very rough, because my wife threw a tantrum last night and threw me out of bed. I think you can ask me. Here, quite unexpectedly, Ye Wutian replied categorically, No. Wei Junzi realized that he would no longer have a chance of being cured of his ailment. He turned to Ye Wutian more and more pleadingly. Dr. Ye, I am only 30 years old. I still have many positions that I haven't tried. I can't accept this fact. Help me. When you help me, I'll pay you very generously. Ye Wutian replied to the medic pale face. Powerless bottom. It is your lust and alcohol addiction that is destroying your body. How can this concern me? Next, Ye Wutian continued to say to Wei Junzi, I am not a real doctor. I have no obligation to save other people. I only do what I like to do. In the end, Yewanim decided to leave. In parting, he said that the plague was now resolved. Treat the other patients with the same prescription. Goodbye. All the doctors and medical staff looked after Ewutian. They were amazed at his help in curing the patient. Wei Junzi reproached himself the most. I was bloody blind. I shouldn't have been rude to him. I'm so tired, how can I cure my illness? The senior physician recalled the healing that had happened with interest. He thought about Yewutian. This young man is amazing, he's incredible. Yewutian's help helped in curing patients. Using his medicine, more than 10 infected people were cured. No new infections appeared again. The problem of plague was solved for the village. Eunani became one of the doctors in the village whom everyone began to respect. Dr. E, I want to thank you for saving the village. That's how one of the villagers addressed him. Yewentian only replied modestly, I told you I'm not a doctor. Life went on as usual in the Lee household. It had been a week since Yewutian had helped to heal the plague patient. The time came and the guy realized that he could use his medical skills to help himself. Yewutian decided to strengthen his physical strength. He smeared his body with a special solution of medicinal herbs. He was amazed by the power the herbs brought him. The action of the herbs only made him shout, "Ah!" Yewutian, feeling the coming of strength, encouraged his body absorb everything. The boy felt a sudden increase in his muscles. They began to grow and enlarge on their own. The herbal treatment made the guy into a big, strong athlete. Yewutian thought to himself, this weak body finally becomes stronger after nursing it. Of course, it's not just the upper body. The boy was overjoyed at his success. He shouted out progress. Yewutian was pleased with his success. The young man felt a surge of sexual energy in him. For some reason, he visualized an elephant with its trunk rising. Yewutian thought to himself, Hehehe. Even my useless dick has become more vigorous. Health is important for men, especially the most important part of the body. I should pay attention to it too. Li Wan suddenly came over. Hey, let me give you some good news. There are reporters who want to... That's when the girl saw Yewutian. Li Wan noticed that the guy's body had changed. It had become strong and pumped up. Just then she finished her sentence. To interview you. Li Wan simultaneously noticed Yewutian's strong erection. Immediately she was overcome with shame, horror, and anger. A girl nearby found a bottle and threw it at the guy. You asshole, she shouted at him. What did you just show me? Yewanyu was ashamed and discouraged. There was no way he had expected to be caught by Li Wan. In confusion, the guy walked right up to the wall. My dick stood up for the first time in a long time. For some reason, Yewutian said to his dick, don't beat him to death. The sun was shining brightly over the Li family's house. The day was in full swing. Just as Li Wan said earlier, reporters came to the village. They approached Yewutian. The cute reporter introduced herself. Hello, I'm Wang Fangxi, a TV reporter. Yewutian stood surrounded by a group of people. There were people from the village, reporters, Li Wan and her grandfather. The reporter spoke, I have been looking for you for a long time to interview you. Could you please give me some time? Please. The guy turned to the reporter and started to answer her. Were you looking for me? Let me not tell you. First of all, I'm not even a doctor. Secondly, I don't have time right now, so leave now. Iwuchin thought to himself, the owner of this body was probably killed by the haters. If I agree to be interviewed, they might find out about me on TV. My whereabouts will be revealed. And with that, the haters will follow me here and kill me. I should be gone by then. Here the guy changed his tone to a friendly one. He turned to the reporter. Reporter Wang, you must interview Dr. Wu. I'm just a peasant. They played key roles. I'm just a peasant. They played key roles in destroying the virus. The reporter wouldn't stop. The villagers said you were a great doctor. That must be you. She held the microphone up to Yewutian. By doing this interview, you gain some reputation for yourself. You don't want to be buried without praise, really. The villagers around him started cheering the guy up. Yes, Dr. E, you should just agree to the interview. After you get fame, you won't need to worry about money. It's a great opportunity. Li Wan also turned to the guy. If you end up on TV, you'll be a celebrity. That's awesome. Yewuchin replied to the girl. Leave me alone, little girl. Don't be a part of this. Li Wan only briefly replied, Ha! The reporter kept harassing the guy. Look, everyone says you're a doctor. You have to stop hiding it. That's when the guy came up with the original answer. He listened to everything what the reporter said and asked, Yes? Then the guy pointed his finger at the reporter and started telling her, If the whole village says you are my wife, then you will be my wife. People were outraged by Yewuchian's words. What is he doing? Flirting with journalist Wang in front of everyone. Shameless. The crowd was indignant. The reporter decided to make the best of the current situation. She took a flirtatious look at the guy and said, You said you want to marry me? Then let me interview you first. At that, the reporter thought, How dare he take advantage of me? Not now, not now. I have to get to know him first.
The journalist's answer pleased Ye Wutian. For some time, they stood looking at each other in silence.
It was the guy who spoke first. You can even tolerate such harassment from a stranger, a woman with no dignity. That's the kind of wife I want. This is how Ye Wutian finished his speech. The conversation going on seriously worried Li Wan. She thought about Ye Wutian. Does he really not need this? Just saying no like that. But how dare he flirt with her right in front of everyone? A senior doctor from the hospital, whose name was Dr. Wu, approached the crowd. "What's going on here?" he asked. The boy was confused. Dr. Wu. Ye Wutian was happy and satisfied to see the doctor. As the guy thought, Dr. Wu would help clarify things for the reporter. The guy approached the doctor with a single question. Did you tell her? Dr. Wu understood the question. Did he check with Ye Wutian about the plague? The doctor began to detail why he shared the information with reporters. You did it. I can't take credit away from you. Your skill made me realize that there is still hope for Chinese medicine. A genius like you could save many lives. Ye Wutian decided to answer directly. I'm not a doctor. I don't care about saving lives. The guy noticed that someone was videotaping. He turned to the cameraman. Hey, you with the camera. Give me the tape. Now. I'll be doomed if this goes public, the guy thought to himself. Not to mention saving other lives. The journalist stood up for her cameraman. Don't listen to him and carry on. We have the right to do that. That's when Ye Wutian rudely replied, and I have the right to say no. Get out of here and leave the tape. Dr. Wu decided to defuse the situation. He said, okay, how about we all compromise and talk? You could become friends. The journalist went to the doctor. Dr. Wu, it's not me. He's being unreasonable. What does he think I'm going to do to him? I can tolerate this attitude and flirting. Why can't he take a moment to do an interview? It's not like it's going to hurt. Ye Wutian was approached by one of the other reporters. Mr. E, it will be good for your reputation if you give an interview. You don't have to go that far. Ye Wutian thought to himself. I wanted to stay in the village for a couple days and then leave. But news travels fast. We need to leave as soon as possible. You, come inside with me. We need to talk. Only you. That's what Ye Wutian said. The reporter got scared. What? What do you want to do to me? Only an idiot would go in there with you. Ye Wutian stopped and said to the journalist, really? Then take a look at your hand. The reporter was confused. She didn't dare to comply with the guy's request and look at the hand. Gradually, the journalist grew bolder and looked at her hand. Only now did the girl notice that her hands were completely black. The reporter was astonished and shocked. Memories of the plague immediately surfaced in her mind. You bastard! What did you do to me? The guy turned around and started to walk away. He said to the reporter, come in if you want me to look at your hand. Otherwise, they might stay like that for life. I'm the only one who can help you. A shocked reporter stood behind him. The journalist pointed threateningly towards Ye Wutian. How dare you threaten me like that? Do you think you are the only doctor in the world? The girl turned around and saw Dr. Wu. She decided to ask him for help. The reporter said in a pitiful voice, Dr. Wu, take a look at this. Do you know how to treat it? The doctor looked carefully at the girl's hands. He couldn't understand what had happened to her. It's... he started to say. After thinking for a while, the doctor said, I'm too old for this. All I can say is that this stain is caused by herbs mixed together. But I can't even tell you which herbs, let alone the treatment. How could it be? Even Uncle Wu has no idea, discouragedly thought the reporter. She clearly didn't trust Ye, but there was no way out. Just go with Mr. E. Even though he's boisterous and arrogant, he's still a good person. Don't forget that he solved the plague problem, said Wu. That bastard? Let's see what kind of dirty trick he wants to pull, said the reporter. Yutian led the girl to his apartment. He noticed 2 sloppily thrown brooms by the front door. Journalist Wang, can you do me a favor? In return, I'll heal your hands, asked E, standing with his back to the girl. But my hands are like this because of you. How could you think I would help you? The journalist replied angrily. She was still looking at the boy with suspicion. You have to listen to me. If your hands are not properly treated within 1 hour, they will remain like this forever, he said. He turned to her and said, I need you to find information about one person, and that person is me. What? Are you kidding me? You know exactly who you are. Why bother me to find out information about yourself? Besides, what makes you think I have the ability to verify a person? Don't play dumb. You're not an ordinary person. Otherwise, you would have been fired from your post as a journalist for having a temper. At least 10 times, Wutian said. From what I've heard from others, Dr. Wu is a respected man in the medical field. You call him Uncle Wu and even act like a spoiled child in front of him. That's not exactly what an ordinary journalist can do. This guy is not as simple as he looks. He knows and understands too much, thought the journalist. To be honest, I've lost my memory. I woke up in the vicinity of a fishing village, so maybe I was about to be thrown into the sea, suggested E. I planned to conceal my identity and secretly investigate the village. And you disrupted my plan. I've been killed once, and I don't want to be killed a second time. Are you telling the truth? Have you really lost your memory? Reporter Wang asked fearfully. The disbelief on her face gave way to astonishment. If he really was thrown into the sea by his enemies, they'll definitely want to kill him again. I just wanted to do an interview after all. I never thought that someone could die because of this, thought the girl. He put a bowl of water on the table and began to add something to it. He said, I have no reason to lie. Besides, if you hadn't made such a mess, I would never have been in such a dangerous situation. So you must help me. Is this really the antidote? Van thought incredulously as she approached the bowl and saw the strange-looking liquid there. Put your hands in it and wait for 3 minutes, ordered Wutian. The girl reluctantly obeyed. The antidote turned a cloudy white color. 3 minutes later, Van stretched out her arms and found that they had returned to their original shade. Amazing, that's just wonderful, the girl rejoiced. Your hands are cured, said E, hinting that it was her turn to fulfill her part of the bargain. And the journalist could not admire her hands. Look at the journalist Wang's hands, shouted someone from the audience as they walked out to the others. Everyone stared in amazement at the miraculous healing. Oh my God, they are restored. He is worthy of the title Amazing Dr. E, the girl thought gratefully. Turning one last time to the guy standing in the doorway, Van said, What you asked me to do will be done. Come on, we're done here. With these words, the journalist left, taking the reporters and the camera crew with her. Mr. E, let me ask you something. What did you talk to Wang about? What did you ask her to do? Dr. Wu asked politely, no more than she could handle. Why in fact do you ask? The young man evaded a direct answer. I'm just afraid that if your relationship goes sour, it will be very difficult to reach a compromise later. You know who she is, don't you? Wu asked. Mr. E, do you have any plans for the future? There's a vacancy for a director in our hospital's traditional Chinese medicine department. Would you like to try it? Dr. Wu asked. No, I don't. By the way, the interview is already over. You can go back if you have nothing else to do here, answered E, literally pushing him in the back. Don't give up so quickly. Besides the position of director of the TCM department, I have good conditions for you, much better than here, and you can ask for anything you want, including an apartment, a car, and money. Thank you for your offer. I appreciate it. But I'm not a doctor, so no matter how attractive the terms are, I can't say yes, said E. He emphatically escorted the last guest out, shoving him outside the courtyard, not forgetting to say, Goodbye, Dr. Wu. At night, Ye was admiring the stars after going out on the balcony. Ye Wutian, Li Wan timidly approached him. It was in her house that Ye had found temporary shelter. Do you really have to go? Can you stay? The girl asked. After many hardships and worries, she didn't want to let the boy go. So much has happened. It's not right for me to stay here. I was planning to stay here a little longer, said E. I'm not afraid. If there is something dangerous, we can face it together. I don't feel afraid, cried Li. Uchin looked at her regretfully and said, Aha, silly girl. Even if I leave, I can still come back to see you at your school. Do you promise? Pinky swear, Li demanded. Okay, the boy agreed, and they crossed their little fingers. Why does my heart feel so heavy? That feeling of being cared for? It's a great feeling, thought Uchan. Mr. E, I'm old, and I may not be able to help you. So this is the world for young people like you. Do whatever it takes to reach your goals. No matter what decision you make, I will always be for you, said Grandpa Li. Thank you, said E. At that moment, the door opened, and a shaven-headed man with a gold chain around his neck burst into the house. Joe Huji, why have you come? Asked the master of the house. He was quite surprised by the unusual guest. Miracle, Dr. E. Please take me as your disciple. Huji knelt down on his knees, showing his respect. You come here to make him your teacher? Li was no less impressed than her grandfather by Wuchen's influence. You have good intuition. You realize that by following me you can stand out. But unfortunately, I'm not going to take on any student. Go away, said E. Teacher, is there something unsatisfactory about me? That's fine. As long as you point it out, I will fix it and make you satisfied, assured Joe. Just go away. I really don't have any plans for you, said E. What the hell? Did he even understand what I said? Did he even call me a teacher? Thought Wutian. Master, I really want to learn from you. Please take me. Joe bowed. He didn't believe that there was an objective reason for refusal. With your IQ, how could you have come up with that idea? It must have been thought up by old man Joe. That old fox, Mr. Li exclaimed. Huji, please stand up. He always stands on everything. It is absolutely useless to kneel right now, said Wan Er. Yes, the teacher's mistress. You're the boss here, Joe readily replied, rising from his knees. The mistress of a teacher? What's a teacher's mistress? Teacher's mistress? That is nonsense, said the girl indignantly, sitting on the floor. Teacher's mistress. Here's 20,000 yuan as my tuition fee, Zhou said, laying out a tight wad of banknotes on the table. If that's not enough, just say so. I have to go, he exclaimed, saying goodbye at the door. Teacher's mistress. What a cool reference to me, thought the girl, looking at Yi with infinite love. Mr. Lee's villa. Reporter Wang, you are so quick. Is there any good news? Yi asked the reporter. The girl with the folder in her hand just stood there looking at him. Why do you have that look on your face? Why are you looking at me like I'm some kind of pervert? The journalist handed him a folder. Here, look at the file on yourself. Utian touched the girl's hand lightly as he handed over the folder. So disgusting. We must clean it quickly. She began to wipe the hand that the young man had touched with squeamishness. Shit. As if I had done something offensive, Yi tearfully started pulling documents out of the folder. Is it serious? He asked, reading the writing on the sheet. What the fuck? The young man finally burst out and angrily threw the documents all over the room, knocking over the furniture. Journalist Wang? Are you sure these documents really refer to me? He asked the girl. Of course you do. So just shut up. I feel disgusting breathing the same air as you in this room. Damn it! These papers are really evidence of me! Uchan shouted in his heart, holding a stack of sheets in his hands. How could he be called a human being? He's an absolute scumbag. How the earth only bears people like him. The questionnaire with Yi's biography and compromising photos was broadcasting. Fancy, wasteful, and unscrupulous, asking his family for money every day. The photo shows Yushin in a green jacket and sunglasses throwing money around, indulging in debauchery with dangerous gangs, meeting different girls for sex or whatever, continued his discredited biography. Tried everything outrageous. Did it in nightclubs almost every night. A total pervert, summarized the questionnaire. No wonder I was very weak and fragile at first. Turns out it was caused by sexual excess. A pervert like this is definitely unprecedented. Based on that, he must have a strong penis. In that world, I wasn't sexualized. How could I have traveled through time and become such a person? No wonder I always wanted to sexually harass Li Wan. It's all the body's fault. Given your current facial expression, you really have lost your memory. But have you really forgotten everything? Wang asked. Of course. I'm a person with moral values. How could I be a person who was ruled by his lust? Justified Yi. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but the real owner of this body is also named Ye Wutian. That's good. This fact saves me from so much trouble in the future, thought the young man. While dozens of pages tell you information about the women you've dated, there's still something else useful here, said the reporter. You have company and finances. I noticed that too, replied the young man. I don't have a girlfriend in this world. Now I only have finances, he thought. I understand your company is on the verge of bankruptcy, and your finances are in trouble too, said the girl, holding a stack of documents in her hands. What kind of trouble? Asked Yi. It's a setup, replied the journalist confidently, flipping through the documents. A setup? Was the original owner of the body discarded into a barren wasteland? Is there any connection between the two problems? Thought Uchan. From who? Why should I tell you? I don't think I need to tell you, right? The girl asked. It's your own business, she said. He looked at the journalist perplexed and asked, Okay, what do you want to know? That's great. I love dealing with brilliant people. Before this, you had no knowledge of medicinal herbs. Tell me, how did you learn all this? She asked. Journalist Wang, what if I say I don't know? It's just the two of us in the house. Vanner and Grandpa went shopping. Aren't you afraid of me? Afraid? Why should I be afraid of you? You're the one in danger, and you're the one who could be killed at any moment, not me, replied the girl. Immediately, in a single leap, Yuchen crossed the distance that separated him and the journalist and threw her to the floor. Bastard! What are you doing? You want to use force because you can't speak up. Honestly, I was awarded a black belt in judo. You can't take advantage of me, the girl cried out in tears. He put his finger to his lips. Shh, shh, shh. Don't move, look at this. He showed the journalist the wall in which 2 holes appeared. The girl knew right away. Bullet holes. So that's why he attacked me. Turns out E was saving my life. I assume the killer is outside now, Yutian said. He and the journalist were sitting under the window so as not to attract attention. What are we going to do? The girl asked. How should I know? Utian snapped at her. The situation had made him very angry. Bastard, think of something quick. These people came here to kill you, stated reporter Wang. I'm not so sure. I mean, your father's in a high position. Who knows if he hurt anyone or not? Hurry up and call the police. Is this a good time to whisper and coo? Who's cooing? You shameless? The angry journalist started dialing a number on her phone. Suddenly, the barrel of a gun was jabbed into the back of her head. A man in a green vest through the window said, "Take your hands off the phone," and he held out his hand. The girl had to hand over the phone. "Thanks for the open window, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to get in," thanked the man. Now there were 3 of them, all 3 in brown pants, green vests, and branded caps. Their eyes were hidden under sunglasses. "Who are you? Who sent you? What do you want?" the journalist gibbered fearfully. "It doesn't matter. The only point is that you're both going to die today," the man said, taking the phone from the girl. "Are you going to her? Take all your resentment out on her. Just treat me like something transparent. I won't tell anyone about it." He tried to get away with it. The journalist threw her shoe at him. "Ye Yuchin, are you even a man? You are the most disgraceful man of all men in the whole world. I'll remember that. You're fearless. They say you're a worthless scoundrel. It seems you are." "I hate to kill a man like you," the man said, pointing the gun at the young man. "Then don't kill me. Let me go and it won't be disgusting," laughed Yushin right in the man's face. He seemed to have no fear of death. After a moment's pause, the trio of attackers simultaneously burst into laughter. "You are doomed to die today," the man with the gun said to E. "Hell, if I had only known he was such a bastard, I would never have done him such a favor." Gritting her teeth, the girl was silently angry. Uchan said, "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I will definitely survive because—" "Do you know who her father is?" he asked, suddenly pointing at the journalist. "Bastard, shut up!" the journalist yelled at the top of her voice. She looked like an angry cat, her face red with anger. "To be honest, her father is Dongchen City. You think you can get away with killing her like that?" Uchan didn't stop talking. "Are you done? We already knew that. Anything else?" one of the invaders asked. "What? You really knew about this? Then how dare you?" The young man was seriously afraid for his life, drops of sweat appearing on his face. "We won't kill her, but we might kill you. Besides, you are our target for today," the long-haired guest said. "Aha!" "Ah!" laughed through her tears. She was triumphant and genuinely pleased with the unexpected turn of events. "That's great. You deserve it. This is retribution for your betrayal. I assure you, I will burn an incense candle in front of your grave on the anniversary of your death next year." Smiling, she gently placed her hand on Ye's shoulder. The young man abruptly ripped her arm off her shoulder, shoved the gag in her mouth and said, "Okay, jokes aside." "Bastard, what did you put in my mouth?" the journalist cried out angrily. Tears were flowing. She hadn't been in so much pain in a long time. "A powder used to neutralize medical properties, or simply an antidote." "Antidote?" Wang asked. Yuchin theatrically raised his hand and said, "Fall down." All 3 bandits fell to the floor as if on cue. What the hell was that? He just raised his hand and all the weapons along with the bandits fell to the floor, thought the girl. What happened? I can't move," moaned one of the guests lying on the floor. "I feel weak. Damn it. What have you done to us?" a third intruder called out. "How did you do it?" the journalist shrieked. "Quite simply. A little trick like rubbing and sprinkling can be done covertly. I was already doing that when they came in here." Yuchin showed how he prepared his clothes for the future trick. "Mentioning your father to them was to buy me some time until my drug kicked in. I had no idea you were so smart." "Hey you, tell me who appointed you to kill me. Tell me that and you will die without agony," offered E, standing over the long-haired man squirming in pain. "Of course you can keep quiet. Worthless wretch. Don't imagine you can get any clue from us," was his answer. "You must be used to using weapons when interrogating, but I am different from you," said E, smiling and unbuttoning his shirt. "Guys, take your pick and tell me what you picked," Utyan offered. It seemed that the whole lining of his shirt consisted of pockets filled with all kinds of drugs. "What's this?" the journalist asked, pointing her finger at one of the medicines. The girl was surprised by the diverse arsenal of her acquaintance. "Baby, this can cure you of constipation," answered E, smiling. He could tell her a lot about any drug. "Who's constipated? Can you see it? Can you feel it? You're the one who's constipated. Your whole family is constipated," Wang cried out in tears. "All right, forget I said anything. Let's get back to business." And Uchan turned to the uninvited guests, as if assessing them. "Hurry up. Have you made your choice? Otherwise, I'll have to make my choice. I'd recommend this one." He took a bag out of his pocket. "You're just a worthless scoundrel. You just want to scare me. I'm not afraid of you." The long-haired man gritted his teeth. "Due to the fact that you are very brave, the choice will have to be made by me." Yuchin tore open the baggie and sprayed its contents directly on the bandit's head. "I haven't had a chance to use this powder as it was made a long time ago. You are lucky to be my guinea pig." Some time passed. The attacker asked in surprise, "So nothing happened?" His partner saw more and said, "All the scars on his face are gone. Stop bluffing. When we can move, we will kill you immediately." "Really? You'd better take a closer look at how he's doing," Yuchin said. The bandit looked at his partner in bewilderment and realized everything. "God damn it! What's wrong with you? He shrieked, glaring at the long-haired man. He didn't have a bit of threat on his face. Now he looked like an ordinary, cheerful guy. I don't know what happened. I was lonely for quite a long time. I suddenly felt that you were very nice. The ex-gangster spoke frankly. I can't help it, the second thug said softly, trying to kiss the third. He shoved him away and screamed, No, don't come near me. No, all right, I'll tell you everything. While the attackers were sorting things out among themselves, the journalist pulled out her phone. Wow, that's amazing. I need to videotape this right now. The drug is not fully effective now. It would be better to make the long story shorter, otherwise it will be very late after the rape, he remarked. It's Liu Fu. It's the guy from Liu's real estate group. He's the one who hired us, shouted the bandit who had already been flipped onto his stomach by the long-haired man. Did he hire you to kill me? Yuchin asked. He was determined to find out all the information he needed. We don't know. We're killers and we just kill people. Please set me free. I can already feel his penis on my back, the bandit shrieked. I know Liu Fu, the journalist suddenly replied, turning off the camera on her phone. She had already filmed everything she wanted. He handed the bag to the bandit and said, Eat the powder inside the bag and then you can move. I'll keep you alive this time. Get lost. Thank you for your graciousness. We promise this is the last time. The uninvited guests began to bow. Seeing them running away, the journalist asked, And you just let them get away? They came here to kill you. I didn't let them get away so easily. I left them a gift. The boy smiled enigmatically. He knew very well what was going to happen next. The bandits walked out onto the lawn, and one of them thought, I don't know why, but I feel weird after eating the antidote, and started to undress. It's so hot in here, came the thought to the second one. Uchin looked at the journalist with obvious desire, not even trying to hide his lust. She was surprised and looked perplexed at E. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you lusting after my beauty? Van asked. Tears came to her eyes. Now, give me your phone now, Wu Tian ordered. The girl asked fearfully. But why do I have to give you my phone? So you want me to cure your constipation? E asked, and reached out demandingly for the phone. The girl immediately remembered her angry outburst. Who's constipated? Do you see it? Do you feel it? You're the one who's constipated. And she felt very ashamed. Okay, forget it. Just keep the video to yourself when you get constipated. By the way, I'm not going to dwell on the video. Your legs will go numb if you sit on the toilet too long. Hey, wait, can you really help me? The journalist gently took the sleeve of the shirt of the already departing E by the sleeve. Oh, you are such a hypocrite. Why are you so eager to solve your problem right away? You should thank my abilities, otherwise I wouldn't bother diagnosing you. Okay, let me touch your belly. Why do you want to touch my stomach? The girl asked, offended. Uchan answered her question with a question. Once again I ask you, do you want me to cure you of constipation? Okay. Just touch it. It's just a part of my stomach anyway. If you dare to touch any other part of my body, I promise I'll cut off your hand, she threatened, lifting her shirt and exposing her navel. As soon as E touched the journalist's stomach, she started screaming. It took a lot of effort for her to force herself. Don't move, asked Yushin. He thought, so if I can't even handle such a naughty girl, how will I be called amazing doctor? I can actually diagnose through clothes. The journalist wanted to leave quickly. She asked impatiently, so are you done or not? It's just a shameful pose. Abdominal bloating, feeling incredibly heavy when touching, dry mouth and burnt tongue, sweaty hands and feet, said Yushin. Medicinal rheumatism, 15G, unripe bitter orange 15G, medicinal magnolia 12G, Glauber salt. The guy started the prescription. Add medicinal magnolia, 1 unripe bitter orange, boil 2,000 milliliters water and discard 1,000 milliliters waste. Add medicinal rheumatism, and boil it for 1 hour, then discard the waste. Finally add Glauber salt, boil it over low heat until it boils. Is this sure to work? The girl asked, reading the recipe with tears in her eyes. Take it or leave it if you want. By the way, it's not for free. There are more than 20 rare Chinese herbs written on it. In total, it will cost 20,000 yuan, said Ye. Son of a bitch! This is a robbery! You're telling me some bullshit about 20,000 yuan for 20 ingredient names. 1 ingredient name is worth 1,000 yuan? Are you serious? Wang was indignant. Gee, Vanzi, you're here, Li said cheerfully, entering the room and seeing the crying journalist. Ah, yes, journalist Wang. You arrived just in time. I bought a lot of groceries. Stay and eat with us, said Grandpa Li. Thank you. The girl smiled through her tears. Warner, burn this, handed her the recipe to E. What is it? Li asked interestedly. Just wait, I'll pay you, bastard, the journalist shouted, abruptly snatching the expensive prescription from his hands. Wu Tian stood calmly and stared at her. Van stay away from him. He's a ruthless and greedy guy. For 20 names of ingredients, he asks for 20,000 yuan. He's mean and cruel, whispered Wang in her ear. 2,000 yuan for 20 ingredient names, 1,000 yuan for one ingredient name. This is too expensive, Li shouted. That's still at a discount. Seriously, my recipe isn't that cheap, replied Ye. Although it's still tomorrow. I'm leaving, Wu Qian mumbled. Li Wan'er couldn't hold back her emotions. Tears welled up in her eyes. The next day, all three of them saw Yutenya off. He stood outside the house with his suitcase. He would have liked to stay, but he couldn't. I will not reveal the method of catching crayfish to the others. Otherwise, it could lead to a lot of trouble, said Yushin. He was standing on a cobblestone and therefore seemed 2 heads taller than the journalist. Yes, I know that. Yeah, Wuqian, are you sure you don't want to stay a few more days? Grandpa Li clarified. Are you seriously leaving? You said yourself that it can't be this soon, right? Wan'er was the most worried of all. She cried at the bitterness of the impending loss of her friend. I've been away for so long and I need to go back, said the young man and thought. Besides, hitmen have appeared. Anyway, I have to leave as soon as possible. Go on, go right now, Li shouted and turned away from him defiantly, hugging herself around his shoulders. Uchan only snorted. Especially, I'm not leaving forever. Don't feel reluctant to part, said the young man, comforting the girl. She was still standing with her back to him. When I'm free, I'll come to your school to see you, and check the injury, mumbled Yi. Don't remind me of my injury, Li shouted, involuntarily grabbing the snakebite site. Yeah, bye. The boy waved goodbye. Where are you going next? Are you going to meet your fiancé? The journalist asked him. Together with Yi, they walked down the alley and got farther and farther away from Li's house. When I disappeared, she supported the company for so long and people set her up. I owe her a lot. The main thing is to find out who is behind all this, said Yi. Wu Tian and the journalist arrived in a huge metropolis. Candlestick houses, skyscrapers, and offices of 50 floors or more are the hallmarks of Dongcheng City. How do you like this place? The town is bustling and prosperous, right? You woke up in a small village after losing your memory, probably amazed by the bustling scene in the big city? Wang asked him. That's not bad, replied Yuchen, and noted for himself. Cars are running on the road. We don't have cars like this, and it's annoying when you talk under your breath on the street. Just wait and see for yourself, the girl promised him. Once in the Tianshan neighborhood, Ye noticed that the houses here were not so tall anymore. The tallest one had 20 floors. How's that? This is my apartment. Our picky miracle doctor, are you impressed? Wang asked, showing the spacious kitchen. Yep, every piece of furniture is very expensive. You must be surprised, thought the girl, watching Uchan examining the interior of the apartment. It's just an ordinary apartment. He tossed carelessly over his shoulder. It was obviously nothing new to him. How could that bastard be so stubborn? Would it kill him to say something nice? The journalist was angry. I'll just accept it and live here. No need to apologize. I'm not that fussy, Yuten said and flopped down on the couch. So you want to live in my apartment? Wang asked in surprise. Well, yes. Otherwise, why did I follow you all the way? I don't have any other place to stay, said Ye. You bastard! Do you want to live with me? The girl screamed. She clearly hadn't expected this turn of events. Of course, and I will defend myself well and not let you take advantage of me, uttered Yushin. Who would be so blind as to take advantage of you? I'm looking out for my own safety, thought the journalist. Okay, let's cut to the chase. In order for you to live here, you have to pay me, right? 10,000 yuan for 1 month, and pay me 20,000 for the security deposit. Not on credit. And no price negotiation, said the girl. Can the money I earned from my prescription be given as rent? You have a black heart, uttered Yuchin. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I learned that from you, said the journalist cheerfully. She was glad for the chance to get back at the young man. Crescent Nightclub, a 6-story building in the form of a cylinder with annexes. Many lighting fixtures around create a bizarre play of light and shadow. A corner sofa. 3 young men are sitting on it. There are 2 girls with each of them. 2 girls sit on the lap of one of the guys. He holds them by the shoulders. Mr. Liu, you're naughty, and you make me blush. The girls chuckle. The man on whose lap they are sitting is Liu Fu, a red-haired fat man. Chick, you should feel honored. So many beautiful girls are lusting after you, but unfortunately they don't stand a chance, laments Qiu Hongsheng. Yes, you're right. How lucky you are to meet Mr. Liu. You must be pleased, echoed Zhu Yang. Qiu Hongsheng, Zhu Yang, you talk too much. Stop sucking up to me. Undereducated, said Liu, pointing his finger at them. Yes, thank you for your helpful advice, Mr. Liu. We will learn, said Zhu, and thought, heck, you bought your education from a diploma mill graduate with your father's money. And yet you talk about education in front of me. Shame on you. Suddenly, Liu's phone rang. He picked up the phone irritably. Who is it? Don't you know I'm having fun? Start talking or hang up. Yewutian is still alive. Someone saw him. Came from the tube. Okay, it's none of my business. What? He's still alive! Thought Liu, frightened. Ju immediately kicked all the girls away. Go away. All of you go away. Hurry up. The party's over. Where was he seen? Continued questioning Liu's phone receiver. Only Q and Ju remained seated on the couch. So find him and make him disappear. Otherwise, you disappear. With those words, Liu abruptly cut off the phone call. Mr. Liu, what's wrong? Q and Ju asked him in one voice. Liu Fu suddenly changed. Tears started to appear in his eyes. Are you sure Yewutian is dead? He asked his subordinates, who were trembling with fear of reprisal. Of course we did it ourselves. It can't be a mistake, replied Ju. But he's still alive, shrieked Liu. What? Alive? How can that be? I mean, we buried him. How did he survive? Joey tried to justify himself. It's the truth. Let him disappear no matter what measures you take. Otherwise your own days will be over. Do you understand? Do you understand me? Exclaimed Liu. Mr. Liu, what about Chang Kevin? What are we going to do? This Yewutian has to go meet his bride. What we did to Chang Kevin, began Joe. Just find him first, shrieked Liu Fu, gritting his teeth in anger. Things didn't go as planned. Baby, did you hear what I said? A mother asked her daughter in one of the houses that evening. The interior was rich, with upholstered furniture and tables on chrome legs everywhere. Get out of the company. We don't need this. You've done a lot for that ignorant and incompetent bastard lately. That's quite enough, continued Kikyun. Mom, this is not the best time to leave the company. We just have to find him first, said the girl, chagrined. Listen to your mom. You don't have to look for him anymore. I'm meeting with the E family tomorrow to break the engagement. That bastard is dead. It's what he deserved, said the girl's father, Chung Pejong. Shame on you. If it was you who didn't establish a relationship with the Ye family, then how could our daughter suffer so much? Shouted Chi. I owe my achievements today to your support, but I never thought that our daughter would lead such a bitter life. Damn it, said Chang. Mom, Dad, put it off for a while. I thought he'd be mean to me because I've been running the company for so long, but right now, I want to do my job. Other things are not interesting to me, said the girl. Wang Fengxi's apartment. Wutian sits on a chair and stares thoughtfully at one point. On the table in front of him are some papers. Hey, these are the materials you wanted. What are your future plans? Wang asked. To go and see him, of course. By the way, you have to do me another favor, said Yi. The girl looked at him with surprise. Lend me some money, Uchan asked, embarrassed. It was completely unlike Yi, but in this situation he had to humiliate himself and ask for it. What the hell? You live in my apartment and you want me to lend you money? Do you think I'm your mommy? Wang got angry. If you hadn't made a mess of it, I could have fished in that village in peace, said Wuxian. And now I'm being chased by murderers. You need to be more responsible, he said, pointing a finger admonishingly in her direction. All right, I owe you one. Sorry about that. There's 8, spend it wisely, the girl exclaimed, handing him the credit card. This money has a special use, Yuchin said, smiling enigmatically. He was thinking about something again. In the center of the metropolis, in the middle of the skyscrapers, is Liu Fu's office. He sat at his desk and tensely thought about Yewutian. Damn, he's still alive. I feel anxious. And I have no news from those 2 idiots, whether they killed Yewutian or not. A secretary timidly entered the office. General Manager, please sign these documents. She leaned over the desk. Okay, give it to me. Took the papers, Liu took the papers. Women's magic didn't work on him today. General Manager, why are you so indifferent today? It's been quite a while since you last caressed me. Go away, growled Liu. Did I mishear? The pervert rubbed me every time and now he asked me to leave? Did you hear that? Get out of here! The general manager yelled at her. What a son of a bitch. Just a fat pig with premature ejaculation. Crying, thought the secretary. As she left the office, she slammed the door. Then she thought about it and went back inside, hoping that the situation had changed. Liu immediately started yelling at her. How do you even do poses? Go away, did you hear me? Why did you come back here? Aha, Mr. Liu is crazy today. Who dared to make Mr. Liu mad? Mockingly asked Wutian while embracing 2 not-so-attractive girls. Yeah, Wutian, but why are you here? Just came to console Mr. Liu for his hard work. Look at these 2 beauties. I brought them for you. Pretty girls? Liu questioned. The girls immediately started winking at him, making eye contact and wiggling their hips. No, I just went out with some girls last night and didn't stop until this morning. Mr. E, you can keep these beauties. Damn, how could that bastard find such orcs? I believe in your body, Mr. Liu. Last night was a piece of cake. Recover your strength soon, said Ye. What does he mean? Wait, what happened to me? I suddenly felt very hot, thought Liu. Mr. E, why are you locking the door? Liu asked worriedly. This situation was already starting to bother him. Mr. Liu, you don't want to make love in front of your employees, do you? Relax, I've locked the door. Now no one will stop you from enjoying this moment, said E. Hey, you two, he's all yours, Wu Tian shouted. The girls were just waiting for this and pounced on Liu with joyful, glowing eyes. Stop it, come on. Do you even know who I am? Liu asked the girls, who started hugging and kissing him. Wu Tian was videotaping the whole thing. I had to pay a lot of money to serve you. Besides, Mr. Liu, you can't control yourself right now. Am I right? Don't hold back. Oh, what happened to my body? I can feel the heat. I can't take it anymore, thought Liu. He was just running out of sweat. Damn it! Liu tore his shirt to shreds. The admiring girls couldn't take their eyes off him. Yes, that's right, Wu Tian murmured as he continued filming the video broadcast. He was enjoying the process more and more. An hour later, a mass of people crowded under Liu's office. Through the ajar door, we could see that the girls were sitting on stools and smoking, and an exhausted Liu was lying on the floor in his underwear. Oh hell, he can sleep with even women like that, the crowd murmured. President Liu deserves his title because he has courage that we don't have. Stop talking, I feel sick, Liu moaned. Really? Great, said Ye. Hospital. Patients walk slowly along the corridor, and from time to time orderlies and doctors pass by. Only from behind the door of one of the wards comes a scream. I'll kill him! I'll kill him! Liu won't stop shouting. He has too much to do, and now he has to lie on this bed because of Wu Tian. Mr. Liu, calm down. The doctor asked you to rest. Besides, the doctor said you should take good care of your body and not take too much Viagra, said Q. It's never too late for a gentleman to get revenge. Your body is more important right now. As for Ye Wu Tian, I will definitely teach him a good lesson, promised Zhu. I assure you, said the two of them. Wait, Ye Wu Tian was just an ignorant scum who was only interested in women. How could he suddenly turn out to be such a cunning bastard? Asked Liu. Nevertheless, I just have to find him and get the video. Otherwise, I'll go broke, Liu shouted. Ye Wu Tian obviously has something on me, so he won't leave it at that. What should I do next? Liu thought tensely. His thoughts were cut short by a knock on the door. Come in, Liu said. Hello, Mr. Liu, it's me again. Wu Tian stood in the doorway and smiled. Son of a bitch! How dare you come here? Why are you bullying me? Liu shouted. He couldn't see E. What are you talking about, Mr. Liu? I was just helping you blow off some steam. How can that be bullying? Besides, I have no money. I don't know if Mr. Liu, my dear friend, can do me a favor or not. I don't need too much, just, 30 million yuan. That's all. Yes smiled indulgently, showing the amount on his fingers. 30 million yuan? Are you kidding me? This is impossible. Go away. Liu was furious. Okay, just forget about it. Take care of yourself and watch your health, Mr. Liu. Besides, since we've become friends, I'll help you call the police. The police? Why? I don't want to call the police. Why are you calling the police? Bastard! Are you trying to kill me? Liu shouted hysterically. As a bastard trying to kill you, I will hand over the video to the police as evidence at the police station. They should prosecute me and release the video to the media to expose my crime. How beautifully the circumstances are shaping up for you. Damn it. If the videotape is turned over to the police and exposed by the media, I'll be destroyed, thought Liu. I'll give you 30 million and you delete my video. Liu had to make a deal. I got the check, he thought happily. But then the police appeared in the doorway of the room. I'm Chang Xiaomei, a police officer. Here's my ID. Who called the police? A girl with a big bust asked. My God, they're so big, Wu Tian thought. It's a misunderstanding, a small misunderstanding. Dear officer, we don't need you right now, we're sorry, chuckled Liu and thought, son of a bitch, fucking bastard, how dare he call the police? Do you know what you just did? You think you can call the police whenever you want? I have no idea if Wan'er has been taking her medicine lately. Her breasts must have gotten bigger now, thought Ye, glancing at Xiaomei. What are you looking at? Calling for no reason is interfering with our work. You're coming to the police station with me, she shouted, catching his gaze. What? Come on! I was just looking at your breasts. It's not a big deal, is it? Can't other people look at your big boobs? Okay, I'll go with you to the police station. We have to clear this up. Why am I not allowed to look at your boobs? You, shrieked Chan angrily. Calm down, relax. Dear police officer, it's just a simple misunderstanding. It's all right now. Please don't take my friend to the police station. Please, Leo said. With 30 million yuan, Chung Keksin could calm down for a while. Aha, although I've never met my so-called fiancée, I'm worried about her for some reason. Anyway, I have to go to the bank now. At Dongcheng Bank, a young man stood in front of him. Shui, are you free tonight? He asked the teller. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. Please don't distract me from my work. This guy has his eye on this girl? Interesting, thought Yushin and watched the events unfold further. Sweet Shui, I want to make a contribution. By the way, are you free tonight? Can I take you out to dinner? Zhou couldn't get enough of me. Please wait, replied the cashier. Mr. Zhou, your money has been deposited. Please take the check. I remembered that I need cash today. Please withdraw 100,000 yuan for me. Mr. Zhou, you have already deposited and withdrawn your money many times. It's not advisable to do that, said the cashier. Dude, it's useless. Try other ways, said E. What? Do you have some problem? I have enough money and I can do whatever I want with it. And anyway, it's none of your business, said Zhou. Are you showing off your meager fortune here? Aren't you ashamed? Uchan asked. Zhou got angry and slapped the checkbook on the table. Take out all the money from the deposit book. There's a total of 1 million in there. Open your eyes. Take a closer look at it. Why are you asking me to look at your poor deposit? Don't embarrass me, said Ye and stamped his check on top of Zhou's deposit book. Four Eyes, look at this. Look at how much money is in this check, Utian asked condescendingly. 30 million? Zhou shrieked incredulously. Hey, you are in a bank. Don't make any noise, please, said the teller. She counted out the money and handed it to the customer. Mr. Zhou, here is 300,000 yuan. Please take it. Who knows? Maybe it's a fake check. Look here, this is real money. Zhou waved the wad of money in front of Ye's nose. Asshole. Have you even seen this much money? A group of robbers entered the bank. They were all carrying bags. One of them shot in the air as they walked by and said, Nobody move! This is a robbery. Don't move! If you try to call the police, I'll shoot you in the head! Shouted Q. At the same time, Zhou said to someone, Sit down! On your knees! A bank robbery in broad daylight? Thought Yushin. The bald robber noticed the wad of money on the table and thanked him. Friend, you've helped me a lot. Thank you for preparing this money for us. No, don't touch them. It's my money, Zhou protested. Now they are mine, aimed the gun at him robber. Yes, they are yours, confirmed Zhou. Ha, way to go, bro, exclaimed Wuqian. Seeing that E was standing still, the robber turned his attention to him. You weren't scared? You guys just came here for the money. You're not gonna kill anybody. I don't own the bank, so I have nothing to worry about. Interesting. Good point, boy, laughs the bald man. Attention, you're surrounded. Come out and surrender. The police arrived through a megaphone. I didn't think the police would come so soon, said the robber. Boy, I'm afraid you're going to have to become our hostage. The robber put the barrel of the gun to E's chin. Dude, are you stupid? You can't pick a hostage like that, you know? Is it appropriate to choose a brave guy like me? As far as I can tell, a timid rascal like him is the perfect hostage. Wuqian happily pointed at Zhou, who was shaking with fear. Son of a bitch, what are you talking about? Why are you pointing at me? Who is the timid rascal? Zhou protested. The robber said to Wuqian, You can leave now. It is no longer your business now. Something is wrong with this guy. He looks dangerous, thought the bald mugger. Look over there! Look over there! A policeman shouted. Everyone turned there and saw Yutenya walking slowly toward them with his hands up. Did someone go outside? Chang Xiaomei took aim at him. Don't shoot! I'm a hostage! Don't shoot! You again? Said the police officer. We meet again so soon. Robbing a bank? How dare you? Arrest him, she ordered it. What? What are you doing? Screamed E. Let me go, you must have misunderstood. I am a hostage. Why are you arresting me? Wutian was indignant. Someone pretended to be a good citizen in the morning but turned into a robber at noon, Xiaomei said. Honey, like I said the other day, I can't think of you as a good citizen, said her partner. Who's in charge here? She is abusing her authority. Where's the justice? Shouted Yi at the top of his voice and thought, Damn it! Woman, you have a grudge against me. I'm not worthy of my name if I don't make you love me. I am Shu Yuanhua, her commanding officer. Why did the robbers let you go? A police officer approached and asked. I don't have money, and I'm not afraid of it. Wait, money, said Wutian. He suddenly remembered. My $30 million check was left on the cash register. How could I have left it there? I'm sorry. Can you think of something so I can go back and be a hostage? He asked with a strange expression on his face. Going back to confront the robbers face to face? Are you a complete idiot? They have guns, said Xiaomei. My check was left inside. If you let me go back, not only will I get my check back, but I'll also help you catch the robbers. Why should I believe you? Xiaomei asked. There are some hostages in there. This is a difficult task for you guys. You don't have a choice. You can go back, but tell me, how many % are you sure of yourself? Asked Shu. All 100%, Wu Tian replied confidently. Why did you let him come back? What if he is one of the robbers? Xiaomei asked her commander. No, he's not a burglar, at least according to his outstanding personality. A womanizer can't be any outstanding personality. Xiaomei watched his papers, shouting after him, Shameless! Scum! Pervert! Why did you go back? Wondered the bald robber. He must have been sent by the police. Why don't we kill him? Asked Ju. Please don't. I'm your friend, I just came back to pick up my check. Damn it, where's my check? Shrieked Wu Tian. Buddy, did you happen to take my check? Asked E, the bald raider. I don't know where your check is. It's useless to me anyway. Miss Shui, have you seen my check? Wu Tian turned to the cashier. Well, the girl hesitated. That's him. She pointed at Joe. Fuck! You're the one who took my check. I need to help my wife. Give it back. Hurry up! Wooten jumped on the guy. The slide of a gun clicked behind him. If you don't want to die, tell us why the police launched you back inside, the bald man asked. It's pretty simple. I'm here to detain you guys. Wu Tian smiled, even though he was at gunpoint. The bald robber laughed. Ha ha ha. You really are an interesting guy. Ye grabbed Joe by the collar and warned, Kid, you better return the check right now or else. Hey, what do you want from me? I didn't take your check, he yelled. Talk fast. Where's my check? Wu Tian got angry and kicked Joe in the stomach. I really didn't take it. He bent down in pain, and then a piece of paper fell out. What's inside your pockets? Ye asked worriedly and began to shake out the contents of Joe's pockets. A whole bunch of scraps of paper came out of them. No, 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 screamed E, trying to put his check together from the scraps. He realized there was no way to get it back. You fucking bitch. How dare you tear it up? Wu Tian punched Joe in the face. The cops were watching the CCTV cameras in real time and were puzzled. What? What's going on out there? He's beating up a hostage. What should we do? Xiaomei asked. Let's watch some more anyway. The commander answered her. Asshole, give me my money back. It was 30 million. Why did you tear up my check? Wu Tian kicked Joe with all his might. He fell to the floor screaming. That was very cruel, said the bald man, watching Ye drag Joe's legs. Aha, the raider agreed with him. No, please, no more. Maybe it can still be fixed, wailed Joe. What, Miss Shui, can this check still be exchanged? I'm afraid not, replied the cashier. That money was supposed to help my wife. You fucking bitch. Grabbing Joe by one leg, Wu Tian kicked him in the groin. Aye! Stop it no more! Screamed the bespectacled man. This is too much. Should we send our men? He's not the greatest guy, but he's still a hostage, Xiaomei suggested. Wait a little longer. Even if we don't intervene, the robbers won't do anything unusual. This guy isn't easy. I think he can do something, said her commander Shu. Joe asked the bald man. Boss, what should we do next? What about this guy? This could end very badly. We're not here to kill, and everyone's ready to go. Let's take a few hostages. Then take it. The bald man hesitated and ordered the cashier. You, come here. I? The girl asked fearfully. The bald man shot into the air. If you don't want to die, come here. Otherwise, I'll shoot you. Okay. Trembling with fear, Zhu started to walk towards him. You look pretty good. If I'm not busy, I'll play with you later, the bald man said voluptuously and took the girl by the chin. I'm sorry, but she's mine. Wu Tian suddenly intervened, intercepting the bandit's arm. He put his other hand on the cashier's shoulder. Hey, what are you doing? The bald man grinned in confusion. He was still holding the gun. She will come with me. I said it all, replied Wu Tian, continuing to claw his arm. Are you trying to save her? The raider asked. Rescuing the girl is a matter of course. When I went inside, I told you. I came to detain you, uttered Wu Tian, hugging the girl. She clung to him. Suddenly, one of the robbers started laughing shrilly. Mutu, what's wrong? His partner asked him worriedly. Oh no. Dad, why did you kill my dog? Just because its meat tasted good? Oh, why didn't you at least add more salt? Another gang member started rambling. Answer me. Why did you give me horns? I know I'm not very attractive, but aside from my looks, poverty, and gambling addiction, how is this bastard better than me? Clung to the flower vase of the third raider. What happened? The bald one didn't understand. Just then he flipped the plant vase over his head and shouted, Ha ha ha, my beautiful hair. Whose hair can compare to mine? My beautiful hair. Ha 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 ha. What happened to them? Did you do it? Shu asked. What do you think? Cool? Satisfied that he had succeeded in making an impression, Wu Tian said. In the interrogation room, Yu Tian sat with his feet on the table. Jerk! What's with the interrogation attitude? Xiao Mei was indignant. I risked my life to save these people, but you arrested me for beating up a man who tore up my check. Pfft, woman, replied Ye. You think deliberately inflicting pain is tolerable? Besides, what happened to the muggers? They're laughing and crying. They could die if this continues. It's not my problem. I just said I could help keep them in line. But I didn't say I could detain them normally. In fact, I detained them, said Yutian. You idiot! If they die, you'll be their killer. Get rid of them. Hurry up! Xiaomei yelled. Get rid of what? I'm good at ridding girls of their clothes, grinned Yutian meaningfully. Do you want to try it? You! Screamed the officer. Okay, I don't want to be charged with murder. I can get them symptom-free. But you have to promise me one thing, said Yi. You have to be friends with me. Befriend you? Xiaomei questioned him in surprise. Crescent Moon Club. Xiaomei stands in a smart evening dress and asks, Didn't you say make friends? Why did you invite me here? If you ask me, a friendship ceremony should be accompanied by a dance. You promised me. What a bastard, Xiaomei thought. All right, I'm sure you won't try to grope me, she said, following Duck up the stairs. When they started to dance, Wu Tian slid his hands down from her waist to her buttocks. Otherwise, I'll cut off your hands, Xiaomei promised. Seriously, yes, said Yi and thought, as an amazing doctor. I can't handle a girl. And then she slapped him sharply, pushing him away from her. Shit, why did you hit me so hard? I thought we could be friends, didn't I? He asked the girl resentfully. Of course we could. I, Zhang Xiaomei, back up my words with actions. That's my principle. I'll continue to dance with you. But if you dare to grope me again, don't blame me for being rude. You showed the girl's long fingernails threateningly. Seriously, smiled Yushin, and they continued dancing. The girl with her dancing outfit attracted the eyes of everyone around her. God, said one of the dancers. What a chick, said another. I never thought there were such beauties. This guy was lucky to get such a girl, he said with sadness in his voice. Wait. This doesn't really sound like a dance, said the first one. There was indeed a mixture of dancing and fighting going on the dance floor. As soon as Wu Tian tried to touch the girl, she would immediately dodge to the side and slap him sharply. Are they fighting each other? Perplexed, one of the dancers asked the other. The girl was really wiggling and slapping so fast that it might have looked like a fight. Half an hour later, Xiaomei and Ye were already chatting outside. Don't forget who I work for. From now on, don't underestimate my strength, said the girl. Suddenly her phone rang. Hello, I'll be right there, Xiaomei shouted and went to the car. Wu Tian came over to her. What are you doing here? Get out, Zhang said angrily. It's hard to find a cab in this neighborhood. You're not going to make me walk home, are you? What are you in such a hurry for? Did something happen? The hell with you, we don't have much time. You can come with me, but don't get in my way. She pressed the gas pedal and the car sped away. Dr. Wei, what's wrong with my mom? Crying, she asked. Calm down. Her condition is not optimistic, replied the doctor. Can I see her? Xiaomei asked. Yes, but not for long. She needs to rest. Wu Tian looked at the doctor and thought, he looks extremely familiar. Is it just me, or have I seen him somewhere? God, what a small world! Here we meet again, you hypocritical bastard! He shouted, lunging at the doctor. Ya Wu Tian? Your mom is in room. I have very important things to do, so you'll have to go yourself, said the doctor, hurriedly retreating. He thought, it's better to stay away from that bastard. Mom, it's me, Xiaomei said as she entered the room. Wu Tian accompanied her and also came in to look at the patient. I'm not a little child, there's no need to worry so much. Compared to my illness, I'm more worried about your marriage. When are you going to find a man? I know you have a bad temper, said the mother. May, who is this guy? She asked. Nice to meet you, Auntie. My name is Ye Wu Tian. How long have you two known each other? Do you like her? The woman started to ask. Mom, stop it, Xiaomei asked. I think she is a great girl. Gentle, sweet, and beautiful. She also always says I'm the most handsome man in the world. Hugging Zhang's shoulders, Ye improvised on the fly. Good, I'm glad. May, Mr. Yi is a good man. Don't let him go. Mom, we have something to discuss outside the door. We'll be back soon, said the girl, leading the young man out of the room by the hand. Who said you're handsome? You're the prettiest, right? You're running around. There's no problem with cabs here, so go home. Xiaomei was furious. Auntie likes me. She wants me to be her son-in-law. I said that just to make her happy, because she's in serious condition. Without good treatment, she won't last 2 months. Uchan clarified the situation. For God's sake, she's my mom. You won't die if you don't talk nonsense for at least 5 minutes. May was angry. I'm serious, but it doesn't matter. Even if I can't cure her, I can prolong her life, Uchan said. You're not kidding. the girl asked. She remembered that the dossier also mentioned, known as the miracle doctor in the fishing village. He also stopped an epidemic. I swear on your goddamn feel-good ass that everything will be all right. What do you want in return? May asked. When this is over, give me another dance, said E. Moderate hematoma, weak spleen, began writing in his notebook as they walked back to the room. Diabetes, diarrhea, weak kidneys, numb limbs, pallor, malaise, undigested food in the feces, fibrosis, weak pulse, he continued. With only one look, he listed all the symptoms without a single mistake. With tears and astonishment, Xiao Mei thought. The main thing right now is to relieve the diarrhea. The rest of the symptoms can wait. White root herbal balls 20G, Chinese angelica 20G, dried herbs 10G, enzyme peeling gel with mangosteen extract 5G. Even where I come from, this kind of thing is hard to cure. I can only extend her life by about 2 years, he thought. Put them in an earthen pot. Add 500 milliliters of water and boil them down to 300 milliliters. Let her take it morning and evening for 7 days. In the extended 2 years, my abilities will improve, and then I can cure her completely, thought Uchan. Mr. E, are you a doctor? The woman asked. No, but please trust me. I'll do my best to dance with your daughter. Pervert, May thought, clutching the prescription in her hands. Where'd you learn all this stuff? I saw your file. It says you're just a bum. Then how do you know all this? The girl asked him on the street, and I'm once again cornered by this question. Why are all women so nosy? Who's the nosy one? I'm just worried about my mom and the quality of your recipe. All the more reason to ask something yourself, said Xiao Mei. I'm sure 10 years ago you were as flat as a board, but now they're as big as my head, Yuchen said. Fuck you! Ho! Miracle doctor! What a meeting, exclaimed Wei, getting out of the car. Just get away like last time, or are you following me? Said Wu Tian. I really should have gone last time. By the way, Dr. E, about my ailment. He should help me this time. Don't worry about your reputation. The most important thing at the moment is my penis, thought Wei. I've already told you that I'm not a doctor. Your ailments are not my problem. Go away, shouted Wu Tian. I beg you, miracle doctor. Please help me. You know that my illness affects my whole life. Wei fell at his feet. For the last time, I'm not a doctor. I'm not in the mood or committed to treating you, so leave me alone. Come on, he said to the girl. Why didn't you help him? A surprised Xiao Mei asked. Why don't you let me touch you? Because I don't want you to touch me, asshole. I just don't want to help him. If I start helping everyone I meet, I'll get tired to death, admitted Yi. Wei was watching them, red with anger. His fingers were curled up. He said hatefully, Ya Wuchen, you'll answer for everything. What? What did you say? The check is invalid? Is it true? Asked Liu. He was still in the hospital room. Yes, absolutely true. The check was torn to shreds. He won't be able to withdraw a penny, said Ju. Q stood there smirking. Aha, my 30 million yuan is back. This is so great. With 30 million yuan I can date countless hotties. Why should I give it to him? By the way, Mr. Liu, should we do something about Miss Chung Kexin? Asked Ju. What are you suggesting? Of course I will continue to pursue her even if progress is slow. Ta-damn, said Ju pathosally, showing some kind of vial. I can help you speed up the process by simply dropping the spell potion into the bottle. Idiot. Ignorant asshole. To get a girl is to enjoy the feeling of excitement. Do you think I'm stupid enough to use a spell potion? Why don't I use money to hit on a hot chick directly? Idiot. Liu knocked the vial out of Joe's hands. What the hell, you've never left a drop before. And now you want to pretend to be a gentleman? Joey thought resentfully. I'll use it when my patience runs out. Liu handed him the vial back to him. By the way, how is Chen Kaixin doing? He asked. She owed the bank a lot of money, and now they are demanding that she pay it all back. If you lend her some money, perhaps she will be grateful. Maybe she'll attack you for it later, Chu answered him. I just got my 30 million yuan back. It would be nice to lend her some of that money. By the way, where is that bastard Ye Wutian now? I have to kill him, said Liu. Understood, Mr. Liu. We'll find him as soon as possible, Ju and Chu shouted with one voice, ready to show off in front of the boss. Did I hear someone's looking for me? So, I'm here. A young man entered the room. Ye Wutian. All three of them were confused. Ju, stepping back, sat down on the floor altogether. Bastard, how dare you come here, shouted Liu. Liu, calm down. It's okay. Take your lackeys away first. Hey, who's the lackey here? Angrily asked Ju. Go away, Yuchen ordered them. Let's go. After all, he's a child of the E. We can't hurt him now, said Q. As they left, slamming the door, E said, Liu, I assume you've already been informed about that accident with the check. So could you write another one for me?
No, you couldn't! You couldn't keep the check! Why are you asking me for another one? Aren't you ashamed of yourself?
Liu shouted indignantly. Are you serious? Have you heard of something called a backup? If this video is released to the media, you won't ruin your reputation over 30 million yuan, right? Wu Tian asked. Shit, I'm not writing you another check. You want it? Over my dead body. Okay, I hope you won't regret it. Yuchen was about to leave. Wait! The video backup! Give it to me, groaned Liu. Yi walked out of the room. Ju and Q looked at him with hatred. Walking past the guys, Wu Tian thought, Liu Fu, did you really think that 30 million yuan could calm me down after I found out that you hired people to kill me? I'm just keeping you alive for being my ATM. When I don't have any money left, I'll... With these thoughts, Yi left the hospital. Mr. Liu, started Q. Who the hell does he think I am? Does he think he can come and go as he pleases? Liu said angrily. Kill him. No matter who kills him, I'll pay 10 million yuan to whoever kills that bastard. Don't worry, Mr. Liu. We won't let you down. His assistants looked at each other with one voice. Dongchengye Mountain Villa. The man in the chair rattled the notebook on the table and asked, Are you sure the news is correct? Yeah, I'm sure. That bastard is still alive. Dad, let me hire some men to kill him, okay? Asked the young man with the earring in his ear. Don't act rashly. Just focus on your own problems. What about you and Ouyang Xinyue? The man asked. Xinyue is different from ordinary women. She ignores me and even rejects me outright. And I am a man with dignity, said the young man. Sometimes a person's dignity is as precious as gold, and sometimes as cheap as paper. You must realize that. Then how about drugging her, and then forcing her to become my woman? The young man asked. Are you sick of living? Asked the father unhappily. One of the side rooms of the family E. The young man's father talks to the patriarch of the family. I want to bring him home. Why don't you agree? He's my son. Because he doesn't deserve to be part of the Yi family, replies patriarch Ye Huteng, a sturdy gray-haired man wearing a red shirt with a dragon embroidered on it. Although Weirong is not his biological mother, he is still my only son. Daddy, I beg you, please let me bring him home. Ye Hendong, a member of Ye's family, begs me. Let you bring him home. Should I let that womanizer back? Let that ignorant shit come back? We, the E family, were disgraced because of him. This conversation is over. As long as I'm alive, that bastard has no chance of returning to our house, said the patriarch. Ye Haoteng was finishing his third bottle when Weirong came in. She took his hand and asked, Did he give it up completely? This is all my fault. It's because I couldn't give you a baby. It's not your fault. I feel sorry for my son. I am just indebted to his mother, said Hoteng. Okay, I have something to tell you. Your son's company seems to be in trouble. Someone's giving them trouble. You better check it out when you're free. Is someone giving my son's company a hard time? They must be tired of life. Is it them again? Huteng asked. Nothing is known yet. We need to find proof, replied Weirong. Shit! Huteng banged his fist on the table. Is everything ready for the meeting? Asked Chung. Yes. Maybe I should get you a companion to accompany you, suggested the secretary. A companion? Oh my god. Don't I have a fiancé? Why would I bring a companion? But your fiancé is missing in action. Besides, you know Manager Ju's character. He's a total asshole. What's the worst that can happen? Said the assistant. Don't say another word about it. Since I'm this jerk's fiancé, I don't need protection from another man. Let's go, Chang said. The secretary thought of Wutian. Yeah, Wutian, you asshole. Where are you now? Poor CEO. It's not her company after all. That idiot doesn't deserve her loyalty. At the Zhenhao restaurant, the girl was already waiting. Manager Ju, I apologize for being late. Chang apologized. It's okay, Miss Chang is a busy person. We all know that. Have a seat, Miss Chang. The strange man pulled her chair to the table, and she asked, And you? This is Manager Wang Lutian, was hired by our bank the day before yesterday. Introduced him to Ju. The manager poured tea for the girl. Aha, Miss Chang, you really are as strong a woman as Governor Ju said. It's really nice to meet you, said Lucian. I am honored. As for today, I really appreciate your help. Thanked him Chung and shook his hand. He won't let go of my hand, thought the girl, and said, Manager Wang, my hand. Just then her hand was released, and everyone laughed. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm such an idiot. I'm sorry. I never realized Miss Chung's hand was so soft. Oh, don't mind me. I'm sorry. Lucian started licking his hand. Let's order something. Just while we're eating, we can discuss, Chang began. Miss Cheng, how about your secretary leaves the room? I think she shouldn't know some things, said Ju. Don't pay any attention to them. If you send me out the door, you'll be in an extremely dangerous situation, thought the secretary. My secretary is like a sister to me. How about letting her stay here and pour her some wine? Asked Chung. Don't you trust us? Since there is no sincerity, I think there is no need for us to continue our conversation. Zhu said irritably. Shit, thought Chang. Mrs. Chung, Go away, the girl ordered the secretary. The secretary was very scared for Chung. Aha, finally we have successfully gotten rid of the last barrier. Manager Zhu and Lucian looked at each other. The table was bursting with drinks and appetizers. Zhu raised his glass. Miss Chung, cheers. Everyone clinked glasses and drank. Miss Chung, I thought you were a decent woman. I didn't expect you to be so sloppy, said Zhu. Sloppy? Why? Look at this. After you drank, there was still some wine left in the glass. I guess you don't know all the rules of etiquette, said Lucian. It's just that this wine, I didn't like it very much. But you had to drink it all the way through, said Lucian. I think you are completely ignorant of the rules of etiquette. But that's where any cooperation begins, he continued. I made a mistake. Okay, never mind. As an apology, I'll drink another glass to finish. Ha, okay, said Zhu. Miss Chang, you're so smart, echoed Lucian. Miss Chang, let me propose another toast, said Lucian. Okay, not quite confidently agreed the girl. Manager Zhu, regarding the loan for our company, could you do me some favor? After so many glasses of wine, she's already getting a little tipsy. I'm full of temptation, thought Zhu. Once Miss Chung keeps us company for this evening, there will be no more problems with extending credit. Zhu poured her another glass. Thank you, Manager Zhu. An hour later, there was already a battery of empty bottles lined up on the table. Miss Cheng, let's have another drink, Lucian suggested. Chung took a drink and realized, my alcohol tolerance has almost reached its limit. I can't keep drinking. Excuse me, I need to go to the restroom, she said. The secretary said to her, Madam, please stop drinking. If you continue like this, you may lose control of yourself. It's okay, I can handle it, Chang said, standing over the wash basin. She was clearly not getting any better. God. Quote S so. I'm so angry. Chang's intoxication was making her mind confused. The secretary said, I'll be waiting for you outside. Is it worth it? To be an illiterate puppet, said Chang to her reflection in the mirror. Should you resent a fiancé you don't care about at all? No, wait. He owns this company, but I'm the one who runs it. Anyway, we have to settle things. Even if I have a stomach bleed today. Chang is determined. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, said the girl. Zhu and Lucian looked at each other, and Lucian said, I just talked to Manager Zhu. You're a woman, so it's not appropriate for us to get you drunk on alcohol. Okay, this is our last glass for today. We won't be drinking after this. He presented the glass to Chang. She was happy and took the glass. Really? Thank you, I'll drink it then, said the girl. Both managers watched with anticipation as Chang drank to the bottom. After we have stopped drinking, I suggest we start eating, said the girl cheerfully. But she suddenly felt sick. Wait a minute, there's something wrong with this wine. Those two pigs, she suddenly realized. But it was too late, everything was blurring before her eyes. Sorry, I have to go to the restroom again. Wobbling and barely standing on her feet, Chung left the room. She was followed by the undressing stares of the managers. She walked, struggling to move her feet and holding onto the wall with her hands. No, I need to leave, as fast as I can. When Chung was walking down the hallway and almost fell to the floor, someone picked her up. Oh, I didn't expect to meet you like this, said Wu Tian. She just went to the bathroom. But why did she want to go there again? Besides, she's not in a big hurry. Did she really run away? Said Lucian. If that's the case, she reacted very quickly. But the drugs should have already affected her, Zhu replied. Hurry up, we have to find her. At this moment, she's completely powerless and couldn't run far. Let's go, hurry up. Lucian and Zhu ran out of the office. Chung lay in the bathtub of a city hotel right in her clothes and only oohed and awed under Ye's watchful eye. You must feel awful. Don't pass out, said Yuchin, holding the girl's head. I don't have any medicine on hand to relieve your symptoms. I need special medicinal substances to do that. The courier is taking so long. In my past life, I didn't even have a girlfriend, but now I have a fiancé. It's so strange, thought Yi. Suddenly, Chang grabbed him by the neck and dragged him into her bathtub. Uchan resisted the temptation as best he could. Take me. Hurry, please, please, begged the flushed girl. Stop! No, I won't take this opportunity. Don't make me, said Uchan. Ye Wutian's past owed a lot to her. If I use her, she will be too pitiful, thought Ye while sitting in the hot bath with the girl. Inner peace. Like a miracle doctor, I have strong willpower. I won't be enamored with such a sexy little girl, he reassured himself. Woo! Howled the wolf inside him. It was getting harder and harder for him to resist. Oops, my dick! Ooh, calm down, now! The howling wolf immediately turned into a small dog, and Yutian was relieved. Phew. Turns out medication is more reliable than willpower. Good, I've made it through. This is so unbearable, please take me. I feel awful. Chang continued to pester him. How many drugs those bastards put her on. If this continues, she might die. I'll have to use the most primitive way to save her, thought E. Finally, the courier's here. There are no tools here to boil the medicine. I can only use the utensils I have on hand. Even if I can't cure her now, it will be enough to relieve her symptoms. The medicine is sprayed on the appropriate acupuncture points. I'll have to take off her clothes. I'm sorry, thought Uchan. Half an hour later, Chung was lying in bed, covered with a blanket. Ye realized that she was getting better and the crisis was over. If Wang Fengshi hadn't informed me in time, what would have happened tonight? Fucking Ye Wutian. How could he let a woman go through such a thing, thought Wutian. He looked at the sleeping girl and said, Get a good night's rest. As for the rest, leave it to me. In the restaurant, one of the rooms is locked. The sign on it says it's Shuyun's office. Not catching up with the intoxicated girl, Manager Ju and Lucian returned to the site of their binge. After pouring himself and his business partner another glass, Lucian suggested that they finally get a bite to eat at least a little. He reasoned that whatever the case, they should fill their bellies, even if the girl ran away. The alcohol loosened his tongue and he admitted that he comes here to try new things. Ju decided to correct him and said that it's they who come here to try new things. Lucian agreed that they were coming here together to try something new, and they laughed disgustedly in one voice. The office door opened and Ye Wutian, the strange doctor, appeared on the doorstep. They paid absolutely no attention to him, as they were already drunk. Yuchin allowed himself to laugh at them himself, smiled and asked why they were so funny. The managers immediately put on a businesslike demeanor. Ju asked Wuqian who he was, and Lucian was simply rude. The doctor silently walked over to the table, picked up an empty wine bottle and began to examine the label. Ju had no way of knowing what he wanted. Wuqian suddenly cracked Ju on the head with the bottle. Blood poured all over the manager's forehead. He clutched at his bruised spot, and Lucian looked on in amazement. He said they shouldn't have hurt his woman and they wouldn't just get away with it. Lucian immediately started shouting that it was none of his business. And who does he mean anyway? Ju sobered up a bit and started threatening Wuqian. The manager was surprised to be hit on the head. He said that Ye did not yet know who he had messed with. Shifting his attention to Lucian, Yi began to look for something more massive on the table and settled on a large plate. Swinging around, he launched the plate, which was destined to become a flying saucer, directly at the aggressive Lucian. The manager's head was a mess of plate shards, scrambled eggs, blood, and God knows what else. This didn't seem like enough for Wuqian, and he immediately gave Ju the same portion so that there would be no offense. Now both managers had their heads rested against the table, thoroughly smearing the tabletop with blood. Lucian didn't quite understand the situation, though, because he began to heave and ask how he even dared to raise his hand at him. He began to threaten E and lunged at him, one hand holding onto a bruised spot on his head. The alcohol seemed to be taking effect, and Lucian stopped hesitantly. His eyes were all double. Lucian could not take a step. His legs refused to go any further. All his muscles were stiff. Finally, he just collapsed on the floor, no longer reacting to his surroundings and just breathing heavily. Ju was still trying to crawl at this time, but he had similar symptoms. He complained that he couldn't move at all. Uchin walked around the room thinking of something else interesting to make. He found that the soup was still hot and looked salty. He approached the defeated opponents with a bowl full of soup. The soup was still very hot. It had not had time to cool down, and his opponents knew it. They stared in horror at the steam billowing over the plate. The bowl began to inexorably flip downward, and a thin stream of soup began to drip onto them. The deputies squealed and tried to dodge the stream of hot liquid, but in this situation they could only swivel their heads to the side. Yutian slowly poured the soup over them, making sure to get the liquid on the injured parts of their bodies. Lucian began to scream that he was in a lot of pain. He was yelling and swearing, the hot soup burning his chest and face. Besides, there was also soup on his back. So helpless Lucian could not even turn around, suffering from pain. Ju was just lying in the soup and he was screaming, resenting that Wuqian is a scoundrel and he won't just let him get away with it. He doesn't know who they are yet. At that moment, another plate flew at Ju. The shards scattered all over the room. His face was covered in blood. Wuqian took him by the scruff of the neck, shook him, put him on his knees, and asked him to answer the question if Ju knew who he was. Ju now looked frightened and muttered that he couldn't answer affirmatively to that question. Taking another plate, Ye tossed it and asked how it was that Ju didn't know who he was. No need to lie that he had never even heard of the great healer. Ju began to faint from the pain. His whole face was quickly drenched in blood. Yuchin looked at his hand, which had blood splattered on it, and said that this kind of bullying was really very tiring. Ju was fed up with him, so he turned to Lutian and asked him if he knew his rival. Lutian fearfully began to assure him that he knew him to be a great healer. Speaking rapidly and constantly interrupted, he began to beg to be let go, inserting great physician every 2 words. He grabbed Lucian by the hair, lifted his head and told him that the great healer was asking him if he liked guys. The one started shaking his head in all directions and yelling that no, of course not. He doesn't like guys. A plate flew in his face, and Liu Tian heard that it was the wrong answer. Liu Tian said that Liu Tian actually likes guys. Bleeding, Liu Tian rushed to confirm and assured that he just adores guys, yes. Yu Chen defiantly pulled out one of his med packets and ripped it open over them. He raised his hand and lazily tossed the empty bag at their feet, looking at them squeamishly. As he left the office, the young man said that they would like it soon. They would like it very much. The waiter was carrying the food ordered by the head of the department. The door to the office was closed tightly, and moans were clearly coming from behind it. He knocked on the door and told Zhu, the manager, that his order was ready and waiting outside the door. Of course, he wondered what those sounds were coming from the other side. Trying to make as little noise as possible, the steward began to slowly open the door to get a peek. From what he saw, he lost control of his actions and dropped the food he had brought from his hands. The dish shattered into tiny shards. The rumbling startled the girl, who was standing with a kettle and talking to her partner in the hallway. She asked him what was wrong, and the guy suggested we go see for ourselves. All three waiters were now standing in the doorway. They all had expressions of disgust and horror on their faces. There was a lot to be surprised about. The half-naked Lucian sat on the lap of the waist-naked Zhu, and they hugged each other happily. The girl's partner rather remarked that those two were so beautiful they could do it while bleeding. The girl blushed all red. She couldn't believe it could happen. The guy pulled out his phone and said they needed to take a quick picture of the two pigs and upload the photo to the internet. No doubt it would be very scandalous. Restaurant manager's room, police and manager reviewing surveillance footage. The restaurant's general manager found a lead and asked the officer to review the snippet. She said the camera showed an unfamiliar man walking through the door. The image showed a man in a white shirt standing in front of the door. Zhang Xiaomei immediately recognized him and started cursing him, waving her fist in front of the computer monitor. Eastern City Bank, same bank that Lu's men tried to rob, and the same pretty girl behind the counter. Walking over to the window, Wu Tian smiled and asked Miss Xu how she was doing. He assumed that the girl couldn't sleep at night. Zhu began to thank him heartily for saving her life. She was really in mortal danger. Yu Tian, smiling, told her that a casual thank you wasn't enough, and asked how she felt about keeping him company tonight. Zhu agreed and said, turning aside, that she was free after work. There was no hiding her embarrassment from Yu Tian, and he told the girl so. Zhu turned to him formally and asked if he had any more questions, or if she still had work to do. Yu Tian asked to be called simply E. He said it was very simple. Meanwhile, a line began to form behind him. The woman behind him said she wanted to call the main office of this bank, so let him deposit the money or take it out, but hurry up. Wu Qin apologized to her and told Miss Xu that they would talk after work, took out a check and asked her to cash it. Zue was surprised to find that it was a check for 30 million. She thought to herself that in front of such a rich guy, one should not skimp on politeness. Meanwhile, at the city hotel, Miss Chen had just started to wake up, lazily opening one eye. She realized she wasn't in her own home and tried to figure out where she'd gotten to. Pulling back the blanket and realizing that she was in just her shirt, Chen screamed exhaustedly in a voice that wasn't her own. She tried in a panic to remember why she found herself without clothes, but she couldn't. Crawling with her head under the blanket, Chen began to roar. She thought the supervisors had raped her. Sitting down on the bed and covering herself with a blanket, Chen cried for a long time. She was ashamed and hurt. She scolded everyone and cried again. It suddenly dawned on her that she felt no pain, and she had a little hope. Carefully examining the sheet, Chen didn't find a drop of blood on it, and she thought that someone had saved her. With difficulty remembering the events of the previous night, Chen tried to reconstruct the events. She dreamed of Uchan, who had picked her up in the hallway. The girl thought that most likely it was Uchan who had pulled her out of the clutches of the sneaky bankers. Her head was splitting from the horrible pain, and there was no Uchan around. Chen couldn't believe it was him. She remembered she was alert, and turned on the sound recording on her phone so she could just listen to the recordings. With great interest, the girl pulled out her phone and pressed the play button on the recording. On the recording, she recognized her voice, questioning whether it was worth it for the company. Another voice was ordering phytotherapeutic drugs, bitter ginseng, and big yellow slipstone over the phone, and asking for them to be delivered urgently. Chen hesitated for a moment. The man's voice was very similar to her fiancé Wu Tian's, but it was like he was a little different. Meanwhile, the voice on the recording said that he needed those herbs fast and couldn't wait that long. Uchan's voice came from the phone. He asked the girl to hold on and assured her that she should not lose consciousness. It would kill her. With surprise, Chen recognized her own passionate voice, begging to take her immediately, and Yuchin's voice. He waved her away and demanded her to stop, saying he couldn't take this opportunity. Chen cried with shame and happiness as she continued to hear his voice. She was under the influence of the drug and could not disengage from Uchian. Chen grabbed her head. She didn't want to believe it was that jerk who had saved her. She convinced herself that it was definitely not him. He was a womanizer and couldn't refuse any woman who came on to him. Finally, she was tired of finding out who it was. Chen remembered that she had offended Manager Ju and began to worry that now she wouldn't be able to pay the bank. The door to the hotel room suddenly opened, and her secretary flew into the room, panting. She asked Chen what she was doing here, and told her that she had been trying to reach her all night. The secretary asked if she had been abused by the superintendents, and indicated her intentions to call the police. Chen smiled and, crying with happiness, said that everything turned out well. Someone had saved her. The secretary rejoiced and said that was just great news, but there was one more thing. She pulled out her phone and opened the news. A close-up of the bank managers kissing each other. The caption under the photo, 2 gay governors, and that was not all. The secretary leafed on, and on every page was a new photo and new captions. Real love between governors, the Claymores and their political affairs, and so on. Chen was trying to figure out who had done this. Is it possible that her savior? The secretary added that on top of that, their company received a certain amount of money, 29 million yuan. Chen, not believing her ears, asked where they were from. She suggested that they were from customers, but the secretary assured her that was impossible. The transfer was done by one person. The girl wondered who it could be. She came to the conclusion that her night savior could be the incognito. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of the room. Chen broke away from her long contemplation and invited her in. They were police officers. After introducing themselves and showing their official IDs, they asked for assistance in investigating the attack on Julun last night. Qianshan District, Wang Fengshi's house, a gray, dull high-rise building surrounded by the same. Someone knocked on the door and woke Yutina, who clearly had no intention of getting up since morning. He stretched lazily and muttered that he didn't know who it could be since morning had just come. He opened the door while standing in just his underwear. Standing outside the door was Zhang Xiaomei in the uniform of a police officer. A little embarrassed, she called Yi a pervert and said he could have put some of his clothes on. Smiling, Yutian asked the girl why she was blushing so much, and if it was because she was fascinated by his gorgeous body. Xiaomei shouted that he had nothing to brag about and demanded to follow her to the police station. They have suspicions that he was involved in the attack at night. Uchan asked for time and asked why she was the one who always accompanied him to the police station. He reminded her that they were related and asked her to be more polite to him. This enraged her and she demanded to get dressed. She said she needed to get evidence, not put him behind bars. Very slowly walking away to another room, Wutian paused, showing off his back, and said that he was going to get dressed. Xiaomei could barely contain herself. He took his pants and started to put them on right in front of her. Xiaomei couldn't stand it anymore and yelled at him that he was doing it on purpose. She demanded he change in the other room or she'd smack him right here. A posh black executive car was parked near the sidewalk. Xiaomei stood near the door and invited Wutian to take the passenger seat in the Mercedes. He turned the other way and declared that he didn't like this car and had his own car. Mei gritted her teeth in anger. She kept wondering why he might not have liked her car. Soon Yuqian himself appeared from around the corner. He walked proudly and drove an ordinary bicycle that shone in the sun with its polished parts. Xiaomei couldn't believe her eyes and asked Ye if this was really his car. Wutian was glad that he was able to impress Xiaomei. The young man said that it was a really cool thing. He could barely find it for a lot of money. Ye admitted that he wouldn't even sell it for 5 million yuan. Mei repeated his words, and nothing he said was beyond common sense. Getting on the bicycle, Wushan thought that the girl just didn't understand anything. After all, in the place where he came from, a bicycle is a very precious antique. He waved her goodbye and said they would see each other later. Xiaomei tried to stop him, but it was useless. She only looked helplessly at Ye's white back and started her car. That's how they drove down the road. Wutian was driving leisurely in the center of the lane, and Xiaomei was cautiously following him in the car. There were 2 guys watching them. One of them said it was relevant 10 years ago. His companion called the bike a wreck and the driver crazy. The first guy noticed that the driver of the car apparently knows the cyclist. Xiaomei tried to drive as slowly and carefully as possible. She just gripped onto the steering wheel. She was uncomfortable. Finally, they arrived at the police station. It was a tall yellow brick building. Stopping, Yuqin got off his bike and pulled out a bicycle cable with a lock, securing it to the rear wheel of his means of transportation. Mei asked him how he could be afraid that his bicycle might be stolen outside the police station. Uchan replied that she couldn't even imagine the true value of the thing, and added that he didn't want to argue with her further. The girl was simply shocked by his beliefs. After escorting Wutian to the interrogation room, Xiaomei opened the door and invited him in. She warned him that there was a man in the room who may have also been involved in the night's incident. Ye walked into the room and saw Miss Chen. She recognized him immediately and was startled. The girl obviously didn't expect to see him here. Wutian was also surprised and called the girl by her name, Chen Kaixin. Uchan approached the girl. They stared at each other in silence for a long time, an ocean of thoughts swirling in their heads. Finally, Wushin broke the silence and asked Miss Chen how she was feeling. A note of tenderness could be heard in his voice. The girl smiled and looked at him happily, and then asked him what he himself thought about it. Yutian scratched his head and said that he was actually just asking, and there was nothing wrong with it. The girl's face changed. The smile disappeared. She became a serious businesswoman again. Chen angrily asked what Ye meant. She had just knocked herself down and still couldn't find it anywhere. Does Wutian really take her for a toy? Chen demanded to immediately explain who Wutian took her for and what she meant to him. Yushin couldn't explain anything to her. It wouldn't seem true anyway. So he just gave a pathetic attempt at an apology. The girl with tears in her eyes stood looking at him. It wasn't long ago that she hated him, and she wasn't the only one. But now she wanted to go back to the old relationship. Zhang Xiaomei brought the papers and asked them to put aside the family squabbles as they were here for business. After a while, Wutian and Chen left the police station and headed to a cafe. They sat at a table on the luxurious couches opposite each other and were just as silent, hesitant to start a conversation. Finally, Wushin asked first if Chen was happy that she was engaged to him. Kexin looked at him carefully, her eyes starting to water. Her gaze became sad. The girl says she will only tell when Yi answers the question of whether they rescued her last night, and she demands an honest answer. Yuchen said it was really him and saved her completely by accident. Chen wondered how Ye knew that was where she was. And besides, given the circumstances, why didn't Wutian take her up on her offer? Ye said he discovered her completely by accident, and Chen would hate him for the rest of his life if he did. He said he felt sorry for the girl. She had been through a lot. Miss Chen, hesitating, thanked him. He had saved her honor anyway, and that meant a lot to her. She was surprised to think that Ye had never apologized before, and this wasn't like him at all. Thinking back, she asked Yuchen why he was using those Chinese phytotherapeutic herbs and doubted that he had basic medical skills. Yuchen explained that he happened to come across a folk remedy that is an antidote to the aphrodisiac. Wushin said that Chen hadn't answered his question yet, and voiced it again in case she had managed to forget, whether Miss Chen was happy to be engaged to him. The girl immediately cried and asked how she could be happy. After all, he's always gambled in casinos, and now he's run off somewhere, leaving his fiancée alone. Yuchen closed his eyes and sat for a while, thinking about something. Did he regret what he had done? Without raising his eyes, he told Kexin that he was sorry, but they would have to break their engagement. Chen cried even more. She didn't understand why Wutian felt this way about her. After all, they had just found each other. Yuchen stood up from the table, showing that his decision was final and irrevocable. Ye explained that Kexin wouldn't be happy with him. After breaking the engagement, the company will belong to her personally. Wutian thinks she deserves it more than he does. The girl couldn't say a word. Yi added that he would find time and come to her house to talk about it in about a couple of days. Chen was sad. As she followed his back with her gaze, she kept crying. No, this was not the meeting she had expected. Chen family mansion. It's late evening, the sky with a beautiful dark blue hue. Chen sat in her home on the spacious couch and was silent. She didn't feel like talking to anyone. The parents were sitting right there. Chi Chiyun, the girl's mother, asked what was wrong, as Chen hadn't been so glum and depressed in a long time. Chi asked if she was sick. Cheng Peizhong also asked his daughter what was bothering her. He wanted to help. Finally, Chen started talking and revealed that the young man wanted to break their engagement. Qi asked who she meant. Chang interjected that he had really said that and asked what would happen to the company now. The girl said that by mutual decision, the company would stay with her. Peizhong rejoiced at the news and exclaimed that it was great. When he realized that he looked very happy, he faltered and asked him to ignore it. Of course, the company had nothing to do with it. But he was just happy that his daughter was finally rid of that cretin. Qiyun informed Chen that her sister was coming back tonight and suggested we celebrate. Even though her parents were happy, Chen still said that she was in absolutely no mood and went to her room. Watching her, Qi noticed her sadness and asked her husband if he thought Chen was being overly sad. Peizhong confirmed that she really should be happy, but she looked very disappointed. The girl retired to the shower. Here she could finally put her thoughts in complete order. As she adjusted the right temperature, Chen thought about the fact that Wutian looked completely different now, not like before. Even though she had managed to get rid of Yushin, the girl still couldn't lift her spirits, and that made her even sadder. Wutian arrived at Miss Chen's house the very next day, on a bicycle. He looked sad, too. When the girl's parents saw him, they were stunned. Peizhong exclaimed how he could have come on a bicycle. Chen thought he had become a different person, and didn't even look at the car worth less than $1 million. She was amazed that Ye arrived on a bicycle. Wutian sat across from Chen's parents and decided not to sit around for long. Turning to Mr. and Mrs. Chen, he offered to get right down to business. Ye explained that he had come to break off his engagement to Keishin. Wuchen said he wasn't good enough for Kexin, and she has suffered a lot since their engagement. And now it's finally time to end this strange relationship. It's for the best. The girl's parents interjected. E had managed to evoke positive emotions in them. Pejong remarked that he seemed to know his place and asked about his future plans. Chung asked if he was going to return to the Ye family. Uchin said dismissively that he would not do what he was told to do, much less intend to return. He has his own principles. Pejong resented not being welcomed back into the family and asked why he was leaving Keishin's company then. Wutian replied that the girl deserved it much more. After all, she had put a lot of effort into the development of the company, while Ye had done nothing for the company or for Keishin. Turning to Miss Chen, the young man asked her to sign her documents. Immediately afterward, the company would be taken over by her. Keishin asked for the papers to be left for her, saying she would read them at her leisure and then sign them. Seeing Chen's hesitation, Pejong immediately started to press her and persuade her that this is a big chance and they still want to break the engagement. She won't lose anything, and Ye will never touch her again. The girl responded by saying that she knew perfectly well how to act, and asked E if he had transferred that huge sum of money for the company. Uchun had to admit that he was the one who had saved the company from collapse. Chen watched him sadly. She shouted at him and asked him for what reason he wanted to break the engagement and why to do so. Uthion asked to consider it as compensation or atonement. She exclaimed, "What redemption can we talk about if he just gave her 29 million without hesitation?" Pejong clearly wasn't prepared to hear such an amount, and he immediately felt sick. He clutched at his heart, tried to stay on his feet, but still slowly settled to the floor. Ki asked her to bring the pills as soon as possible, while she herself was trying to support her husband at this moment. Chen looked at her father excitedly. She was also very worried about him. On the table in a special case were 4 kinds of pills, each in its own box. There was a glass of water next to it. Pejong was put on the bed and covered with a blanket. Ki reproached him for being so overexcited and asked him what was the reason. Pejong exclaimed that it was 29 million, as much as 29 million, and grabbed his heart again. He had another seizure, and Chen said in a firm voice that did not tolerate objections that they would take him to the hospital. Yuchen asked them not to worry, assured them he could handle himself, and rolled up his sleeves. The girl's parents looked at him dumbfounded. They didn't know how E could help them. Clasping 3 fingers into a fist, E left only his middle and index fingers. Making intricate movements with those fingers, and as if striking Pejong from afar, Wutian began to rapidly recite something between incantations and gibberish. Huajai, Yutang, Zigong, Zhongwen. His fingers made lightning-fast movements that no one could follow. Pejong closed his eyes in pain. Mother and daughter were very anxious and clung to each other's hands. Uchi began to make pinpoint jabs, going from the caddy lower down to the ribcage. Finally, a satisfied Pejong said he felt great. A stunned Chen S caught herself thinking that Ye knew how to give a massage and she didn't even know it. Wutian nonchalantly listed the symptoms: lumbago, coldness in the extremities, drowsiness, and weakness. He said that Pejong needed careful care and began to write a prescription: 10 grams of ginseng, atractalodes, ginger root, licorice or bear licorice. Giving the recipe to Kexen, Yi asked her to boil 1,500 milliliters of water to a volume of 500 milliliters. He said that this remedy should be taken 3 times a day for a week. Both mother and daughter were utterly amazed at the talents of the man they had just recently called a jerk, and now looked at him with grateful eyes. Yuchen, on the other hand, asked them what the big deal was and asked them to look at the prescription, not at him. Ki asked him in surprise when it was that he had time to become a doctor. Yi replied that he just picked up a medical book and learned it by himself. The young man apologized and said he had to go. Pejong thought about the fact that perhaps all this time Ye had just been playing dumb. The girl's parents were left to stare astonished at the back of their failed son-in-law. Kaisen picked up the company documents from the table and twirled them in her hands. She wondered what would happen next if she left things the way they were. She thought it was a nice try on Yi's part, but she still wouldn't sign the papers and threw them on the table. Wang Fangxi's house, a dull gray high-rise building that didn't stand out from the others. Wutian plugged the phone charger into the outlet and sat down to study the documents. He was surprised to find that the Ye family was well known in Dongcheng. Yi analyzed the data. It turned out that the original owner of his body looked like a popular playboy, but he was bullied and looked down upon by his family. Yutian decided he just had to get justice for exploiting his body. He was sure that even if he did nothing, someone from Yi's family could still make a claim. After all, it was a matter of inheritance. Wuqian lay back and pondered that now the company had disappeared along with the bride. But coping with Yi's family without money was just a waste of time. Making money is the main problem at the moment. Chen Kaishin Company, a large high-rise glazed building with phantasmagorical curves. That's where Mr. Yuchen was headed, having picked up some fancy dressy clothes and fancy shoes. He walked leisurely, hands in his pockets. Over his shirt was a green jacket with yellow lining, his favorite. Upon seeing him, the staff immediately started discussing his appearance. One waiter said that Mr. E was back, which was cool. The other guy remarked that he hadn't seen Mr. E for a long time either. One girl asked why Wu Tian was not having fun at the casino, but had come to the headquarters. Paying no attention to anyone, Yuchen walked down the hallway until he reached the door he needed. In the office were Miss Chen and her secretary. Both of them were surprised by the appearance of the young man. Without saying hello, Ye asked if Kexen had signed the documents and said that he had come to get them. Immediately he held out his hand for them. Kexen intercepted his hand and squeezed his fingers. He didn't understand why she did that. The girl admitted that she didn't have those papers right now and continued to hold his hand. Chen said she had to meet an important client and invited him to follow her. Yuchen couldn't understand what had gotten into her head. She never explained anything. Kaishin was literally pulling him along and didn't want to hear any excuses. Wuqian thought for a moment that she had lost her mind and didn't want to accept the company. The secretary was also quite surprised. She knew very well that her general manager simply hated this loser, so why introduce him to important clients? The three of them arrived at the hotel, a high-rise glassed-in building with bizarre asymmetrical shapes. Kaishin and the secretary walked ahead, Wutian trailing the procession, wondering why they had come here. Engrossed in his thoughts, he glanced at the exquisite figure of his former fiancée. He only now realized how good-looking Kexen was. When it was too late, Yudian stared at her luscious buttocks and long legs and realized he had rushed in. Closing his eyes, he followed the girls and regretted breaking the engagement. Kexen caught his gaze and asked him to stop staring at her and explained that he should help her today since he knew how to drink a lot and not get drunk. She reminded him that Ye used to drink wine and pick up girls with his friends. Walking in the door, Chen happily told Jun that here they were. There were three men sitting around a round table. In the center sat Zhong Jian, the CEO of an international group in China. Jun told Miss Chen that she looked absolutely gorgeous and invited everyone to the table. A terrible thought occurred to Yutina that he just couldn't get rid of. Ye noticed the 8 bottles on the table and began to suspect that the fat man just wanted to get Chen drunk and rape her. John said that since Miss Chen is ready, he suggests getting right down to business. He demanded a drink with him in order to deal with him. It was the only way Jian recognized people's character. Kexen whispered in Ye's ear that it was necessary to have a drink with him. Otherwise, it would be difficult to do business with him. Wutian thought that he was acting as a drunkard here. Jian said that he decided to make an exception, and he would agree to a deal if the three of them would drink more for him. Kexen lit up, but Ye slowed her down. He had his own considerations. He asked the girl to take her time deciding, and asked how much was at stake. Kexen replied that 10 million, and without that, the company would be doomed. She is confident that they will succeed. Ye's brain started frantically regenerating ideas. He had to beat Jian by any means necessary. Yutian smirked. His own idea was clearly more interesting than the one he had proposed. He asked John if he wanted to play a bigger game. Wutian said that 10 million was too little, and he wanted to play for 50 million. Kashin turned white with horror. She figured E would definitely ruin the company, and she shouldn't have brought that idiot here. John smiled and was interested in the offer. He was starting to get into the excitement. Yuchen offered to drink him 2 bottles of liquor, and then E would add 5 million for each new glass. Kexen tried to stop it all and told John that Ye was just joking, and not to take him seriously. She thought that Ye was definitely an idiot, and there was no need to bring him. John asked Chen if she doubted his sincerity. His eyes were wary. Chen said she just knows him very well, and he can't drink that much. He would fall down from 1 bottle, let alone 2. Wutian grudgingly thought that he didn't seem to be that bad. Why else would they have called him here? Yushin put his arm around her shoulders and asked her to give him a chance. They should take a chance. The girl froze. She didn't have the words to express her emotions. She didn't know how to exit with dignity. Chewing his food, Jian asked who Miss Chen was to the young man. Ahead of Kexen's answer, Ye smiled and said that he was her fiancé, Ye Wutian, and immediately added that it wouldn't be soon, as he would break their engagement tomorrow. This was news to the secretary, and she wondered why they would break off the engagement. Kaishin was distressed and lost in speculation as to what was wrong with her. She didn't know why Ye was in such a hurry to break off the engagement and suspected that he had another woman. Wutian ordered Wang Man to prepare a new contract, and he himself apologized that he needed to go to the bathroom and promised to return soon. He stepped out and closed the door firmly behind him. He looked around to make sure no one was watching him. Yutian pulled a small envelope of powder from his pocket, fastened with 2 pins. He poured the entire contents of the envelope into his mouth. Now he was a part of any drinking party. I carefully licked the powder residue from my lips. It was time to go and defeat the enemy. Yutian entered the hall and apologized to the audience for keeping them waiting. Taking one of the liquor bottles in his hand, he asked John to watch carefully. Immediately he grabbed the bottle, drained it in a volley as if it were a bottle of plain water. Jian was very surprised. He had never seen such a thing before, even opening his mouth. Kexen still didn't believe in him and eyed him with suspicion. She was afraid he would fall under the table immediately. Wutian calmly finished the second bottle to the bottom and loudly placed the empty bottle on the table. Wiping his mouth, he said he hadn't had such delicious liquor in a very long time. Kexin walked over to him, took his hand, and asked him worriedly if he was okay. His hand went to the hollow of Chen's breasts, and he felt how soft they were. Yuchen said he'd be fine if she didn't let him go. They stood back to back, and Chen wondered if it was time he stopped pretending to be innocent. John was delighted. He praised Ye in every way possible and suggested an innovation. A bottle now counted as 3 glasses. Wushin didn't mind and took the bottle. He said he would do as Jun wanted. Kexin asked him to be very careful and not to force himself. She thought that he might die if he continued like this. Opening the bottle, Ye turned to her and asked if Chen was worried about him. She was indignant and thought it was bullshit and it would be better if he died of drunkenness. Wu Qin drank the 3rd bottle standing up. John was very satisfied with what he saw. He turned the bottle upside down, showing that he had drunk it all and was not withholding a drop of liquor. Kexin exclaimed joyfully that they were saved and earned 15 million. The secretary also praised Wu Tian, but here Yi takes another bottle of liquor, drinks it calmly, and puts the empty container on the table. A minute passes, and Wu Qin reaches for the next bottle, pours it down his throat, and finishes the rest of the liquor with his last strength. With a clatter, Yi joins the empty bottle to the ones already standing earlier. The liquor is gone. He looks at Jian with a victorious smile. His breath has turned into alcoholic vapors. Leaning over to Jun, Ye demands his 50 million and expresses his hope that he won't regret it. Jian laughed and thanked him for his excellent work. He said he was sincerely convinced today and asked him to give him the contract to sign. Both Kexin and the secretary were thrilled that it was so simple. As they left, they bowed to Jian. Wutian remained standing and didn't even tilt his head. Chen threw herself around his neck and exclaimed that it was amazing. She asked how he did it. The secretary was more restrained in her emotions and just thanked him warmly. Wutian, holding his bride in his arms, confessed that he was obsessed with Bacchus. Kaixin did not understand him. Chen Kaixin Company, a large high-rise glazed building with phantasmagorical curves. Chen was sitting in her office filling out paperwork. She thought about the fact that could Ye be her fiancé. After all, he didn't take advantage of the moment when she was in a drunken state. He has great medical skills and seems to have become an adequate person. Leafing through the document, the girl thought she had to sign this agreement to break the engagement. She started to sign the contract, and then the phone on the table rang. Kexin happily picked up the phone. She was very happy that Hao had returned. Kexin and Hao met at a large 2-story restaurant. Hao could afford it. They sat across from each other at a comfortable table on the 2nd floor. A vase of plants stood beside them. Ouyang Hao told her that he had heard about what happened to her and asked if everything was fine now. Kexin cried and couldn't say a word. She was tormented by doubts. On the one hand, she should break off her relationship with Ye. But on the other hand, this was already a completely different kind man with healing skills. Hao said that she can cry all she wants. She shouldn't be killed so much. Chen covered her face with her hands and burst into tears. Hao sat silently and waited. Finally, Kexin began to tell, sobbing every now and then, that Ye had suddenly disappeared, leaving her alone in this company, and she was really upset. Hao took out a handkerchief from his pocket and stood up, intending to wipe Chen's face. Suddenly, she intercepted his hand, thanked him for the handkerchief, and told him she could handle it herself. Hao first thought that she was amidst the stress. She was refusing him unconsciously. He said he came back just for her and asked her to go with him and forget about that jerk finally. Hao offered to live with him exactly as they had imagined it before. The girl hesitated a bit and didn't know what to say to her companion. Seeing her confusion, Hao continued to press her and told her that he knows her fiancé and that he doesn't deserve her. Chen swiveled her head in all directions and couldn't find a comfortable position anywhere, and simply asked to change the subject. Hao insisted that they should talk about it. He didn't take advantage of expressing his feelings on campus then, but he wouldn't give up this time. Hao asked if Kexin loved him. In tears, Chen asked Hao to leave. She was starting to get fed up with this topic. Hao started yelling at the girl and proving that her whole life will be ruined if this continues. Was she really hoping for a happy life with Ye? Kexin got up from the table and, stammering, said that she didn't know anything, and she had to go. Hao rushed after her and tried to stop her, but she silently walked away from him. Finally, he stopped resentfully, realizing it wasn't going to work anyway. It's late evening. All the windows in the Chen family's mansion were lit. Chen came home. Qi cheerfully said that Hao came by this afternoon and was supposed to call her. She was just putting flowers in a vase. Kexin didn't react in any way to the message about Hao, only throwing in a glimpse that she would go take a shower. Qi told Peijong that their daughter looked unhappy, though she should be happy that Hao was back. Her husband replied that she just needed time. Kaixin sat in the bathtub and thought that Hao was right and should have ended this absurd relationship. But she refused him, and she doesn't know for what reason. She thought she might have fallen in love with Eutenia. But then she dismissed the thought, telling herself that she couldn't fall in love with such a womanizer. The next day, Miss Chen approached the large building where her office was located. She wasn't feeling quite right, as she hadn't slept well, and was trying to set herself up for work. While thinking about her own thoughts, Kexin almost collided with an enormous bouquet of roses. Hao himself was rushing towards the girl from the office building, holding flowers in his hand. Chen was surprised to ask Hao what on earth he was doing here. She looked confused. With a smile, Hao handed her a bouquet of roses and told her it was for her, and at the same time asked if she was free at noon to have lunch with him. The girl staggered back. She wasn't ready to accept his offer, certainly not now. Wu Tian rode up to them on a bicycle glistening in the sun and asked what they were doing here. Smiling, Yi clarified, not interrupting them by accident. He was wearing his favorite yellow-green jacket. Kexin was embarrassed. She was almost crying and couldn't say a word. She didn't dare to make a choice. Hao approached Wu Tian and asked him to step aside for business negotiations. Wu Tian asked if he knew that Kexin had a fiancée. He thought it was very brazen of Hao to flirt with his fiancée. After all, he could have waited for a spat. Hao felt right about the situation, so he started being rude and said that it didn't change anything. He told Yi that he was not thinking straight and had done nothing for the girl in the last year. On that basis, he is hardly worthy of being her fiancé. Wu Tian replied that it was none of his business and advised him to stay away from her. Then he asked who he was that he had come here. Hao replied that he had no right to tell him what to do, but he himself was not forbidden from courting Kaixin. He asked him to leave the girl alone so that she could be happy. Leaning his face closer to Hao's head, Ye confidingly informed him that it was the girl's choice, in case he wasn't aware. He added that Hao wasn't that good since the girl still hadn't agreed to be with him. This infuriated Hao, and he warned Ye that he forbade touching the girl or he might regret it greatly. Rolling up his sleeves, Ye shrieked that he didn't know who he was messing with and offered to punch him if Hao had any courage. Kexin couldn't watch the growing conflict any longer and screamed, demanding that it stop immediately. Wu Tian slowly turned to her, looking at her face for several seconds with a studying gaze. Suddenly, he unclenched his fists and said she was mistaken to think he was really willing to fight for her. Quickly turning around, he walked out of the building, causing the stunned girl and Hao to stare at his back. He walked away with his hands shoved carelessly in his pockets, showing that he didn't care about what was going on. Miss Chen looked after him and wondered why Wu Chen looked so disappointed and why she herself was having such a hard time going through all of this. Hao just hummed and asked the girl again if she could have lunch with him today at noon. Kexin apologized and said she'd be busy, most likely. Chen then said she had some things piling up and asked him to leave the building. When she went into her office, she was surprised to see Eugenia there. He was sitting in her seat. Pretending to fill out some paperwork, he motioned for her to enter as a regular visitor. Chen was very surprised by the young man's behavior and asked if he was drunk by any chance. Ye replied that she was right. He'd had a few drinks, but he wouldn't want to have a conversation on the subject. Kexin said that she meant something completely different. Wu Qian said it was none of his business at all, and he just wanted to know when she would sign the agreement. He added that today is his last visit to the office and he will not set foot here again. Kexin looked at him with sadness in her eyes, and thought about how Yi didn't need to do this if he just wanted to hide from her. In Kexin's office, Wu Qian stood up, stretched, and said that the work was finally finished and could go home. Chen was already ready and stood with her purse in the office doorway. Hao wasn't going anywhere. He waited for them near the exit of the building with his hands in his pants pockets. As he passed by, Wu Tian threw carelessly in Hao's direction that this guy annoyed him a lot, and he didn't understand what Hao was keeping here. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a red sports car rapidly approaching. The Ferrari braked sharply at the sidewalk, making a circle on the spot. The smell of burnt rubber spread quickly through the air. Wu Tian looked at the car driver in surprise, not understanding what he wanted here. The driver got out of the sports car and cheerfully said it was the scum of Yi's family, and remembered that they hadn't seen each other in a while. Hao bowed to the driver and said that he was happy to see Mr. Ye and welcomed him. He replied cheerfully that he had not expected to see Mr. Ouyang here. After pointing his finger at Kexin, Mr. Ye asked Hao if he had come for her. Miss Chen held Ye's hand and was just outraged that things were being decided for her just like that. Duckling let go of her hands, hummed, and turned around, intending to leave. The girl immediately rushed after him and grabbed Yi by the sleeve, trying to stop him. Ye turned around. Kexin asked why he was going to just pick up and leave. Wu Tian said he had no business being here anyway, unless she wanted him to be the third extra. The driver of the car approached him and asked him to wait, calling him a loser. He said that Wu Tian sees the future heir of the Yi family in front of him, and wanted to know what Wu Tian thought about it. Wu Tian asked if he was really the future heir of the family and said that he didn't care at all. He added that they were wrong to think that the Ye family was so powerful, and he was very worried about leaving. So he asked Yi to tell them that Yi's family would soon be taken over, and it will be in Wu Tian's hands, and will be completely under his control. Kexin watched Wutian's behavior and was surprised. After all, he used to hide every time he saw people from the family, but now he was talking to Ye Guang in such a tone. Hao also found Wutian's actions unusual, and he decided to find out what was going on. Guan started yelling that Ye is crazy, and the family will never go under his control. Wutian mumbled that Guan had made a good point, but they would soon realize on their own that they were the ones who had been thrown out of the Yi family by the losers. Guan clenched his teeth in anger and said that he would look forward to that moment to see his desperate look. Wutian said that he would take back everything that the topic rightfully belongs to, and added that the Yi family belongs to him. Keishin thought admiringly that he was nothing like that Ye Wutian, and he was really so cool. Guan hummed and threatened Ye that he would answer for his words someday. He decided to return to the original purpose of the visit, and thought it was very important for him to make a good relationship with Hao, and this loser wasn't going to run anywhere. Ouyang continued to press on Kexin and forced her to make her choice here and now. Chen said she forgot to do something, so she had to go back to work. A disgruntled Hao tried to detain the girl and shouted after her, but Guang told him that he knew some things about Wutian. He said that he had heard about Ye's impending breakup of his engagement to Kaixin, and that he had given her his company. Guang friendly offered to arrange a date with Kaixin. Hao should only tell him. Ouyang was immediately interested in the offer and accepted it, asking for more details. Kexin stood in her office and watched the scene through the large office window. She asked aloud, as if she were talking to Yutina, about his life's journey and what he had experienced during that year. Remembering the way he had proudly walked away from her in the distance, Chen thought of Ye going to break off the engagement. As if understanding her thoughts, the secretary tried to reason with her boss and asked her to just get over it. She said that Ye Wutian was no match for Chen at all, and Ouyang Hao was much better. Even though Ye had changed a lot, he was still a womanizer. The secretary said he could have done it just on a whim and she'd better make a decision before he changes his mind. Kexin didn't know what to do anymore. She was very confused lately. Chen went to the window again, looked thoughtfully into the distance, and said she needed to think. Duck, meanwhile, was approaching his two-wheeled means of transportation. Taking the bike for a spin, he ordered the previous owner of the body to calm down and said that he would bring back Yi's family for him. However, he added that his fiancée seems to be involved with another man, and Yi is not sure if he can keep her. Getting on his bike, Wutian told himself it was time to become a miracle doctor, and rode off into the distance. Soon a great many people were gathered in one place. Some came with interest, some out of curiosity. There were some who asked him to stop. On the cross hung a white cloth with a large print inscription. The banner offered a variety of services to those who wanted them. You could kill the enemy. You could be cured and become perfectly healthy. You could be cured of impotence. You could give birth to a girl or a boy. And in all this, only he, the miracle-working doctor, the one and only one, will help. At a small table, with only a notepad and pen on it, sat Wutian, wearing dark glasses, nonchalantly. He attracted a lot of attention, and soon there was a long line to his makeshift office. With his glasses down on his nose, he gazed into the eyes of potential clients, arousing even more interest. The table was immediately overrun with visitors, asking what hospital he represented and whether he was licensed. Wutian replied that he does not belong to any hospital as his services are too expensive for any hospital. People started shouting from the crowd that he had escaped from a mental institution altogether, and no one would believe him anyway. He said that freedom is always for volunteers, and people who trust him treat him as a priceless treasure and nothing less. A small minibus was driving slowly down the street. Those sitting in it noticed a large crowd of people. The girl was interested in the noise and asked to stop the van and said she had to check it out. Pushing through the crowd, journalist Wang walked towards the future sensation. Immediately, she recognized the wonderful doctor even with dark glasses and was surprised. She laughed and asked Yuqian what he was doing here, the fool that he was. He replied that it was fine and he could safely call it a panacea or something, and asked her to mind her own business. Wang said no one would approach him if he kept this up and offered to help. A journalist interviewed him and he was quickly launched on television. Utian stood in the frame and was asked if clients would come to him. Smiling, he said that soon everyone would know about his miraculous powers. The journalist asked if Utian considers himself a special person. He replied simply, and said that while others laugh at his insanity, he laughs at their short-sightedness. Kexin watched the broadcast in her office and choked on her water with laughter. She started laughing loudly and called her secretary to laugh at Utina. The secretary asked if Kexin was angry, because Ye is her ex-fiancé and he should be ashamed. Kexin replied that it looked interesting, and she wanted to see how it would all end. The secretary shrugged and left, thinking that Kexin and Wuqian had changed a lot, and Chen would have gone crazy if this had happened sooner. The large 4-story mountain villa of the Yi family was also watching the video broadcast. Wutian stood right in the frame and revealed that he wears dark glasses to get a better view of the beauties. He noted that girls usually wore dark silk stockings under his dark sunglasses. Guan urged his father to look at Ye and see what a moron he really was. The Ye Hengchai family's eldest son asked his younger brother with a smile if his son was now on the screen. Wu Qian's father thought that Ye hadn't contacted him since he returned to Dongcheng and couldn't understand what he was doing now. The patriarch of the Yi family smashed his 5 fingers on the table with a swing, unable to contain his emotions. He started cursing and cursing Wu Tian, what a lousy sheep he was. The patriarch told Hendon that he was aware of his secret funding and asked him to stop supporting Yushin from now on, as it had gone too far. Hendon tried to persuade the patriarch and pleaded that it was his son. Guan added fuel to the fire and told his grandfather that he had seen Wu Tian yesterday, and the latter had promised to throw everyone out on the street. The patriarch flushed with indignation that Yi had dared to say such a thing and asked Hendon to stop supporting him or he would regret it himself. Turning to Hendong, Guang said that he would be left without a daughter-in-law apparently, and explained that Ye Wutian had proposed breaking off his engagement to Chen Kaixin. Hendon couldn't stand it himself after that. He had spent too much effort to choose the perfect wife for his son, and he simply breaks off the engagement. His wife Weirong gently took his hand and asked him to calm down. Hendong's youngest daughter Ye Feqiao gently hugged his other hand and said that her brother must have some reason for doing so. She asked him not to be angry with him. Guang revealed that he also saw Ouyang Hao, who likes Chen Kaixin, and this is their chance to get along with the Ouyang family. The patriarch angrily replied that Ye was the most influential family in Dongcheng, and you can't compare their family and the Ouyang family. He said that Guan could do Hao a favor if necessary. Ye Dongshuan, Wu Tian's aunt, told the patriarch that Chen Kaixin now owned the company and cleaned up the mess left by Wu Tian, and she knew how to deal with such a businessman. Hendon couldn't take it anymore and demanded that everyone calm down. He reminded them that she was his daughter-in-law and demanded that they stay away from her. The patriarch of the family slapped his hand loudly on the table again. He was finally fed up with this. Sitting down on the couch, he asked Fendon what he wanted, and told him that Wu Tian would not return to this house as long as he himself was alive. Wu Tian stood at his desk, inviting everyone to use the services of the miracle doctor. The journalist was sitting next to him. She reminded him that it was noon and no one had approached him yet, and asked if he was sure of what he was doing. Wu Tian replied that it's always difficult at first and sooner or later someone will come up anyway. A man approached him, pushing through the crowd. There were cheers from the crowd, and they immediately recognized the man as Dr. Wu, a famous professor. Happy to have finally found Wu Tian, he said that he had a suitable patient for Yi and he should be interested. Yi said he was interested in whether he would be paid and asked about the patient's symptoms. A fellow in the crowd remarked that Dr. Wu was familiar with the quack. His companion remarked that he might be able to do something. The doctor called Yi the patient's symptoms: hemiplegia, numbness of limbs, slurred speech. He also added that it had been 2 days. Yuqin assumed it was a stroke and said that 2 days wasn't that bad, not all was lost. An obese man started making his way to the table. He shouted that he had to see the doctor. Utian pulled his glasses down on his nose to better assess the customer and began to gaze at him. He quickly assessed the client's symptoms and ability to pay based on basic features. Bald and fat, wears a huge gold necklace, an expensive watch, and a fancy suit. He thought the fat man should have a rich man tag on his head. He liked rich customers like that. A man ran up to the table and said his name was Shen Ding and asked to tell the doctor what was wrong with him. After throwing a fleeting glance at him, Yi said quickly and without hesitation that he had swelling, fatigue and weakness, bad stools, and kidney failure. Tink rejoiced, recognized that he was indeed a miracle doctor, and asked for help, shaking his hand with his own too. Wujin said it's no problem, but we should discuss the cost of treatment, as his services are not cheap. Holding out the promissory note, Ding cheerfully said that he only needed to help, and the 100,000 yuan check would become Ye's property. Wuqian showed a look of surprise on his face, and said that 100,000 yuan was too little. His services cost 1 million yuan. The man was amazed. It was very expensive, but health is more expensive, so he agreed. He shouted that he would agree if Ye could really cure his illness, and hurriedly wrote a check for 1 million yuan. Wuqian laughed and said that he was happy with their deal, and the fat man wouldn't regret it. He began to quickly write out a prescription: Zog medicinal dogwood, Poria coconut, Tuchung, Frustus brucinetti, fennel, medicinal morinda, polygala root, Chinese magnolia fruit, etc. He handed over the prescription and said that the man should mix the Fructus brucinetti with liquor and soak the medicinal morinda in the liquor. At the drugstore, one should make pills of these at 10 grams per pill. You need to take this twice a day, and then Tink will feel rested and energetic. He added that there is no problem with the prescription, the man just needs to take it. Fatty thanked him and thought that if even Dr. Wu thought the prescription was effective, then this guy really is a miracle doctor. Wang looked at Wuqian with envy and thought how easy it was for him to make 1 million and asked herself how much she as a journalist had to work to get 1 million. Wu Tian told Wang that she should now realize that 20,000 yuan for a prescription is not much at all, and asked her how she was feeling. Wang hummed that she wasn't feeling so good. She was in a frustrated state of mind. It was late evening. All the windows in the Chen family's house were lit. Kexin was lying on the couch reading the latest city news on her laptop. A cell phone was lying next to her. The news posted a large photo of Ye and wrote that the first patient was treated at a cost of 1 million yuan. No one knew whether he was a quack or really a miracle doctor. Kexin smiled and decided that Wu Tian was indeed an unusual young man. He was becoming interesting to watch. The phone rang and vibrated. The display showed Hao's name. Chen didn't want to talk to him, so she waited for him to disconnect the call himself. But the phone wouldn't stop ringing, so Kexin shoved it under her pillow. Even from there, it buzzed annoyingly. Ouyang sat in the car and called Chen's phone while watching her windows. He knew the girl was home. Finally, Hao got tired of the girl ignoring him, opened the car door and got out. The look was very sad. He couldn't understand why Chen was ignoring him. Hao looked at the window the girl was hiding behind and exclaimed that she wouldn't be able to hide from him forever. Qi went up to the second floor and knocked gently on her daughter's door. When she opened the door, she cheerfully said that Hao had come and asked her to come out and say hello to him. It was news to Kexin that Ouyang was already here, and she flashed downstairs. Appearing in the living room, she greeted Hao as if nothing had happened. Hao first asked the girl why she hadn't returned his calls and if she was sick. Chen assured him that everything was fine and not to worry, she was just a little tired. Qi said she was working too hard and suggested that Hao go to the movies or something with her, just as long as they didn't stay home. Kexin started to refuse. But Hao had already taken the lead and said it was a good idea, and for the sake of propriety asked what Kexin thought. Chen had to agree. Soon she was ready for an evening stroll. Walking through the night city, they soon reached a large square with a beautiful cascading fountain. Hao said the square was a great place for a walk. But Chen looked as glum as before, and Ouyang wondered if Wu Tian was the reason for her sadness. Chen began to deny in every possible way that she had nothing to do with Wu Tian, and that it was a bad joke in general. From behind them came the ringing voice of a little girl, asking her uncle to hurry up. Behind them, Ye Wutian was riding a bicycle. He held the handlebars with one hand and held the little girl close to him with the other hand, holding her higher. The little girl was having a good time, and she was laughing and asking him to go faster. Uchan told her to hold on tight. He began driving in circles, changing hands as he went and grabbing the steering wheel alternately with his right and left hands. Kexin was surprised and wondered if this was definitely the same Ye Wuqian who had always been a womanizer. The girl's mother walked over to them and told Qianqian's daughter that it was getting late. They have to go home, so it's time to say goodbye to her uncle. Ouyang also recognized Wu Tian and asked Kexin what he could be doing here. Chen tugged his arm. She wanted to leave quickly, but it was too late. The lantern illuminated their faces and Wu Tian recognized them too. He immediately approached Chen Kaixin and asked what she was doing here. The girl turned away. She was excited and didn't want to blame or make excuses right now. Hao angrily asked him what was wrong and didn't he see that they were on a date. Ye turned around and left, but told Kexin lastly that he didn't mind if she met someone else, but she should remember that she was still his fiancée. After that, he asked to do all this after the official signing of the agreement. Wu Tian added that he hopes to still get the signed breakup agreement in his hands tomorrow. Tears came to Kaixin's eyes and she tried to justify herself to Wu Tian. She said that he had just misunderstood her and it wasn't what he thought. Kexin immediately returned home. She was angry at the whole world, especially since Hao meant absolutely nothing to her. Without even undressing, she tossed her bag onto the bed and immediately buried her nose into the pillow herself. She cried bitter tears and seemed to be having a conversation with Wu Tian, proving to him that he had misunderstood everything. Qi asked her husband if he knew why Chen returned so quickly. She looked very worried. Pei-jung replied that it was better for her to find out for herself. Kai yelled at him that after all, she was his daughter too and he could take some interest in her life. As she continued yelling, she said that she didn't understand why she didn't like Hao, because Wu Tian was much worse. Pei-jung asked Qi to keep her cool, because it's her daughter's decision, not hers. The next day, the alarm clock on her phone rang merrily in Chen's room, waking her up with the phrase, "Lazy piggy, time to get up." The girl sat up on the bed and realized that she had overslept again. The alarm clock kept blaring. Chen put her phone in her purse and yawned sweetly. She still had to wash her face and go to work. Opening her purse, she noticed it was missing and instantly woke up completely. She felt uneasy. She quickly shoveled through the contents of her purse, but she couldn't find what she was looking for. It was strange, because just yesterday the separation agreement had been in her purse, and now it wasn't. Kaixin was angry and crying and sad. She just couldn't understand where it had disappeared to. Chen Kaixin Company, a large high-rise glazed building with phantasmagorical curves. Chen rushed to the office and searched through all the nightstands and filing cabinets, but she couldn't find him anywhere, not even in the office. A cheerful secretary came running into the office and said she had good news. She handed Kexin a business card and informed her that someone was looking for her to cooperate. With just a glimpse of the business card, Chen was stunned. It belonged to Ye Dongchuan. After making herself comfortable, Ye Dongchuan III, Wu Tian's aunt, expressed her confidence that Chen was not surprised by her visit. Kexin assured her that everything was fine and said that she was welcome in the company. Dongchuan mumbled that she was a straightforward person and didn't like to beat around the bush. She was willing to cooperate with the girl on one small condition. Holding out the document to Chen, she asked for a break in her engagement to Ye Wutian. Dongchuan looked straight in front of her, studying the girl's reaction. Kexin nervously stood up from the table, intending to speak her mind. Dongchuan calmly asked her not to worry and look at the contract first. After a quick read of the terms of the engagement breakup, Chen stumbled over the numbers. She couldn't believe her eyes. She was being offered 300 million, a huge sum of money. And that was just for one signature. Dongchuan said that they would soon break the engagement anyway, and she was well aware of that. She said that as an intelligent person, Kexin should clearly understand the pros and cons. Chen was in no hurry to sign. She said she wanted to know what Dongchuan was after, and until she knew, she wouldn't sign the contract. Dongchuan replied to her that she was surprised by Chen's concern for her fiancé. She had thought that the girl didn't care. Kexin said that it's her personal business, and she shouldn't talk about personal relationships. Chen asked if she was doing it because she wanted to hurt Wutian. Dongchuan replied that the girl has personality but no weight in society, so she asks for a reply before lunch. She doesn't like to wait. Chen hesitated, holding the potential 300 million in her hand. She wondered why exactly Ye Dongchuan was coming to her after the agreement to break the engagement disappeared. She realized she had to rush home and find an agreement as quickly as possible. In the doorway, she faced her secretary. Behind her stood two men. The secretary asked if she was going home. The secretary said that Chen was being sought by two lawyers. The men approached Kexin. They said hello and said they were acting on behalf of Ye Wutian and were conducting a company handover. One of them held out a business card with the Tianjin Trading logo on it. Kexin asked what kind of transmission they were referring to. She didn't understand anything. The lawyer explained that since she had signed an agreement to break her engagement with his client Ye Wutian, the company should be rewritten in her name. Chen screamed that she hadn't signed any agreement and it was a mistake. The second lawyer handed the first lawyer the documents, and the latter handed them to Kexin. He said it was an agreement that she had personally signed. She quickly snatched the document from the lawyer's hands and wondered where they could have gotten this agreement. Looking at the end of the document, she saw her signature, but Kexin knew for sure that she hadn't signed it, and she couldn't figure out where they'd gotten the agreement. Kexin started yelling that it's impossible and she didn't sign anything at all, so the document is fake. The lawyer politely told her that if Chen doubted the authenticity of the report, she could apply for a handwriting expert. Kexin scowled and ran out of the office, nearly knocking the lawyers to the ground. Chen had tears in her eyes. She couldn't believe it. After all, it was impossible. The document was nowhere to be found. When Kexin ran out of the building, it was raining heavily outside. But Chen didn't care. She ran down the sidewalk and called out to Yutian, urging him to come back and explain the situation. The enraged Chen never tired of screaming. She ran on her heels and called out to her fiancé. Her screams were being confused into sobs and cries, and Chen was just asking him to show up and explain everything. While running, Kexin didn't look down and got caught on a rock sticking straight up in the sidewalk. Chen couldn't keep her balance, started to fall, and hit her face on the ground painfully. Kexin didn't care about anything now. She sat in her office clothes in the pouring rain, her hands resting on the sidewalk. Crying, the girl asked herself the same question. How could this have happened? She knew for sure that she hadn't signed anything. She hadn't signed, that's all. It was in this position that Hao found Chen. He ran to her rescue with an open umbrella and asked what had happened. Wutian stood on the other side of the street and watched Hao drop to one knee to help Kaixin to her feet. He told himself that this was the end, and she was no longer his fiancée as of today. Continuing his monologue, he added that this relationship might not have happened and apologized. Suddenly someone stopped him, putting his hands out in the middle of the sidewalk. Wutian slowed down. The secretary asked him why he was doing that and why he was treating the principal that way. He asked why she cared, since everyone around her wanted a rift, including her. The secretary started yelling at him that she was on the principal's side and that Wutian made her look sad all the time. She added that Kexin didn't sign the document and she was curious about what happened. Wutian asked in surprise about the signature and said he was sent the contract this morning. The agreement had Chen Kaixin's signature on it, so Yes signed it as well, that's all. He hummed and said he was leaving anyway, much to everyone else's delight. The secretary laughed after him and said that she now had a tape recorder and would solve any misunderstandings. Wutian arrived on the grounds of the private clinic with Dr. W. There were armed men standing near the facade and guarding the entrance. There were also fighters with machine guns everywhere in the building. and Ye reminded the doctor that he had promised to pay him after he arrived at the place. Wu Tian admitted that the place was a little scary for him. The doctor was silent, and he wondered who his patient was. Dr. Wu says his last name is Ning, and that's all the information he can give. Before entering the room, the doctor paused and asked me to watch my words inside and not to talk nonsense. There was a patient lying on a bed in the ward. There was a table with a chair next to it. There were also 2 men in the room. It looked like a father and son. They looked like each other, visually separated by about 20 years. The patient was an elderly, toothless grandfather. His eyes were closed and he was barely breathing. Coming closer and taking a closer look at him, E asked the doctor if this was the man they had been talking about. W replied in the affirmative. Wuchen looked thoughtfully and listed the symptoms: numb limbs, crooked eyes, powerlessness, purple horrible tongue. It was very serious, he said. The older man looked at him respectfully and thought he must be a very capable doctor. Grabbing Ye by the shoulder, he asked how much Wutian could be trusted. Wutian said that if he uses his medicine and special massage technique, he can be 70% sure. Getting to his favorite point about relating to clients, Ye said medical expenses will run into a penny. Dr. Wu turned pale after all he had warned E. He mentally advised Wutian to shut up. Had he forgotten about the armed men outside? But it all worked out. The guy handed Yu Tenyu a check for 5 million and the man said he would get a little more later. Wutian almost snatched the check out of the young man's hands and asked him to prepare a pen and papers, noting that he liked to talk to people who understood. At the table, E was quickly scribbling down a recipe: white snake flour, black snake, narcissus, turtle meal, white cardamom, dead silkworm, black aconite, dissected crocodile brain, Chinese clematis root, ephedra, cardamom, Chinese celery root. Finished with the prescription, he handed it to the man and asked him to bring clean towels. After 2 hours, he would wet the towels in a bowl of special solution. Wutian was applying lotions to the patient and thought that this disease required special treatment, and it was very likely that there would be complications. After finishing the towel treatment, Wutian was satisfied with the result and began the massage. When Ye finished all the necessary preparations, it was already midnight. The moon was shining brightly. Wutian started yawning and said he would appear here 3 times a day to make sure he knew the patient was taking everything on time. The man carefully wrote everything down in a notebook. He added that only in a month, perhaps 2, would his condition improve. The man continued to write down his every word in his notebook. Wutian and Dr. Wu walked through the city, strolling leisurely. The work was already behind them. The doctor praised Ye and said that Wutian's skills were much better than his own, and added that he was sorry to hear about the guy's fiancée. Wutian questioned the doctor if he meant the engagement, and said he didn't think the rumor would spread so quickly through the city. The doctor hinted that he has a granddaughter who is a stewardess, and she is a beauty. He asked E if he was interested. Wutian gasped with excitement. He didn't expect the doctor to have such a wonderful granddaughter. Wutian was already dreaming rosy dreams of a beautiful, long-legged and lush-breasted girl. Putting his arm around the doctor's shoulders, he said it sounded great. Dr. Wu promised that he would invite him to dinner when the time came. He would make all the arrangements. The doctor thought that E was too talented, and he just couldn't afford to lose him. Another night had fallen in the city. There was not a soul in the streets, only the wind rustling the signs of the buildings. He tossed and turned in bed for a long time and couldn't sleep. He even threw his pillow on the floor. At last, Wutian got what he wanted. 4 beautiful women appeared in his dream, and all of them wanted him. A sudden knock on the door interrupted the idyll, and the beauties disappeared in a flash. Wutian was even a little startled by the uninvited guests, but he didn't show it. He started yelling, why was there so much banging on the door, and who was up there at night? He could barely sleep as it was. Putting on his room slippers, E grudgingly started to open the front door, saying that he was dreaming about beautiful girls and shouldn't have been disturbed. A girl police officer stood outside the door. She looked silently at E, who came out in his underwear. She stood in front of the door and ordered him to dress immediately and follow her. He started to resent that it was actually his house, and if she's okay with it, he'll decide when he wants to get dressed. The officer repeated her request in a serious tone. She didn't like this naughty boy. Wutian said it was the first time he saw her at all and didn't understand why he would take her orders. Unexpectedly, he flew back into the apartment. His uninvited guest stood on the doorstep and demonstrated stretching. She said that no matter how humiliating it was for him, he couldn't afford to be lenient. Wutian sat under the wall and couldn't understand what was actually going on at all. The uncomprehending Utanon lifted himself, lurching onto his knee. He asked the girl who she was and told her she was finished. She got angry, got into a fighting stance, and told him to shut up immediately. Angry E shrieked again that he was seeing her for the first time at all and scolded her. Wutian tried to close the door and pulled on the doorknob, but the girl held the door with her hand. To make it more secure, she rested the heel of her boot on the floor and pulled the door toward her. Wutian realized that this girl was indeed very strong, and it was difficult to resist her. Immediately, she kicked him hard in the head area, turning E the other way. Putting her foot down, the girl said he'd better watch his tongue more. He said that she might even kill him if he had the courage. But if the girl fell into his hands, she would regret it a lot. Woo-chin couldn't understand what was going on. After all, he was just sleeping in his house. Why was it necessary to attack him? The enraged girl took acceleration and ran at E with the speed of a cheetah. Running up, she jumped and hit Ducking in the face with her knee. The moment E was already rapidly falling on his back, the guest ran up to him again. This time, she motioned him hard with her fist, just to be sure. E was lying on his back and grunting from the beatings. His body was all sore and painful, and he couldn't even move. But the bitterest truth was that he, the miracle doctor, had been beaten by some wench. This thought gnawed at him the most. Wu-Tian continued to lie on the floor, moaning in pain. The guest asked him not to say anything stupid, or she would beat him to a pulp. After a couple of minutes, E finally managed to lean on his trembling arm, and he realized that not all was lost yet. Mobilizing all the resources of his body, he managed to sit down on the floor with great difficulty. Wu-Tian stood up and said that she would soon be unfortunate. Just let her wait for a while. It didn't take long for the girl to react, and she took another swing at him. The very next second, she swung her fist at his body. He sat on the floor and didn't know whether to cry or laugh. The girl had already bored him to tears. Wu-Tian showed his steadfastness in every way possible and pretended not to care. She stood over him with clenched fists. Wu-Tian just sat on the floor and laughed that he wasn't afraid of her in the slightest. She asked E if he was afraid that she could easily kill him. Wu-Tian said she could kill him if she had the courage. But if the girl caught his eye again, E would make her march down the street naked. To reinforce his words, he showed an expressive gesture signifying non-cooperation. Wu-Tian thought he could make her sleep with him, but right now he was without miracle drugs. The gesture had a sobering effect on the girl, and she asked E in a different tone what her grandfather's condition was and whether he was sure he could cure him. Wu-Tian smiled. Naturally, that explained everything, and he told the girl that he could have told her earlier that she was his patient's granddaughter. He now had a different attitude and said he would definitely not treat him now. She instantly put a gun to Eutenya's forehead and pulled the trigger. The girl said he should dress immediately and follow her. A private clinic where a VIP patient is lying in bed. No security guards anywhere in sight. As soon as Wu-Chin stepped out of the house, the girl immediately kicked him straight into a minibus parked nearby. Accelerating to top speed, the armored minibus raced through the night city. The clinic was no better. With a similar kick in the back, E found himself in a patient's room. His granddaughter was standing behind him. Walking over to the man sitting at the table, Wu-Tian apologized and refused to treat the patient. The man immediately jumped up and asked what the reason for the refusal was. He had just begun to believe in his father's recovery. Seeing the bruises on E's face, he inquired as to the nature of their origin. Wu-Tian couldn't stand it and shouted that he shouldn't have beaten him up. Everything is fair, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, so he is not going to treat this man. The man turned purple and asked who dared to beat him up. The girl stepped out of the shadows and timidly admitted that it was her. Wu-Tian could barely stand on his feet. The man asked why Sitsi had done it. With a frown, she replied that it was a mistake. Wu-Chan couldn't believe his ears. He questioned whether it was a mistake and showed the numerous bruises and abrasions on his body by lifting his shirt. He said he wouldn't charge them for yesterday's treatment and would return the check. Tossing the check across his back, he said they should find someone more qualified. The man begged him to stop and apologized for his daughter's foolish transgression. In response, Wu-Tian remarked that he should have given his daughter a good upbringing. Siki stood in front of her father with her gaze lowered. She didn't look victorious now. The man punched her face with all his might. Siki immediately fell down. The uniform headdress fell off her head. The man shouted that she was an idiot and swung again. Sitsi was lying on her back, turned sideways. The fallen bangs hit her eyes. Wu-Tian stood with his back to the father and daughter near the door of the chamber and watched them. He asked me not to hurry and not to make a family scene in his presence. Nothing would change his decision anyway. He left with a sharp slam of the door. Shiki asked if Ye was even capable of curing Grandpa. The father replied that he was better than the previous doctor, and Wu Kunsheng speaks very well of him. The girl said that she learned everything about Ye. He's just an ordinary major from Ye's family, and a womanizer with no medical skills. Father hesitated and said that it wasn't as simple as she thought, and he didn't care how, but Sitsi should bring Wu-Tian back. The daughter obediently agreed. There was an impressive abrasion on her cheek. Chen Kaixin's office. A large metropolis with bridges and many high-rise buildings can be seen from the window. I think all the stuff is packed. The only thing on the table is the laptop. Everything else is packed in boxes and bags that stand nearby. The secretary came running in and asked Kexen what she was going to do. Chen told her that she had recently learned the truth. As it turned out, it was her mother who had signed that unfortunate agreement, and she had already rented a new house. she would never go back to that house again. Keishin asked the girl if she had learned anything about Wutian. The secretary replied that he did not have a phone, and therefore the young man was not easy to find. The secretary thought that Keishin had become much more worried about Wutian since she had listened to the tape recorder. The sun was slowly rising over the city, blinding all the oncoming windows with its rays. Wutian stretched and said that he had finally managed to get some sleep and come to his senses. Remembering the night's incident, he vowed to kill last night's guest as soon as he saw her again. Wutian got out of bed and pulled back the curtains, letting more sunlight into the windows. He stood contemplating the neighboring house, illuminated by the sun. Suddenly, he saw a girl in a short robe at one of the windows, and couldn't help noting that she was very pretty. The girl stretched and began to exercise. It made E think that the beautiful girl living in the house across the street had a perfect figure and perfect breasts. He wished he had a telescope. Meanwhile, another girl appeared in the room that Wutian was watching. She was similar to the first and possessed the same figure. Unable to contain himself, E exclaimed with delight. He was pleased that there were already two girls and they were sisters. Something confused the second girl, and she looked intently in the direction of the young man. Then she hummed and wrinkled her nose dismissively, not forgetting to shoot her eyes. Wutian immediately realized that the girls had discovered a secret watcher. They stood in front of the windows, whispering and laughing merrily, looking out the window. E thought, mentally addressing the girls, that they should know that being naked in the fresh air strengthens the body. He slowly unbuttoned his shirt, hoping they would understand him and undress as well. Laughing, the roommates pulled off their robes in a single motion, leaving only their bathing suits on. This infuriated and frustrated Yushin, and he yelled that there is no such thing, and no one wears a bikini under their robe and they are just messing with him. The girls stood looking at their neighbor through the window and just burst out laughing. One of them showed him her tongue and clenched her fists, leaving only her index fingers. Uchan smiled back at her and promised her that he would show them again who the miracle doctor was. He got dressed and ran out of the apartment, kicking open the door with his foot. On the way out, he shouted that stupid girls had no right to bully him. Going down quickly, jumping over several steps, E threatened to get to them and show them what he had. On the street, he almost ran into his overnight guest, Sitsi. She was just walking toward him. He ran past with clenched fists and turned his attention to the girl. She looked at him sadly. There was no trace of her recent hatred left. Yudian hummed in lieu of a greeting and ran on. The girl was disappointed. From that moment on, she followed E wherever he went. She wanted results. They walked around the city all day, and everywhere Siki just followed him. Uchin sat in the cafe and broke the chopstick with anger, making two of them. He had ordered himself some noodle soup and was now eating it with two chopsticks. There was a glass of water on the table. Sitsi sat down beside E next to him without waiting for a special invitation, and he was getting terribly tense about it. Wutian asked why Shiki was pursuing him. He added that she wouldn't be able to atone for her sins with her body since she was totally not his type. The girl turned to him and bluntly asked him what she had to do for E to cure her grandfather. Wutian asked if she meant that she would follow him around until he agreed. He had an idea and he told Siki that he needed to go to the bathroom. He asked the girl what she was going to do. Sitsi fiddled and hesitated, but still decided not to back down from her decision. She went to the restroom with Duck and stopped behind him in front of the stall. Wutian told her that she had better move farther away as he might stain her new dress. The girl said she still wouldn't get off his back until he agreed to treat her grandfather and asked if he needed help. Yuchin laughed loudly, thinking she was joking, offering her help. Siki smirked and remained silent. She walked right up to Uchan. She held her hand out to the side, indicating what the healer should do. At the same moment, the girl pressed herself tightly against Yushin so that he could feel her charms with his hand. She repeated that she would accompany Ye until he cured her grandfather. Wutian gritted his teeth, resisting the temptation. He was getting pretty fed up with it all, but he didn't know how to get rid of the annoying girl. Wutian turned around and yelled that if she was trying to take advantage of him, it wasn't a bad attempt. Walking out of the cafe, the first thing E did was pull out his binoculars and smirk. He thought about his gorgeous neighbors from across the street. What else he would show them? Turning back, he saw Sitsi. She was watching him with a strange expression on her face. Wutian asked why she was looking at him like that, as if something had happened to his binoculars, and asked her not to gawk at him like he was a pervert. The girl said she had some military HD binoculars and offered to lend them to him. Wutian proudly refused and said that this was enough for him. Evening came. Sitsi walked Utenya all the way to the apartment, hesitant to go inside. Wooten told her that he likes to walk around the house naked if she's interested in seeing it. The girl replied that he was a pervert and walked out of the building. Wutian sat down comfortably on the bed that stood under the window and armed himself with binoculars. Unfortunately, the windows of the beauties from the sister's house were already tightly shuttered. E was not happy. He told himself that he would have to wait until next time now, since it was over for today. Wutian began to move the binoculars in different directions, hoping that somewhere else there were girls who would show him their bodies. Through his binoculars, he saw a girl who was just standing on the street and she looked just like Sitsi. Bringing the image closer, Yi saw that the girl was watching him through binoculars. When Sitsi realized she was exposed, she smirked and hid the binoculars. Yuchen was angry. He didn't think the girl carried binoculars with her. Meanwhile, Siki went to the hospital to check on her seriously ill grandfather. She asked Father how Grandpa was feeling, and he said the doctor was making an examination. Father asked if she had been able to persuade Yi to resume treatment. Sitsi faltered and said she was moving in that direction. Dr. Wu finished his examination and said that Mr. Bin was even worse than yesterday because Wu Tian didn't give him a special massage today. The man asked if the doctor was referring to a special massage technique. The doctor confirmed and said that it should be continued as soon as possible, as the patient was getting worse every day. Shiki looked at her with a sad gaze. She felt her father's mute reproach, because she was the reason why Wu Tian had gotten angry and stopped treating her seriously ill grandfather. Bright day. Dongcheng University is a low but multi-story building. Riding past on his bike, Wu Tian caught a glimpse of the female students walking with their bow nearby. Ye remembered the girl from the village and thought that Wan Er had already started attending classes. Wu Tian realized that he hadn't seen her in a long time and missed her a lot, and began to imagine what Wang might look like now. Catching the first beauty he saw, he ran up to her and stretched his arms out to the sides, asking if she knew a girl named Li Wan Er. The girl smirked and hummed, not answering him anything. Wu Qin looked perplexed at the departing girl. It was strange to him that she didn't say a word. Overtaking another girl, Yi said hello and asked her the same thing. The girl suggested that he back off quickly. After letting the girl and her boyfriend pass, Wu Tian made a third attempt. But barely had he had time to say hello to the third girl before she blew him off in a rude manner. Wu Tian was completely disappointed to find that the students in this era were very rude. He was finally fed up with this, so he called out to the first young man he saw. Yi asked him where Li Wan Er was. The fat man laughed and asked how he hoped to date the prettiest girl on campus while riding a bicycle. He called Yi stupid and showed him a famous gesture. Duck got angry and jumped on the bike with all his might, almost breaking the pedal. He drove around town cursing everyone around him and said he would find her himself. An hour later, Wu Qin still met Li. She was smiling and looking at him with big eyes. He had been so out of breath during the ride on the hot day that he was now running out of sweat. Was wearing a jacket and shorts. She grinned, told him she was glad to see him, the rascal, and laughed. Wu Tian grudgingly remarked that he had asked not to be called by that word. You could say, little brother. Li Wan Er wrinkled her face, showed her tongue, and agreed with him, still adding rascal at the end. She enjoyed watching Wu Tian get angry. Wu Tian began to look at Li's figure, and thought that she looked different now than before with such large breasts. He noticed that the girl seemed quite mature, and it was not at all surprising that she was considered the first beauty on campus. Li saw that he had arrived on his bicycle and asked if he had time to get home, since it would soon be evening. Wu Tian seized on the thought and said that he might not be back until tonight. Yi asked if he could sleep over at her dormitory tonight. Li instantly felt sorry for him, tears welling up in her eyes. She said with some hesitation that he could certainly sleep over at her dormitory. They were walking down a campus corridor. There was a sign near the entrance, urging male visitors to stop. Ignoring the sign, Li and Wu Tian were soon standing in front of the door to her room. Once inside, Yi noticed the absolute mess. The girls' belongings were scattered all over the room and were even lying on their beds. Wu Tian admired, and said that this girl's dormitory looked pretty good. Ye thought Li was very naive to let him in so easily, or asked him to stop looking at everything around him, and just behave. Wu Tian sniffed and noticed that she smelled like perfume, hinting that her body actually smelled better than perfume. Li bounced away from him and demanded silence, putting her hands out in front of her as if defending herself against him. Wu Tian lay down in his clothes on one of the beds and offered to get straight to the point. He said that he had come to examine her about cobra venom and tried to convince the girl that the latent phase of cobra venom was quite long. Li started yelling at him that he was bullying her and thought she was stupid. Wu Tian said she'd better hurry up before anyone else is gone. Ye assured her that he would do it quickly. Besides, he had already seen her buttocks, so it was no big deal. Li turned purple with anger and told him that she had specifically searched the internet and verified that the latent phase of the poison wasn't that long, so she didn't need an examination. Wu Qin smirked and noted that the girl wasn't as stupid as she seemed. Immediately, she slurred and said that unlike her butt, her breasts had gotten much bigger. She told me that many people stare at her, and some even suspect that she has enlarged her breasts through surgery, and asked Yi if he could reduce her breasts a little. Wu Qin smirked contentedly. This was just what he needed. He said that the girl needed a special massage technique. Li hesitantly agreed and said she was quite happy with the massage. Wu Qin looked at the girl, assessing the figure and the amount of work. Li threw the scissors on the bed beside her. They caught Ye's attention. He looked perplexed at the scissors and wondered why Li had brought them. Er picked up the scissors and explained that it was for self-defense, just in case he decided to molest her. Wuqian smirked and said they could begin the procedure. From behind the door of the room came the moans of a girl. With her arms around Ye's neck, Li lamented that she was in pain, and Wuqian said she needed to be patient for a while. He would try to be more gentle. Wuqian sat at the girl's back and hugged her bottom to her breasts and started rubbing them against each other. Moving a little higher, he continued to massage her breasts. Hugging the girl, Wuqian assured her that he was trying his best to make it as painless as possible. Getting to her nipples, he began to gently stimulate from. Wuqian assured Li that the first time always hurts so much, you just have to be patient. At first, the girl behaved with dignity and restraint, investing herself within the bounds of propriety. Suddenly, she realized that she could no longer contain herself. She began to moan with pleasure. The sensations were completely new. Li couldn't take it, and soon enough her panties were wet. She exclaimed, asking how much longer. Wuqian assured her that it was just a little longer. He was already on edge himself and could barely contain himself. He remembered the scissors the girl had used to scare him, and that cooled his ardor. He forced himself to just not think about it and do his job. Duck managed to distract himself from sinful thoughts and just massaged onward. From outside the door came the voices of the girls and their ringing laughter. A couple minutes later, their footsteps were already under the door. It turned out to be the girls from Li's room. Opening the door, the three girls stopped in the doorway and silently watched the massage. They were clearly surprised. One of them even opened her mouth in surprise. They were exposed to the large breasts of the campus' first female beauty being massaged by a guy they didn't know. Hitting Wuqian's chin and pushing him away from her, Li shouted that it wasn't what they thought at all. The girls closed the door behind them, leaving a small gap, however, and apologized for the disturbance. Jumped up from the bed and grabbed one of the girls by the arm, pulling her back into the room. She asked the girls if they knew why her breasts had gotten bigger. The girls took the hint and started pelting her with questions. They were interested in absolutely everything. How much bigger her breasts had become, and how long they had been dating. Li started making excuses right away that he wasn't her boyfriend at all, but just a doctor who knew how to enlarge her breasts. So he made her breasts bigger. The girls became animated and started whispering that he was an amazing doctor and also beautiful. One of the girls went straight to the question of price. Wuqian was surprised to note that the girls were so frivolous that they would ask for a massage themselves. After thinking for a while, he concluded that girls in his time were even more naive. Realizing the situation correctly, Li waved her hands and tried to explain to her friends that they wouldn't need the procedure, because they already had gorgeous breasts. But the girls only laughed at her. One of them looked at her thoughtfully and said that she was jealous now, most likely. Wuqian told them that they were most likely Li Waner's classmates, and he was her acquaintance. He said his name was Ye Wuqian, and he was very happy to meet her. The other girl said that she will call him Brother Ye. Her very name is Zhang Guanjing, and Zhang Chuxin and Chen Xiaoyan are standing next to her. Zhang asked him how he enlarges his breasts, also calling him brother. She asked him to make their charms a little bigger too, adding that they would pay him well. Wuqian stood in the middle of the room and thought about the fact that women were never shy about investing in their appearance, but now was not the time to start a business. He could revisit the matter later when he returned to the city and set up an official company. Li sat there and was sad. She saw pictures of the future that she didn't like at all. She imagined girls undressing, and a voice from a loudspeaker urging patients to head to the cosmetology department to see Dr. E. Clad in a white robe, Ye Wuqian would tell the next client with a smile that they could begin their treatments. With horror, Li imagined her classmates would experience the same thing she did. She quickly jumped up, slammed the heel of both hands on the floor with all her might and screamed, "No," with all her might. Li held her head in her hands, uncomfortable at the thought. The girls were watching her, or said that they were students first and foremost, and should focus on their studies. It wasn't quite right to think about such things now. Zhang looked carefully at the girl's eyes and asked if was jealous. Chen took a closer look and smirked, confirming Zhang's guess. Zhang laughed loudly and said that she was jealous naturally. Wuqian expressed his gratitude for their kindness, and said there was nothing he could do to help right now. Zhang pressed herself tightly against him with all her strength, and asked him why he shouldn't think about it. She would cover all the costs of the operation if he agreed. Besides, she would treat him to dinner so they could talk about it. Wuqian said he would be greatly embarrassed and pay the bill himself. He figured she wasn't just going to give up and could just chat anyway. They were walking through the daytime city, heading towards the center of the metropolis. The weather was nice outside, and it would be wrong to miss the chance to go for a walk. In front of them stood a large U-shaped building with a small plaza and a gazebo inside. They walked all five of them. Wuqian led the bicycle along the road. Zhang was surprised that they were going to such a fancy restaurant and noticed that it was very expensive. Chen remarked that she had no idea how rich he was. Meanwhile, Wuqian and Li Waner were walking and chatting merrily along the way. They were watched by a girl from family E. She was surprised to recognize Wu Tian. She herself was sitting in a spacious white sedan parked in the restaurant's paid parking lot. She couldn't believe her eyes that her brother showed up here on a bicycle. The girls entered the restaurant premises and were amazed at the abundance of food on the table. A disgruntled Li asked Wu Tian why he ordered so much food. Zhang said that Ye really shouldn't have ordered so much food. After all, it was an unnecessary waste of money. Chewing his food, Wu Tian raised his hand with his knife and assured them that it was fine. He could afford it. Zhang felt bad. She quickly calculated in her mind that this money could buy several bicycles. Zhang wondered if each of the dishes cost at least 1,000 yuan, and if he could really afford it. While disposing of another bite of food, Wu Tian asked Li how her grandfather was feeling. Replied that he was fine, but she didn't want him to continue fishing. He's too old to pull the net. He told the girl not to let him go to sea. He would find time and return to the village, and then Grandpa could make a living from fish farming instead of fishing. Li asked how that would work out for Grandpa. Yuchen smiled that there was no need for her to worry, and he would personally take care of it. Zhang asked him in a whisper what about them, if he wanted to think about it, since they would pay him well. He reported that this requires special massage, and it is not enough to use only medical remedies. Massage strengthens acupuncture points, and a person can get hurt because of improper technique. Therefore, the procedure is very complicated. At that moment, both sashes of the front door began to slowly open, attracting the attention of those present. Opening both halves of the doors fully, the girl stopped on the threshold, examining the restaurant's clientele. Wu Tian turned around and squinted his eye. He recognized her immediately. He wouldn't mistake his sister for anyone else. The girl recognized him too and was surprised to call him brother. This caused a commotion at the table. Jian tried to figure out what was wrong. Zhang was surprised that Ye Fei Chao was calling Ye Wutian a brother, and only Chen quickly guessed that they belonged to the same family. Pouring himself some wine, Yuchen asked the girl as if nothing had happened what she was doing here. Fei Chao replied that she had just seen him and asked for permission to join them. Ye said she could sit down, as long as she wasn't being such a nerd as usual. Li said she and the girls also don't mind, of course. She immediately yelled at Yuchen for being a jerk and being too mean to her sister. Wu Qin covered his eyes and asked just to tell him what happened. He doesn't like to beat around the bush. Fei Chao replied that his parents wanted to see him and asked him to come home. And in general, not everyone in the Ye family is bad. She added that they are biologically related for what it's worth. After finishing the wine, Wu Tian said that he no longer had anything to do with Ye's family. Tears came to the girl's eyes. Ye coldly asked her to leave them alone and let them eat dinner. Fei Chao was astonished. She didn't expect this kind of behavior from her brother. Taking out her business card, the girl placed it on the table. She said that it was her number and Wu Tian could call her if she needed anything suddenly. Seeing that Ye didn't even turn to her, she resentfully said she was leaving. Li was surprised to see Fei Chao leaving the restaurant hall. Wu Tian leaned over his empty glass and empty plate in thought. He looked at Fei's business card. Her number was written on the back, only the first 3 digits, the rest encrypted. Wu Tian closed his eyes. It was a shame he had hurt the girl so much, but right now she would only be in his way. Walking out of the hall, Chao ran into some man. He said he was about to see who dared to invite his little girl to dinner. Pushing Fei back to the door riser, the fat man piled into the hall with a group of attendants and shouted where was his Wan-er. Li told Chang Shuhong to stop talking nonsense and not to call her that. Shuhong smiled obsequiously and noticed that Miss Fei Chao was also here, happy to see her. He thought that such a chance to show off in front of 2 beauties from the university at once was very rare. Utian was lazily sliding his fork around his plate and did not participate in the conversation in any way. Fei Chao didn't leave anymore. She stood there and looked at Shuhong attentively. Fatty told Wan-er that he had found out about her lunch, so he quickly put on his 46,000 yuan leather shoes and drove here in a 3 million yuan luxury car. Suddenly he turned to Uchan and shouted that he didn't know him or who he even was. Li resentfully replied that she didn't have to tell him anything at all. Yuchen called security and asked them to throw that mud out. He reminded them that they were in an elite restaurant and they shouldn't let any scum in. Shuhong shouted and asked Wu Tian to repeat his insult. Fei turned to Shuhong and ordered him to leave the restaurant. Chang immediately fell silent. He saw Fei Chao standing next to the stranger and realized that he couldn't offend the Ye family. As he left, Shuhong threatened Wu Tian that he would get even with him soon. Very soon. Wu Tian was leaving the restaurant together with the girls. There was nothing for them to do here either. He said it was for nothing that idiot ruined their dinner. Wu Tian said he could give them a ride to the university campus. To leave no doubt in anyone's mind, Yi showed the girls his bike. Jian laughed and folded her arms as a sign of refusal. She said that the university was not far away and they could walk there. She thought, of course she didn't mind, but there wasn't enough room for everyone anyway. At that moment, they heard Shuhong's voice. When he saw the bicycle, he laughed at Ye and said that he had a better opinion of him. Staring out the car window, the fat man said that Yi turned out to be just a pathetic worm. Wuchen squeezed Li's hand tightly and dragged her behind him. He said he would take Wang back to the university. The girl got excited and said she hadn't ridden a bike in a long time. Shuhong began to ride in circles around them, preventing them from making their way to the bike. He got out of the car and said he didn't mind at all if she found someone better than him. But not this pathetic asshole. Li shouted that it was none of his business at all. Holding on to Wuqian's hand, the girl blurted out that she loved him, and Shuhong better get off her back. The girls watched on the sidelines, hesitant to intervene. Chen thought that Shuhong was the biggest bully of their college, and no one would dare to make him angry. Jiang didn't know how they should act either. Hiding around the corner of the building, Faye stealthily filmed everything with a video camera. She wondered what Wuqian would do in such a situation. He was rumored to have changed a lot. Shuhong was boiling. He was all over Li, proving to him that Wuqian was trash, and it was disgusting for Jun to even be standing next to him. He asked Wuqian if he was going to run away from him. Li couldn't stand it, and demanded that she shut up. She said that Wuqian was the kind of person who was better off not getting angry. Shuhong started taunting Ye, and said that if he was protected by a woman, he'd better die. Wutian smiled and answered him that he was mistaken. Leaning on the roof of the car, he interrogated Shuhong if he was correct that the car was worth 3 million. The fat man laughed and said that Yi wouldn't be able to afford one in 10 years. Wuqian took out one of his miracle vials and opened it with one finger. He drank the contents of the small bottle in one gulp and immediately felt a surge of strength. Muscles repeatedly enlarged. The shirt began to crack right before my eyes. The veins on his arms swelled, and a wooden club appeared in his hand from some unknown source. With terrifying force, he landed the first blow on the windshield of the car. The windshield shattered, and Shuhong held his head. A few minutes passed, during which nothing could be seen in the cloud of dust. Then Ye Wutian came out of there. He smiled and held a baton on his shoulder, muttering to himself that he liked it better this way. Shuhong was left standing in a pile of shards from the windshield of his prestigious car. And another blow on the glass. That wasn't good enough for Duck. So for the next blow, he accelerated properly, jumped up and hit the glass with his baton with all his might. Shuhong couldn't look at it calmly and shouted that it was Yi doing to his car and demanded that the outrage stop. Chen thought that Ye Wutian had created a very big trouble for himself. John assessed the damages and concluded that a sports car worth more than 6 million rubles was too much for Ye, and he would not be able to recover all the damages. Li tried to hold him back and screaming that he was crazy. Asked Yi when he would stop already. Wuqian whispered in her ear that she didn't have to worry and he knew exactly what he was doing. The girl only gasped in surprise. Wuqian took out and gave her the elite gold card. He asked her to come back quickly. Li Wan-er ran to the bank as fast as she could while Wuqian contemplated his destruction thoughtfully. Suddenly he threw away the baton and, as if remembering something important, said that he had forgotten that such cars are very strong and one blow is obviously not enough. Walking over to the car, Wuqian opened the car door and clicked the ignition switch. Immediately I shifted the gearbox, depressed the clutch and stood there, enjoying the rumble of the powerful engine. Immediately he pressed the gas pedal, locked it, and leaped out of the car with the speed of the wind. The car was rushing in a straight line, gaining speed faster and faster. At full speed, the reinforced vehicle crashed into a concrete pole that was in its path. A crack appeared in the pole and it immediately collapsed. Shuhong was overwhelmed with resentment and hatred, and he vowed to kill Wuqian for the wrecked car. I leisurely approached the car. The radiator was smashed. Smoke was billowing from under the hood. Wuqian opened the door and sprawled out on the front seat, closing his eyes in bliss. He told Shuhong that he had wrecked his car and asked what the man was going to do. Hearing no response, Yi shook his opponent and repeated his question. Soon they were surrounded by gawkers, almost all of them filming the aftermath of the accident on their phones. One of them said he had never seen a luxury car dented before. Wutian and Shuhong stood near the wrecked car and shouted at each other. Someone in the crowd said the police had already been called and they would be here soon. Just a minute later, a police car pulled up next to it. With a slam of the car door, police officer Xiaomei jumped out of the car with a bullet. After running out of the car, she immediately went towards Ye Wutian as if she knew he was the culprit of the accident. She asked him what he had done again and told him that he couldn't do what he wanted just because of the opinion that the whole world was in his hands. Shuhong spat and demanded that Wutian be arrested immediately. He should be held accountable for the property damage and pay every penny of it. Xiaomei twirled the handcuffs on her finger and told Wutian that they were going to the station. But Ye wasn't going anywhere. He asked the girl to wait, because Shuhong wanted compensation for the damaged property. Wutian intercepted Xiaomei's hand, took it off his shoulder and slowed her down. He clarified with the officer that if he paid for the damages, would Shuhong let him leave. The recent owner of the car shouted at him that let Yi try to do it, because he was a beggar and had not a penny to his name. He said that as soon as he got the money, he would let Wuqian go. Otherwise, he would put him in jail. Ye gently hugged Lieutenant Zhang's arm and said that he could leave once he paid the car owner. She jerked her hand away sharply, glaring at him with indignation. Uchan smirked and asked if she understood. Zhang looked at him, and the only thing she could think of was that he was an idiot. Shuhong kept pushing at Ye and said that he had to pay him now, or he wouldn't leave so easily. Suddenly, a shout came from somewhere at the back of the crowd. A woman's voice demanding to be let through immediately. Lee rushed over with the bank employees. They were carrying 4 large bags. Out of breath, they dropped the bags on the pavement with a huge noise. Lee took a breath, and she struggled to utter that this was exactly what he needed. Fei Qiao was simply surprised to see as many as 4 bank bags. She hadn't seen so much money at once in her entire life. Xiaomei held her head and thought that Wutian was definitely crazy. Shuhong laughed and asked if these were all the bags he could accumulate and demanded that they be given to him. Wutian smiled. He opened the zipper on one of the bags and turned out its contents. Neatly packed bank wrappers of money instantly sprinkled onto the pavement. Taking the 3 packs in his hands, Yi advised him to look at the situation more closely. Wutian walked up to Shuhong and just flicked him on the nose with a wad of money and told him it was money he owed. Shuhong was humiliated and insulted. He realized that he had been left a fool in this situation. Wutian took out 3 packs and raised them as high above his head as possible for everyone to see. Showing them to Shuhong, he held out the money to him and asked him to count it. Shuhong stood there not knowing what to do or say. Wutian threw the money in his face and shouted that he could choke on his 5,200,000 on top. Gawkers looked around the battlefield in surprise. Wads of money were lying everywhere. One of the guys easily calculated that there were 10,000 yuan in one stack. The second one wondered how a person felt when a stack of money flew at him. The third one thought with envy that he would like that too. John opened her mouth in astonishment. She hadn't realized such wealth. Chen was a little sad. She said it was normal. After all, he belongs to the E. Of course he is rich. Zhang added that this is why he rides a bicycle to pretend to be poor. And only Wan was angry at Wutian. She shouted that it was a pointless waste of money, yet only smiled back as he continued to throw money left and right. Shuhong shouted to Xiaomei that Wutian had damaged his car and humiliated him, so he should be arrested immediately. The lieutenant just plugged her ears. After waiting for a pause, Mei asked Yi if he had heard that. In any case, he should go to the police station with her. Wutian countered that Shuhong himself had said that he would waive the claims if Ye paid everything, especially since there are plenty of witnesses who can easily confirm it. Ye turned to the crowd of gawkers and asked if they had heard their arrangement with Shuhong, but no one in the crowd responded to his call. Who would want to deal with rich Shuhong, who was also the first bully in college? Duckling didn't like all this very much, and he began to think how he could get out of it. Finally, with a thumbs up, he said that there was just as much money here as this trough was worth. The crowd exploded, and everyone started shouting at each other that it was wrong, and the fatty had broken his word. Somebody said that if Shuhong was his son, he would give him a good spanking. He turned around, satisfied with himself, and Shuhong indignantly shouted after him that this wasn't the end, and that he would get even with Wutian. However, this did not save Ye from reprisal, and Lieutenant Xiaomei still took him to the station. Having given the necessary indications, Wutian taxied the bike in the desired direction. He laughed at everyone because even though he was taken to the police station, it was a very fun adventure for him. Suddenly, he heard a familiar female voice saying something about throwing money around. Sitsi stood right behind him and wondered how he could even think of that. Wutian stood on the road and held the bicycle by the handlebars. He asked the girl if she was following him. The girl replied that it didn't matter, because she would do anything for him to help cure her grandfather. Wutian asked what would happen if he asked her to undress to give him pleasure. Looking at Sitsi's lush breasts, Ye added that it would be great. The girl hesitated and said she could do it, but she had a husband. Wutian laughed and said that he really liked married ladies. However, after Ye learned that Siki's husband was a professional MMA fighter, the smile fell off his face and he wondered. Wutian said that in that case, he wouldn't waste his precious time on it, and would just go home. Shiki shouted, demanding that he stop. She fell on her knees in front of him and began to beg him to help her grandfather. Wutian asked why she would humiliate herself like that and said she hates it when others threaten me with pity. Without getting up from her knees, the girl replied that her grandfather was getting worse every day and that he had done nothing to hurt E. It was only her fault, and she was very much asking for her grandfather's help. Wutian told her that he was not a doctor at all and had no medical credentials. He asked the girl if she believed that begging could work. Sitsi says she can only promise one thing if he agrees. She agrees to do whatever he says and for as long as she can. The girl added that this is very hard on their family, and this hardness cannot be measured in money. An interesting thought occurred to Wutian that the Ning family had a lot of influence here, and it was indeed a tempting offer. He recalled that he had spent almost 7 million, and to reach his goal, he needed to continue saving. Wutian voiced his sum of 10 million and 3 more conditions and no bidding. The girl was resentful in her heart, but there was nothing she could do. After hearing about the terms of the deal, Shiki's father said that 10 million wasn't that much for them, but he was a bit alarmed by those 3 conditions, and asked if there was anything else. The girl replied that those were all the conditions Wu Tian said. The father asked to speak to Yi to see if he could waive these conditions. If he refused, they would be forced to accept them. The girl agreed and assured that she would do her best. Chen Kaixin's office, a large high-rise glass building with an asymmetrical shape. Someone knocked on Miss Chen's office door. It was her secretary. She brought a bag of documents and said that Liu Fu had arrived. Kexin asked the secretary what Liu wanted here. The secretary replied that he had come with a proposal for cooperation. Chen replied that cooperating with him was ridiculous and asked her to tell Liu that she was sorry. At that minute, someone crossed the threshold of the office and laughed. Liu walked in with a huge bouquet of roses and asked Chen if she was willing to turn down such a sincere potential client who was willing to work with her. Kexin reminded him that being uninvited was a sign of rude behavior. She said they wouldn't cooperate, it wasn't even a stipulation, and asked him to take the flowers back. Fu said she doesn't need to jump to conclusions, as Liu is aware that the company has been experiencing some difficulties lately, and he really wants to help her. Chen called over Secretary Man and asked her to throw the flowers in the trash. Liu's face changed and became indignant. He asked Kaixin to be more polite to him. Chen asked how he became aware of the financial problems with the company. Liu smiled and said that he has reliable sources that he trusts. And Fu is a rich client who wants to spend his money. He added that there is no need to turn him down even if things are going well. Kexin said that she herself considers him a big client, but her fiancé has a different opinion. Liu exclaimed in surprise that she had broken off her engagement to Wu Tian, as far as he knew. Chen said that Liu knew too much about her and asked if he was really that bored in his spare time. Pausing, Kexin said she had to get back to work. That pissed Liu off. He didn't want to believe such a quick rejection. He started shouting until hoarse and proving his feelings for Chen. Unwilling to listen to him any longer, Kexin summoned the secretary and demanded that Liu be escorted out of the office. In the end, Liu threatened her that he would now destroy her company and make it bankrupt, and she, Chen Kaixin, is to blame for not being able to distinguish between good and bad. Kexin made a parting gesture to him with her hand and assured him that she wasn't the least bit afraid of him. The enraged Liu turned around. He was very angry. It wasn't going to be nice. He slammed the door so hard that it was a miracle it didn't fly off its hinges. Zhou's faithful footman was waiting for him in the hallway. Smiling obligingly, he asked Liu to calm down and said that they could find another way out of the situation. The angered Liu showed the well-known gesture to everyone and shouted that he had spent a lot on such a big bouquet of roses, but it didn't work at all. They should have used those pills right away. Smiling, Zhou answered him that this was the correct conclusion. He himself thought about his master in a completely different way, that everything happens like this, precisely because he is just a disgusting person and does not know how to communicate with people normally. Liu asked Zhou if he had learned the whereabouts of that cretin. Zhou replied that Wu Tian lived in Tianxin district and clarified if the chief wanted to do it now. Liu hesitated for a moment. This way was too easy. He told Zhou he would do it a little differently. It was a sunny summer day in a large metropolis. Kaixin's office stood proudly among the other buildings, taking in more sunlight. The video footage clearly showed Ye Wutian throwing wads of money in the face of his abuser. It was a family viewing from the Fei Qiao camera at the Yi family's mountain villa. The patriarch thought about it and asked Fei Qiao if he could add anything to it. She exclaimed that her brother had changed a great deal and did not look like his old self. Guan melancholically said that Wu Tian was an idiot who wasted money. Grandpa asked Fei Qiao if she had any proof that Wu Tian had changed. She faltered and said she didn't have any hard evidence yet. Guang said what Fei meant was that Wu Tian had become even more insolent and laughed. Fei took offense at him. Turning to her mother, she told her that she sensed a change in her brother's behavior but could not prove it and asked her to believe her. His mother replied that in any case his grandfather would not accept him back into the family, whether he had changed or not. Fei turned to her father then and tried to talk to him at least. Tears came to her eyes from the resentment that no one believed her. The girl thought that she had to convince her grandfather to bring Utena back by any means necessary. A sunny day, Tianxin district, Wang Fengxi's house where Ye Wutian now lives. There was that awful rattling at the door again, as if someone was trying to blow them off their hinges. Wu Tian grudgingly fiddled. He had a sense of déjà vu. He shouted who was there, banging on the door. Standing outside the door was Siki. She looked at Ye carefully, as if she wanted to tell him something. Wu Tian opened the door and stared at her intently, as if asking why Shiki had come. A swarm of thoughts swirled in his head, and Wu Tian couldn't control them. Immediately, Yi walked back into the apartment and slammed the door behind him, leaving his guest in the hallway. She was taken aback by this attitude and took great offense to Wu Tian. Sitsi pulled out her pistol and took the safety off it, putting it in the fighting position. She began to quickly shoot the lock of the front door at point-blank range, and Wu Tian was very surprised. Now the girl could safely enter the apartment, which she did immediately. The muzzle of the gun was still smoking. Wu Tian sat with his back to her at this time and pondered, swaying back and forth. He turned to the girl and shouted that his door was in no way his fault and he shouldn't have shot at it. As proof, he showed her a very eloquent gesture, which in many cultures means non-cooperation. Sitsi put the gun away and said she just came to talk to him. Wu-Tian didn't say a word. He only repeated his gesture. Smiling, he asked if Sitsi dared to undress and give him pleasure. The girl slowly took off her jacket and said he had to help her grandfather. Wu-Tian yelled in panic that she must be joking. After all, they had already agreed on 3 conditions, and besides she has a husband, what would he say to this? Shiki said that it's already his problem. If he comes to Wu-Tian, Ye will have to take care of himself. Smirking, Wu-Tian told her to continue, and said that he hadn't promised her anything anyway. Sitsi protested angrily because they had agreed on everything. Wang Fengxi started yelling that he was letting himself go too much, and taking girls to her apartment was too much. She was amazed at what she saw. Wu-Tian offered her a cool down, and said that not a word had been said about the girls. So why can't he bring them to the apartment? Ye said she had no right to say such a thing. Fancy yelled that he was being too rude, and it was her apartment in the first place. Wu-Tian countered that he was paying her crazy money in rent, and she was restricting him. Wang said he shouldn't be so rude to her. After all, she had learned it from him. Shiki was trying to talk on the phone at the time. She turned to them and ordered them to shut up, then informed Wu-Tian that she had bad news and Bride Ye had been kidnapped. Wang Fengxi and Wu-Tian interrogated Shiki in one voice if this was true. Wu-Tian asked Shiki to tell him what had happened and where she was now. The girl asked why he wanted to know. She hinted that he wanted something from her. She smirked and said they were now in the same position. Wu-Tian said she'd better not make him angry and looked at her angrily. Immediately, a hard kick to the body knocked him to the floor. Wu-Tian sat on the floor, clutching his heart. Fancy stood beside him and sympathized with him, she thought, seeing this girl for the first time, and it's actually very cruel. Wu-Tian started to get up from the floor and said he really disliked being beaten, especially by women. Siki laughed and said that she was directly relieved, and if Yi wanted to save her bride, let her save her grandfather first. Wu-Tian began to loom over her and said with a threatening tone that Shiki had better tell her where Chen was right away. Otherwise, she would regret it very much. Fancy was fed up with this, and she stepped between them, demanding that the beating stop. But Sitsi was already on the move and realized with horror that she wouldn't be able to stop. And she kicked Fancy with her foot. Wang was able to block the kick at the last moment. Wu-Tian looked at this with sad eyes. Now Wang Fengxi had also suffered because of him. Still, Fancy was very hurt and offended. Wu-Tian put his arm around her shoulders and asked if she was okay. Wang replied that everything was fine, but it hurt a lot. An exasperated Wu-Tian got up from the couch and said that he didn't like hitting girls. And Shiki should just apologize to Wang Fengxi and tell her where Chen Kaixin is. Then Ye will forgive her for last time. The girl said she wouldn't do that and crossed her arms over her chest. Suddenly she realized that something was happening to her, but she couldn't figure out what. As Wu-Tian approached her, she had already knelt down exhaustedly. Sitsi strained to figure out what was going on here. At that time, Ye walked up to her and kicked her in the ribs. Shiki screamed in pain. Yu-Chin looked at her with pity and said she could congratulate herself, for she was the first woman he had ever raised his hand to. Kneeling down and resting her hands on her knees to keep from falling, Siki shouted angrily and asked what he had done to her. Wu-Tian looked at her carefully and asked where Chen Kaixin was now. Siki cried out in tears that as long as Ye didn't agree to her terms, he wouldn't know anything. Wu-Shin smiled and said that he didn't think so. Ye took out one of his miracle packets and said that the girl from the Ning family was very fond of seducing men, and he wondered what she would tell him now. He added that this should be very interesting, and chemical vapors flew out of the torn bag and enveloped the girl. Sitsi wondered if he was trying to intimidate her that way. She was getting stuffy. Fancy replied to her that Yushin doesn't bully. He just does whatever it takes to get what he wants. At this time, Shiki was kneeling under the influence of the drug. She began to realize the meaning of Fancy's words, and she looked at Ye angrily with threat in her eyes. But immediately her eyes dimmed and something began to happen to her. Sitsi was thrown from hot to cold. She was gradually losing control of her body. Feeling a sudden rush of passion, the girl screamed and asked Yi what he had done to her. Wu-Tian looked at her with pity and asked her to tell him where Chen Kaixin was now, and added that if anything bad happened to her, the Ning family would regret it greatly. Only now did Sitsi realize that this guy wasn't that simple and was now completely serious. Wu-Tian suddenly softened and said that he was willing to change the previous 3 conditions into 2. The girl was only required to tell him where Chen Kaixin was. Weary of desire, Sitsi said that she had already sent her men. They would rescue his bride. Soon they arrived at an old abandoned factory. It was already overgrown with grass. They walked through the old empty workshops. Nothing had been produced for a long time. Centuries of dust crackled beneath their feet. When they entered one of the rooms, they saw Liu. He was on his knees in his underwear, his hands and feet bound. His mouth was covered with plaster. The guards were standing on either side of him. Chen Kaixin was sitting under the wall in one of the rooms with her head down on her knees. She no longer believed in her salvation. Suddenly, someone walked up to her and gently lifted her head. It was Yewutian. As if appearing out of nowhere, he asked if she was all right. Chen thought she was dreaming at first and couldn't believe her eyes. Tears came to her eyes, and she began to cry at once, both from the offense and from happiness that it was all over. Throwing herself on Wutian's neck, Kexin finally cried and started telling Liu all about how he had kidnapped and hurt her. Wutian asked her to calm down and told her that he was there for her. Everything will be fine now. He added that she shouldn't cry, or her beautiful eyes would swell up. Kaixin asked in surprise if Ye cared about her. Wutian didn't say anything. His actions were more eloquent than any words. Chen asked how he knew about her and why he was in this place. Yuqian smiled and said it was a very long story and asked him to wait for him outside. He had unfinished business here. Chen grabbed his hand and wouldn't let go. She kept saying she was scared. Wutian smiled and said it wouldn't take long. Shiki came to the rescue, took Chen with her, and returned alone after a while. Together with Wutian, they came to Liu and his escorts. Liu was trembling with fear. He had not expected this kind of situation at all. Ye asked Ning Shiki to deal with Fu. He added that it was one of the conditions of their agreement. The four of them stood looking at Liu. He felt worse than a hunted animal. Sitsi told the escorts that they could be free for the time being. They bowed and left. Shiki looked at Wutian thoughtfully with some new feeling. She couldn't understand why this strange young man had given them 3 conditions, and was now using one of them for some girl. Wutian ripped the band-aid off Liu's mouth and waved it in front of his nose. Ye said he was going to let him go, but after playing with fire like that, Fu trembled in fear. Liu immediately started making excuses that there had been a mistake, and he would pay for it, begging to be spared. Wutian looked at him and interrogated him, as if considering whether or not to pardon him. Not far away, a decent scrap of water pipe caught his eye. Wutian bent down, picked it up and twirled it in his hands, assessing its combat suitability. Liu continued to babble and beg. He vowed to him that he would never, ever, ever commit such a transgression again. He assured him that he wouldn't be able to do that either, and asked Siki to untie the bully. The girl gave orders to the escorts, and they came to release Liu. Fu didn't trust Wutian and was wary of what was on his mind. As soon as the last rope hit the ground, Liu jumped up and burst from his seat. He didn't believe they would let him go so easily, so he knew his only chance of escape was to run, as fast as he could. Running past Wutian, Liu managed to notice the gloating smirk on his face, and he really didn't like it. Fu ran away from the evil place and kept looking back to see if Wutian was chasing him, but his enemy had his back to Liu. Wutian waited a couple seconds and turned around to see how far Liu had managed to run. The result pleased him, and he swung a scrap of pipe. Taking good aim, he threw it with all his might, intending to knock Liu to the ground. Fu turned around and at the same moment realized that he could not escape. The piece of metal was so close that there was no way to dodge it. Liu realized his only chance was to speed up, and then maybe he wouldn't get it. But his hopes were not realized. A heavy piece of pipe slammed into Liu's leg, and he fell down, pulling a tendon in the process. Liu lay there and tried to crawl away. He didn't want to believe that this was the end. When he turned around, he saw Yutenya. He was standing over him, laughing with his hands in his pants pockets. Reluctantly, Wutian bent down for a scrap of pipe and began methodically beating Liu, breaking his bones. Even Shiki couldn't watch this and just walked out of the factory building. She thought that Wutian was actually very cruel. The girl thought of Ye breaking his legs, one arm, and damaging his genitals. The thought occurred to Shiki that with his injuries, Liu would rather just die because he had been treated so cruelly. Throwing away the bent and bloody piece of pipe, Yutian walked out to the girl. His white shirt was also splattered with blood. Ye asked her for Liu Fu's father's number. Sitsi looked in horror at the abandoned piece of metal, just drenched in blood. Yuqin smiled and said she had the right contacts, he was sure of it. Liu's father's organization was housed in one of the high-rise buildings that towered over the metropolis. Suddenly the phone rang in his office. Liu's father sat sprawled out in a comfortable chair and dreamed of the company's prosperity. It was in this blissful mood that he picked up the phone. Wuqian introduced himself and confessed that he had beaten his son badly. Therefore, he should come there immediately. Liu's father became furious. If it had been in the study, he would have killed him immediately. After getting the town on its ear, he drove a police squad and an emergency vehicle to the abandoned building. Soon he showed up. Zhang Xiaomei watched with the police chief as the medics ran out of the building with a stretcher. The sheet on the stretcher was soaked with blood. It was hard for her to look at it. Father Liu almost fell to his knees in front of the stretcher. He himself was in great pain to see this. He turned and screamed, asking who could have dared to do such a thing. Putting a hand on his shoulder, Wuqian calmly said that he did it, because Liu kidnapped his fiancée and tried to rape her. Ye smiled and said that as a father, he should be grateful that Ye didn't kill him. The man became completely enraged. He was ready to tear Yi apart with his bare hands. He yelled at the police chief that he was in charge of the police in the city and was just standing by, and ordered Wu Qian's immediate arrest. The police were well aware of which side the truth was on, so the police chief ordered Captain Zhang to handcuff the young man. Xiaomei walked up to Ye and half-heartedly began to tell him off, that she had asked him to stop, that he should have behaved with more restraint, and what had come of it all. Strangely enough, this time Wu Qian didn't resist. He just put his hands up and said that there was nothing to stare at. He would go to the police station with her. Zhang immediately suspected that there was a reason he surrendered without a fight, and Ye must be up to something. As Xiaomei was handcuffing Wu Tian, the doctor told Liu's father that his son was very badly injured and could not recover. He immediately grabbed the doctor by the scruff of the neck. This turn of events did not suit him. Liu's father ordered him to do something immediately, or he would kill the doctor. Liu began to moan, slowly regaining consciousness. He asked his father to help him. Fu didn't want to die. Wu Tian sat in handcuffs and smirked. That's when everyone turned their attention to him and started yelling. Liu groaned and begged his father to help him quickly. He was too young to die. Both the doctor and Liu's father stood by the stretcher helplessly. None of them could alleviate Liu's suffering. Suddenly, Liu, covered in blood, got up from the stretcher, threw off his bloody sheet, and asked for help. He puzzled everyone. No one could say a word. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zhang Xiaomei freaked out and climbed onto Wu Tian's neck, yelling that Liu had turned into a zombie. Liu's father was even more frightened and hysterically asked everyone around him what had happened to his son. The doctor was amazed. He reported that Liu's legs were broken and there was no way he would be able to stand up. Father Liu summoned all the doctors and orderlies and asked them to do something. Xiaomei still sat on Ye's neck and clung to his hair. Wu Tian asked if it was true what they said about Mr. Liu being rich. Finally, everyone sorted out the situation, and Wu Tian and Chen left the city's industrial zone together. Ye decided to move Kexin to Fangji's apartment, which was in Tianshan district. Chen was still not well. She needed constant care, so Wu Tian spoon-fed her and gave her the right formula. He said that she should take a mixture, and Chen would feel better immediately. She just needed to get a good rest, and everything would be fine. Kexin tried her best to smile, but she only managed to smirk. She thanked Wu Tian, her eyes just glowing with happiness. Chen managed to fall asleep. Wu Tian remained seated on the stool beside the bed in case she needed anything. He sat beside the bed and held a cup of medicine in his hand, guarding Chen's sleep. Kexin was sleeping serenely. She was finally able to relax. Duckling began to slowly get up from his chair so as not to wake her up with any accidental noise. Some sound came from behind, and Yi was alert. Someone gently tugged him from behind by his shirt. Wu Tian didn't even turn around. He realized it was Siki. She stood under the wall and watched Wu Tian's procedures. The girl said that Kaishin trusted him. Wu Tian absent-mindedly agreed with her, thinking about something of his own. He remained silent for a while. Yi finally thanked Sitsi without turning around. Siki was surprised. She had never seen such a display of care and warmth in Uchian before. She felt sad for some reason. Wu Tian said he would visit Shiki's grandfather and he wouldn't die, not forgetting to add that the price was the same. The girl said that he had just cheated Liu Kongyu out of 10 million, and Ye shouldn't hope that he could just take the money and walk away with impunity. Wu Tian smirked, and corrected her that he was the one who wouldn't let him go so easily. After all, he had kept Liu Fu alive not to give him another chance, but to make his life a living hell. Shiki was very surprised, for she thought Uchan had done all this for money. Yuken replied to her that it wasn't just for money, and once he reached his goal, it would no longer be a matter of money. 3 hours later, Chen Kaishin began to show signs of life. Her eyelashes fluttered. Chen opened her eyes to get used to the daylight, then closed them again. Finally, she opened her eyes again, and it was as if she had begun to live again, looking at everything around her. Wuqian was sitting right there on the chair beside her, and Chen tugged at Ye's shirt. It was as if she wanted to make sure that Wuqian was real and hadn't disappeared anywhere like a ghost. Something was bothering her. The girl fidgeted in different directions. Finally, Kexin, frightened by something, asked him how long she had slept. Wuqian replied that she had slept for 3 hours. He asked if Chen was hungry and said he had prepared a couple of dishes for her. She needs to eat a little. Kexin was surprised that Wuqian knew how to cook. After all, he had only been fed by various pretty girls before, and had almost forgotten how to use chopsticks. But there were indeed a few dishes on the table, and it amazed Chen. She ate with such gusto that she hesitated and sucked on even the chopsticks. Keishin sat and thought about Wuqian, how much he had changed in the past year. Different habits and character, more caring and warm. Yuchen got up from the table and asked with a smile if his cooking was good. Kexin replied that it was quite edible, oddly enough. They were silent for a while, and Chen continued to devour the food. Then she put her wands aside and said that she had wanted to tell him something for a long time. Chen admitted that she hadn't signed any agreement, but her mother had done it behind Kexin's back, and she wasn't even going to sign it herself. Yuchen looked at her as if with regret that things had turned out this way. However, he quickly pulled himself together and said that it was already over anyway. Yuchen turned away and sat on the back of the table in protest. Kexin couldn't eat anymore, tears overflowing her eyes. She was very hurt. After a few minutes, there were so many tears that a whole puddle had formed on the table. Chen roared and sobbed that she hadn't signed it and was asking for a chance to explain. Yuchen calmly told her that it didn't matter at all who signed the agreement. It was already in force anyway, and she should just forget about it. Kexin realized that the conversation was not going to go any further and stood up from the table. As it turned out, she still didn't have enough strength. Her legs gave out and Chen began to fall. She couldn't help herself and fell to the floor with a clatter, finding herself unconscious. The young man reacted instantly and jumped up from the table, turning around at the sound. Wu Tian immediately ran up to Kexin and gently took her in his arms. He immediately took her pulse and was amazed. The pulse was barely palpable on her wrist. Wu Tian couldn't believe that it was because of him and his selfishness that the girl had become so weak. Ye Wu Tian gently moved Chen Kaixin onto the bed and began to massage her. Having finished with the lower back, the doctor moved on to the shoulder girdle. The girl didn't react. Wu Tian began to realize little by little that it was because of him. But he still didn't believe it as he thought that Kaixin hated him. He closed his eyes and pondered the strange and incomprehensible logic of women. Chen began to slowly come to her senses and lazily opened her left eye. He continued to massage her back and neck. Kexin turned around to Wu Tian. She was driven into a blush by this procedure. The young man's eyes darted in different directions like a caught thief. He began to make excuses that the girl had misunderstood him. Kexin kept lying down, turning away unhappily. Suddenly, the girl felt Yuchen touch her chest. He quickly lifted Chen in his arms and she asked indignantly what that meant. Ye didn't say a word, just carried Kexin and she fell silent. The young man brought her into the kitchen. The table was already set for the girl. Gently sitting Kaixin down on a chair, Ye said that she needed to eat better or she wouldn't be able to run the company. Uchan noticed that she wasn't eating and assumed she didn't like the food. Kaixin was confused. She kept remembering that past Wu Tian. He didn't look like Ye at all, and Chen asked if it was definitely him. Yu Tian asked what exactly she meant. Kaixin clarified that she feels a very strong change in him. He asked to say exactly what it is that makes him different. The young man realized that Chen had noticed everything. She said she just felt it and couldn't describe it in words. He smiled and said he hadn't changed at all, and she was just imagining things. He asked her to hurry up with her food, then he would take her home. Chen asked him if he really disliked her that much. Yuchen said she was beautiful and he didn't mean that at all. Kexin exclaimed that he was always trying to stay away from her. Yuchen remained silent. He couldn't explain anything anyway. Kexin asked what made him sign the prenup dissolution agreement. Ye asked if she hated him. The girl absent-mindedly replied that she definitely used to hate it. But now she didn't know. Wushin said she should hate him because their engagement was a big mistake. Chen asked why then now and not before all this. The young man replied that he probably just didn't realize it all before. Kexin put her foot down and asked him about his future plans. The young man interjected and hesitated. Just then he replied that he had simply grand plans for the future. Kexin said that right now Ye doesn't have a stable job. Besides, Ye's family doesn't want to see him. Summarizing, Chen asked if Wu Tian wanted to return to the company. The young man excitedly asked why she was worried about him. It seems the irreparable had happened and he really liked the girl. Chen sat back and pondered his words. Uchan asked her to hurry up and eat more. Then he would write the girl a recipe for a few dishes. He reflected that Chen didn't bother to refute his words. It turns out that he managed to charm the fiancée of the first owner of the body. Kaixin clarified whether the food prepared was his family's signature recipe. Yutian said that he had told her earlier about his family having many secret recipes for various dishes. Suddenly, there was a quiet knock at the door. Kexin turned around in surprise. She wondered who it could be. She got up leisurely and went to open the door. On the other side of the door stood Hao, and the girl was very surprised. He was worried about Chen and asked if she was okay. Kexin replied that she was fine. Hao looked at the girl carefully. He was finally able to relax. Chen was fine. He walked past Kexin and went into the hotel room. Placing his hand on Wutian's shoulder, Hao praised him and told him that he had done everything right this time. Yuchen dismissed his hand with a careless gesture and said that was what anyone would do in his place. Kexin came back and asked what they were talking about. Hao assured the girl that she had nothing to worry about now. Wutian had beaten the fat man badly, and now he would never come near her again. Hao offered to drive Chen home. He also said that the girl should go home soon, and he was a little tired himself. Kexin said she needed to talk to Wuchen for a bit so he could go. Hao frowned. He tried to figure out what was in Kexin's mind. Covering his eyes for a moment, the young man assessed his chances and decided to leave after all. Leaving the room, he slammed the door with all his might. Wushin said he's actually not a bad guy and would be a decent man for Chen. Kexin stared at him for a long time, eyes wide. Finally, she asked Uchan if he believed in fate. The young man asked what exactly she meant. The girl smiled and said that since he didn't understand, she was going home. Uchan was a little late in his thinking and asked what it meant. Kexen walked out of the room into the hallway, closing the door behind her. Then she moved to the door opposite and stood there for a moment, as if in doubt. Kexen rummaged in her pockets and found the right key. Turning the key in the keyhole, Chen opened the door. Once in the room across the hall, Kexen slammed the door. Private clinic. Yutian was doing a procedure in the corner of the room. Stepping out from behind the screen, he wiped his forehead with relief. He held up a towel and assured me he would be fine. Cici asked when her grandfather would make a full recovery. Her father said everyone in Ning's family hopes the man will recover soon. Yutian said it wouldn't be that fast and recalled a famous proverb. Cici and his father stood waiting impatiently for the doctor's verdict. Professor Wu came to the ward for a checkup and said that Ning Lao would be able to get back on his feet in a month at the latest. The man looked happily at his daughter and said it was much faster than they expected. He clarified that he could speed up several times and put him on his feet much faster. Cici lit up at the idea and rejoiced. Yuchin smiled and said his price per month is 10 million. If they need it faster, they know what to do. A frightened Wu clasped his hand over his mouth and said that neither had agreed with him not to mention money at all. The man squinted his eyes and asked what amount would suit him. Uthian said that if he gets 25 million, their relative will be out of bed in 5 days. He believes that this is insignificant money for their family. Cici was outraged and prepared to kill him immediately, but her father held her back and said he would pay Uchian. Dr. E smiled. Things were working out pretty well. When Cici approached him, Uchan said she needed to learn to contain her anger. Siki rebuked her father that he shouldn't have promised 25 million to Uchian. She was sure that even 100 million wouldn't be able to get her grandfather out of bed. Uchan was riding his bicycle, whistling a song merrily. Suddenly he smelled danger and turned around. A large truck was coming straight at him. Uchan tried to figure out what was going on. The dump truck was driving right behind him, trying to pull him under, and E had to swerve in different directions. The truck driver did not give up and tried to run over the cyclist. Soon the truck, gaining speed, was right behind E's back. Uchan finally realized that this was no accident, and the driver was trying to run him down and jumped off his bike into the bushes. The dump truck had slowed down and was now driving straight at the doctor. Utian lay in the bushes and realized that he had nowhere to run. The bike would not hold up the dump truck. The truck driver was smiling. He was about to fulfill an expensive order. He didn't see the laser sight on his forehead. At the moment when he was supposed to run over the bike and then its owner, everything happened. A bullet fired from a sniper rifle ended his existence. The truck lost control and crashed at full speed into a pole nearby. The concrete pillar snapped and tilted slightly to the side. Uchin looked around the truck thoughtfully. The pillar meanwhile bowed even lower. Uchin wondered who could have wished him dead. Xiaomei jumped out of the police car and asked Ye if he needed to go to the hospital. Uchin says he's fine, but the truck is dead and he's asking for help finding out who's behind it all. Zhang said she would take it from there and let her know when she knew something. She added that the bald bank robber was able to escape. Wutian was very annoyed because the robber could come and take revenge on him. He asked Zhang why she was so useless. Xiaomei tried to justify that she didn't mean it at all and the intruder had killed one of her co-workers. He said that it was her own fault for being poorly guarded. Only one person had died, and she should be glad that no others had been killed. The young man yelled that he wouldn't have helped if he had known this would happen. Mei squealed back, wondering what he wanted now. Yuchin said he needed round-the-clock protection and warned that her mother would get no treatment if anything happened to him. Xiaomei was indignant and could barely contain herself. She hummed and said she would report his request to her superior. Yuchin walked down the alley, habitually shoving his hands in his pockets. Before reaching the end of the corner, he stopped and motioned for the girl to come out of there. Cici did wait for him around the corner and asked how he knew. Uchan said he guessed and asked if she had sent snipers to protect him. Cici confirmed the information and said they would soon find out who was behind it. She suggested that the main suspect is the Liu family. However, it is unlikely that Liu Kongyu himself was involved. Wushin wondered who it could be, if not Liu, and asked if anyone else knew what had happened to her grandfather. Siki said that it was known to many people. Ye speculated that he might be being hunted to keep the patient on his feet and asked the girl to find the culprits. Siki wasn't entirely happy about it, but said she understood. The country villa of the E family. The E family patriarch asked about Yuchin's departure from the sanitarium. He interrogated his granddaughter if she was sure of that. The girl replied that he was seen coming out of there with Wu Kun Sheng. Waving his hands, the son told the patriarch that E had beaten the guy. He cried out that Ye beat up Liu Fu, and everyone is just talking about it. And some people slander their family and say that they are bullying others. The girl told her uncle that he was her brother after all, and besides, he was the son of his younger brother. The patriarch asked Fei Chao how many times she had seen Ye since his return. Fei remembered that once he was in a very bad mood and didn't want to see anyone from the Ye family. The girl added that Ye really changed and gave Chen Kaixin 29 million. The girl's uncle said he had received bad news. Someone intended to kill Uchian, but he was shot by someone else. The patriarch thought for a moment. Someone causes an accident to kill Ye and dies himself from a stray bullet. Very few people shoot each other in Dongcheng. Then he remembered the sanitarium and wondered what the big shot was there. He asked Fei to find out more about the sanitarium and the VIP patient. He figured that if Ye Wutian was connected to some big family, it would be in the patriarch's favor, and they could take the guy back to Ye's family. The next day in the city center, a local cafeteria offered Lanzhou-style beef noodles. There wasn't much of an audience in the room. Everyone was chatting amongst themselves in a low voice. He greedily devoured the noodles, sprinkling them all over the table. The journalist looked at him sullenly and listened to him slurp. Unable to stand it, the girl asked to cover her mouth. He splattered his entire face. Uchan said that she could have invited him to dinner herself instead of eating at his expense. After all, she was the one who had business with him. The journalist smirked and asked if he didn't want to spend the evening with a pretty girl. She asked him to say more about the assassination attempt. Yutian sighed that she knew everything, as expected from the daughter of the city's mayor. He added that he wasn't going to tell her anything. The girl rebuked him that she had done so much for him, and moreover, they were friends. Uchan thought that surely the mayor of the city must have too many enemies, and so his friendship with his daughter would sooner or later come out sideways. The cafeteria doors creaked open, announcing the arrival of new customers. An irritated Xu Hong and his companion broke through the door. The journalist and Yushin recognized him at once. The guy immediately flew up to Utina and started yelling for him to confess what he had done to him. The woman gently placed a hand on his shoulder and reminded him that she had to talk to Uchan herself first. He carelessly told the journalist that this was the scoop. The guy he had personally smashed up an expensive car. The girl smiled and pulled out a notepad and pen, saying that would do as well. The woman introduced herself as Liu Shenyu and asked if she could address Wu Tian. Wu Tian looked at her carefully and caught himself thinking that Chang Shuhong had a very pretty mother. Shuhong turned purple and shouted that he had to stop staring at his mother, and that it was time to tell him what Ye had done to him. Shenyu handed Wu Tian a check for the trouble he had caused and asked for an apology on Shuhong's behalf. After examining the check, the amount in which exceeded the value of the car by 7.5 million, Yi said he was willing to listen to them. Yuchen asked what the visitors needed from him. Liu said her son hasn't been himself lately, waking up in the middle of the night screaming and twitching. Yuchen said that with these symptoms, the guy needs to go to the hospital, not him. Shuhong pounced on Ye and demanded to tell him what happened to him, since Wu Tian had already been paid. Ye smiled and said that Shuhong was clearly overestimating him and he really had nothing to do with it. Wu Tian advised him to see a doctor. Shenyu began to beg him and lament that she had not heard much about him. She tearfully asked him to take pity on the unfortunate child. Uchan assured her that he had nothing to do with it and would confess if he was guilty. He said it would be better to consult a specialist. He called out to the journalist, saying they had to go. The girl caught up with him at the door. Angry Shuhong asked his mother if they could let the young man go so easily. Shenyu said they should go home, and then it would be up to them to see what to do. Shuhong grabbed his head and shouted that he wouldn't be able to sleep at night then. These nightmares were simply unbearable for him. Shenyu convinces her son that she will try to negotiate with Yuchen some more. Yuchen was watching his neighbor's apartment from across the street with binoculars. Unfortunately, she wasn't home today. The young man reproached himself that there was no need to buy binoculars. There was no one to peep at anyway. There were some strange noises at his door. Yuchen turned and went to see what it was all about. He opened the front door lock and pushed the handle. He cautiously looked out into the hallway to see who had come in. He had to be very surprised. Zhang Xiaomei stood outside the door, leaning on her traveling suitcase. He asked the girl what she was doing here. She silently entered the apartment. Xiaomei revealed that she had made an agreement with her superiors and would be providing security for him around the clock from this day forward. Yuchen said it was just a joke. Zhang carelessly let go of the handle of the travel suitcase. The valise rolled onward by inertia. The girl immediately noticed Yi's bed under the window. She climbed onto it, got down on all fours, and began to admire the view from the window. Xiaomei noted that the bed was quite soft and this room would suit her quite well. Uchan wasted no time and enjoyed the sight of her buttocks, noting that the girl's figure suited him very well. Mei noticed that her landlord was giving her a hard look. She immediately sat on the bed and said that Yeo was letting himself get too much. Zhang explained that she would just be his bodyguard and nothing else. Yuchen asked if that meant they would be sleeping in the same bed. Xiaomei said he might as well not even think about it. Yes smiled and asked what would happen if they never found a customer, if the girl would stay at his place. Zhang said she wouldn't begrudge him even if he was the last man in the world. Yuchen frowned and thought he didn't really feel like it. The young man said she was on time and he wanted to discuss something with her. Yuchen is about to start his own company and he needs advice. Zhang shouted that he was crazy because he didn't even know how to run a business. Yuchen calmly replied to her that this was why he needed advice. Xiaomei resentfully said that his fiancé was better at these things, would have approached her better. He had an epiphany, and he agreed that Chen Kaixin was a pro and should have gone straight to her instead of pestering Xiaomei. Zhang said she did, and waved her hand at him. Since the girl herself was already lying under the blanket, she wished Yi a good night. Uchan walked over to her and said the bed was wide. There was enough room for two. Mei yawned and said she didn't mind. At the same second, she defiantly retrieved a gun from under the blanket. Xiaomei wondered if he had the guts for it. Yuqian waved it off and said it was too cool for him. The next day in Chen Kaixin's office, Chen remembered how Uchan had literally carried her in his arms. The thought alone made her smile happily. The secretary was surprised and asked the principal why she was so pleased. She said that Chen was acting very suspicious. Kexin immediately waved her hands and said that she was just imagining things. The secretary immediately chided her and said she had never allowed herself to giggle in the workplace before. The girl thought that perhaps it was because of Ouyang Hao's colors, but on the other hand, the headmaster doesn't really enjoy his visits. The lock on the handle clicked and the door to the study opened. Uchan stood on the threshold, leaning against the door jamb. He greeted Chen. Kexin stood up from her chair in a flash and relinquished it to Mr. Ye. Just then, Chen asked the secretary to arrange a cup of tea for the guest. Man was gone, and her mind was a mess. She knew that Chen hated Ye, so why was she serving him now? Xiaomei was also standing in the doorway, and Chen Kaixin asked who she was. Ye carelessly said that Chen could ignore her. Yuchen sat down in the director's chair and put his hands on his knees. He said that he was going to start a small business, 30 million. But he didn't know anything about business, so he came for advice. Kexin asked in surprise where he got that kind of money from. Yutian indignantly replied as she thought to herself, he didn't steal them. Chen was embarrassed and started to apologize that no, of course she didn't think anything of the sort. She assured him that such an amount would be enough for a small or even medium-sized company. Chen asked what exactly he was going to do. Kaixin thought with envy that he had a lot of money. She had never seen a doctor with such an income before. Utian replied that it would be the production of cosmetics. Women pay well for it. And he also needs a manager. He is not going to manage the company's affairs himself. Chen said she'd prepare a list of everything he needed to know specifically for him, and added that she'd find a manager for him no problem too. Yuchen smiled and thanked her. It bothered him a bit that Kaixin kept helping him instead of hating him. You couldn't understand the reason for this attitude. Wutian said goodbye to Kaixin and gave her his hand. He didn't want to leave Chen's office, but he had to keep his distance. Kaixin gently took his hand by the wrist of her hand. She asked Yi if he was in a hurry to get somewhere. Uchin was just stunned. Chen had never done such a thing before. He wrenched his hand away and Kaixin remained standing with her arm pulled. Embarrassed, the girl wrapped one of her arms around the other as if Yi's wrist was still there. Kexin said she wanted to know when Yi was going to continue her treatment. Suddenly, the office door opened. A radiant Hao appeared on the doorstep and started telling Chen that his grandfather was having a party soon and he would like to invite her. Only now did he see that Ushin was present. He instantly turned purple and asked Yi what on earth he was doing here. Wutian said it was none of his business and got ready to leave, taking Xiaomei with him. Ouyang whispered in Wutian's ear to stay away from Chen, or better yet, leave town. Ye responded by warning Hao that he'd better watch himself. Hao warned Wutian that he would regret it yet. Ye smiled disdainfully and declared that he wasn't afraid of him at all. Together with Xiaomei, Wutian walked through the Tianxin district. He said this guy is clearly not doing well at home. Why would he even pick on him? Xiaomei objected that Ye was asking for it. After all, it was Ouyang Hao from the same Ouyang family, and there was no reason for Wutian to quarrel with such a famous person. He exploded and shouted that this still didn't make him a demigod. Zhang said instructively that there are 4 ancient families in the country that have accumulated enormous human and financial resources over the centuries, namely the Gongsun family with a huge 3-story villa in the mountains, the Situ family with a large mansion and outbuildings among the cliffs, Nangong family with a large estate near the lake, and the Ouyang family. You could say the Ouyang family controls a quarter of the state. Wuqian listened to the brief excursion and frowned. Hao clearly had a lot of money. He turned around and told Xiaomei that Hao was a mere mortal after all. Wutian was so engrossed that he didn't immediately notice the fire truck and the crowd of gawkers. He added that Hao is not a deity by any means. And then Yi turned his attention to a fire in a high-rise building. He had a thought that began to grow into a vague suspicion. The gawkers were filming the fire on their cell phones, and Yi kept thinking. Suddenly the young man realized everything. It was his apartment on fire. Wuqian snapped out of his seat and ran swiftly towards the multi-story building. Xiaomei asked what he was up to. He had quickly covered the distance to the house and was now running up the driveway. A fire brigade was on the floor trying to extinguish the fire. Utian asked what happened and why his apartment was on fire, as his bank cards and checks were there. Fancy exclaimed why exactly her house had caught fire. The journalist took Yi by the scruff of his shirt and said that this was her first apartment and it was dear to her as a memory. Yutian grabbed her hand and asked if she happened to know if bank cards burned in fires. Wang irritably asked Ye what he himself thought about it. Yutian let go of her hand and waved the journalist away. Seeing E rushing into the burning apartment, Fancy yelled for him to stay out of there. Covering his eyes with his hands from the acrid smoke, Yuchen rummaged through his nightstands for documents. The fire had already managed to engulf both the curtains and the bed by the window. He didn't spare the nightstand with the checks either. Wutian opened the drawer and realized that everything was gone. He thought angrily that those checks had been worth millions, and now they were a pile of ashes. He hadn't even begun to spend them. He felt bad that all his efforts had been wasted. Wutian flew out of the apartment, nearly knocking Fancy and the firefighter off their feet. On the way, E had time to think that bank cards could be restored, and he would not be left without livelihood at all. Fancy cried out where he was going, for they had not yet agreed. She yelled that the apartment burned down and E should make up for it. Yuchen stated that it was a deliberate arson. Thick smoke was still billowing from the burning apartment. Wang Fengxi and Wu Qian came to Xiaomei, who was waiting outside. Zhang asked the young man if he had managed to salvage anything. He said that all of his belongings were burned to the ground, and so Xiaomei should mind her own business and find out who was behind it. With a wave of her hand, Xiaomei said she would do him a favor and investigate. Behind Yuchen's back, someone said it was a cool fire. The young man turned around. Behind him stood the smiling Hao. Wuxian said it would be much better for Ouyang if he wasn't involved. Hao scornfully asked him what he could do. Yutian looked at the young man with a studying look and warned him that he would see for himself. Ouyang continued to stare at him disdainfully and only hummed in return. Wang Fengxi asked if Wutian Hao suspected that the apartment had been set on fire. He said regretfully that he thought a lot of things, but there was no proof. Fancy absent-mindedly repeated that there was no proof. Wutian said Hao burned down her apartment, and she doesn't even want to look at him badly. Apparently, even her father can't deal with the Ouyang family. The journalist hesitated, twirling her curls on her finger. Wuqian said that if she didn't want her family involved, she didn't have to. It would be better for everyone. Immediately, he headed for the business center of the city. Soon, Wuqian reached the place he needed. It was the central bank of Xiaozong City. He was disappointed at the bank, and he stood at the cashier's desk and shouted that it couldn't be. The bank employee smiled politely at him, portraying honesty on her face. Wuqian was tearing up and throwing up, proving that there must be tens of millions on the map and it absolutely cannot be empty. The girl at the checkout apologized and said the balance on the card was 38 yuan. He fell on the counter near the cash register in frustration and started crying that 30 million had gone nowhere. The young man quickly pulled himself together and sighed. The business center of the city. The building with Chen Kexen's office. It was a normal day in the offices, and the employees were laboring in their seats. Kexen reproachfully asked Yi how he had gotten to this life. Yutian was wearing wrinkled clothes with traces of soot. He said resentfully that his apartment had burned down and his bank card had been cleaned out, leaving him penniless. Chen anxiously asked where Ye would live now. The young man said he would rent a hotel room as he had no other options, and asked to borrow a couple thousand. Chen Kaishin thought for a while. She closed her eyes, contemplating something. Then she offered to let Uchun stay with her for a while. Chen said she had a spare room. Yuchen was indignant and cried out that this was a bad idea. After all, Kexen hadn't thought about what would happen to her reputation if they were to live under the same roof. At this point, Yuchen was the very morality, and was ready to sleep outside, just so that no one would think badly of the lady. Kexen suggested that in that case, she should just say that Ye was renting a room from her. Wuchen smiled and said that would do. He was satisfied that he had fooled Chen so easily. Kexen also felt like she was being played for a fool, but she didn't show it. She said to start by stopping by the store on the way and picking out some appropriate clothes. Having negotiated all the nuances, Chen and Wutian left the office building. There was only one car parked in the office parking lot. Kexen hugged Yi's arm and expressed her desire to ride the bike with him. Wutian was surprised and thought that Chen was definitely not right in the head if she refused to ride in a car. Seeing his confusion, Kexen asked if he was okay with it himself. He said he didn't mind and asked to hold on tight so he wouldn't fall. The young man pulled up the bicycle and put his arm around Chen, saying that she was the first passenger. Kexen laughed and happily climbed onto the trunk, holding Ye by the shoulders. Wuqian made sure the girl was holding onto him securely and pressed down on the pedal. It was scary for Kexen to drive at such a speed with only his shoulders to hold onto. The girl instinctively pressed herself tighter against the driver and wrapped her arms around his waist. Wuqian felt how hard Chen's firm breasts pressed against him, and it pleased him. He realized that riding a bike with a girl is very enjoyable. They rode merrily through the city, and Yutian thought that if he had known, he would have done that a long time ago. Soon they pulled into the main streets. The traffic here was brisk. A large SUV appeared at one of the stoplights. He was going pretty fast and braked at a red light with a distinctive tire squeal. Wutian was crossing the zebra, and Hao Ouyang jumped out of the jeep. He asked Kexen where she was going like that, and what had happened to her car. He replied that the girl herself wanted to ride with him and asked what he didn't like. Hao grabbed the girl's arm and wanted to pull her off the bike. He told Chen to get into the car and assured her that he would take her wherever she needed to go. Hao explained that it was very life-threatening to ride a bicycle like that. Kexin threw up her hand and asked him not to worry, for she herself came from a poor family and often rode a bicycle as a child. Ye rejoiced and said that if Hao needed him, Ouyang could find him at Kexin's place from this day forward. He smirked and said they would be living together now. Hao frowned and asked what he was implying. Chen covered Wu Tian's mouth and said that Yi's apartment burned down and he was left without money, so she temporarily provided him with lodging. Hao was tearing up and throwing up. He was sorry that things had turned out this way. Ouyang had a life-saving thought and shouted that he could borrow money if he needed to. He tried to stop Utian and asked him how much money would suit him. The gawkers were watching this spectacle. They were clearly enjoying it. He replied that he could give as much as he could spare and showed his little finger, hinting that he was going to his mistress. Kexin nudged him and told him it was time to move on. Wu Tian pushed off, and the couple on the bike slowly pulled away from the observers on the sidewalk. Hao looked at them unhappily. With anger, Hao struck his car with his fist. He hurt his fist and had to lean on the car door. Now Ouyang waited for the pain to subside a little. But it still didn't help, and he was shaking like he had a fever. Ouyang Hao glared at the offending person, thundering his fist and spewing curses. Two guys were discussing since when did pretty girls fall for bicyclists. While seeing off Utian with an envious look, one guy in the crowd said he would get his grandfather's bicycle out of the garage. Maybe he'd get lucky. When they drove some distance away, Ye said he had to apologize to Chen. He recognized that it wasn't nice to use the girl to piss Hao off. Kexin was pleased that the young man understood that, and she said she owed him a debt of gratitude. Wushin said that he and Hao have their own squabbles, and Chen has absolutely nothing to do with it. The young man added that the girl and Hao seem to have a mutual liking. Kexin starts making excuses that nothing brings them together, and Hao is like a brother to her. Then, as if remembering, Chen asked what kind of showdown with Hao Wuchen was referring to. Young replied that he suspected Ouyang of setting the apartment on fire. Kexin looked back confusedly as if Hao was still there. Now she understood why he was acting so brazenly. A short time later they arrived at the hotel. Finally went up to the floor where Kexin lived. Chen stopped outside her room door in a friendly manner. The girl stood and smiled. Yudian was simply amazed at the fact that all this time the girl had been living across the street. Chen admitted that when she moved out of her parents' house, she couldn't imagine that she and Yuchen would end up as neighbors. The girl studied him and thought it was fate itself trying for them. Wutian said that it was now clear to him why Ouyang Hao had gotten this far. He smirked and said that Hao's devious plan backfired on himself as he and Kexin grew even closer. Chen laughed and said that now Yi didn't even have money for a rented apartment and invited him inside. The first thing Kexin did was to pull off her heavy and hot-heeled shoes. She hopped onto the couch, crossing her long legs. The young man's blood pressure rose and his nose bled at the sight of it. Yuchen got angry with himself and clamped his nostril with the palm of his hand. Kexin lowered her feet to the floor and began to scoff that the doctor didn't know how to treat a nosebleed. He got angry and replied that he was not interested in her opinion. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with this body, bleeding too often. Kexin asked what he thought of doing now, since he wanted to start his own business. Utian sat down on the couch and it squeaked resentfully. The young man said that it was not the time to talk about plans, and it would be good to earn money first. But in general, he was thinking of going back to that fishing village. This was news to Kexin, and she asked which village was meant. Utian recalled the fact that he had gone missing a year ago. The young man was being hunted, and after one incident, he ended up in a small fishing village. Ye added that that was where he met little Li Wan-er and her grandfather. Chen got excited and said she would keep him company. Yuchen objected that she is the director and the whole company hangs on her. Kexin smiled and said that the company was fine, and a couple days wouldn't affect anything. Utian tried to object some more, but didn't have time. Chen gently touched her index finger to his lips, urging him to shut up. Kexin said firmly that she doesn't accept any objections. She just wants to go there, and that's not even a stipulation. After a moment's pause, Chen moved away from the young man, looking at him intently. She jumped off the couch, inquired about the young man's cell phone, and pulled the phone out of her purse. Chen said she had bought it recently. Yuchen scrutinized a large smartphone with a bank card on it. Chen cheerfully said that the map was his too and said goodnight, adding that he could choose any available room. Wutian sat on the couch and thought about the fact that he was in Chen's good graces. Now, he couldn't decide what to do with Kexin. There was only one PO number on the contact list, ex-fiancé. Ye paid attention to this and felt guilty in front of the real Ye Wutian. Kexin didn't sleep at all that night. First, she covered herself with a blanket with her head. Chen didn't think that was enough, so she covered her head with a pillow, reproaching herself for everything that was going on. But nothing helped, and soon her crying head emerged from under the pillow. Kexin sadly realized that she had a crush, and she felt ashamed. The next morning, Uchan found breakfast on the table, his room key and pocket money waiting for him. He thought Chen was treating him like a small child. Immediately, he customized a message and sent it to Kexin. Seeing the text message from the young man, Chen instantly grabbed the phone in her hands. Ye Wutian thanked the girl for breakfast and pocket money. Kexen looked with boundless warmth at the phone. She was almost crying with happiness when Secretary Man entered the office and saw her extremely excited. Wutian walked with Dr. Wu to the grounds of the private clinic. He asked the patient to turn onto his stomach and began massaging his back. He pressed harder and harder on his shoulder blades, then moved to his spine. Sitsi asked how her grandfather was feeling. Yuchen said everything is going well, and barring anything unpredictable happening, should recover today. The man cheerfully interrogated him. He was pleased that soon everything would be over and he would take his father home. Sitsi screamed why Grandpa hadn't woken up yet. Ye called her a fool and explained that the treatment had not been completed yet. He held out the medicine, which had to be drunk in one gulp. The girl walked over to the bunk and began to feed her relative from a spoon. Yushin squealed that he needed everything at once, he'd said so. Sitsi hesitated and stiffened. She was clearly hesitant. The young man yelled that she was deaf in general and asked if she wanted her grandfather to wake up. The girl yelled that he could take his anger out on her, but she wouldn't let her grandfather get hurt. She can't let him get choked up. Utian angrily snatched the mixture from her and shouted that she was a useless woman, and it was useless to teach her. She would do everything wrong anyway. The man quietly asked the doctor if Yuchen was sure of what he was doing. The professor scratched his beard, hesitated, and admitted that he didn't know the answer. Uchan walked over to the bunk and lifted the old man with one hand, holding him by the neck. In his other hand, he held the medicine tightly. Lifting his grandfather's head a little higher, E quickly poured the entire contents of the container into his mouth. Sitsi couldn't bear to watch this and demanded to calm down. She was ready to kill him and clenched her fists in anger. Siki shrieked that she had made herself clear enough and grabbed Ye's hand. Dr. Wu held the man's shoulder and asked him not to interfere. He said that the boy would be able to figure it out on his own. Wutian told Siki that if the girl touched him again, she would be forced to find another doctor. She squealed and called for her father's help to calm E down. The man asked her to stop worrying herself. Yushin poured into the old man in one fell swoop whatever was left over from last time. Then he tossed the empty plate aside and let go of his grandfather's head, and he slumped back onto the pillow. Shiki couldn't stand it and pointed a gun at him. She shouted that Ye had had enough of life. The man tried to stop her, but it was too late. The girl pulled the trigger and the bullet flew out of the barrel of the gun. Fortunately, Yutian dodged and the bullet hit his arm. Streams of blood immediately ran down his arm, flowing down to his palm. Now the man was angry, and very seriously so. He grabbed the gun out of his daughter's hands and hit her. The man tossed the gun to one side and Sitsi to the other, and shouted that she was always making trouble from her. Dr. Wu came running in with a medical case and said that he would patch E up in no time. Yuchen grudgingly said he could handle it himself and asked for the tweezers. The professor quickly found and handed over the required item. He looked at the young man in disbelief and wondered how he would be able to get the bullet out himself. Duck calmly reached into the wound with tweezers and began picking at it, extracting the bullet. The young man struggled to endure the pain. No one would help him. After a few minutes that seemed like an eternity, a bloody bullet showed on the tip of the tweezers. Only now did Uchan exhale calmly, and the man was very surprised that the young man didn't even raise an eyebrow as he picked at the gunshot wound. The young man reached into his pocket with his hand and searched for something for a long time. Finally found what I was looking for. It was one of his powders. Uhan began to powder the wound, and the man watched his actions from behind him with interest. Soon the bleeding stopped and the wound began to heal before my eyes. The man couldn't believe his eyes that it could happen so quickly. Dr. Wu was sure it was a miracle, the man exclaimed and asked what this healing powder was. Dr. Wu thought about the fact that this medicine could save many soldiers on the battlefield if its production was put into mass production. Uchin taped the wound, wrapped a bandage around his arm, and said he would not tell them anything. Angrily looking at Siki, Ye said that for old man W's sake, he would pretend that nothing happened, but she had better not get caught by the young man. He added that this was the first and last time he took on the task of helping their Ning family. Yutian walked over to the old man's bunk, clenched his fingers into a fist and swung from his head, standing for a while, calibrating the right direction of the blow. Then he punched the patient in the chest area with all his might. He immediately spat out the potion he had recently swallowed. Father and daughter looked at Yuchin's actions with suspicion. Suddenly Grandpa sat up in his bunk and coughed. Relatives ran up to him with tears in their eyes. Sitsi roared and was glad that Grandpa had finally woken up. Grandfather said stop crying and let her better tell me if she had behaved well. Turning to the doctor, the grandfather asked where the guy who hit him had gone. Quansheng said that the young man had already left. Suddenly he realized everything and it was all about Uchan hitting his grandfather. The man asked what exactly Dr. Wu meant by that. Dr. Wu said he should have known right away, because he heard about this method just a couple of years ago. The medicine and subsequent mechanical action were needed to stimulate Ning Lao's bodily functions, because otherwise his nervous system wouldn't have worked due to the long coma. The old man said he owed everything to him alone. He added that he heard absolutely everything they said, even though he couldn't open his eyes. He told Sitsi that she would need to apologize to the doctor. She countered that there was nothing to mess with him. You should just pay him, that's all. The man asked her what was more important in life, money or power, and told her that neither would give her good health and longevity. He added that this is why people with outstanding medical skills are so valuable. Not to mention that Yuqian is special even by medical standards. One of the city's neighborhoods, Day. Wutian rode his bike and regretted that the Ning family's money had disappeared along with the cards. So he had cured the old man for free, and even got shot. He couldn't take it anymore and started yelling into space that he was all out of luck. There was Xiao Mei standing near the sidewalk, and she was clearly waiting for the young man. The girl screamed that he was a scumbag, because a long time ago you could have gotten a cell phone. Her cries brought Wuqian back to the real world, and he finally saw Xiao Mei. He hit the brakes and twisted the steering wheel, swerving toward the sidewalk. Yuqian smoothly rolled up to the girl and said hello to her. Smirking, the young man asked if she had taken too long to find him and apologized. Xiao Mei demanded his current residence address. She pinched his nose lightly and reminded him that she had promised to protect him. There was little that could happen if he was attacked. Yuqian pulled his phone out of his pocket and asked to hold on. He was getting a call. The call came from Chen and he decided to reject it. He thought that he was almost home anyway, so he could have a normal conversation there. Xiao Mei freaks out and says she's been looking all over town for him, and then it turns out Yi has a cell phone. She demanded that Yi immediately tell her PO number. The young man raised his hand up with the phone and wondered if Xiao Mei was going to hit on him. Yudian said he's a very humble guy and is not ready for such big decisions yet. Xiao Mei got angry, said stop braying, and snatched the phone from him. The girl said a lot of guys in his shoes wouldn't mind exchanging phone numbers with her. A car pulled up neatly beside the sidewalk. Mr. Liu came out of the car and said he wanted to talk about his son's injuries. Uchan objected that one should go to the hospital with such questions. Besides, they were feuding and had nothing to talk about. Liu says that he has talked to all the famous doctors in the area and no one can help, but Yi is the most extraordinary doctor, and Liu asks him to name a price. Uthian got on his bike and said his son had overflowed the cup of patience and asked him not to look for him anymore. He cannot save everyone in need. Liu shouted back that he was willing to give 100 million yuan. He stopped and thought. It was worth abandoning principles for such a sum of money. He turned around and shouted that he was willing to cooperate with Liu for 120 million. Wutian waved at the departing car and said that Mr. Liu was a pleasure to deal with. The guy smirked and told Liu to remember to prepare the money in advance. Xiao Mei looked at him judgmentally and twisted his words about the cup of patience. Wutian told her that Liu Fu had already gotten what he deserved, so why would he kick someone lying down? The young man asked how long she would be following him around and clarified what was going on with the investigation. Xiao Mei said that it was officially written off as a short circuit. Yutian was furious. He shouted that they had wasted so much time just to bullshit him and accused them of not doing anything about the police. The young man squealed that he didn't need such a bodyguard, and she'd better find out who was behind the arson of his apartment. Xiao Mei was angry with Ye. She ran away and muttered to herself that she didn't really want to look after him. Yuchen watched the girl rush quickly down the road that was going upward, and he thought about it. After all, there was still nothing Xiao Mei could do to Hao. The Ouyang family was beyond her. Soon he was already in the hotel and walking quickly down the hallway. The young man said he was at home and found several pairs of shoes near the door. Chen Kaishin and Hao's parents were sitting on the couch, the girl herself standing beside them. Chen cheerfully said that it was a pleasant surprise. Now he understood why the girl had called him. Chen saw his bandaged hand and asked fearfully what was wrong with his hand. The young man replied that it was just a minor scratch. The girl shrieked it couldn't be a scratch, the whole bandage was soaked with blood. The parents thought about the change in Chen. They saw that their daughter cared for Wutian. Only Hao sat frowning. He realized that it wouldn't be easy to win the girl's affection back. Father Chen asked Wutian if he had broken the engagement agreement with Kaishin. Smiling, Ye replied that he was. He said he wouldn't stay long anyway, since his house had burned down and Chen invited him to stay with her for now. Hao said that no one is stopping him from renting a hotel room. After all, his family is quite rich. Wutian replied that he didn't even have money for a hotel. But it was wrong of Hao to involve Chen's parents in the quarrel. Ouyang replied that it doesn't matter, because what matters to him is the result. Ye replied that everyone around him was doing nothing but praising the Ouyang family. But judging from Hao's behavior, they are all doing it in vain. Hao was getting angry. He had run out of arguments and was ready to move to a fight. The girl's father said that if she and Chen were not in a relationship, it was not appropriate for them to live under the same roof, and he would find another place for Yushin to live. Ye remained silent and looked sad. There was nothing he could do. Yushin closed his eyes and said he would. Okay. Kexin suddenly squealed and shrieked in surprise that nothing was all right. She told her father that it was her own business and it was none of her parents' business. The mother said that if her daughter is cohabiting with a man, then of course it's a matter of concern. Hao managed to agree and said that she was right. Chen angrily said that it was none of Hao's business and he didn't need to get involved. She grabbed Yushin's hand and showed him that she wouldn't let him go anywhere. Kexin firmly said that Wuqian is not going anywhere from here, period. The parents were shocked at such an act. Hao hesitated and yet cheered, celebrating the victory. Qi asked Chen to answer one question honestly. She asked if Kexin loves Wuqian. The girl faltered, blushed, and began to fumble nervously with her fingers. Chen wasn't quite sure, but admitted that she liked Wuqian a little. Kexin said that she's not quite sure how she feels, but she definitely knows that she doesn't want to break up with Wuqian. Qi yelled at the girl and reminded her that Yi was walking around behind her back. She resented that Chen would just forgive him like that and asked what about Ouyang Hao. Hao realized that this was his chance. He pondered the best way to strike. He got up from the couch and gently told Kexin that he loved her very much. Chen was confused and didn't know what she should do. She apologized to Hao and said she was sorry, but he had always been like an older brother to her. Ouyang immediately changed his face and was now looking at Kexin with a sad look. To put a bold point on it, Chen left the room and told Yi that they would go and change the bandage right away. Utanan stumbled a bit and couldn't say a word. They came to the bedroom and Chen lit the nightlight. The girl slowly and carefully unwrapped his bandage. Wuqian said that Kexin shouldn't have quarreled with his parents over him. Chen replied that he was now starting to care about her. She said that she did what she did and had no intention of changing her mind. Wuqian cheerfully said that he would obey Her Majesty. The next day, downtown. Chen Kexin Company. Work is in full swing, and all employees are engaged in business. Chen herself was studying last month's chart. A secretary sat beside her. Kexin asked Secretary Xiaoman to open the office door. Just then, the door swung open, and an angry woman appeared on the threshold. She asked what was the meaning of this, since they had already made an agreement with Chen, if she had not forgotten. Kexin said that she didn't break any agreements. Miss Yi reminded that she should stop supporting Yewutian. And now it has come to her attention that Wuqian and Kexin are living under the same roof. Chen said that she doesn't understand why Miss Ye is meddling in her personal life. As for Yewutian, he is no longer the owner of this company and can be left alone. The woman replied that she was too brazen for the head of a small firm, and asked what she would do without the support of the Yi family and their millions. She demanded that Yushin be thrown out on the street immediately, or the contract would be null and void. Kexin shouted that no one could make decisions for her about who she should be with, and added in a firm voice that was definitely not Mrs. E. The woman couldn't stand it and slapped her palm on the table with anger. She shouted that Kexin might regret her decision. She wouldn't be able to manage alone. Kexin said he wouldn't fall for her threats. Even if he had to lose the company, there was nothing to regret. Mrs. E wails that her family can both support the business and ruin it, and Chen just doesn't understand the risks. Kexin slammed the laptop lid shut and looked at the woman carefully. Chen said Yewutian is her blood relative, and if Wuqian is a disgrace to the entire family, then Madame Ye herself is even worse. With that, she finally pissed off her guest, and she promised that she would make Kexin choke on her words. Chen Kaixin asked Xiaoman to escort her guest out in a calm voice. 4 hours had passed. The working day was nearing its end. Suddenly, one of the employees ran somewhere and spoke quickly on the phone. Soon another employee's phone rang. Mr. Wang demanded that the 3-year contract be terminated immediately. Now all the staff were already busy on the phone. Many clients refused the services provided. Xiaoman ran into the office and shouted from the doorstep that they were in trouble. She said investors found out about the termination of the contract with the Yi family, and it was as if they went crazy. Ye Dongshuan's revenge didn't take long to arrive. She smiled gloatingly. The same night, Chen Kaixin's office building. The lawyer said that YIP Group suspends all cooperation with Jianxing Trading Company on the basis of the latter's non-compliance with an earlier agreement. Although Chen Kaixin was prepared for such a turn, she was worried beyond belief. Her company would lose at least 20 million. When this news reached the staff, there was sheer panic. Now they could all forget about the annual bonus. All contracts were broken and a crisis seemed inevitable. The receptionist said the situation is worse than ever. They keep getting calls from disgruntled customers asking what's going on. Kexin asked Xiaoman to calm them down with all her might. The secretary thought that only a miracle could save their company. Chen told Man to just do as she commands, no need to think too much. The phone on the table rang. It was Ye Dongshuan. Chen looked at the ringing phone with exasperation. Standing up from the table, the girl pulled the phone closer to her. Kexin saw that Mrs. Yi was calling and pressed the call acceptance button. Dongshuan said hello to Miss Chen in a satisfied voice. After waiting for a pause, she wondered what Kexin would tell her now. Chen stood her ground and replied that Dongshuan might as well not try. She wouldn't change her mind. Curses began spewing from the phone, and Chen pinned it to the table with her fist. Ye Dongshuan was tearing up. Out of anger, she clutched her phone hard. The country house of the Yi family. Yewutian's brother expressed doubt that Chen Kaixin would give up so easily. Dongshuan laughed and said that she had no choice. She would either accept it or lose her company. The patriarch of the Ye family sat across from Dongshuan. He had been listening intently and now began to state his opinion. The patriarch's eldest son said that they shouldn't go that far. After all, if they quarreled with the Ouyang family, Dongxuan's whole plan would backfire on them. Missy said everything is under control, and she knows what she's doing. They're just going to parrot her a little bit, that's all. Ye Wutian's father asked them if they themselves were disgusted. Dongxuan was surprised and questioned why he thought so. Hengdong explained that neither Wuqian nor Kaixin had any connection with the Ye family. Moreover, they might fall into their own trap. Dongxuan shrieked that he had misunderstood everything, and she was now trying for the sake of the family. He shouted back that she was only trying for her own sake. Hengdong added that he understood her desire to gain the favor of the Ouyang family, and suggested that Kexin could later strike them through Hao. Dongxuan took offense and said that Ouyang's favor meant little to her. He asked why she would even want Ouyang Hao in that case. His brother shrieked at him that if you listen to him, Yi's family means nothing to him. Hendong was about to leave, but he was stopped by the patriarch of the Yi family. He wondered if his words meant nothing to Hendong. The latter assured the patriarch that he had always been a faithful son to him. After all, he told Hendong not to help Yuchen, so the man doesn't help him, and what questions could there be for him? The patriarch turned purple and was ready to explode immediately. He shouted that Hendong should watch his tone. His granddaughter asked him not to yell at her father and told him that being nervous was bad for your health. One of the servants reported that a certain lady had come to them and introduced herself as Chen Kaixin. Dongxuan was glad that Kexin had finally made the right decision. Brother Wutian was also satisfied and said that everything was going just as Dongxuan had said. A man brought a girl into the house. It really was Miss Chen. Upon entering the house, she said hello to everyone present. Hendong inquired of the girl why she had come. Kexin said she came to discuss something with him. Dongxuan smiled greedily. Now Kexin wasn't going anywhere. Miss Yi stated that the company should be addressed to her, not her older brother. Chen smiled and said that she was only dealing with Mr. Ye. She handed Hendong some kind of package. He asked what was inside. The girl asked him to open it and see for himself. Dongxuan couldn't believe that there was any business with just Hendong. While the man opened the package, Chen turned away to avoid looking at Dongxuan. Hendong was very surprised by this package of documents. He anxiously asked Kexin what it all meant. Chen said that her company owes everything to the Yi Hendong once gave her money to start the business, and now she is giving the firm back to him. All the paperwork is in place. Even the patriarch was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Chen said that all Hendong had to do was put his signature on it. The man asked why she was doing that. Kexin replied that no matter how hard you try, you still won't be rich as a stranger. Hendong said that Chen had put a lot of effort into her company. The girl countered that the company had never been her own. Lastly, she said that the Yi family might be influential, but that didn't mean the whole world was on her. Dongxuan and his brother were simply furious. Just like that, Chen Kaixin stomped on the pride of the Ye family without scaring anyone. Although in Ye Dongxuan's view, it should have been the exact opposite. Already near the exit, the girl remembered something, tossed a bunch of keys and said that Ye Wutian had asked for them to be returned. They were car keys. Dongxuan grabbed them, clutched them in her hand, and shouted that Wutian had put her up to it. The girl replied that the young man only asked to take the keys, and she decided to get rid of the company herself. Hengdong said that she created this company from scratch, and he can't take it away. Kexin replied that the company is related to the Ye family, and she doesn't want that kind of happiness. Wutian's brother asked why she was playing the insulted innocence card. Kexin replied that it might be her fault, but she's not making a big deal out of herself. She's just the way she is. Hendong said irritably, not everyone was ready to bow at their feet. His nephew asked him not to believe Kaixin. He was sure the girl was up to something. The second brother cut into the conversation and asked why Chen would take Wutian's side, since she used to hate him. The patriarch sat silently wondering what to do now. He couldn't believe there were young people who didn't care about money. Chen Kaixin Company's office building. The employees looked sadly at the walls of the company that had become home for many. Chen had packed almost all of her things and looked sadly at the collective photo. In the center were Kaixin and Wuqian. Xiaoman asked if it was true that Director Chen was leaving the company. Kexin replied that it was cramped for two heads on the same shoulders, so she decided to leave on her own. The secretary assured her that she wanted to continue working with Chen. The girl replied that she was now unemployed and didn't know what she would do. Kexin cheerfully said that if she needed an assistant in the future, she knew who to turn to. The secretary had a lively light in her eyes, and she said, catching Chen's eye. The whole company went out to see Director Chen Kaixin off. The cab was already parked under the building. Turning around to the collective, Chen smiled and waved cheerfully at them. The staff stood at the entrance and held one arm raised and bent at the elbow as a sign of honorable farewell. Kexin couldn't look at it calmly and turned aside. Unable to bear it, she burst into tears. It seemed like enough to fill a whole sea. Soon, a cab brought the girl to Tianxin District. Chen set the scotch-taped box on the table with a clatter. The girl leaned on her and said they were both unemployed now. Wuqian knew nothing, and Chen revealed that she had returned the company to the Yi family's hands and had nothing more to do with them. The young man put his palm to her forehead and asked if she was sick by any chance. Kexin took offense and cried out that he himself was sick. Wuqian finally realized that the girl wasn't joking and interrogated Chen. The young man said that he had purposely handed the company over to Kexin specifically, and she had taken it and abandoned it. Chen explained that the shadow of the Yi family would always hang over the company. Further questioning yielded nothing, and Kexin said she had already returned the documents to his relatives, so it was a done deal. Yutian asked Her Majesty how she was going to support him. Kexin seriously said that it was his turn to take care of her. The young man smirked and said that it was too troublesome for him. He'd rather keep chilling at her expense. Chen fell into a stupor. She couldn't say a word out of anger. A new day has dawned. Chen Kaixin came out of the house and Wutian rode up on his bicycle saying that the carriage was served. Chen was already uncomfortable, so she asked him to shut up. Crossing her legs, the girl sat on the bike rack. Making herself comfortable, she put her arm around the young man's waist. After making sure everything was okay, Chen said they could go. All over again, Kaixin pressed herself tighter against him. Wuqian felt the girl's firm charms and immediately became cheerful. He smiled and said he was ready to do her bidding. They drove merrily through the center of town, teasing each other. It was nice and pleasant for Kexin to ride with Wuqian just like that. Near one of the buildings, he turned around and asked how about payment for his labors. Chen smiled and replied that she was officially raising his salary 100 times from today. The young man laughed and thanked Her Majesty for her kindness. They drove past a police post and drew the attention of the officers of the law. The guard immediately ran out of the booth and asked his partner what these miracles were. He wondered what such a pretty girl would be doing on a rusty piece of iron, and the other cop told him that the young man was probably from a wealthy family. The policeman looked at the couple enviously. They all thought at the same time that they could at least have chosen a newer bicycle. They reached the Tianxin area. Kexin had to get off the bike. A girl blocked their way and told Wuqian that she had a conversation to have with Wuqian. The young man ordered her out of the way, and Chen asked who she was. Wuqian replied that she was just that, a bitch of one. Sitsi took great offense at him. She ran around them and blocked their path, urging them to stop. Sitsi said she had come to apologize to him. Wuqian said he didn't need to do that. He didn't need anything more from the Ning family. The girl said she had already mentioned that she was sorry and asked what else Yi needed. She thought that she had never met such a greedy and unscrupulous hubbub in her life. Wuqian asked her to get off at last. She asked him what he wanted from her, but he couldn't help but insult her. He said that if she was done, he wanted her out of his sight. Sitsi tilted her head and asked what she had to do for Wuqian to forgive her. The young man asked what she cared and why she was even picking on him. The girl asked simply to tell her how to get his forgiveness. Wuqian said that he absolutely didn't care what she was up to, but he wouldn't go anywhere near their Ning family. To strengthen his argument, the young man showed his middle finger to Shiki. The girl lost her temper and screamed, "How can he call himself a man after that? She doesn't understand how one can be so vindictive." Wuqian smirked and asked if he must necessarily have memory problems if he was a guy. That made Shiki even angrier. She said she wasn't going anywhere until Yutian accepted her apology. He got fed up with it and told the girl that he forgives her and now she can leave. Sitsi grabbed his hand and stated that they were now going to his grandfather's house. He wanted to see Yi. Yuchen pulled his arm out and said she could get away. He said he wasn't going to have any more dealings with the girl or her family. She slapped him hard. She said that if he insulted her again, she would not be responsible for herself. Yuchen smirked and said he could tell her the same thing. Kexin was fed up with the conflict and asked why not discuss things peacefully. The young man said there was nothing to discuss. Sitsi turned purple with anger. Wuqian turned around and told Kexin that they were leaving. Sitsi blocked the young man's path again and declared that he must forgive her first. Yuchen said she was a fool for not understanding and asked when it would finally get to her. Immediately, Siki slapped him and wailed that she had warned him and he shouldn't have insulted her. Chen immediately flew up to her and shrieked. Who did she think she was that she was allowing herself to do such a thing? Wuqian imperiously put his hand on Kexin's shoulder and said that he was talking about the same thing, and that it applied to him too. The air around me has changed. Sitsi sensed it too late to react adequately. The girl's legs gave a jerk and she sank to her knees helplessly, asking Yi what he had done. Wuqian gently took her by the temples and said that it wasn't as if she didn't expect him to be scared of her family. Sitsi was frightened herself and asked what he was up to. Wuqian grabbed her by the waist with one hand and lifted her onto his shoulder. The girl struggled and demanded to be released immediately. The young man slapped her hard on the soft part of her body below her back. Sitsi squealed with both anger and pain at the same time. Kexin watched with satisfaction as Wutian headed for the trash containers. He chose a hazardous waste container for his revenge. He walked over there and threw the annoying girl there with a swing. After shaking his hands off the dust, the young man exhaled and walked over to Chen. The girl looked at him with undisguised surprise. Sitsi was sitting in the waste container. She was stuck in there and was yelling that Wuqian had better get her out now. Kexin looked at him sadly. Her hands were behind her back. Wuqian folded her fingers into the likeness of a heart. Even though they had moved quite far away, Sitsi's curses could still be heard. Ye asked Kexen why she was looking at him like that. Maybe he was going a little overboard. Chen replied that it's okay, that's what that leftist broad should do. Yuchen thought the words about the left baba sounded a little strange. Kexen asked if he was going to pull her out of the trash. Ye laughed and said that nothing would happen to her, except that she would stink of stink. Chen smiled and wondered if he didn't feel sorry for the girl at all. The young man replied that there was nothing to pity her for except her smarmy face, but Kexen was still prettier. Chen got excited. Yushin started complimenting her. Ning family's large and luxurious house. Siki wiped her head while wrapped in a towel and threatened that she would kill him with her own hands. The old man laughed that the lad appeared to have a temper. Siki asked her grandfather in surprise why he wasn't on her side. The latter replied that she herself was to blame for the situation. The grandfather added that she never understood anything, for the young man was very gentle with her. The girl said angrily that all she realized was that this pervert had finally gotten cocky. Her father asked her to remember her sudden weakness and asked if she didn't realize what it meant. Tsitsi strained all her wits and finally began to understand something. The girl remembered that the wound on her arm no longer bothered the young man. Her father told her that she had no idea how valuable his knowledge was to military medicine. The old man said he would drop in on Yutina himself one of these days. For the next few days, Yawutian was very busy. It wasn't until the evening of the third day that he finally gathered all the necessary ingredients. Yuchen put the special container on the gas stove and turned it on. Chen Kexen had just as much to do, as she was the one who procured the ingredients ordered by Ye. Clean water was needed first and foremost, and Chen was just tired of carrying bags of it. Throughout these days, Chen Kaishin wondered more than once what he wanted to do, but Yewutian answered the girl each time that it was a secret. Chen was sitting in front of the TV in the evening watching a humor show. Uchen walked over to the back of the couch and watched with her for a while too. Then the young man walked around the couch, sat down next to Chen and offered her something to eat. She asked what he brought. Wutian said it was poison. He set his palm up, and Kexen obediently ate whatever the young man brought. Yuchen worriedly asked what would happen if there really was poison in there. Chen replied that he had no motive to poison her. Wushin said it was up to her. Chen clarified that it wasn't an attempt to hit on her. He confirmed that this was the case. After all, no one in his place could resist such a beauty. Keishin felt something wrong happening to her. Wushin smirked and said that she should start to smell soon. Chen shouldn't be frightened, it was perfectly normal. She got angry and said that it was Yutian himself who smelled it. And she, by the way, had recently bathed. And if he didn't believe it, he could smell it. The young man leaned over Kexen's head and breathed in the scent of her hair. She blushed and said she was joking. E replied that she had asked for a sniff. A large tub of clean water was already stocked in the bathroom. Uchan immediately splashed 2 more bottles of clear liquid into it. Kassen asked, wondering what the end result should be after all. Yi explained that as soon as Chen had a foul discharge on her skin, she should wash it off and then climb into the vat and soak in it for half an hour. Keishin asked what it was all for. The young man replied that she would figure it out for herself later, and added that it was his thanks for letting Chen stay with her. After a while, the girl's hands began to be covered in purple spots. She screamed at what had happened to her hands. Uchin thought it had finally begun. The drug worked as it should, but the effect was slower and weaker than expected. He decided that it was all about poor quality ingredients, and it was worth growing it yourself in the future. The young man asked Chen to prepare water for himself and strictly forbade the use of soap and shampoo. He added that mineral water would come in handy. Kaishin would obviously be thirsty. The girl undressed in a flash and dumped all her clothes into the laundry basket. Wuqian said from behind the door for the girl to take her time. He wasn't going to peek. She yelled for E to stop distracting her and asked how she got so much dirt on her. Uchin said it's okay, it's just Her Majesty's toxins coming out of Her Majesty that way. Chen asked indignantly if he was sure that was the way it was supposed to be. The young man replied that he didn't know that for sure, since he couldn't see, and asked for permission to enter. Kaishin shouted for him not to even think about it. Yutian made his way to the living room and sat down on the couch, muttering that women were very difficult. The young man made himself comfortable on the couch and waited for the girl to return. The translucent door to the bathroom was closed, and only the silhouette of the girl was visible to the young man. This was enough for another bleeding, and Ye apologized to the original Wutian, for he really likes the former body owner's fiancée. Uchan said that they were no longer engaged anyway, so who cares? Especially better him than another man. It was already 11 o'clock on the clock. Uchan estimated that he'd gotten here about an hour ago. He asked himself what Kexen could be doing there for so long. A wild cry from the apartment was heard by many on the street, and they were surprised. Yutian immediately ran into the bathroom and asked what was wrong. Kexen blinked and wrapped herself in a towel and turned her back to him. The young man lost control of himself, and the absorbent cotton plug in his nostril flew out under the pressure of the new hemorrhage. Chen rejoiced like a child. She said it was incredible. Her skin was as soft as a baby's now. Yuchen took it as personal praise and said that the girl was shining like a fairy. He thought that he had never seriously done this before, but he was very happy with the result, because Chen had been beautiful before, and now she was a beauty. But now she couldn't take her eyes off. Kexin cheerfully asked Ye if he really thought so. Yuchen nodded his head happily. The girl was embarrassed and hesitated. Then she leaned over and kissed Yi on the cheek. Kexin thanked the young man sincerely. Yuchen was amazed, and he wanted a repeat. He told Chen that it wouldn't work that way. He just wasn't ready and needed to do it again. Yuchen reached for the girl, demanding a reward. She jokingly displayed her fingernails and told him not to even dream of it. Kexin suggested going to town. She'd rather treat him to something tasty. It really wasn't bad weather outside. Soon, Chen and Wutian took the elevator down and were crossing the hotel lobby. Standing in the doorway was Ouyang Hao. It was as if he was waiting for Kaixin to leave the room. Kexin looked at him thoughtfully with a slight tinge of sadness. Hao told her that she looked stunning. He noticed Chen's transformation. Chen coldly asked what Brother Hao needed. Hao replied that tomorrow was his grandfather's birthday and asked if she could come. The next day, the space outside the Ouyang family's villa was jammed with cars. Kaixin asked Ye if he wanted to go with her, since she could invite him as a friend. Wutian refused and said that Hao would definitely go crazy if he did. He added that she doesn't have to worry about the gift. It will definitely be among the best. Chen became agitated and tried to object. Uchen said it was all right. She should go, and the young man would just wait for her outside. Buffet tables with food and drinks were set up in the room, and there were plenty of guests. Hao smiled and asked the girl if she was worried. He admitted that he was worried too. Today is a very important day for him. Yi's family members were also invited to Ouyang's birthday party. Hendong's brother and his son were watching Chen Kaixin. She was more beautiful than ever, wearing a gorgeous purple dress, and talking cheerfully with Hao about something. The young man looked at Kexin incredulously. He didn't recall Chen always being this good. Henkai told the young man that he should be nicer to her in the future. He was referring to Chen Kaixin. Guan Yanli said that she was honored to attend Mr. Ouyang's birthday party. Heng Cai asked his son how things were going with Xin Yue and if there was any progress. The one didn't have any shifts, and he replied that he didn't even know. Heng Kai sighed tiredly. It had been a long time since his son had been unable to win a girl's heart. An entertainer appeared on stage and caught everyone's attention. He solemnly announced that from this point on, the gala was officially declared open. Hao walked over to the villa owner Ouyang Anan, folded his hands in deference and bowed. Kneeling before his grandfather, the young man wished him long life. He added that he wished him health as strong as a rock and a gaze as clear as a water surface. Anan told him to get up and asked him where the girl he had brought with him was. Hao introduced Chen Kaixin to him. He said that they had studied in the same group in the United States. Many guests were mesmerized by Chen's beauty. Some of them thought they had seen her before. Ouyang Xianyu glanced at Kexin, realized it was the same one, and thought that Big Brother had succeeded in seducing her after all. Chen said she was very happy to have the opportunity to meet Anan. Kexin would like to wish him health and great success. She bowed. Anan asked where the girl was from and who her parents were. Kexin replied that her father Chung Pejong and mother Kikyun are ordinary businessmen. Anan thanked the girl for coming to his birthday party. Naturally, he immediately thought that a girl from a mediocre family did not belong near his grandson. Hao got a little flustered and said that Kexin hadn't given him her gift yet. Opening her purse, Chen pulled out a small wooden box, asked to accept the gift, and said that Anan might need it in the future. Xiang Yu whispered in his grandfather's ear that he should open the gift right now. He added that the woman had already been engaged before. Anan asked Miss Chen if she'd been engaged before. Hao shouted that Grandpa had gotten it all wrong. Anan frowned and replied that he wasn't addressing him. Kexin blushed and said it was true, but they had nothing to worry about since she was just a guest and had come to wish her good health. Xian Yu asked the girl to show everyone present her gift. Kexin began to lift the lid of the box, carefully holding it from the bottom. On a soft pad in the center of the box was a small balloon. Anan was surprised that a girl was giving him medicine for his birthday. The guest didn't know whether to take it as a hint, or she just wanted to jinx him either. Anan looked carefully at the girl and at the open gift. Kexin said it was a special drug and he might need it someday. Chen thought with chagrin that Wuqian had spent a great deal of effort to prepare this pill. Anan thanked her for her concern and said he did not need medication for now. Ouyang Anan publicly refused Chung Kexin's gift, which can be considered an unconcealed insult to her. Ouyang Zhenren, Hao's father, ordered to take Madam somewhere to rest. Kexin apologized for taking up the birthday boy's time and said she had to go. Hao accompanied the girl with his arm around her shoulder. When Hao returned, Zhenren jumped on him and shouted at him about what had gotten into him. His father had always had the best opinion of him, and now Hao had disappointed him. Hao tried to prove he was serious, and said he was going to marry Chen Kaixin. His father advised him to get that stuff out of his head, and the sooner the better. He recalled Chen's origins and the high position of the Ouyang family. Zhenren said that this was even without taking into account that Kexin was already engaged. Chung Kexin couldn't find herself in any corner of the hall. The gazes of the people around her literally drove her crazy. No matter what she did, she was still only Cinderella to those present. Cinderella, who'd already been rejected by her fiancé once before. Suddenly, some toothless old man approached Chen. He had his hat pulled down over his eyes. The old man asked permission to look at the box in her hands. She laughed and said the old man could keep her. The man could not believe his happiness and questioned the girl. She replied that she was not joking. The old man thanked the girl fervently. He was very happy. The man said he owed him a favor in that case and handed Chen a business card. He said if Kexin needed anything in the future, she could just call him. While Chen looked at him in surprise, the old man apologized and said he had to go. Kexin followed the old man's gaze as he walked away. He was supported by a young man. Suddenly, the old man seemed to remember something and turned back to the girl. He said he wanted to talk to the girl about something and asked him to wait. Kexin leisurely walked down the deserted corridor. There was some other woman in comfortable fancy shoes walking behind. The girl with purple hair caught up with Chen and called out to her. She said she apologized. The girl added that she would like to apologize to Kexin on behalf of her grandfather. She casually gave Kexin a hand to introduce herself. Chen was pleased by this. The girl said her name was Ouyang Xinwei, and she was really sorry for what happened. Kexin shook the outstretched hand and said she was glad to meet you. Xinwei inquired about the effect of that medicine. Chen replied that this pill is a treasure that no money can buy. She doesn't know all the details, but the properties of the medicine are truly miraculous. Xinwei asked if she could raise the dead. Chen said that at least the medicine gives 1 year of life to a hopelessly sick person. Xinwei found it too unbelievable. But if the girl is telling the truth, this unsightly pill really can do a lot of things. Noticing her confusion, Chen said that it's okay if Miss Ouyang doesn't believe her. She might think it was just a joke. Someone approached them from the side and called out to Xinwei. It was Hengtse Ouyang's son. He smiled and started a conversation about the good weather. The girl was clearly not inclined to him and only mumbled in response. Kexin stepped aside and told Miss Ouyang that she wouldn't bother them. The young man, meanwhile, suggested that Xinwei introduce her to his parents. She waved him off and left. The girl said that she was very busy now and he should do something for himself. The young man first smirked at Xinwei in return. Gradually, his expression changed to a more angry one. He felt resentful of the world. The earth is full of rumors. Soon Chen was nowhere to be found. Everyone was pointing their fingers at her and whispering about how Chung Kexin disrespected the Ouyang family, and her gift was returned back. In their eyes, Chung Kexin appeared as a woman who simply hoped to increase her own social status through a favorable marriage. The girl pulled out her phone, flipped through the address book and found Yuqian's number. With tears in her eyes, she pressed the call button for her loved one. Yuqian immediately answered the call. Kexin asked in a sad voice if he could pick her up and said she wanted to go home. Yuqian asked what was wrong. He heard the girl sobbing. Chung replied that everything was fine. She just felt out of place here, so she called him. Yuqian assured that he would come for her right away. Meanwhile, a conversation was going on in the room. Birthday boy Anan thanked the old man of the Ning family for being able to come to his party. The man replied that he was the one who should thank Anan, as he had learned a lot today. Anan was very surprised and asked what exactly Nin meant. Anan was very surprised and frowned, for in the hands of his old friend was a suspiciously familiar box. Smiling, Ning showed him Chen's gift. Anan grudgingly asked him if he was referring to Chen Kaixin. Reverently holding the box in his hands, Ning said he had to go. There was still so much to do. Anan was surprised that Ning was already leaving. The old man replied that he was no longer young, and it was difficult for him to stay on his feet for long periods of time. Besides, he was already expected. Anan, along with Xinwei, saw the old man off, and Anan assured him that he would definitely find time to visit him sometime. Ning thanked him and said he was very lucky to have a granddaughter. She was so beautiful and clever. His own only knows how to swing her fists. Xinwei was embarrassed. In fact, Anan couldn't be happy with his granddaughter either. Graceful and decent, intelligent and courteous, she was his greatest treasure. Despite her young age, she has already proven herself to be a financial genius and has managed to add significant value to the family business. Old man Ning sighed heavily. He stood near the door of the villa and whirled his head in different ones trying to find the girl. Anan and his granddaughter looked at him in surprise. Kexin was standing and talking to Hao outside his car. The young man sincerely apologized for what had happened. He didn't think it would happen like this. Chen said she understands perfectly well and it's not his fault. Hao offered to take her for a walk, but Kexin said she shouldn't and she was on her way out. The young man was surprised that she wanted to leave right now. Chen replied that she was tired and needed to rest. Hao said he would give her a ride home. Kexin thanked him and told him she would be picked up. Hao frowned and disdainfully asked if Wutian was about to arrive. Their conversation was cut short by old man Ning coming up. He was glad he had found the girl. Nin said he looked everywhere for her and barely found her. Anan wondered how Chung Kexin could possibly know Ning Peng. Xinwei knew Peng as a very powerful person, And if he knew Chung Kexin, there must be a reason for that. The dear guests were thinking about the same thing. They all agreed that Chung and Peng had known each other for a long time. Peng approached the girl and offered to walk a bit and talk at the same time. Anan asked his old buddy who the girl was. Ning smirked and said that the woman was with him. Xinyue and Anan were simply dumbfounded with surprise. Kexin asked him since when she had been with him. Ning clarified that some time ago, this girl's friend had helped him a lot. Anan didn't believe his words. He didn't know what the girl's mysterious friend could do to help, but he was well aware that Ning Peng was not the type to throw words to the wind. Anan suddenly realized that the pill he had refused and made the girl look like a fool was real. Anan prepared to bite his elbows, but it was too late. He remembered the unassuming box, but he couldn't turn back the clock. Anan asked for the name of that friend, and Ning said he was from Ye's family. Kexin guessed that the old man knew Ye Wutian. Anan reflected. Chung Kexin and the Yi family. Heng Tsai and his wife and son were standing nearby. They could hear everything. Heng Tsai and Guan realized that old man Ning was referring to Ye Wutian. Anan asked the old man where his friend was now and asked if he could introduce them. Ning replied that he would like to meet him himself. Ning offered to give Chen a ride. She thanked him and said she was waiting for someone. Anan looked sadly at Kexin and at his missed chance. Xinyue suggested that the girl not crowd outside and wait for all of her friend inside. Kexin proudly refused and said they shouldn't bother. She could wait for him on her own. The attendant whispered something in old man Ning's ear. He seemed worried. He apologized to Chen and said he had some urgent business to attend to. Kexin said goodbye to him cheerfully and wished him well. For a while, Chung stood in the parking lot waiting for Wutian, finally looked at her watch and told Hao that she had to go too. She took off her gemstone pendant and said she was returning it to him. Hao confusedly replied to Kaishin that it was a gift. Chen stated that she could not accept such a valuable gift. She turned her back to him, and Hao clutched the pendant in her fist, looking at the stone. He looked sadly at Kexin and thought that it didn't end the way he wanted it to. Suddenly, from around the corner came the squeak of pedals, and everyone instinctively turned their heads there. Kexin looked at the approaching bicycle. She looked rather sad. Yuchen was approaching on his bicycle and was about to pull up. Kexin couldn't hold back her tears and burst into tears. It had been too hard a day. Security blocked the path of the uninvited cyclist. The guests were just shocked to see a guest on a bicycle. The guard wouldn't let Yutina in and said he could have looked for a newer bike. Yi's relatives were also happy to see Wutian and asked each other what burrow he had crawled out of. Chen Kaishin walked over to Wuchen. She seemed very excited. Ye asked Chen why she was crying. The girl replied that something had gotten into her eye. Wuchen immediately swooped down on Hao and shouted what he had done to the girl. Ouyang Hao himself looked at Kexin with very sad eyes. He realized that this was the end. Ushan didn't like the bodyguard's attitude towards him and asked him to disappear. Kexin took the young man under her arm and asked him to just get out of there. Yuchen looked at the girl with warmth in his eyes. Kexin looked so pleadingly into his eyes that he had to back away. He reluctantly agreed and told the bodyguard that they still had the last word. He reminded the guards to get out of his way. They stared at the guy dumbfounded. They had no idea who this intruder had decided to chase away. Yuchen pulled out a powder and scattered it directly into the bodyguards' faces. The potion began to take effect instantly, and one of them all started to get triple vision. Another one of the bodyguards slumped on his heel. The bald guard knelt down exhaustedly. He felt suddenly weak. The guests were discouraged by the fact that the security were of absolutely no use at all, even though they were all rumored to be recruited from former special forces. Xinyue and her brother were also surprised that the bodyguards were falling flat on their feet. Anan tensed a little, looking at all this. Yuchen said that he doesn't know what happened, but he knows that she was crying because of them, and he doesn't like that very much. He doesn't like the Ouyang family either. Kexin turned the young man around to leave, and he said goodbye that he had something to say. In the whole world, he is the only one who can afford to offend Chung Kexin, and no one else. The guests were just shocked. No one here thought to offend the girl. Kaishin also pondered his words. Xianyu shrieked that he himself did not realize whose house he was in, and thought he was unknown. Yuchen said he doesn't care at all. He just wants something returned to him. The gift the girl was supposed to give him. Ye asked for the gift back and said they would leave right away. Xianyu was surprised that everything had come down to that box again. He dismissively replied that they didn't have the box. His grandfather doesn't need that garbage. Yuchen was surprised and asked why they didn't even deign to accept the gift. Xianyu said they don't need any junk. Anan thought that the young man was now ruining his reputation, and people might think that the Ouyang family didn't give a damn about their guests. Yuchen laughed and said that everything was clear to him now. He smirked and said that if they didn't want to, that was their business, and it was worse for them. Xinyue walked over to the arguing men and clarified to the young man that he must be young Master Ye. Anan's pretty granddaughter introduced herself and offered her hand for introductions. Utian paid attention to her and thought that she was a pretty girl who could be on the catwalk. The young man said he just wanted his property back. Xinyue smirked. She could see that Ye was being very impudent, but she couldn't afford to bicker with him in front of the guests. The girl replied that the Ouyang family didn't have his belongings, and that Mr. Ning had taken them with him. Wu Tian asked if he was talking about Peng and asked where he was now. By this point, Ouyang Anan thought it best to withdraw. He had no desire to humiliate himself by taking part in the disputes of the younger generation. Besides, he was confident in his granddaughter's ability to work things out. Xinyue recalled Grandpa Ning's words and realized that he was talking about this particular young man. The girl guessed that the old man's lip wasn't stupid, and he wouldn't admire for nothing. Xinyue asked Ye what his pill was for. He turned his head to her and said it was no big deal, just useless garbage. The young man told Kexin that it was time for them to hit the road. Xinyue turned black with anger. Xiang Yu shouted to his back that Wu Tian couldn't just turn around and leave after all this. He smirked and asked what other suggestions he had. Xiang Yu was angry. His fingers clenched into fists by themselves, and the young man moved towards Ye. Wu Tian waited calmly for him. He stood straight and didn't move from his seat. Ye said that Xiang Yu was ignorant. The bodyguards of the distinguished guests indignantly asked him to repeat his words. Wu Tian turned his back to his opponent, about to leave, and Xiang Yu shouted to the guards to hold the young man back. Ouyang Hao raised his voice and told him not to touch Wu Tian. Let him go wherever he wanted to go. Xiang Yu looked at his older brother in surprise. Hao had a stony expression on his face, and Xiang Yu realized that it was best not to argue with him right now. Xiang Yu relented and said he would see how Grandpa would look at it. Xin Yue tried to hand Wu Tian her business card and assured him that she would apologize to him personally. Ye turned his back to her and said he didn't want to contact them anymore. By this he really offended the girl, and she thought Yi was a very haughty type. There was a scream in the mansion, something irreparable had happened and Anan had been shot. The distinguished guests froze. They didn't know how this could have happened. Yuchen said that fate has played a trick on him again. So what should he do this time? Bodyguards rushed in different directions to look for the shooter. Wu Tian was leading a bicycle along the road. Chen Kai-shin was walking beside him. They saw that everyone around them stirred and paused. Soon several police crews pulled up. They were followed by an intensive care vehicle. It turned out that Ouyang Anan was seriously wounded as a result of the shooting in his own mansion. This event not only deprived the chief of the police department of peace, but also caused widespread public outcry. Yutian sat by the small fountain outside the mansion and smirked at how ironic everything was. Xiaomei angrily asked the young man what exactly he found amusing here. She said that once something happens in the city, Yuchen is sure to be at the center of events. The young man noticed that he didn't look for trouble himself. They found him on their own. Mei yelled that she didn't believe him, and she needed to take Yi's statement. Ouyang asked if she would let him go afterward. Xiaomei assumed that Ye was the one who shot Ouyang Anan. The young man was offended and asked to be careful with accusations, because the word is not a sparrow, fly out. Cannot catch. Xiaomei smiled and asked why he was nervous and what he was doing at the scene in the first place. The young man pointed at Chung and said that he was accompanying his queen. She blushed with embarrassment and said, rascal." The Ouyang family's villa grounds were quite lively. Xianyu also gave a statement to the police officers. They carefully recorded his words. Zhang Xiaomei had already filled out her interrogation form, putting a stop to it. He said sadly that Yushin hadn't visited her mom in a long time. Young said he is confident in his work and her mom will be fine. Xiaomei countered that she wasn't sure herself and asked to check when she had time. Wu Tian promised to stop by the other day. He asked if he and Chung could go. Xiaomei said not yet. While Xiaomei was taking statements from the other witnesses, Wu Tian turned in the other direction. He walked down the alley at a brisk pace, knowing exactly what he needed. Soon the young man discovered Xinyue. She was saddened. Yuchen asked the girl how long they were going to keep him here. Xinyue exclaimed insultedly that no one was keeping him and he could fuck off if he wanted. That was all Duckling needed, and the satisfied young man ran back to the fountain. Xinyue belatedly extended her hand as if trying to stop him. The girl looked sadly at ducking after her. Heng Tsai and his wife and son saw all of this and looked at the girl in silence. None of the trio knew how to react to the changes that had happened to their troublemaking relative. What was clear was that they could not allow him to return to the Yi family. The young man asked Heng Tsai what he thought about who might have sent the assassin. The man told him to shut up and said that such things were not to be talked about in the street. Guan speculated that it could have been someone from the other three great families. Heng Tsai asked if she had any idea what could be done to her for talking like that. The young man could not calm down and asked his father if the half-wit of their family had really changed. Ye Wutian has always been a carefree moth and a party animal. Such a drastic change is definitely not good. Ye Guang was used to looking down on his cousin, but he couldn't afford more apparently. Ye Hengkai was also puzzled. Mr. Ning wouldn't lie, so Ye Wutian's medical ability must have been real. He remembered that he had recently heard about the famous Dr. Wu's meeting with Wutian. Heng Tai suggested that it might be related to Mr. Ning. Wu Tian leisurely wheeled his bicycle along with Chung. They had just passed the business center of the city and entered the Tianjin district. Kexen was silent the whole way. She was very sad about the whole thing. Yuchen turned to her and asked if her bad mood had changed. The girl thanked him for today. Ye smirked and said that he was catching Chang's eye and let her not complain when he reminded her of it. Keishin said she wouldn't allow it. He had made fun of her enough already, and now it was her turn to make fun of the boy. Yuchen noticed that a purple sports car was speeding after them. As the car picked up speed, it quickly overtook the travelers. Suddenly, the brakes squealed, and the car made a semicircle and blocked Utian's path. Xinyue opened the door and apologized for stopping so abruptly. She admits that their family made a big mistake and undeservedly hurt the young man. Xinyue asks her not to hold a grudge and begs for her grandfather's help. Utian smirked and said that with their options they could afford any doctor. Why would they need one? The girl assured that in the event that Wutian helped them, the Ouyang family would not be indebted to him. Wutian exhaled and said that he actually had nothing against the Ouyang family. But they blew their own chance, so he had nothing to do with it. Xinyue finally realized that that pill could have saved Grandpa and asked if she could buy another pill. Utian explained that it was not about money. He simply does not want to help someone who refused his services on principle. The young man said goodbye to the girl and took Chang further. Xinyue sadly watched the departing couple. She thought that Yuqian really did hate their family very much. The phone rang in the car. It was Genren calling her. From her father's words, the girl realized that her grandfather had undergone surgery and assured him that he would be in the hospital soon. Annan was in the city's central hospital. It was a large 6-story building. An assistant surgeon came out of the operating room. The old man's relatives were standing under the door. The surgeon reported that they were able to remove the bullet, but Annan's artery was nicked, causing a lot of blood loss. They should prepare for the worst. Genren shrieked that he would pay any money, but the surgeon was obligated to get his father out. The doctor explained that he understood his feelings, but they had already done all they could. Genren took out his cell phone and started flipping through it looking for the contacts he wanted. He said they would find the best doctors and assemble a team of specialists as soon as possible, and the sooner the better. Xinyue suggested looking for Ning's grandfather and asking him for a pill. Genren mockingly asked if she believed in magic pills. The girl said it obviously wouldn't make things worse. Ouyang Gongan agreed with the girl, and added that Mr. Ning had spoken kindly of that medicine. Genren thought it was still better than nothing. He said that he didn't have Mr. Ning's number, and he didn't know how to find the old man. Gongan said that their salvation is in Yutian, and they can turn to him. Xinyue assured him that she had already asked him, and Wutian replied with an emphatic refusal. Gongan was surprised that the young man refused, and said they could pay him well. The girl replied that the reason was because of his hatred for the Ouyang family. Genren and Gongan fell silent. They had to think about the information they had received. Genren sadly said that doctors really shouldn't be angry, fraught with consequences. How Ouyang stood under the wall the entire time and only listened to his little sister. He thought that the rogue Yushin was just padding his own price. Breaking away from the hustle and bustle of the city, Wutian and Chung arrived at the fishing village. The girl admired the beautiful view. She remembered that Yi had said something about the village earlier. Wutian told Chung that locals found and rescued him. The young man thought about the fact that if Liu Fu hadn't killed the real Ye Wutian, he wouldn't have been able to be reborn in this body, so in a way, he was even grateful to him. Kexen smiled and asked Ye to tell what exactly happened to him. Yuchen blanched and said it was like he was flirting with a beautiful middle-aged lady. Chung laughed at his juxtaposition and assumed he liked older women. A thunderous cry echoed behind their backs. The young man ran towards them and called Wuqian as his mentor. It was the same guy who had offered big money to the miracle doctor for his tuition. He threw himself into Yi's arms and cried out that he had missed him very much. Yutian rushed in front of the guy and kicked him in the face with his foot, yelling at him to get off. Chung was very surprised that Ye was called a mentor. Old Man Li walked by and said hello to Wutian. The young man responded to his greeting. He still had his foot on the back of the guy's head, keeping him on the ground. Wuqian smiled and introduced Chung Kexen to the old man. The young man said he had it as a kind of ration card. The angry Chung immediately slapped him on the cheeks. She shrieked that she had gone from queen to ration card for him too quickly. Wuqian rubbed his cheeks in pain. Old Man Li smirked and decided that the two were close enough. Li asked Wutian if he had brought Wan'er with him. Ye replied that the girl was very busy with her studies and couldn't get out. Yuchen added that he himself had come to deal with their problem at the girl's request. Li smirked and said the girl was always giving everyone around her a hard time. The old man thought that Wan'er was still dear to the young man's heart. Wuxian said that at Li's age there is no need to overwork himself and he can handle everything on his own. The old man asked if he had a plan. Wutian raised his index finger and solemnly called him Old Man Li. He promised that he would definitely make him the first grandfather in the village. The next day the weather was beautiful and the birds were basking in the sunshine. The sudden noise scared them away, and they flew away, losing their prey. A construction crew arrived and they started digging an excavation. Utian was here, wearing a construction helmet. He was supervising the work and asked to fill the excavation with water. A powerful pump with a compressor was immediately delivered, and work began. Soon the excavation was filled to the brim, forming an artificial lake. The builders reviewed the work plan and discussed it. Lee calculated that he had paid 40,000 yuan for one day's work, and figured that he needed to catch a lot of fish to pay it all off. A guy who was applying to be an apprentice came to Utena and asked if he was satisfied with the workers. Ye assured him that there was no need to worry. If the young man recognizes him as his mentor, he won't be left out of pocket. At this rate, they would become millionaires by the end of the year. The boy laughed out loud. He liked the prospect. He laughed so infectiously that Yushin followed suit. Kexin took a picture of him and thought the young man was very cute when he was busy working. She decided to take a couple more photos and immediately started clicking her camera. One evening in a fishing village, Yushin grinned happily and said that they had completed the job. The artificial reservoir was divided into several parts by concrete bulkheads. The young man asked his mentor why he wanted to do all this. Yushin smiled and said he needed the pool for lobster farming. The guy objected that they were very difficult to keep. The village had tried to breed them before. He recalled the villagers who had failed. All the lobsters had died off. Yushin got a little angry and told the young man that he didn't care about those losers. The young man inquired if Wutian knew some secret method. Old Man Lee wasn't sure if this was a good idea, because now he didn't have to worry about Wanner's debts and education. Yushin smirked and assured that if he promised to lead the old man to success, he would. Lee just needed to rely on him. Yushin started talking about his secret method and stuck his hand in his pocket. He retrieved one of his marvelous sachets. He printed out an envelope, sprayed the contents, and asked those present to look at the result. The water in the reservoir instantly took on a pinkish hue. Chen Kaixin said it was like dry ice. Taking a closer look, she said, "Dry ice doesn't come in red." Kexin noticed another change and asked why the water had become crystal clear. The young man began to idolize Wutian and exclaimed that the mentor had once again performed a miracle. Yi objected that it's actually called science, not a miracle. He asked me to buy some lobster larvae tomorrow and release them into the pond. Ukan asked me to remember his words and not to throw anything unnecessary into the pond. Only his powder should be added every 3 days for 2 weeks. The young man asked if there would be any side effects. He wanted the lobsters to grow normally. Uchan was indignant and said that he never had any side effects. He assured that the lobsters fed on his powder would be perfectly healthy. In addition, they will grow larger and more presentable than usual. Duck told the guy he just needed to buy some grubs. For the next 2 weeks, the pond and lobsters are on him. E added that this is his contribution to future millions. The young man swore to his mentor that for his sake, he was willing to forget even food and sleep. Yudian said the dietary regimen should not be broken and asked to do his business away from the lobster pond. He handed Old Man Lee a recipe for a medicinal powder. He warned that many people would want to get their hands on this formula when they heard about the lobsters. Lee assured the young man that he would memorize it by heart and commit it to the fire that very night. Chung Kexin watched the men's conversation and listened attentively. She was surprised that Wushin knew so much. There didn't seem to be anything in the whole world that he couldn't handle. Kexin happily caught herself thinking that Ye was very cute, and she couldn't resist taking another picture of him. A notification flashed in the corner of her phone that Chung had 23 unread messages. The girl thought that it had only been 2 days, and she had already received over 24 messages. One of the messages was from an unknown number. Xinyue wondered if Wutian was with her since they couldn't find him. She asked to be informed. Wutian looked at his phone and was surprised that Ouyang Xinyue had Kexin's number. Chung replied that not only Xinyue is looking for him, but also Ouyang Hao and the entire Ouyang family in general. She added that the Ye family is also looking for him. According to Xiaoman, Ye's relatives almost kicked in all the doors in the company while they were looking for him. Wutian said they were only trying to talk him into saving Old Man Ouyang and should be ignored. That same evening, Ye Wutian set up security cameras around the pond to ensure that the lobsters were safe for sure. This was not enough for the young man, and he additionally installed an alarm system. In total, more than 100,000 yuan was spent in 2 days. Most of this money came from Chung Kexin's pockets. Uthian would come to his queen with a petition and report that the state treasury was empty and needed replenishing. Adopting a majestic pose, Chen condescendingly held out a gold card. While Ye Wutian was busy with his countryside project, the Ouyang family was falling deeper and deeper into chaos. The Ouyang family managed to track down Patriarch Ning, but they were unable to obtain the miracle pill. Ning said that if they needed that medicine, he had already given it to his old friend. On the other hand, the Ye family simply couldn't miss such an opportunity to suck up to the Ouyang family. The patriarch of the Yi family sparked an idea to deliver the cure to the Ouyans and save Annan's life. In that case, the Ouyang family would be greatly indebted to him, and the Ye family would have a bright future ahead of them. Heng Chai said that Heng Dong could just ask Ye Wutian for this medicine. After all, he is his father. Hengdong was indignant and reminded that everyone was against his interaction with his son before, and now he has to go to him and beg for a pill. He said he wouldn't do it and suggested the others try it. The patriarch stated that in the event that Yi gave them the cure, he would consider returning him to his family. The patriarch and his sons bickered for quite some time. Evening came. The sky was quickly covered with clouds. Yuchen looked out the window and said it would rain most likely. He turned around and asked Chung Kexin if it was time for her to go to her room. The girl hesitated and asked what was the big deal. She didn't want to leave. Chang reminded Ye that it had been quite some time. He might as well turn on his phone too. Yuchen replied that he wanted a couple more days of peace and quiet. The young man sat on the bed next to Chang and asked if she was going to her room or not, as he was tired and wanted to go to bed early tonight. Keishin blushed and was about to say something to him. Suddenly there was a rumble of thunder. It seemed to be very near. The windows of the house immediately lit up with lightning discharges and Kexin screamed in fear. Yuchen looked at her in surprise. Chung Kexin sat on the bed and wrapped her arms around her head in fear. Yuchen asked her what that was now. Chung was still wiping the tears in her eyes. She said it was all the thunder's fault. Wuqian couldn't believe that a girl like Chung was afraid of thunder. It was somehow not serious. Keishin asked permission to spend the night with him. Wuqian replied that it was one thing to spend time together, but it might not be safe to sleep in the same bed. Once again there was a mighty roll of thunder. Cheng jumped toward Wuqian with fear. The girl snuggled her face into his chest and hid from the thunder. Yuchen looked at the girl confused, not knowing what to do with her. He noticed her well-built figure. His body betrayed Wuqian again, and he began to bleed. Wuqian said that it looked like the thunderstorm wouldn't stop soon. Kaishin asked to stay with her. The young man smiled and said he had an idea. Kessen asked what that idea was. Yuqian winked at her and asked her to sleep with him. Immediately, a black eye appeared under his eye, shining brighter than the sun. Yuchen tried to justify that he meant literally. Just sleep and nothing more. If she didn't trust it, let her come up with something on her own. The young man turned away and said he would lie down first and Chang could wait until he fell asleep. The girl didn't particularly like that prospect, and she eyed the guy suspiciously. Unfortunately, there was nothing to do, and she skirted under the blanket, turning to face the young man. Duckling was awake, peeking covertly at the girl. Chang was awake too. She smiled and looked at the guy. Yuchen couldn't stand it any longer and turned to the girl. She smiled and Yuchen hugged her gently. He was faced with the eternal question of whether to give vent to his inner beast or to remain human. The choice was not an easy one. Kaisen wailed resentfully that he wouldn't make a gentleman out of him. Wuqian asked if she wanted an ordinary guy like him to pretend to be a gentleman. He said it's very simple. Wuqian explained that he didn't really intend to break his word. It was just that some things were beyond him. He smiled and offered to let Chang herself finish for him. Just then he was brought down by another hard fist punch. The next day, early morning. Old man Li saw Wuqian and Kexin leave the room. He asked Yuchen what was wrong with his eyes. Wuqian joked back and said he was walking and fell and woke up with a black eye. Li wondered how the guy had managed to fall over both eyes at once. Kexin looked away so as not to give herself away. Uchan said he and Li had better go and check out the pond. Li said he fell, which is not what comes to mind. Kexin apologized to Yi. He thought that the old man didn't have to voice it out loud. Yuchen said she didn't have to apologize. Just have her warn him next time. At least he'd stock up on painkillers. Chang smiled and hesitated for a while. He thought he actually meant what he said about the painkillers. A red car began to pull into the yard. Yutian kept a close eye on the approaching car. The car stopped and Wang Fangxi jumped out. She asked him how he was doing and noticed the bruises under his eyes. Ye Wuqian, pretending to correct his glasses pathetically, told reporter Wang that he had a better opinion of her. Wuqian looked at the girl and sarcastically remarked how she might not know the latest fashion trends. Not confused, reporter Wang Fangxi, pointing his thumb down, also sarcastically responds to Wutian's outburst. Quickly changing her mood and placing her hand at her side, Fangxi resented how long she had been looking for a guy. Smearing ointment on his bruises, Wutian wonders if reporter Wang told the Ouyang and Ye families about his whereabouts. Fangxi spread her hands to the side and sighed heavily. She assured that she had not told anyone, but also reminded her of the capabilities of the Ouyang family and Ye Wutian's relatives. Wutian couldn't understand what the Ye family wanted from him. Fangxi replied that the Ye family wanted to please the Ouyang family. Reporter Wang explains that the Yi family's power is limited to Dongcheng. The map shows a designated area of Huaxia country run by the Ouyang family. The Ye family wants their support to reach the national level. Ye Wutian ironically pointed out that with the Ye family's calculating nature, they wouldn't have any problems. A car drives up to the house. The men of the Yi family get out. Kessen stands saddened by the end of their quiet days. The men look around, studying the area and surveying the surroundings. Kessen calls out to Wuqian's father with a shy smile. Mr. Ye confusedly scratches his cheek, not expecting to see Quesine. His gaze catches Ye Wutian's eye. Uchin looks at his father haughtily with a dose of annoyance, crossing his arms. Mr. Ye turns serious in an instant, turning to Wutian. Duck, standing surrounded by reporter Wang and Kwesin. Asks to repeat what Mr. Ye said, as he doesn't think the latter has the right to call him by name. Mr. Ye's older brother raised his voice at Wu Tian out of disrespect for his own father, reminding him that it was Mr. Ye who gave him that name. Wu Tian, still standing with his arms folded, points out that he doesn't know him, and he has no right to interfere in another's conversation. The eldest brother of the Yi family can't find the words to express his indignation. Pointing a finger of rebuke, the elder continues to shout that Wu Tian has done nothing for the family. Wu Tian calmly, but with obvious irritation, reminds Elder Master Yi that he is nothing to him at the moment. Senior Master Yi's son gets involved in the dispute, demanding respect from Wu Tian for the elder. Wu Tian threatens Senior Master Ye's son to shut up, swinging at him. Mr. Ye's son is frightened into silence. Wu Tian recalls that it was Ye's family who wanted him to renounce the inheritance. The men look at him. The son and father avoidantly avert their eyes as Wu Tian rebukes them for their fickleness. Wu Tian's father asks the man to listen to him, but Wu Tian rudely interrupts him. Turning around and getting ready to leave, Wu Tian drops the phrase that he doesn't want anything from them and asks them to get out. Reporter Wang and Kwesin were shocked by Wu Tian's actions. The older brother of the Ye family does not sincerely ask for Wu Tian's forgiveness, saying that they did not come here empty-handed. The Yi family's older brother puts his hand on Wu Tian's shoulder and tries to explain that some circumstances might justify their behavior. With a strained smile, he clarifies that this is Wu Tian's chance to return to his family. Hearing this, Wu Tian smiles and looks over his shoulder at the uninvited guests and offers his terms. Standing proudly in front of Ye's family members, Wu Tian demands half of the entire property. Wu Tian asked the relatives why they were suddenly silent. If there was nothing to say, they could roll on all four sides. Hengqian stared at him, various thoughts troubling him. Kexin walked over to Hengdong and said that it would be best for them not to bother Wu Tian anymore. Hengdong asked the girl what he had done wrong. Chung said that she didn't think she had the right to discuss such things. She assured that she would try to talk to Wu Tian herself later. Handong sighed and said that it was time to go back. Hengqian cried out that his own son had completely lost his way and was not listening to his own father. Guan also tried to convince him and said that this might be their last chance. Hengdong admitted that he was a bad father and asked if it was his fault. The men recalled that they themselves had done everything they could to separate Hengdong from their son. Handong said as he walked away. The brother and nephew stood and watched in silence. Ye Guan asked what they should do now, since uncle was leaving. Hengqian said that since Wu Tian didn't even listen to his father, he wouldn't listen to them all the more. The white car sped away and Wu Tian's relatives drove away. Hengqian drove the car and asked Guan how things were with Xinyue. Guan smirked and said that Xinyue was a strong woman and would not be approached so easily. The young man added that Xinyue is very careful about his behavior and does not make close acquaintances. Hengqian said that it didn't work out amicably, and all he has to do is give away Wu Tian's location to the girl and let her solve the problem herself. Looking at his son, he added that it would be a chance for him to get closer to Xinyue. Ouyang Family Villa, day. Xinyue sat on the couch and asked Xiao Ai how the negotiations with Jihao were going. The girl replied that progress was slower than planned, but it should be resolved in a few days. Xinyue said she was worried that everyone concerned already knew about the misfortune that had befallen their family. The girl's phone rang. It was Ye Guang. Xinyue thought about how many people would benefit from her grandfather's death. Xiao waited the whole time for Madame to talk on the phone. The girl ended the conversation and said that they had managed to find Ye Wutian. Ye Guang stood outside the white car and waited for Xinyue. Soon the girl pulled up beside him and Guan stared at her. Xinyue apologized for keeping Mr. Guan waiting. Guan said it was no big deal and volunteered to show the way. Reaching for the doorknob, Xinyue quickly slammed her hand on the handle and motioned for Ye to drive forward. If one were to believe what was said, no man had ever traveled with Ouyang Xinyue in the same car, including her father. Guan thought that this seemed to be true. The white car roared to life, and soon they were moving out of town. Xiao asked how much Xinyue believed in Ye Wutian's abilities. All she herself had heard was that Wutian was just a hustler with a bad temper who no one took seriously. Xinyue replied that she knew everything, since they had met in person, but it gives at least some chance. Xiao said that there was no way she could understand how Ye Wutian could have changed so suddenly. It's like he became a completely different person overnight. They stopped at a stoplight, and Xinyue asked Ai if she was hinting at his switch. She admitted that she had similar suspicions too, but all indications are that the guy is the real Ye Wuchen. Besides, all that matters to her is that he can help her grandfather. Xinyue added that according to the information she had received, Ye Wutian not only had a trashy temper, but also had marvelous medicinal techniques. Ye Guang stopped and got out of the car. Xinyue followed suit. Guang courteously said that they had arrived at the place and he would escort the girl out. Xinyue proudly walked past, thanked Ye, and said she didn't wish to annoy him anymore. Guan was furious. The girl just decided to get rid of him like that. He smiled his best and said he didn't mind at all. Guang assured him that it was easy to get lost here and asked where he should wait for the girl. Xinyue dropped his hand from her shoulder and said that she shouldn't be kept waiting. If she needed help, she would contact Guan. Seeing her proud gait, the young man grew angrier and angrier. He screwed himself up enough to hit the glass of his car with all his might. Guan was angry that this woman was simply unapproachable to him. Chung sat with Fancy and Wuqian and discussed the future of the case. Kexin said that the first batch of lobsters would soon be ready for sale. She checked with Wuqian to see if he had found a buyer. Ye said that they have a famous reporter with them, so the customers are not to worry about. He asked Wang Fangxi to do a little promotion. The girl resented that he was always disappearing, and when he needed help, he went straight to Wang Fangxi. She asked why she had to help him. At this moment, Ouyang Xinyue walked into the patio. Wuqian and Kexin looked at her warily. The young man smirked that this girl would be their customer. Wang Fangxi recognized Xinyue and was surprised. He didn't think the girl would come in person. Xinyue bowed and greeted Mr. Ye. He smiled and said that her appearance here was very unexpected. Xinyue stated that she wanted to apologize again for the misunderstanding with Mrs. Chung. Wuqian objected that he didn't know of any misunderstanding. Xinyue bowed her head in deference and thanked Wuqian for his generosity. Ye smirked and admired Xinyue. She now reminded him of a girl from a good family, all polite and cultured and successful. She doesn't even hold her nose. Too bad the same can't be said for her family. And a rich one at that. Wuqian knew very well that she and Xinyue were like heaven and earth. The young man said that Miss Ouyang had hardly come a long way for no reason. He asked Kexin to tell Huji to bring him some lobsters. He put on a chef's hat and said that he was in charge of lunch today. Xinyue couldn't understand what kind of lobsters and lunch this guy was talking about. Some time passed. The girls found something to talk about. At last, Yushin solemnly brought in a large lobster occupying the whole dish. Assistant Yi asked the young man if he used any special ingredients, because it smells very appetizing. Wang Fangxi hesitantly took a bite of the dish and sent it into her mouth. To her surprise, it turned out to be very tasty. At that moment, Wuqian seemed like the greatest culinary expert of all time to her. But she still roughly said that of course Wuqian had used something special. After all, otherwise this geezer wouldn't have been able to cook something so delicious. Wuqian promised to take Fancy's portion along with her chopsticks if she didn't shut up, so the journalist decided to keep quiet for a while. Chung confessed that Ye is actually a very good cook, and he has his own spices. Kexin said that she can't imagine life without his dishes anymore. Wuqian offered Miss Ouyang a taste of lobster. He assured her that he hadn't seasoned it with anything special. Xinyue didn't refuse and elegantly grabbed the lobster with her chopsticks. The girl tasted it carefully, savoring the flavor. Suddenly, she realized that these lobsters were the best thing she had tasted in a while. Xinyue recognized that the lobster was tender and tasted good. Yuqin smiled and said, by the way, lobsters are good for women's beauty. Xinyue lit up and asked if the master had any more of these lobsters for sale. Yuqin hesitated and said he didn't know. He'd have to think about it. Wuqian said that the cultivation technology of his lobsters is unique and the price is quite high. Therefore, he cannot immediately agree to Xinyue's proposal. The girl said they would easily come to an agreement if it was only a matter of price. Yudian squinted his eyes and was glad that his guest had been caught in the act. Xinyue wasn't surprised that Ye didn't name a price right away. She noticed that these lobsters were good enough to haggle over. Wuqian said that since Mrs. Ouyang asked him, he wouldn't bend the price too much. The young man said he would sell her the lobsters for only twice the market price. Xinyue said she was fine with the proposal. In fact, the girl was willing to buy them even at triple the price. All the more so because a couple of lobsters wouldn't ruin her. Wuqian smiled and said that Mrs. Ouyang could pick up the lobsters anytime she wanted. He added that there are not that many of them, only 300 pieces. Xinyue was dumbfounded that she herself had jumped into the trap and would have to buy 300 lobsters. Chang was also surprised that Wuqian just took 300 lobsters and sold them so easily. Wang Fangxi was again jealous that Ye was able to make money so easily. The partner was excited about the success and said they could grow 300 lobsters at a time. If they dug another pond, that would yield 600 lobsters next month. He shouted that at this rate Mr. Li would become the richest man in the village, and he himself would earn more than his annual salary. Xinyue offered to sign a formal contract. She said that the Ouyang family was willing to buy up all their lobsters in the future. At this moment, Old Man Li burst into the house shouting. Yuin said he was supposed to keep an eye on the pond and asked what happened. The old man squealed that all their lobsters were being bought. Uchan asked who the buyer was. He knew that rumors of their lobster hadn't had to spread so quickly yet. A pretty girl with pink hair walked in and said she was the one buying the lobsters. Xinyue stared at the newly arrived guest for a while. Uchan couldn't resist the temptation and stared at her charms, clamping his nostrils shut in advance. He knew his body couldn't take it, and the bleeding would resume. Fancy and Chang could see perfectly well where Wu Tian was staring at and looked at him with resentment. The female customers walked out to each other and faced each other chest to chest. Xinyue recognized Sister Wei, and she said that she didn't expect to see Xinyue here. Yuqian was surprised that the girls knew each other and flashed a picture of them. Xinyue introduced Situ Wei. This girl is the richest member of Situ's family. Kexin understood in a flash. She remembered that Situ was one of the 4 great families. But Cheng didn't know what Situ was doing here or how she knew about the lobsters. Wei laughed and said that she was being too stiff. Situ inquired about Mr. Ouyang's health. Xinyue said he was much better, and she thanked Wei for her concern. Situ said Enan's recovery is good news. She told Wuqian that she wanted to buy all his lobsters and pulled out a check for 10 million yuan as collateral for their long-term partnership. Wuqian was simply stunned by this amount. As much as 10 million fell into his hands just out of thin air. Xinyue watched this scene with sadness. It looked like she wouldn't get the lobsters. However, Uchan was in no hurry to accept the check. Crossing his arms over his chest, he asked the girl how she knew about the lobsters. Wei first hesitated, then smiled a dazzling smile. The girl immediately laughed out loud. Her blouse began to crack suspiciously right in front of Yi's eyes. He frowned at the girl's charms. Duck felt like her breasts were about to pop out of her blouse. When his fantasy reached its peak, the young man had to turn away and cover his nose with the palm of his hand. Wei laughed and said that Wutian might not have heard of her, but she had heard a lot about him. The young man asked if the girl had been following him. Wei replied that he had nothing to worry about and that no one was following him, just that his name had been on everyone's lips lately. Wutian was surprised to think that he was already famous. The girl added that his acquaintance Zhang Xiaomei was her cousin. Only now did Ye notice a slight resemblance between them. Wutian looked at her intently, trying to figure out if she was lying or not. He said that Zhang's mother was seriously ill, and he had never seen Wei visit her. If she was telling the truth, she's not a very good cousin. The girl was embarrassed and explained that they used to be much closer to each other. She asked to get back to the lobster issue. Meanwhile, Li and Yuchin's partner were already celebrating the favorable deal and shaking hands. The young man mentally prodded Yushin and asked him to hurry up and accept the ill-fated check. Wutian stated that Wei was a little late, as he had already promised to sell the lobsters to Xinyue. As tempting as the offer sounded, a deal is a deal. Xinyue reported that she and Ye were just discussing the details of their partnership, and this time Wei would have to leave empty-handed. Wei was not embarrassed in the slightest and took Wutian gently by the chin. She said that there were many more opportunities for them to work closely together in the future. She dropped the check down by the scruff of his shirt and asked him to keep the $10 million as collateral from a future relationship. At the same time, Wei whispered in his ear in a languorous voice that she would be looking forward to their next meeting with great anticipation. Yuchin rubbed his ear and asked if the girl was afraid he'd just run off with the money. She looked at him carefully and said he didn't look like that kind of person. Wutian realized that she had figured out a lot about him and was surprised at the scope of her activities. The young man took out a check, and Wei said she would leave the two of them with Xinyue. Wutian asked the girl to wait and demanded to pick up the check. She smiled. It was obvious that she'd considered that option too. Wei said that Ye is not as simple as he seems and asked to accept at least her business card. She passed her business card into his hands and smiled slyly. She said that since Wuqian knew her number, he could return the favor. Wutian understood the girl's train of thought without much difficulty. She tried to make him her debtor first, then partner with him. And when that didn't work, she decided to just get Yutena's number. That's how Situe got Ye Wutian's phone number. She waved goodbye and promised they would call again. Seeing that Wuqian was uncomfortable and trembling, Chang angrily called him a pervert. Meanwhile, Xinyue took Yi aside and asked him to talk privately. Wutian and Xinyue strolled along the shore, and Ye clarified if she was here because of her grandfather. Xinyue said that she hoped very much for his help. Wutian said her grandfather looks at everyone with prejudice despite his venerable age. More importantly, he humiliated Cheng in public. Ye can't turn a blind eye. Xinyue bowed her head and apologized for Anan. Wuxian simply waved it away. He said he did not answer the phone because he has no desire to cross the path of someone who had the audacity to organize an assassination attempt on her grandfather. Xinyue assured him that if he agreed, she would guarantee his safety. Wutian smirked. How could she guarantee his safety? He clarified that they are not even able to provide security to their own family. How can we talk about anyone else? He added that the medicine is not that miraculous. It is meant to keep the patient from dying. Anan is already in a coma and the pill will not help him. Xinyue was surprised that Wutian wouldn't be able to wake up her grandfather. He looked at her carefully and asked if she was disappointed in his abilities. Xinyue clarified whether Wutianu liked Miss Cheng. The young man blushed, and the expression in his eyes was very eloquent. He said that Xinyue himself has a clue what happened between them. Chen Kaixin had done a lot for him in the past. Now the young man just wants the girl to be happy, Xinyue interjected, asking if he would agree to help his grandfather if she guaranteed their safety. Ye caught himself thinking that he hadn't said such a thing at all, and Xinyue was no better than Situe. The next day, Wutian, Cheng, and Fancy prepared to leave and bid farewell to the village. Old Man Lee asked if Wu Tian wanted to stay a little longer. Yu Qian's partner remembered that Yi never stopped by to visit him. Wu Tian explained that he had just promised Wan Er to make it so that Lee wouldn't need to go to sea. Now they have a lobster pond, and Ye's promise has been fulfilled. The old man cried out that he just couldn't sit still and do nothing. Wu Qian told the young man that he had asked Lee to pay him 100,000 monthly from the sale of lobsters. He exclaimed joyfully that he would soon be a millionaire. The guy immediately began to make endless bows and thank yous. Wu Qian told him that it was his share of the proceeds, and asked him not to let Old Man Lee go to sea, or even to take care of him. The young man reported without a backward glance that he had already broken his grandfather's boat, just as Wu Qian had asked him to do. Lee heard that it was him, and chased after him with a stick. Wu Qian actually hoped Lee would never find out about it. But what happened was what happened. Fancy started sucking up to Wu Qian, and said that she had heard that he was going to start his own business. She asked him if he needed an investment. She smiled and said that money was sticking to him, and any investment was just doomed to success. Fancy suggested that make money together. This angered the young man, and he said that he would pay her rent, but that she should not try to take credit for his success. The girl shrieked resentfully that she would pay, of course. The next day they arrived in the Tianshan area. Chang blinked as she made herself comfortable on the couch and said that it was good to be home. Yu Tian reminded her that he'd offered to stay home, but she hadn't wanted to. The young man asked Kexin if she had thought of anything for company. Chang smiled and said that he would need employees to start, and she suggested starting with her own candidacy. Wu Qian hung the shirt on the rack and turned around surprised. He asked Cheng why start with her. Kexin shrieked indignantly. What was the problem? Cheng reminded Wu Qian that she had already raised the firm alone once before, and asked why it didn't meet the young man's requirements. Wu Qian said it's fine, but he's curious as to why Kexin wants to work with him. Cheng asked what she was dissatisfied with him, and added that she didn't want to be hired just because of pity. Wu Qian said that with her experience and ability, Cheng would be hired by any company. Ye asked why Kaixin wanted to work with him. Kaixin hesitated, not knowing what to say. She tilted her head and pondered the answer for a while. Chang straightened up and firmly told Wu Tian that she just wanted to be with him. Ye's heart began to beat harder and harder. He was glad to hear the words more and more. Without waiting for an answer, Kexin turned around and left, saying that they had an agreement. Wu Qian was embarrassed and blushed. He had a lot to think about. Ye threw his hands behind his head and dreamily thought that Chang had really fallen in love with him. Suddenly, the phone rang in my pocket. Wu Qian took the call, asking who he had the honor of speaking to. It was his acquaintance, Dr. Wu Quansheng. Wu Qian was angry that everyone was getting his number from somewhere despite the confidentiality. He asked what the doctor needed. The doctor said he had very important news and asked me to come to him. Soon, the young man arrived at Professor Quansheng's house. They sat at the coffee table and chatted. Wu Qian asked Dr. Wu how much of his information could be trusted. Wu replied that this is a very important event for the whole of Chinese medicine, and their professional prestige is at stake. Yu Yan asked what this had to do with him, since he didn't even have a diploma. The doctor replied that none really, but that they needed the young man himself very much. Yu Tian asked why he should help them in that case. Let them manage on their own as best they could. Dr. Wu asked him not to get heated and said that he may not have explained things correctly. Quan Sheng suggested having a little snack and thoroughly discussing everything again. He said that Wu Tian could pass the time in his office if he wished, while he tooled around in the kitchen. He strode to the office and muttered that the doctor was tempting him. After a quick look through the bookcase, Wu Chan concluded that the doctor had a lot of all sorts of books, but most of them were lowbrow medical nonsense. He told himself that it was not easy to become a real expert. He wasn't sure if there would be any worthwhile books in this mass of books. Suddenly his attention was drawn to a book that stood unremarkable and seemed to be lost in the background. The young man said it could be a needle in a haystack, and immediately reached for it. The cover of the book indicated that it was dedicated to the collection of Peach Blossom. The title of the book puzzled Yushin, and he began flipping through it with interest. He concluded that the contents of the book were not obvious, and the old man might not have realized its true value. Dr. Wu came into the library, announced that the food was ready, and invited Wu Tian to the table. He showed him a book he had recently found and asked what it was about. Quan Sheng brushed off that it was a fake martial arts book bought at a flea market for $5. Wu Tian interrogated the doctor as to why he thought it was fake. He said that for his years, the doctor is in pretty good health as it is, and for his own good, he will confiscate the book. Quan Sheng smiled and repeated that it was just a fake. If Ye needs this book, he can take it away. Suddenly, the doctor's phone rang. The voice became very anxious, and Wu assured his interlocutor that he would get there as fast as he could. The doctor said he had to go back to the hospital right away, and so did Yutenya. It was about their mutual acquaintance. The young man asked again who this common acquaintance was. Quan Sheng replied that it was about Zhang Xiaomei. Wu Tian cried out and asked what happened to her. The doctor said that Zhang had a gunshot wound to the head and was in critical condition. The young man grunted. He never would have thought this could happen. He rushed to the door and shouted to the doctor that they were on their way now. They rushed to the city's central hospital as fast as they could. The entrance to the operating room was securely guarded by 2 police officers. Just then, Wu Qian spotted Chief Zhang. He recognized him too. Wu Qian ran up to Principal Shu. With a shriek, he asked for an account of what had happened. The chief narrated that Zhang was investigating the attempted assassination of Ouyang Anan and received information that the suspect was hiding in a commercial district. Shu added that Zhang Xiaomei was seriously injured and doctors are currently fighting for her life. Wu Tian bowed his head and asked why Zhang had acted so recklessly. She knew the criminal was armed after all. Shu grabs Ye by the shoulders and yells that he just has to save her. He recognizes that the girl has a bad temper, but she is selfless in her duties. Soon the door of the operating room opened. A surgeon emerged from the room, removing his mask as he went. He said he was sorry, and they did everything they could. Shu and Wu Tian looked at him. They were both overwhelmed with emotion. Shu shouted that the doctor just had to save her and grabbed him by the shoulders. The surgeon replied that he understood his feelings, but the girl's wound was too serious. The bullet had entered from the right side of her chest. Principal Shu slammed his fist into the wall with all his might and said that there was no such thing. While the police officers comforted the officer, Yi asked Dr. Wu what he intended to do. Quan Sheng said that this man is the best surgeon in the hospital, and if he says something, it's true. Wu Tian shouted indignantly, "What other top surgeon and what other specialist?" He exclaimed that a real specialist would not have given up. Pushing the doctor away, Yi headed toward the operating room. Yuchen promised that he would now show them all a real expert. Before entering the room, he stopped and turned around. Yi asked Quan Sheng not to let anyone in and to find 2 nurses. He also demanded 2 boxes of silver needles and some large container. Everyone watched the young man walk confidently into the operating room. Quan Sheng told the surgeon that the patient could still be saved if Wu Tian took over, so we should hurry up and carry out all his instructions. The first thing Uchan did was to prepare a large vat of clean water. The young man quickly changed into the proper clothes and pulled open the sheet that covered Zhang. He realized that in addition to the gunshot wound to the chest, Xiaomei's face was damaged. Even if she survived, the wounds would surely leave a mark. He pulled out one of his powders and thought he could heal the wound with his powder, but it would clearly not be enough. He stared at the naked Zhang like a conspiratorial man. Yuchen thought she looked very seductive. The young man decided that with such a woman one must behave with great restraint, otherwise there would be trouble. Yudian finally caught himself thinking completely out of the box and began to fiercely whip his cheeks, trying to focus. He commanded the nurses to lower Zhang into a prepared vat of water. One of them objected that in that case water would get into her chest. Uchan explained that nothing would happen. The water had dissolved medicine in it. They just needed to follow his orders. The nurses hurriedly carried Xiaomei into the water tank. Wu Tian anxiously thought that he had little knowledge of surgery, and after all, such wounds were dangerous even in his time. He concluded that there was only hope for the previously studied method of acupuncture. The door to the operating room was heavily guarded. Director Shu asked Wu why there was no news of the patient. After all, it had been almost 4 hours. Quan Sheng replied that he himself did not know what Wu Qian was doing. They could only wait. Meanwhile, members of the Ouyang family approached them. Xian Yu told the officer that Shu had indeed been in the hospital all this time, and asked him what the status of catching the culprit was. Principal Shu shouted out what Ouyang Xian Yu wanted from him. The young man smirked and said he wanted the killer's whereabouts. He asked what good the law enforcement officers were to him, noting that they were just sitting around doing nothing. One of the police officers couldn't take it anymore and yelled that they were investigating days and nights on end, and the captain was between life and death because of it. This surprised the young man, and he asked if they thought the captain's life was more important than his father's. The second officer said he was talking nonsense. How could he think their captain's life was worthless? Xian Yu asked the man how he got so smart and boasted that all it took was one word and the officer would immediately fly off the force. Director Shu shouted that he shouldn't burrow in, and it wasn't for Xian Yu to decide which of his men to fire. Xian Yu asked Director Yuanhua if the police chief's epaulets were too tight for him. He promised that he would be thrown out on the street within 3 days too. Shu said that might be a possibility, but he should hold his tongue until then. Dr. Wu watched the altercation and thought that this young man was a total disappointment to the family. Shu asked Dr. Wu to check on things in the operating room. Quan Sheng recalled that Ye Wutian had repeatedly said that he should not be distracted. They had better be patient. Xian Yu smirked and asked if he was referring to the same Ye Wutian. It turns out that the very same doctor from the Yi family that's been wanted all over town is just here in the operating room right now. Principal Shu asked Xian Yu what he cared about. Xiang Yu sicked his bodyguards and demanded that the young man be brought to him immediately. He shouted that a patient was waiting for him. Dr. Wu blocked their way and said there was an operation going on. He asked if they wanted to kill the injured girl. He shouted that no one should disturb Ye Wutian while the operation was going on. No one at all. Xian Yu contemptuously asked whose life could be more important than his grandfather's. and what interest they had in it. One of the bodyguards hit Dr. Wu. He fell down. Squatting beside the door, Quan Sheng demanded the principal to stop them. Shu was getting angrier and angrier by the second. He decided that he would rather tear off his epaulets himself than let a subordinate die. Shu quickly pulled out his gun, aimed at the nearest bodyguard, and ordered everyone away from the operating room door. All the guards turned pale with fear and froze. Xiang Yu also clearly did not expect this turn of events and recoiled to the side. He asked how dare they point guns at him and said they could shoot if they had the guts. Shu reiterated that no one would enter the operating room without his authorization and demanded to stay put. Xiang Yu turned pale. He didn't expect such a backlash from the police chief. Xin Yue appeared in the corridor. The girl walked at a brisk pace. She squealed at what was going on here and what Xiang Yu was allowing herself to do. The young man replied that he only wanted to ask Ye Wutian to cure his grandfather. He added that she herself should watch her tone when he addressed her brother. Xin Yue remarked in surprise that the request seemed very strange, and assured the young man that his uncle would find out what had happened. Xian Yu asked if she was threatening him. Xin Yue replied that she can't threaten her own brother. She just puts it in front of the fact. She told Dr. Wu that he didn't have to worry. No one would dare to pressure him in her presence. Police Chief Shu ordered everyone to put their weapons away. Xiang Yu said he was doing it for their grandfather and she'd better not interfere. Xin Yu rebuked the young man for thinking he was smarter than the rest. He greatly overestimates his ingenuity. Dr. Wu watched the family squabble in amazement. He thought that the Ouyang family members were not afraid of making a mess. Xin Yue looked hopefully at the doors of the operating room. She wondered if Wuqian could perform another miracle. Suddenly the doors swung open. Two nurses led the exhausted Dr. Yi out under his arms. They held him gently with both hands and watched his every move. Quan Sheng asked Wutian how the operation went. The nurse cheerfully exclaimed that the patient's condition had stabilized. The second nurse said that the doctor had performed a miracle. A real miracle. Wutian modestly said that he has to live up to expectations after all. The police were very surprised. Yi managed to save a patient who even a famous surgeon considered hopeless. They started shouting that the young man was a miracle worker, and he was actually a miracle doctor. The agitated Principal Shu put his hand on the guy's shoulder and thanked him fervently. Dr. Wu ran off somewhere and promised to bring a doctor who could further take care of Zhang Xiaomei's health. Xian Yu frowned and thought that what happened here would definitely attract the attention of the world. He pushed the bodyguards aside and told Wutian that he was asking to cure his grandfather. Xian Yu asked how much the miracle doctor's services cost. Yuten sat on the floor in the hallway and drank water greedily. He said caustically that the Ouyang family had such a loyal grandson. Ye asked if he really cared so much about his grandfather. Xian Yu frowned and asked Wuqian what he was implying. Wuqian explained that judging from his actions, Xiang Yu had come to anger him, not to ask for help. Xian Yu asked for the show to stop and demanded to be told the cost of his grandfather's treatment. Wutian stood up and said that he certainly didn't like Ouyang Hao, but in hypocrisy, he was far from his brother standing here. Xiang Yu became furious and shouted that Wutian knew of his capabilities and still dared to talk to him like that. Wuqian told the principal that Zhang's life was out of danger, but that they needed to keep a better eye on her from now on. Principal Shu put his fist to his chest and assured the young man that he would take care of everything. After finishing all the important matters, Ye Wutian left the hospital. Xin Yue ran behind and asked him to wait for a while. She showered him with compliments and said his medical skills were truly amazing. Wutian smiled and wondered if she was only running to flatter him. Xin Yue looked sadly at the doctor and said that she was really counting on his help. The young man said that she saw everything herself. If he agrees, he will make enemies who don't want the old man to get well, including Ouyang's family members. Yuchen said he just can't afford to take that kind of risk. He added that if you get involved with a big family like theirs, and then there will be a lot of problems. Xiang Yu watched his sister and Wutian's conversation from the window and realized that the negotiations had failed. He pulled out his phone, found the right contact, and dialed Elon's number. From that day forward, Ye Wutian's peaceful life was finally shattered in a most unforeseen way. He became very famous in no time, and all the paparazzi in the country started hunting him. On the city news, the newscaster was talking about saving the life of a patient whom doctors recognized as hopelessly ill. On another TV channel, an anchor asked viewers what mystery lies behind the medical talents of a young boy from the Yi family. Plasma panels on major buildings in Dongcheng showed round-the-clock reports about the miracle-working doctor expelled from the Yi family. After hearing the news, many rich people and tycoons began to seek a meeting with Ye Wutian. One of them said on live TV that he would pay 10 million to the person who would find Ye Wutian for him. Soon a whole crowd of journalists and correspondents formed outside his house. They noisily asked the doctor to come out and promised they would only ask a few questions. Journalists knocked on his door and begged for interviews. One of them shouted out that if the young man needed a spouse, their Lover P channel was ready to provide their services. Wutian sneaked past them at that time. He wore a dust mask, goggles, and a hood for concealment. Yi thought uneasily that in a few days they had managed to find out all his details. Yuchen concluded that at this rate, he would soon have to hide his underwear. The phone vibrated. A new message came through. Chung Kekson was worried that everyone would soon find out about their life together. Yuchen wrote her back and offered to use this for a PR campaign. He notified her of his visit to the hospital and asked her to keep reporters out. Ouyang family villa. Patriarch Anan lay in a coma under IV fluids. On the bed beside him sat Ye Gongren. Xinyue stood beside him. Gongan shouted that day after day, quack doctors do nothing but confer. Xinyue was careful to say that not everyone in their family wanted Grandpa's recovery. Gongan said sadly that there are 3 other families besides this one. The father added that Nangong's family is entirely focused on show business, but he is not sure about the other 2 at all, especially Situ's family. Xinyue said that she had seen Sita Wei not long ago, and they were clearly up to something. The girl added that Ye Wutian doesn't want to help them because she is worried about her life. Gongan said the most important thing is the doctor's approval, and then he'll figure something out. The country house of the Yi family. Fei Chao sat on the sofa, hugging her knees, watching TV. The news announcer was broadcasting about a miracle doctor who had appeared in Dongcheng. The girl sobbed and asked Yi where he was now, as if he could hear her. Fei couldn't stand it and cried after all. All she wanted was for Wutian to come home. Wutian arrived at the hospital to check on Zhang Xiaomei. Dr. Wu and Police Chief Shu were already in the room. Ye looked at Xiaomei. Shu couldn't stand the oppressive silence and asked what he could say. Yuchen assured that the girl was on the mend and should wake up as early as tomorrow. The young man asked if anything could be done to Zhang Xiaomei's face and complained that he was fed up with the reporters. He just doesn't know how to get rid of them. Quan Sheng said that this was his chance to become famous, because with his medical skills, Wutian wouldn't be able to stay in the shadows for long anyway. The young man said he just wanted to get away from those journos. Shu suggested 2 options. Wutian had to either continue hiding or wait for the public to lose interest in him. He said that makes sense, but he might be old by then. Suddenly, the door opened and Sitsi appeared on the doorstep. She announced that she had a proposal. Wushin said that here comes Ning's family and asked what she was offering. Sitsi replied that she would help Yi if he went with her. Soon the dark car pulled away from the hospital. They drove in complete silence. Wutian first looked at the road and considered everything around him. Soon the young man got bored and turned to the window, but nothing interesting was happening there either. Then Yi began to scrutinize his driver. Sitsi didn't like that and asked her not to look at her like that. The young man reminded her that she had promised to tell him something, so he was waiting. Uchin said that she probably meant her old man Nina, because she didn't have enough brains for anything. Sitsi asked him to shut up and promised to repay him for everything sooner or later. He asked where she would shoot now, in the chest, or straight to the head to be sure. Sitsi resented that she had already apologized. It was time to let it go. Yuten asked how she herself would have acted if he had raped her, then apologized. The girl couldn't stand it, squealed that he was a pervert and added speed. Yuchen continued to piss her off and said he would teach her another lesson since her fiancé didn't have time. He asked her to keep her pocket wide open. Sitsi did her best not to immediately lose her temper. The girl pressed the gas pedal to the floor. She was starting to get annoyed. The engine roared at maximum RPM. Sitsi squeezed out maximum speed. Yutian was scared and shouted that there was no need to put so much pressure on the gas. He only had one life. Ning family home. Armed bodyguards in army uniforms guard the perimeter. Patriarch Ning happily told Wuqian that they had met again. He replied that he was glad to see the old man in good health. He laughed and said he was glad to hear that. It had been a long time since anyone had said that about him. Shiki got angry and asked Yi to be a little more respectful. Uchin asked how the future son-in-law was doing and when he would find a solution for the bride. Nin asked what he meant. Yi replied that we just need to see how Sitsi behaves. That said it all. Shiki shouted and asked her grandfather not to listen to Wutian. Ning smiled and said that in that case, let her tell first. Siki felt wronged and fell silent, looking away. Then she ran out and slammed the door. Nin and Wutian looked after her. There was a pause. Grandpa Ning asked if Wutian was seeking his granddaughter's hand in marriage. Yi got scared and shouted that he shouldn't joke like that. He wouldn't marry Siki for any money. Nin chuckled and suggested getting to the point of how to keep him safe from reporters. Wutian asked what Ning wanted for his help. The old man said he was interested in the powder the young man used to heal the gunshot wound. He said that the importance of the powder to military medicine cannot be overemphasized. Of course, Wutian will not be spared. Ning added that Wutian himself should understand everything. Many soldiers die on the battlefield just because they were not given first aid in time. Yi admitted that the old man was right, but reminded him that he himself was first and foremost a businessman. Wutian said that his medicines are available to anyone who can pay for them. Ning said he understood him perfectly and offered 2 ways to cooperate. Wutian can choose to make either a one-time sale of the manufacturing patent or a percentage of the profits. The young man said he chooses the third option. He takes over both production and delivery. He can offer Nina a discount in honor of his friendship. The old man squinted his eyes and appreciated Wutian's commercial acumen. He asked to test the effectiveness of the remedy, and the young man readily agreed to provide samples. The old man added that he couldn't make the decision by himself. There were high-ranking people above him. Ning said he would not make concessions until the last. Yutian said that since they had a deal, something should be done about the journos. Old man Nin agreed now to talk about the press problem. He asked if Yutian was going to help Ouyang Anan. He replied that this was not his intention. Ning asked if the young man was sure of that. In his opinion, Ouyang had already paid enough for his behavior. Yutian said it wasn't his problem. He didn't personally shoot him, and he doesn't have a doctor's license, so he doesn't have to help him. Siki quietly entered the study and told the old man that the guests had already arrived. Ning stood up from the table and motioned for Uchan to follow him. They were already waiting for them. It was a sunny day. There was an important conversation to be had at the Ning family's villa. Gongan and Xinyue turned out to be important guests. Old man Ning smiled slightly at the guests while Wutian squinted at them glumly. Gongan introduced himself and said that he was Xinyue's father. He added that he came to ask him as a famous doctor that help his father. Ning said that Gongan and his daughter are having a hard time right now. He asked to at least listen to them. Yutian frowned. He didn't think the old man would be helpful in mediating. He told Gongan that there was nothing he could do to help him. Gongan told the young man that he was familiar with his terms from Xinyue's words and personally guaranteed his safety. He bowed his head and said that he apologized for his father's behavior. He was also willing to apologize to Madame Chung and prepare proper compensation. Yutian replied that he believed in Gongan's sincerity, but there was nothing he could do. Ye thought that Gongan was making him feel awkward now. Yuchen asked to bring him CT scans and all the patient's health information down to the last detail. Xinyue immediately took out a bag of documents and pictures. She smiled and handed the package to the doctor. The girl said it had everything in it. Unwrapping the package, Wutian realized that Xinyue had prepared everything in advance, and he himself had jumped into the trap set up. 10 minutes passed. Everyone waited patiently. Yutian took his time to review all the documents and the patient's medical records. He clarified whether old Ouyang had suffered a severe injury before. Gongan confirmed that he hit his head at age 40, and then spent a year recovering. He thought the doctor was justified in spotting the old injury at a glance. Yuchen told him that Anan had recovered, but the blood clot that formed in his head never dissolved. He assumed that the injured Ouyang had fallen headfirst to the ground and disturbed an old injury. Gongan countered that no doctor had been able to find the clot and asked the reason for their oversight. Yuten replied that the clot was hidden just behind the frontal bone and was not visible on the scans. He added that he personally had his own secrets. He thought about the fact that he had learned it thanks to a technique that would be invented much later. And they wouldn't understand anything anyway. Gongan asked Utian what their chances were of saving the patient. Wuchen hesitated, calculating the odds. Xinyue and Gongan were very weighed down by this pause. They wanted to cure Anan as soon as possible. He finally said he was giving 10%. No one expected such a response, neither Gongan nor Xinyue. Even old man Ning, who had seen a lot of things in life, was surprised. Xinyue exclaimed why the doctor only gives 10%. She realized that if Ye Wuchen only gave 10 chances out of 100, then the rest of them were not even worth counting on. Yutian admitted that even that 10% is a very optimistic projection. He said Anan was just unlucky, and the old injury caused a complication of the new one. Ning asked the young man if it was really that bad and there was nothing he could do. Uthian replied that he was only a doctor, not the Lord God, so he was not omnipotent. He thought about the fact that even in the future, not all diseases have been defeated. Suddenly, Ye Wutian's cell phone rang. He got a call from Chang Keksen. She asked him to come home as soon as possible. They had an emergency. Yutian plugged one ear with a finger for better hearing and asked what was wrong. Chang had already hung up, and Wutian never found out what happened. Sitsi had just entered the room, and Uchan asked if she would give him a ride home. Sitsi replied glumly that she wasn't in the mood today and advised her to find someone else. Yuchen was pissed. He would have torn her right there. Suddenly, Xinyue stood up and said she could drop him off. She wasn't busy anyway. Gongan asked Xinyue if she was sure, and the girl answered in the affirmative. Yuchen said that a ride in a car is not that difficult. There is no need to go around. He grabbed Xinyue's hand and dragged her with a confident stride towards the exit. The door swung open, letting Ye and Xinyue out, and slammed loudly. Gongan remained silent. He had his own thoughts on the matter. Old man Ning thought hard. He was well aware of Xinyue's habits. Ning interrogated Gongan to see if he had misheard and Xinyue had decided to give him a ride in her car. Gongan said he was shocked himself. After all, Xinyue never lets men into his car, including even him and Anan, and this is well known to everyone. He added that if anyone found out about it, the sensation would be explosive. The pink car pulled out of the garage. Xinyue tensely looked at the road and drove the car. Wutian asked if everything was okay. He added that the girl was acting strangely and asked if he was interrupting. Gritting her teeth, Xinyue replied that she was fine, no need to worry. They pulled off the busy road onto the highway. There was more space here. Xinyue pressed the pedal to the floor and squeezed out the top speed. They were entering the business center of the city. Soon Xinyue reached the Tianshan neighborhood. Smoke was billowing in one of the apartments. Yuqin said this fire truck reminds him of something. He looked out of the car and said the building also evokes memories. He looked at the puffs of smoke and the association came of itself. He squealed that this just couldn't be happening and jumped out of the car without even thanking the girl. He raced toward the house, yelling on the way that it couldn't happen again. When Yutian ran to his floor, firefighters were flooding the apartment with water. Chen Kexin stood there. She threw herself into Yi's arms and cried that their apartment was on fire. Ushan reassured her that everything would be fine, since he was already here. He said he was not used to it and offered to wait while the fire was put out. Wuchen thought angrily to the arsonists that once wasn't enough for them, and they decided to do it again. Wuchen thought that this was Ouyang Hao's job and that their family was in trouble. He caught himself thinking that he didn't care about the apartment, but he didn't want Kaixin to suffer. Wutian and Kexin stood and watched the fire being put out. After 2 hours, the smoke began to fade away little by little. It seemed like just a little while longer, and it would be safe to go into the apartment. Wuchen asked Xinyue not to wait for her, and said that he didn't care about her grandfather right now. He assured that he would think of ways to help their family. Xinyue looked at him warmly and asked him to take care of himself. Immediately, the landlady showed up and screamed that she had agreed to rent the apartment to the tenants for nothing. They had started a fire. She screamed that they had no right to do whatever they wanted with that apartment. Yuchen shouted back that it wasn't their fault, and the apartment burned down, and so did their belongings. He added that this is an entrepreneurial risk and the landlady cannot pass the buck to them. The woman gasped that she didn't know what to do now, as the repair cost her nearly 4 million yen. Yuchen assured that he would bring the money tomorrow and buy the apartment. The woman cheered up and said that was different, as long as he had enough money. Wuchen frowned, thinking that the landlady was right. He really didn't have any money right now, and Kaixin had invested everything in the lobster pond. A helping hand with a life-saving check appeared from behind his back. Xinyue handed the woman a check for 4 million and asked her not to bother her tenants again. The satisfied woman said she could do whatever she wanted with the apartment now, even burn it or drown it. She ran off, jumping for joy as she went, and contemplated a check for a large sum of money. Yuchen said he was accepting the money with the intention of paying off the debt at the earliest opportunity. Xinyue smiled and said that there was no need to worry about little things. The door to the apartment was barely holding, it was only hanging on the top hinge. Yuchen entered the apartment with the girls and assessed the signs of mayhem. All the furniture had been turned over, the closets empty. The upholstered sofa in the center of the room was a pitiful sight. Kexin sobbed that there was nothing left, no clothes or jewelry. Yuchen looked at the charred ceiling and walls and grew angrier and angrier. He thought angrily that the arsonist had mistaken him for the wrong man and would show him where the crawfish were. Xinyue offered to help with the cleaning, but the young man politely declined and said there was nothing left to clean. Suddenly, the young man's keen eye noticed something foreign. There was some kind of piece of paper on the table, and it was still intact. Yutian wondered how that piece of paper didn't burn in the flames. He couldn't remember leaving a piece of paper in that spot. Now the young man understood. Here was a fake martial arts book. It turns out that the whole book was burned, but the piece of paper that was in the book was still intact. Xinyue noticed the paper and asked what it was, but Wutian had already put it in his pocket and turned his back to the girl. Standing with his back to Xinyue, Wutian turned around and smiled slyly. Xinyue looked at him and couldn't help but smile back. Soon the three of them descended into the courtyard of Tianshan District. Xinyue's pink car was parked right under the driveway. Yuchen suggested that the girl go about her business and said that he and Chung would look for a hotel to check into in the meantime. Xinyue apologized for the untimely request and reminded him that she was really counting on his help. Wutian said that right now he couldn't tell her how to save her grandfather. He will definitely let you know when he thinks of something. Xinyue bowed and indicated that she would look forward to hearing from him. The girl opened the door of her car and began to sit down. Uchan waved her goodbye happily. He appreciated the girl and realized what the cream of the high society was. She seemed to be in the same circle, but Ning Shiki wasn't even close to her. Chung turned away from Ye and muttered that Xinyue was being too nice to him. She was like a lady of the upper class, and she was just wagging her tail in front of the young man. Wuchen wondered why Kaixin was so excited. She stubbornly didn't look in his direction. Turning her head, Chang angrily said that Xinyue never let men into her car, not even her own father, unless Wuchen knew about it. The young man smirked and said he was honored if so. Kexin stated that he must have made a certain impression on her. Wutian laughed and said that he was like that. After getting into character, the young man said through laughter that he would have to ask Xinyue if she liked him. He added that it would be a good idea to join such a rich family. Chang got even more angry and opened her car door. Getting behind the wheel, she slammed the door shut noisily. The white car tore off, and the young man only shouted back that he hadn't gotten into the car yet. Wutian ran after the car and squealed that Chung had forgotten him, and now he had to walk to the hotel. By the time the young man reached the inn, It was late evening. He strode down the hallway and stopped at the door. Yutian lay on the bed and scrutinized the piece of paper that had survived the fire. The young man wondered what kind of page it was. After all, he had carefully studied the whole book, but he did not remember such a page. Yutian concluded that the paper was hiding a secret and decided to check for light. He thought that the temperature of the open flame was not enough to damage the material, so he decided to heat the sheet. Half an hour passed, but nothing happened. Yutian was surprised that his experiment was unsuccessful. Now he decided to sprinkle the page with blood, see if that would do anything. He pricked the thumb of his left hand with a needle and put the bloody imprint on the sheet. A bloody mark was left on the sheet, but nothing drastically changed. Uchan reproached himself for engaging in such nonsense with scientific knowledge. The young man did not give up and decided to try the water test this time. He did not believe that it was an ordinary blank sheet of paper. Corking the basin, Yushin put a sheet in it and began to fill it with water. The sheet of paper began to change as soon as the first drops of water hit it. The next moment, the text was clearly visible on the sheet. Uchan recognized in these lines the famous healing technique and realized that he had a real treasure in his hands. He suddenly laughed and said he couldn't believe his eyes. Chung went into the room and asked if Ye was hungry, if she could bring him some dinner. Uchan was like a man possessed. He was laughing like a madman and saying something about the treasure. Kaishin pounced on him, and the young man was slightly confused. Chang snuggled up to him happily, and Ye closed his eyes. The girl started to kiss him passionately, but Uchan gently removed her hand from his shoulder. Chang realized that something was wrong here, and tears appeared in her eyes. Yutian pulled back a little from the girl and looked at her. He scratched his chin thoughtfully, realizing it was better to tell the truth. Chung froze as well. She watched and tried to understand what Wuqian was feeling right now. The young man exclaimed and asked Chung not to get angry. After all, he didn't do it on purpose. Kexin's face instantly became serious, and she asked what his words meant. Yuchen mewed and mumbled that he didn't mean anything of the sort. Chung got angry and squealed that Wuqian was a complete idiot. However, Kaishin quickly cooled down and asked to be told what had gotten him so excited. Wuqian showed a piece of paper and solemnly said that this was the technique he had always wanted to get his hands on. He smiled and said that he was angry at the arsonist, but a burned-down house doesn't compare in value to that knowledge. Chang looked at Wuqian suspiciously and at first thought he had swallowed some smoke. The young man admiringly offered to test the miraculous technique together. Kexin left and said it was already without her. She would only be in the way. Chang said one last time that it was enough for her to just be near him. The young man didn't react properly and she slammed the door in her heart. Wuqian didn't care about Chang right now. He was scrutinizing the ancient technique. From it, Ye realized that Xuanyan Qi had 5 stages: strengthening the body, rebuilding bones, expelling gases, removing diseases, and prolonging life. Significant changes will be noticeable at every stage, but the method is not suitable for everyone. It requires knowledge of the acupuncture points of the human body. To begin with, it was necessary to visualize the energy running within the body, and Wuqian sat down in the lotus posture, trying to concentrate as much as possible. The qi energy was to circle around the acupuncture points that needed to be pressed at the right moment. The young man imagined the organism as a tangle of nodes from which branches spread out in different directions. With 2 fingers folded, he repeated all the movements clearly according to the technique and repeated everything described, memorizing it to the point of automaticity. The first movements were Qihai, Shenchuhe, and Xiaowang. They were followed by Zhongwang, Tianqi, and Tianquan. The complex ended with the movements of Kutse, Xiameng, and Neiguan. After completing the ancient technique exercises, Wuqian realized that his whole body was aching. A new day came. Wuqian woke up with difficulty, so he sat frowning and angry at breakfast. Kexin ate with gusto and looked satisfied. She asked Yi what happened to him and if it was because of a piece of paper that he stayed up all night. Wuqian admitted that he was very surprised. He's been testing the technique all night, but feels no change except for pain all over his body. He couldn't stand it and yelled that he couldn't believe it, but he had spent a lot of time on it. After eating, Wuqian returned to the bedroom. He exercised to the point of exhaustion and expired in sweat. He imagined the organism over and over again as a single network of nodes and branches, not feeling any change. The young man thought that he had been trying the legendary method of pressing these points for a long time. Wuqian concluded that at this rate, he would rather mutilate his acupuncture points than learn the technique. The points he was fishing for hurt more and more each time. It was hard for the young man to bear the pain of the exercise, but he didn't give up and kept going. Wuqian angrily pressed his fingers against the piece of paper in front of him. Suddenly, Yi felt a change. The pain disappeared and he could clearly see what he needed to see. His heart began to pound harder and everything in his eyes began to double. His screams were heard by all the occupants of the inn. Chang came running in and asked what happened to him. Wuqian was lying on the floor and holding onto his ribs. He gave Kaishin a big scare. She wailed that he should stop torturing himself, because he was strong without this technique. Uken caught himself thinking that he could no longer hear anything because of the intense pain. Chang's image was becoming more cloudy. He got the idea that he was hurting himself by being a specialist. Chang laid him on the bed, and Wuqian thought he had hurt his acupuncture points. As he fell asleep, he reproached himself that he would never have gone for it if he had known the result beforehand. The light went out for Wuqian, and the whole world turned into darkness. Chang stood over him and begged him to wake up. Wuqian could barely see, he could only distinguish a small streak of light. Kexen asked Ye what was wrong and asked him to stop scaring him. Chang started crying and begged Wuqian to wake up. The girl promised not to be angry at his antics anymore, and assured him that she would cook dinner every day at the young man's first call. Chang asked him to open his eyes, and Wuqian slowly complied with her request. He said that Kexen doesn't need to cry. Tears don't suit her at all. Chang couldn't stand it, roared and hugged his neck. Wuqian was glad that there were people in the world who were worried about him. He told Chang that he was fine, and there was no need to cry. Wuqian smiled and added that he was as healthy as an ox. Kexen looked at Ye with disbelief and asked if he was telling the truth. Wuqian replied that he wasn't lying and said he had heard something interesting. He said cheerfully that someone had promised to turn a blind eye to his antics from now on. Chang blushed. She didn't think the young man had heard all that. Kexen jumped off the bed and shouted that it was right. He had heard exactly what he had heard. She said that the young man was dreaming too much. Chang spoke so seriously that Wuqian hesitated. Maybe he was imagining things. Be that as it may, he felt no pain now. In addition, the technique had finally borne fruit, and Wuqian had reached the first stage of Xuanyan Qi. The phone vibrated, notifying me of a new message received. Wuqian sat down on the bed more comfortably and opened the letter. Wu Quansheng informed him that Zhang Xiaomei had regained consciousness 2 days ago, but was still not feeling well, and asked him to come to the hospital. At the same time, there was a conversation going on in the Ouyang family's estate. Xinyue chatted with Xiao Ai over a cup of tea. Xinyue's face was very sad. She was constantly thinking about her grandfather's health. Xiao reported to her that according to the information she received, Wu Tian's previous apartment was also burned down. Ouyang Hao was most likely behind the arson. The aide assumed that Hao had a hand in it this time too. Xinyue exhaled loudly. Everything was coming together. She said that Ouyang Hao is in love with Cheng Kexen, who lives with Wu Tian. In addition, Hao has already set fire to the young man's first apartment. Xiao assumed that now Wu Tian would surely hold a grudge against the entire Ouyang family, and after all, they needed his favor right now. Xinyue said that it was too early to draw conclusions. The girl asked to check again. She really wanted to believe that Ouyang Hao had nothing to do with it. Xinyue turned to the window and saw a satisfied Situ Wei. She cheerfully asked Xinyue the reason for her sadness, and said that it wouldn't take long to get wrinkles like that. Xinyue leaned out the window and asked what had honored her with the attention of such a guest. Wei said she hadn't visited Grandpa Ouyang in a while, so she thought she'd drop by. She asked to be let in and said she was just going to check on him. Xinyue replied that Grandpa had stayed up late last night playing chess and was still asleep. She asked Wei not to disturb him. The girl added that she was always willing to keep her company if Wei felt lonely. Situ smiled and waved goodbye. She said she wasn't particularly enamored of the other woman's company. Xinyue and Xiao watched the departing Wei. Xiao Ai said that the Situ family was preparing to make their move. Xinyue concluded that the Nangong and Situ families had joined forces against them, and the situation was unfavorable. Late evening, Central Hospital of the city. Yutian walked confidently down the hospital corridor. He reproached himself that Zhang Xiaomei had completely slipped his mind. Yutian thought that one could not think of anything worse than a beauty who suddenly appears disfigured. Near one of the chambers, he heard a shout that praised the Lord. The same voice was praising Satan. Duckling was very surprised by this, and he carefully looked inside. Liu Fu was lying on the floor of the ward, and an orderly was clasping his hands behind his back. The nurse begged Liu not to rage and to go back to her bed. Liu laughed and squealed that he wasn't going back anywhere. He was fine on the floor. A syringe needle glinted in the orderly's hand. He thrust it with all his might into the buttock of the troublemaker. Liu yelped in surprise. In a second, the young man was already snoring serenely. Wutian watched as an orderly and a nurse pulled Liu's legs to the bunk. He came in and asked what was wrong with that guy. It was scary to even look at. The orderly admitted that they don't know themselves. The patient does not sleep well at night and may jump out into the corridor and scare away other patients. Wutian asked about Liu's family and why they don't do anything. The nurse said that he was already in the hospital and there was nothing more the parents could do. The nurse added that the mother was making arrangements for treatment abroad. Wutian thought for a while, then turned around and wished them good luck in parting. Wutian continued on his way through the hospital corridors and looked for the right room number. Soon he stopped in front of room number. Wutian cautiously started to open the door of the ward where Zhang Xiaomei was lying. He carefully peered inside. The bright moon illuminated the ward. Zhang sat on the bed and touched her face. Wutian stood in the doorway and watched the girl. Xiaomei's eyes and forehead were bandaged, tears pouring out in rivers from under the bandage. He walked resolutely into the room and turned on the lights. Zhang immediately turned around and shrieked fearfully at who was here. Uthian replied that her Prince Charming had arrived and asked if she was ready to run away with him. Zhang Xiaomei shouted for him to get lost. Uchan said pitifully that they hadn't seen each other for a very long time, and he had grown exhausted to the point of tears. He added that it felt like an eternity had passed. Wuqian walked over to Zhang, stopped in front of her, and mimicked a heart with his fingers. The young man asked her to at least smile. Otherwise, it was getting kind of awkward. Zhang Xiaomei kept silent and waited for Wuqian to stop talking. The girl finally asked why he had saved her and what he wanted to accomplish by doing so, whether it was his revenge for Zhang's constant clinging to him. She roared and screamed that she would rather die than be left to live like this. Wuqian looked at the girl with pity. He couldn't help her. The young man said it was very easy to die if she really wanted to. He said since he can save lives, he knows the other side. Wuqian said he could help if she was tired of living. Xiaomei shouted that he was an insensitive bastard. The young man put one foot on the windowsill and said that they were on the 6th floor. If Mei jumped out the window, he wouldn't pick up any bones. The girl squealed that she would do it, and Wuqian could rest assured. Wuqian assured the girl that it was really not difficult to end her life. He offered to help her out of bed. The young man added that only her mother felt sorry for her, for she would not last long after learning of her daughter's death. Xiaomei sobbed and cried again. She said that she herself knew that she had to live. The girl, through her crying, asked Wuqian if the young man could imagine how she felt when she realized what she had under her blindfold. Wuqian assumed that she was afraid of remaining unmarried. He said that Zhang Xiaomei was very lucky and he was not picky. The girl went a little quiet and asked me to repeat it again. Wuqian shrieked that he had already said his intention to marry her if she didn't find a mate. Zhang shouted that he hadn't even seen what was wrong with her face and might be scared. Wuqian recalled that he had personally operated on her and asked what he didn't see there. The young man stated that he was not recanting his words. Xiaomei incredulously asked Ye if he was sure, since she was really scary now. Wuqian said that his wife should be a beauty, and this is an indisputable fact. The young man exclaimed that Xiaomei had forgotten what he did for a living. Xiaomei only began to understand now, smiled finally, and clarified if there was hope. Wuqian said their chances are 50% out of 100. He asked Xiaomei if Xiaomei would marry him at this rate. The girl said she needed at least 80% and then she would think about it. Wuqian replied that this was not a bazaar auction and offered to raise it by 10%. Xiaomei hummed and turned away from him to the side. Wuqian said he knew from Dr. Wu about her bad mood and insomnia. He agreed to stay with her that night to help her get used to her new surroundings. Zhang Xiaomei squealed that he wouldn't dare molest her. Wuqian asked if the girl would threaten him with a gun again. He sat down next to her on the bunk and said she was unlikely to have a gun with her in the hospital. Xiaomei snorted disdainfully again and dragged the blanket over herself. She climbed under the blanket and defiantly turned away from the young man. Wuqian said he had more good news. He had figured out how to beat her mother's illness. Young added that he could have her on her feet by the end of the year. The girl peeked out from under the edge of the blanket with interest. Wuqian said that it was true, so she herself needed a good rest. He asked her not to aggravate her serious condition and said goodnight. Zhang thanked him. She looked at him with gratitude. Xiaomei fell asleep almost immediately. Half an hour passed. Wuqian decided that the girl would sleep well. He stood up and looked at Zhang Xiaomei's serene slumber. Wuqian told himself that he could leave since the girl had already fallen asleep. Suddenly, Xiaomei's fingers grabbed his hand. Wuqian turned around. The girl seemed to be asleep. He said he wasn't going anywhere, I guess. The next day at the hospital, Director Xu was walking down the hall with Dr. Wu and asked how Zhang was feeling. Guansheng replied that Ye had promised to stop by to see her, so everything should be fine. He offered to come by and check. Soon they approached room. Xu opened the door and asked Xiaomei how she had rested. Dr. Wu said that Brother Yi was supposed to take care of everything. Upon entering the ward, both visitors were very surprised. Zhang Xiaomei and Wuqian were lying in an embrace. Duckling mumbled that he wanted to try the puffy buns. Xiaomei mentioned through her sleep that Mao Mao had become very fat. Xu and Wu couldn't believe their eyes and stared at Zhang Xiaomei's bunk. Wuqian wished himself a pleasant appetite and aimed at the girl's breast through his sleep. She woke up from the bite and reacted immediately. A powerful slap finally woke Duckling up. He didn't quite realize what had happened, but the red imprint of the heel on his cheek reminded him of what had happened. Zhang Xiaomei blushed and covered her chest with her hands. She didn't know what to call Wuqian anymore. The young man clutched his cheek and asked what she had hit him for. She kicked him with her foot so that he flew off the bunk and screamed who let him on the bed in the first place. Wuqian asked resentfully where the justice was, because the girl had dragged him in and wouldn't let him go. He added that it was uncomfortable to sleep on the floor, if anything. Wu asked to know what it was they were doing all night long, because he had no idea they had such a close relationship. Zhang and Wuqian looked at him silently. Xu laughed and said that it was pretty good to hit on the bestie holding the entire police department in terror. Wuqian suggested they laugh further, and explained that they were just sleeping, and that was all. He yelled at Xiaomei as well. Where did she get so much anger in her? It wasn't like there was anything. She angrily asked to explain the bite mark on her chest. Yuchen looked at the mark of his teeth and wondered what he had been doing during the night. He thought about the fact that he had been dreaming about some pretty good buns, and now there was only one thing left for him to do. He ran out of the room and shouted that he had forgotten to turn off the iron at home, saying goodbye as he went. The door slammed shut behind Wutian. Xiao Mei's screams could be heard from the ward. She was yelling that she didn't want to see that jerk anymore. The young man looked into the room again and asked if she had changed her mind about treating her face. Xiao Mei grabbed the pillow and clutched it in her hand more comfortably. She threw it right at Wuchen and said only exceptionally. The young man caught her deftly at the very door. He threw it back at Xiao Mei and shouted that they had a deal. The pillow hit the girl exactly in the face. She blushed and hugged the pillow with both arms, then told Yuchen that he was a very brash type. Another day has passed. Wutian stood at the entrance of the inn and thought that the first stage of Xuanyanqi was complete. He could now, in theory, use the Qixing needle. In truth, the young man himself didn't know how effective it would be. Yuchen descended the steps leading to the entrance of the inn. Standing in the parking lot was Ouyang Hao. He leaned on the door of his car. Hao told Wutian that he had a conversation to have with the young man. Ye asked Hao what else the conversation was about and clarified if the conversation was about Chung Kexin. Wutian asked Hao to remember once and for all one simple thing. He put a hand on Ouyang's shoulder and told him that he was getting himself into trouble. Ouyang Hao said that if he didn't leave her, he would be in trouble. He warned that it wouldn't be difficult for the Hao family to deal with a young man with a temper. Wutian only hummed contemptuously. He was no longer afraid of anyone from the Ouyang family. He smiled sympathetically and said that he was clear with the Hao family. Hao got angry and asked what he had said that was funny. Uthian said that while old man Anan lies dying, one of his grandsons can't wait for him to pass away. The other one's going crazy over a woman. Wutian recognized that only Shinjue was trying to make things right, and that the Ouyang family was all on her own, and the others were not worth mentioning. The young man added as for Hao personally, he was willing to deal with him even now. Wutian said that if he were Hao, he would prepare for the fact that it wouldn't take long for them to be called a great family. Ouyang Hao turned pale. He was very angry, but he couldn't help but admit that Wuchen was right. The next day, the main character was walking around the city. After the incident at the hospital, he decided to go to a hotel. Yewutian wanted to check in at the inn and help his familiar girl. When he came into her room, she asked him where he was and why his phone was off. The guy cheerfully replied that he had something to do. He added that his phone battery was dead. He asked his girlfriend why her eyes were red. Had she been waiting for him all night? The girl turned her back on him and said she wouldn't stay up all night because of him. The boy sat on the bed and said that he was much more comfortable here than in the hospital. The girl smiled at him and offered to bring him some delicious fruit. The guy told her that he had just been met by an old acquaintance of the girl named Ouyang. He told the protagonist to stay away from the girl. Here the girl with the big dismissal asked what Yewuchen answered to this threat to Ouyang. The guy looked at the girl carefully, and he realized that his current answer would be very important to her. Yewuchen hesitated before answering. He had to say it in such a way that she wouldn't be offended. The main character said that he agreed to Ouyang's terms. He wouldn't dare to cross him since his family is rich and powerful. Apparently this answer upset the girl very much. She was silent and thoughtful. The girl stood up and said confidently that she would be checking out of the hotel today. Yewutian grabbed her confidently by the arm. He didn't want her to leave. The guy said he actually told Owen to go to hell. The main character likes it here with this girl. The girl had grown soft. She kindly and very affectionately called her interlocutor a joker. She told the guy excitedly and apprehensively that he had disappeared from the news channels. The guy took a smartphone and started watching video news on different channels with video broadcasts. The first news story he came across was a video of a guy cooking some food. The following news video showed a guy telling the news about soccer. The guy thought to himself that he'd really disappeared from the headlines. The protagonist thought to himself that old man Ning had done a quick job. The girl was looking at her phone and showed the guy some interesting and funny article. Ye Wuqian was sitting and thinking about his relationship with this girl named Chung Kexin. He couldn't understand who they were to each other. Listening to his girlfriend, he kept thinking that they didn't seem to be a couple, but they were acting like lovers. The next day, there was a serious incident with a patient in the hospital. In one of the wards, a patient became very agitated. He ran out and started running. The patient screamed at the doctors that he didn't want to sleep and couldn't sleep. He was afraid he would turn into a monster. His mother came over and told him excitedly that he needed to sleep. The patient even more aggressively started yelling that he wouldn't sleep because he didn't want to become a monster. The woman once again told him to obey her and go to bed. The guy yelled to her with fear that he didn't want to sleep and wouldn't sleep. The woman told the nurse that she was leaving this patient in their care. The nurse prepared a special injection. It was supposed to calm the patient down. He forcefully caught the patient and injected him with a special syringe of sedative. At the same moment, the effect of the drug paralyzed the patient, and he collapsed to the floor. The nurse began to pull the unconscious patient aside. Ye Wutian entered the room. The woman was happy to see him. She called him a wonderful doctor. She was glad he would help them. The guy called the woman Mrs. Liu and told her she overestimated him. The woman called him the best doctor she had ever seen. She asked him not to leave her in trouble. She pressed herself closely to the protagonist and added that she would do anything for him. Ye Wutian thought she wanted to seduce. It was hard for him to hold back his emotions. The protagonist realized that he was suffering from his body, which could not resist female charms. A guy asked a woman to describe the symptoms of her son's illness. He asked if he had a sleep disorder. He decided for himself that this would be a good opportunity for him to practice medicine. Mrs. Liu said that as soon as my son falls asleep, he dreams about beating people up. A woman said that at first her son had nightmares only at night, but now he can't sleep during the day. The guy thought to himself that he could heal this patient with Xuanyan Qi, but this patient named Li Fu doesn't deserve to be healed. Kei Yutian gave the prescription to the woman and told her to follow it strictly. He hoped that the patient would get better. The woman was very happy to have such help from the guy, and she thanked the protagonist. Mrs. Liu gave the guy her card. She promised that if his medicine helped, she would thank him well. Ye Wutian smiled happily. He thought that he would not refuse a different kind of payment. The boy was heading towards room at the same time. He wondered how old Mrs. Liu was. He approached the right room. Immediately, he wondered if he was attracted to older women. He knocked on the girl's room and told her that the best doctor in the world had arrived. He asked her if she was ready for treatment. The guy opened the door to the room. The girl didn't expect him to come in. She was getting changed. Ye Wutian was surprised he didn't expect to catch the girl like that. He realized his timing was off. The patient angrily shouted back at him that hadn't he been taught to knock. The guy came into her room and said it was no big deal. He added that she would have had to take it all off anyway. She was pissed off by that excuse. Immediately, he placed a box on her bed. There was supposed to be medicine for her. The girl asked what was inside the box. There was a special potion to remove it. The guy told her that he brought a cure to help her get her beauty back. It might hurt at first, but she'll have to be patient. The protagonist unwrapped the bandages from her face. He was preparing to put medicine on her face. The boy carefully applied the potion to her face. The girl was nervous but patient. She felt incredible and good. She felt so much better. The patient told him that she was not in any pain at all, and only felt a slight numbness. After the procedure, the girl asked excitedly to the guy if it would help the cure. The protagonist assured her that everything would be fine or he wouldn't be called the miracle doctor. The guy went to the door and locked it. He didn't want anything to disturb them. Then he commanded directly to the girl to undress completely now. The girl was surprised and shy. She didn't understand what he wanted from her now. Ye Wutian added seriously that she has a serious scar on her chest that needs to be treated too. The guy said she'd be breastfeeding a baby someday, and he'd be sick of the sight of her. The girl said she needs a little more time to get her act together. She's not mentally ready. The main character went up to her and said it was his duty to help the sick. He said he had to do everything now. The girl yelled at him not to come any closer. She was very scared. The girl shouted loudly and desperately to the guy to stay away from her. The protagonist took out a magic potion and its scent spread through the room. The girl didn't understand what happened. She said that she felt that she could not move. The guy yelled that he had to do his medical duty. She reminded him that he didn't even have a doctor's license. Ye Wutian said that there is no difference between a man and a woman for a doctor. The girl shouted at him to stop immediately. The main character told her not to complain since he was trying for her. The patient realized that it was useless to resist and decided to be patient. The guy smeared the potion on her breasts. She clarified how long to wait and endure. The protagonist said with pleasure that he was just enjoying a rare moment. Ye Wutian continued to dab his magic and healing potion. The girl was very ashamed, but she realized that she had to endure for healing. The main character says she has absolutely nothing to be ashamed of, and everything is fine. The patient angrily yelled that if he was a doctor, he couldn't afford it. Yutian added and said that besides being a doctor, he is also a man. The guy said that he doesn't get any gratitude from the girl. He added that if she didn't want to get treatment, then let her get dressed. The main character says it's okay since she is his girlfriend. The patient asked him since when she became his girlfriend. Ye Wutian explained that no one else would love her but him. The guy told her to forget about other guys from now on. She should only think about him from now on. The girl said she was fed up and why the guy wouldn't give up. The guy said he saved the girl's mom first. Now it's her, and how she wants to pay him back. The patient asked that if she agreed to be his girlfriend, what he would say to his other girlfriend. Ye Wutian said it was not a simple question. He told her his dream that he would buy a big house where they would all live happily ever after together. The girl asked her angrily if he had decided to get a harem. The guy said with confidence and joy in his voice that they were going to make it. The girl was not satisfied with this answer, but she decided to keep silent. The guy reminded her to keep the bandage on and not to wet the wound for healing. Eventually, the guy specified that she keep the blindfold on, even in front of male doctors. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The protagonist hesitated in surprise. The patient tapped his foot and told him to get off of her because she needed to get dressed. The main character opened the door and saw a guy standing there with a bouquet of flowers. The guy who came in approached the girl named Xiao Mei and said that he had come to visit her. The patient addressed him by the name Bai Fu and asked why he was here. Bai Fu walked into the ward and looked around. He asked Xiao Mei why her door was closed. The protagonist explained to the guy who came in that the door was closed. Ye Wutian asked him why he didn't recognize him as a doctor. Bai Fu told him that he wasn't wearing a gown. Bai Fu asked Xiao Mei why she didn't tell him she was in the hospital. The girl told him that she didn't want to make a fuss over nothing. Bai Fu asked her with great excitement how serious her wound was. The girl replied fearfully that she didn't know exactly. She didn't expect the boy to come. Ye Wutian told Bai Fu that he was on time. He added that the girl was worried about a minor scratch, but Bai Fu would still love her. The protagonist looked at Yao Mei silently. He showed her with his gaze to keep her silent. The girl understood. She thought the guy wanted to test Bai Fu's feelings for her. The main character went to Bai Fu and told him to talk to the girl, or she almost jumped out of the window. Bai Fu asked the girl if it was true. Tam didn't speak and sat silently. Xiao Mei continued to sit silently. Bai Fu kept looking at her and getting more and more worried. Here Bai Fu got very excited because the girl didn't deny anything Ye Wuqian said. Bai Fu looked at the girl and wondered if the scar behind the bandage was so terrible. The protagonist told Bai Fu to hurry up and comfort the unfortunate girl. Ye Wutian said to the guy that it's not the outside that counts, but what's inside. Bai Fu decided not to deny it and added that he agreed that what's inside is important. After a bit of thought, he then said that plastic surgery is very advanced these days and it might help. The main character replied to the guy that even the best plastic surgeon would be powerless. The girl would have to live with it for the rest of her life. Ye Wutian told Bai Fu that he himself should figure out how to calm the girl down. He also added that Xiao Mei had scars on her chest and stomach. Bai Fu was horrified, for he had heard about the scars on the girl's body. Ye Wuqian continued to tell in a confident voice that the scars are the smallest, only the size of a plate. He ended up yelling to Bai Fu that someone should explain to Xiao Mei that it was no big deal. Bai Fu replied that he would talk to her. The protagonist was delighted with this answer. The main character suggested that the guy should propose to Xiao Mei right now. She needs his support right now. Bai Fu was very worried when he heard such words. He didn't want to marry an ugly woman. Ye Wutian told the boy that it was time for him to swear his eternal love for Xiao Mei. The protagonist added that the girl no longer has absolutely nothing to live for. Xiao Mei was silent and didn't speak. She waited for Bai Fu's boyfriend to answer her. At this time, Bai Fu was very confused. He didn't know what to say. After some thought, he realized that with his money, he could get any pretty girl he wanted. Why would he tie his life to this disfigured girl? Bai Fu turned around and started to leave. He told his girlfriend that he had to leave because he had an important matter to take care of. Xiao Mei realized that this guy had no real love for her. After thinking for a while, the girl said that she had no feelings for Bai Fu. He was just another boyfriend to her. Xiao Mei asked the protagonist if he was satisfied. Ye Wutian was silent in response. After a little thought, the guy said he wanted to show the girl that he was the best in the whole world for her. Xiao Mei answered him capriciously that Bai Fu swore love to her almost daily. The girl replied that all men are the same. He told her that he didn't think he was a good guy. The main character said confidently that if he loves a woman, he loves her always no matter what. He will never give up his feelings. Xiao Mei asked dreamily what she should do if she liked several men at once. She asked with interest to the protagonist how he would feel about such a thing. The main character said that he takes care of her. Xiao Mei will always have friends to play mahjong with. The girl shouted angrily to the guy that such a shameless man like him would still have to be found. After a moment's thought, Ye Wutian asked the girl if she knew Situ Wei. She claimed to be Xiao Mei's cousin. The girl fell silent. She looked piercingly and angrily at the protagonist. After waiting a little, she asked rudely and demandingly what Sita Mei had said to him. Ye Wutian answered her reassuringly that it was nothing. He asked her why she was so nervous at the mention of Sita Mei. Xiao Mei said angrily that someone decided that she should at least have something to do with Sita Mei. The girl told the guy angrily not to mention Sita Mei's name again in her presence, stay away from her. The boy hesitated. He was silent. He was struck by the girl's reaction to her cousin's name. Suddenly, the guy's phone rang shrilly in his pocket. He saw on the phone that an old man named Wu Quansheng was calling him now. The protagonist picked up the phone and asked why old man Wu was calling him. Wu Quansheng told the protagonist that they didn't talk so well last time. He invited him to come to Weiju this evening. Evening descended on the city and the protagonist arrived instead of the one my old man Wu was talking about. Weiju was one of the most luxurious clubs in the city. The guy went to the entrance and was met by a security guard. He said that only membership cards were allowed to enter the club. The protagonist wondered why the old man didn't warn him he needed a card. While the guy was standing there talking to the guard, an expensive gold-colored car pulled up. A beautiful girl was sitting in the car. She looked at the protagonist from the cabin. A security guard outside the club saw the girl and addressed her as Mrs. Sita. The girl called the guy Dr. E. Mrs. Situ told the boy confidently that she could help him get into the club. The guy was still standing with his bicycle. The girl told him that he could leave his bike on the street and no one would steal it. The guy walked up to the car and opened the door. He liked the car. He also looked at the girl and thought he liked her style of dress as well. Mrs. Situ told the boy not to be afraid and to get in boldly. The guy got into the car and he and the girl drove right up to the gate of the club. One of the guards said that Yewutian knew Madame Situ. He had no idea who it could be. The other guard said that it was the first time he had seen Miss Situ give someone a ride. The car with the protagonist and the girl was still standing still near the entrance. Situ told the protagonist that they were already there. In response, the guy continued to remain silent. The main character was in a car with his girlfriend Situ. They were still standing outside the club. Situ turned around at the guy and asked why he was looking at her so intently. Does he want to know what's under her dress? The guy called her Mrs. Sita and told her to be careful with such suggestions or he might not be able to resist. The girl asked to be called her sister. Yewutian only looked and looked at the girl. He couldn't take his eyes off her breasts. A guy was sitting right next to a girl. He thought he was sitting very close to her. Suddenly, Situ pushed him away roughly. She never let the guy kiss her. Here she asked slyly at the guy, is he really that eager to get to know her better? Yewutian thought to himself why a guy like him should have to endure harassment from a girl. He told the girl that she looked like a fairy. The girl liked those words. She said she would love to be a personal fairy. Yewutian jumped out of the car and started to run away. He shouted to the girl to stop tempting him. Situ yelled at him to call her. She wanted to talk to him alone. The guy ran with all his might. He didn't think anyone could take it if it were him. Yewutian was able to get to the club where he had a meeting with Mr. Wu. There were already many people there. The boy saw Mr. Wu sitting on the sofa. He greeted the protagonist. Yewutian told him he didn't have a membership card, but Mr. Wu told him to pass anyway. Mr. Wu answered him cheerfully that he simply forgot to warn him. Mr. Wu introduced the protagonist to Zhou Huanzhang. He was the regional secretary in charge of healthcare in Dongcheng City. Zhou said that he would immediately meet the famous Dr. Yewutian in person. The boy asked him what he owed to such an acquaintance. Mr. Wu said that in 4 days there will be an exchange of medical knowledge between China and country H. He wants the protagonist and Zhou to participate in this event. Yewutian asked him what exactly he wanted him to do. The guy said unequivocally that he had nothing to do with it. Mr. Wu said they suffered a big loss last year and now they have to bounce back. Zhao told the protagonist that Dr. Wu thinks very highly of him. For this reason, he wants to see Yewutian together with his specialists. The guy replies that he is not even a licensed doctor. Zhao replied cheerfully and confidently that he could organize all the necessary papers. Dr. Wu said the events would last a couple of days and the protagonist wouldn't lose much time. Yewutian said it's just a medical exchange meeting. It's okay if Dr. Wu loses. The old man shouted at him that he wanted to douse the arrogant scoundrels from N country in mud. The doctor was told that one of the representatives of country H said that their medicine is orthodox and Chinese medicine is just an imitation. The doctor summarized only China's honor is at stake. It would be a battle they could not lose again. The protagonist realized it was all about pride. Yewutian thought that it was hard for him to refuse when he was asked so sincerely. He also remembered that he owed Old Man Wu for the Xuanyang Qi technique. The guy agreed and said he'd go, but he said not to expect too much from him. Dr. Wu said he'd increase their chances of winning many times over. The protagonist replied that he would definitely be all ready if he promised. Then the phone rang in his pocket. Situ called him. She told the guy she missed him. She said on the phone that she would come by in 5 minutes so he wouldn't run away. The main character told her on the phone not to talk to him like he was a virgin. He told her on the phone that he would find her and show her what a real man can do. After some time, the protagonist arrived at the house where Sita lived. Yewutian was pissed off. He decided to show his girlfriend how to mess with him. The guy knocked hard and confidently on the door, and the girl opened it for him immediately. She was happy to see him. Situ stood in the doorway and looked at the protagonist. Yewutian stared back at the girl with unwavering and bright attention. Situ told him romantically and seductively that she longed for him very much. Yewutian told his girlfriend strictly that she was playing with fire. She was surprised at such words. The guy hugged her and started whispering something to her. It had absolutely no effect on her. The protagonist decides to himself that he needs to get a grip and outplay this hottie. Otherwise, the initiative might stay on her side. The guy, full of determination, passed the door where the girl was standing and went into the room. The main character sat down on the couch and asked strictly for the girl to tell her what she needed. Situ took a club card out of her pocket and said she was giving it to the boy. Now he can enter the club whenever he wants. Yewutian told her caustically and clearly that she is the owner of the club after all. The girl was glad he finally figured it out. The guy said he couldn't take the card because he didn't want to owe her anything. Situ swiped his card and told him how he was going to date her without the card. The girl called herself lovingly sis and said she was free now. Ye Wutian said he was sure he could make a good couple with her. He asked the girl why she needed her. Sithu told him meaningfully that it was not up to her but directly to him. The girl added that she wants to get to know him better and have the protagonist become her personal doctor. The guy told her that if she needed a doctor, he would help her. Sithu said she just wanted to hire him as her personal doctor for 100 million a year. The guy was surprised, and he once again asked the girl about the amount. Sithu answered him cheerfully that there was no need to look at her like that since she was embarrassed. After waiting a bit, the girl said it was important that she had a special condition. The guy didn't say a word. He was ready for the girl to tell him a very unacceptable condition. Sithu told him strictly that he was not allowed to treat any other member of the 4 families except her. Ye Wutian told the girl that she wanted to use him to break up the other 3 great families. The girl told him she wasn't asking him to poison them, just not to treat them. She said it's perfectly healthy competition. The protagonist said it's nice to get 100 million just for sitting on his hands, but he can't agree to such terms. Sithu asked why. The guy replied that he had promised Ouyang Xinyue that he would definitely save her grandfather. Ye Wutian added that it didn't mean he was on their side. He just decided to help Ouyang Xinyue for personal reasons. He doesn't want to get involved in any kind of fight. Sithu told the guy judiciously that staying on no one's side would not be easy. She pointed her finger at the main character and said she wanted to borrow him for the night. Later they arrived at the Wei-Ju nightclub. It was full of people. Mr. Sithu walked confidently and silently through the hall, accompanied by the protagonist. The guys around her were surprised that Sita Wei was on a date. They couldn't understand who the guy next to her was. The girl was walking along with the main character. Everyone else around them was looking back at them. The guy said that after she said she wanted to borrow it, he thought it would be another harassment. Sithu got jokingly angry and cheerfully called the protagonist a rascal. The guests at the banquet where they were held were the richest and most important cream of society. The girl told the guy that such parties are good for making new connections. He replied that she and her family didn't need any extra connections. Sithu told the guy that he was underestimated by many people, but not by her. Ye Wutian thought to himself that he was becoming more and more amazed at this girl. The girl asked him if he had already fallen in love with her, and she reminded him that she was completely single. The guy replied that she was very unpredictable, and he asked her how old she was. Sithu jokingly patted his cheek and called him cheerfully varmint. The girl said she had to go to the restroom and asked the guy to wait for her. She asked him not to have contact with other girls. Ye Wutian thought pitifully and absent-mindedly to himself who else he had given up. Then the guy heard some girl suddenly call out to him from the side. It was Ouyang Xinyue. She asked the protagonist if he had come alone. The guests at the party were surprised that the main character knew this girl. Someone was surprised that Ye Wutian was in a relationship with all 4 families. At the same time, Ye Wutian replied that he did not come alone, but his girlfriend had gone away for a while. Ouyang Xinyue good. Naturedly suggested that the guy sit down and talk. The protagonist said he would have gladly accepted her invitation. That's when Sithu came up. She grabbed the guy's hand. She also turned to Xinyue. Ouyang Xinyue was very surprised. She was silent and didn't even know what to say. All the people present at the party were surprised and overwhelmed. Sithu held the protagonist's hand and said that this evening he belongs only to her. At the party, everyone stood and remained silent. Sithu didn't let go of Ye Wutian's embrace. Ouyang Xinyue silently and astonishedly looked at the protagonist along with the girl Sithu. Xinyue didn't understand how it could happen that the main character came along with Sithu Wei. She couldn't imagine when the 2 of them could get close. Sithu asked Xinyue if she was at a loss for words after seeing how good she and Ye Wutian looked together. Sithu added that she has a date with the main character tonight. Therefore, Xinyue can wait until the next time. The protagonist was silent. He didn't like being thought of as some exotic toy to brag about. Pulling herself together a bit, Xinyue said that she would borrow a boyfriend sometime next time from Sithu. Such words pleased Sita. She said that she didn't mind at all. Ye Wutian was unpleasantly startled by the conversation. He didn't like the fact that no one asked him anything. Sithu asked the guy if he had a crush on Xinyue. She added that Xinyue didn't have a boyfriend. The main character sharply replied that it's very funny to introduce him and Xinyue. Sithu told the guy he was in Xinyue's car. She doesn't just let anyone into her car. Ye Wutian replied that the girl was just giving him a ride. Sithu approached the protagonist and prepared to tell him something important. She told him she'd never given a guy a ride before. Sithu pointed her finger at Ye Wutian and said confidently that he was her first. The protagonist hesitated. He didn't know what to say. Too much had happened this evening. Then suddenly a live orchestra in the hall played cheerful and dancing music. Sithu grabbed the guy's hand and asked him to dance to the music. He told her that he was not dancing. All the guests around were having fun and dancing. Couples were circling the hall. The boy danced slowly and uncertainly along with Sithu. They looked at each other. Xinyue was sitting at the table at this time. She was watching the protagonist the whole time. Xinyue thought to herself that the Sithu family had decided to act openly. Then suddenly, during the dance, a guy stepped heavily on Sita's foot with his foot. The girl put up with it, and then angrily and squeezily shouted at him that she was in pain. Yewutian, as an excuse, said that's why he doesn't dance. He wanted to offer the girl something different. Situ hugged the protagonist and said that they still have a lot of dancing ahead of them. She took the guy's hand with her own and drew it up and put it on her back. They continued to dance silently for a long time in their arms to the surrounding music. They looked piercingly at each other, but they remained silent. The girl hugged the boy harder and harder. He felt her clinging to him. Yewutian thought to himself what kind of dance this was. He felt that he would die before it was over. The guys standing around were deeply jealous of the protagonist. Every one of them would like to be in Yewutian's shoes. The main character told Sita that they dance very closely together. He wanted to offer her something. Situ looked closely at the guy and asked if he didn't like their dance. He was starting to get bored with everything. He even closed his eyes and looked away. The girl looked at him fearfully. Situ slyly told him that he was a rascal. The protagonist remained silent the whole time. The guy thought to himself that if this hottie wanted to play with him, he had nothing to fear. They all danced and danced. Situ was hugging him and not giving him a chance to move away. Suddenly, during the dance, Situ smiled mysteriously at him, but the guy didn't understand why. Yewutian squeezed himself harder and harder against the girl. He became more and more careless. Suddenly, he felt the girl knock him hard in the groin. The guy was overcome with pain. The guy grabbed his groin and silently ran towards the direction of the exit. Immediately, he ran with all his might in the direction of the restroom. Yewutian was running, and at the same time felt great pain. Finally, he ran to the toilet. All the guests at the party didn't understand why he ran so fast to the restroom. Only Situ smiled enigmatically. She understood why the guy was feeling so bad right now. The protagonist had recovered a little from the pain. He washed himself in the wash basin with cold water. Yewutian thought about what had happened during the dance. He was very angry. The guy was annoyed, but he realized he couldn't leave the party now. Then he returned to the hall. At the same time, Situ was sitting at the table drinking wine as if nothing had happened. The guy walked over to the table where the girl was sitting. He suggested that she admit to a mutual defeat. The girl slyly offered him another dance. She wanted to see how long he would last. Yewutian humbled himself. He sat down at the table and said that he recognized that he had lost. The protagonist sat there thinking that Situ Wei was a really dangerous person. He realized why Chang Xiaomei had advised him to stay away from Situ. A guy was sitting silently alone at a table at a party, and then Xinyue came up to him. She very respectfully and gently invited Yewutian to dance with her. The protagonist cheerfully and delicately replies to her that he doesn't dance. Xinyue decided that the guy didn't want to dance with her, and after that she sadly turned away. Yewutian told the cheerful girl that he didn't know how to dance. He asked if she could teach him. The girl first timidly and then confidently put her hand in the guy's hand. Xinyue took him to the dance with her and said he owed her a debt. From the side, Sita was watching everything going on with great attention. Situ didn't feel annoyed. She watched her dancing protagonist. Yewutian softly and leisurely danced in the very center of the hall, paired with Xinyue. The surrounding guys were surprised because the main character was already dancing with Ouyang Xinyue. Suddenly, the guy stepped his foot on the girl's leg and she cried out. Xinyue said a little resentfully that the main character really can't dance. Yutian apologized to her and told them to stop now. Xinyue sternly told him that if she promised to teach him how to dance, she meant she would. They kept dancing. Suddenly, the boy stepped on the girl's foot again. Xinyue wanted to scream but restrained herself. The guy was looking at her cheerfully. The girl decided not to back down and she told the main character that they would continue. Yewutian and further stepped on his girlfriend's feet. She kept shrieking, which attracted the attention of other people. The next time he stepped on her foot, Xinyue nearly fell off. 20 minutes of the party passed and gradually they danced better and better. The guy became more careful, precise, accurate, and attentive in dancing with the girl. Yewutian and Xinyue were completely distracted from their surroundings. They danced without seeing anything around them. All the surrounding guests enjoyed their dance. They applauded wildly. The main character was very excited because he could dance like a normal person. Xinyue asked him if she was a good dance teacher for him. The guy said she was a good dance teacher, but it was a big price to pay. The two of them looked at the girl's legs, which were bruised and scratched. The guy said he was a massage therapist. Xinyue remembered that he was a doctor. They reached the back room. Xinyue took off her shoes and the guy got ready to start massaging her feet. Only now did the protagonist notice how beautiful and well-groomed Xinyue's legs are. Yewutian was still unable to start the massage. He was amazed by the girl's beautiful legs. Xinyue angrily shouted at the guy to stop gawking already and help her stop the pain. The guy began to massage her feet gently and tenderly with his hand. He was giving a massage and asked the girl if she was in pain or in a certain place. He told her to be patient because it would stop soon. Xinyue sat silent and patient. She realized that she would have to wait. The guy was totally into it. He kneaded her feet and toes gently and professionally. Yewutian was completely absorbed in the process. He was silent. Shinyue was also silent and realized that she had to endure for the pain to disappear. Then suddenly, at the most inopportune moment, the main character's phone rang. It was Situ who called him. She told the guy it wasn't fair. He spent a lot of time with her, but he won't break up with Shinyue. The girl asked him if she was ugly to him and he didn't like her. The guy replied into the phone that it was just a massage, and there was no need to create a misunderstanding. The protagonist turned off his phone, and he thought to himself what kind of nonsense Sita was talking about. Situ suggested that he come back so as not to keep Shinyue waiting. The guy told her to ignore it. He thought to himself that Shinyue was easier for him than Situ-wei. After thinking for a bit, Shinyue asked the guy seriously if he liked Situ. The guy asked the girl if it looked like he liked Situ-wei. Shinyue told him that she was worried about him, and it would be better for the guy if he didn't get close to Situ. Guy thought to himself in his relationship with Xiaomei and now Shinyue. As the protagonist thought about it, he realized that Situ-wei had some kind of dark side. Then Ye Wutian happily shouted to the girl that he had already finished the massage. After that, Shinyue looked down at her feet. The guy said it was a good workout for his skills. The girl swiped his Moonstring Club membership card. The guy realized that the owner of the Moonland Club was Shinyue. He told the girl that he had a present for her too. He handed her a pill box, and the girl was glad. She asked if it was medicine for her grandfather. The guy told her it was medicine for her. She took it right away. The protagonist shouted loudly to her not to take it now. The boy frightenedly asked the girl where he could get water. Shinyue said the bathroom was next door. The girl was very surprised, and the guy immediately grabbed her in his arms and carried her. Ye Wutian ran with all his might, holding the girl in his arms. She didn't understand anything. Shinyue was in the bathtub, and she was screaming in fright and didn't know what was going on. She didn't know why there was so much dirt on her. Ye Wutian told her to just wash off the dirt. The girl looked in the mirror and didn't know if it was her. She looked at her face with interest. She noticed that her skin was soft and clean. She couldn't understand how she had been transformed. Shinyue had already calmed down and ran out of the bathroom. The guy was waiting for her near the entrance. She ran up to the main character and said she wanted more. The guy didn't say a word. After a little thought, he answered her sternly to quit this nonsense. Shinyue told the main character that she wanted a little more to look even prettier. Ye Wuqian told her that one pill would be enough. If she ate more than that, it would have no effect. The girl thought about it. She was a little disappointed and annoyed. At the same time, dancing continued at the party. The guests were enjoying themselves in every possible way. Those present noticed the protagonist and Shinyue walking alone down the hallway. As they walked past the other people, everyone was really eyeing the girl. No one could figure out exactly what happened to this girl, but she changed. The surrounding guys noticed that Shinyue was absent for half an hour at most, but managed to look very much better. One guy couldn't believe his eyes. He definitely noticed that Ouyang Shinyue had become even more beautiful. His friend said there was a similar case with Chung Kekson. She suddenly got prettier the day before the banquet. Situ immediately realized that the main character's girlfriend had become more beautiful thanks to the magic remedy. Situ realized that she was not imagining things. She noticed that Ouyang Shinyue was now a sight to behold. Situ approached Ye Wutian and asked how he could be so infatuated with Shinyue that he forgot about her. The boy and his girlfriend stopped silently. The two of them looked at Sita. Here she immediately grabbed the guy's arm and said she'd give him a ride. Situ was still very interested in the magic beauty remedy. She realized that such a remedy was invaluable. Situ led the protagonist away by the hand. Shinyue looked at them silently. Shinyue thought to herself that she had to get the protagonist to side with the Ouyang family at all costs. The secret of the rejuvenation pill was as important as the guy's medical skills. At the same time, the protagonist was already sitting in the car with Situ. Ye Wuqian looked at his girlfriend with interest. He noted that she was wearing a tight dress today. The guy noted to himself that he could see every curve on her beautiful body. Situ saw from the outside that the guy was looking at her, but she didn't say anything. She asked him with feigned surprise why he was looking at her as if he wanted to undress her with his gaze. Ye Wuqian told her they were almost there and prepared to get out of the car. Situ asked the guy if he wanted to tell her something last. She added that he had completely forgotten about her, and she was sad because of that. She added that Shinyue had become very nice thanks to the guy's efforts. The guy said he had nothing to do with Shinyue getting prettier. Situ told him she wanted to go back on her offer. She gave him a new sum of 200 million a year. Ye Wutian said surprised that Situ offered him 200 million just for not curing old man Ouyang. He promised to think about such an offer. The girl told the guy to keep Shinyue around him all the time. She noted that the protagonist was kind to her but indifferent to Situ. She asked him if he didn't like her. Ye Wutian answered her excitedly that he was very much afraid of burning himself against her. Sita asked excitedly, "Is she really that scary?" to the protagonist. She hugged him and told him that there was nothing scary going on. The guy replied that he might not be able to take it. Situ asked him in surprise what could be the matter that he was holding back. The protagonist and his girlfriend felt someone staring at them. A friend of the protagonist was standing on the sidewalk. She asked the guy to explain everything to her in detail. Ye Wutian was silent, and he could think of absolutely nothing to justify himself. Sita indicated to him firmly to get out of the car immediately. At the same moment, Sita drove off at a very high speed. She shouted to the guy to remember her. The protagonist's girlfriend, named Chung Kexin, shouted after him that Situ Wei really pissed her off. The guy wanted to sneak out. The girl asked him sternly if he wanted to explain to her what it all meant. Ye Wutian said good, naturedly, that he had met Sita for the second time. She wants to give him money for nothing. The girl didn't really believe him. The guy started to tell her that Situ simply wanted to take advantage of him. Chung told him that he would tell her more at home. Ye Wutian spent the whole evening explaining. In the end, his words reassured Chung Kexin. For the next couple of days, the protagonist was practicing the Xuan Qi technique. He had almost reached the second stage in it. At the same time, Sita Wei repeatedly called to him. She kept making attempts to tempt him. The protagonist did not give in. After that, Chung Kexin found a new rented apartment for them. After that, Ye Wuqian moved there together with her from the hotel. At the same time, Chang Xiaomei's girlfriend was preparing to be discharged from the hospital. The protagonist visited her. He watched her recover. The girl's acquaintance, who was the chief of police, told Yi-Duck to take off her blindfold. The protagonist said that the girl should be fine by now. The guy replied calmly to the supervisor that he needed to learn patience. The Xiaomei girl said fearfully that one should panic then. The guy had told her earlier that he was only half-confident. Ye Wutian told her cheerfully so that the girl would be completely sure that his love for her would remain the same. Xiaomei took his cheek affectionately and told him not to tease her and to take off the bandage. The guy very carefully and gently began to unwind the bandage from the girl's face. The girl was very worried. She was still afraid to open her eye. She didn't know the results of the treatment. In the end, Xiaomei gathered her courage and opened her eye with full confidence. The chief of police and the doctor nearby looked at her in surprise and interest. She asked them to tell her back why they had such a strange reaction. The doctor was very excited. He said he couldn't believe it. Xiaomei didn't understand what had happened to her. She wanted to see for herself and reached for the mirror. Ye Wutian himself grabbed the mirror and told the patient to promise to be his girlfriend. Xiaomei told the boy that when she was a child, her mother told her that her future husband would never get away from her. The boy replied that he had also been told a hard fate when he was a child. The guy added that he had seen her naked. Xiaomei asked the guy how he could ask her to be his girlfriend if he was already living with Chung Kexin. The guy replied that one girl is good, and two girls are better. The doctor and the chief of police were watching the whole conversation. They thought the protagonist was up to his old tricks. The girl Xiaomei shouted to the guy that she would not talk to him. She demanded that he give back the mirror. The guy wanted her consent first. Ye Yutian went to the police chief and told him to witness the girl's consent. She agreed and demanded that the guy give her a mirror. The policeman said that when he returned to the station, he would tell the guys to ignore Chang Xiaomei's weirdness. The guy told the girl that if it's settled, he's giving her the mirror. The girl picked up the mirror and looked at it eagerly. She saw that she was normal again. Xiaomei was very happy, and she was pleased that her face had recovered. Ye Yutian suggested that she immediately check how her breasts were after yesterday. In response, the girl tapped him in the face with her foot and told him he couldn't wait to undress her after all. The girl kicked everyone out of the office and said she would remove the bandage herself. The guy said, reasoning to himself, that he didn't see anything special in the girl. The doctor told the guy that if the girl recovered, they could finally go. Then the guy agreed with him. The policeman asked them, wondering where they were going to go now. Ye Yudian replied that they were going to the country of En. There they would teach the local population wisdom. The doctor and the protagonist got on a plane to the right country and flew. Immediately after landing, they packed their bags and went out to the airport. Then the guy and the doctor left the airport building to meet their delegation. The main character wasn't feeling well, and the doctor asked him why he hadn't said he was afraid of flying before. Ye Wuqian replied that he didn't know that this winged old thing still existed. The doctor was surprised that the guy couldn't be pleased. The doctor added that a car was supposed to come for them. They did. After the airport, they went to the hotel, and there the delegation representatives were waiting for them near the entrance. The boy and the doctor noticed the members of their delegation meeting them. The head of the delegation greeted Dr. Wu. He called him Mr. Quanshin. The head of the delegation was called Mr. Hanja. He was surprised to see the protagonist. The guy greeted Mr. Hanja and said he was glad to meet him here. A doctor with glasses came over. He was from country En. He was surprised that Mr. Wei had been sent from China. He skeptically and derisively called Wei of China a beat general. Mr. Hanja called this doctor by the name of Kim Jae-jen. He added that in any competition there is a winner or a loser. He added that Kim should not be proud of one single victory. Kim JJ reminded Mr. Hanja that he lost last year and promised to smash him to smithereens this year. Dr. Wu and Mr. Hanja were embittered, and they looked at Dr. Kim in silence. Guy remarked to himself that just like Old Man Wu had said, Dr. Kim was completely unbearable. Kim approached Mr. Wei and offered him a small wager this year. The protagonist thought to himself that he represents the whole of China today, and if he concludes the couples loses, it will affect the whole country. Dr. Kim said there's no need to be frightened about him putting his career on the line. He added that China is full of cowards. Mr. Hanja was very agitated. He said he agreed to the money. Dr. Kim said that if the prude loses, he will kneel before him. Also, the prude would have to admit that Chinese medicine is not comparable to that of the N. Dr. Kim asked his opponent for consent. Hanja was silent for the time being. The doctor asked if he had lost confidence in his abilities or had gotten cold feet. Suddenly, the main character intervened in the conversation. He asked Dr. Kim what he would do if he lost. The doctor's quiet. The guy asked him again what would happen if he lost. The representatives of Country H began to scold Yeo Tian. They called him an amateur. Dr. Kim said that if they lose, they will apologize to the Chinese representatives. The protagonist said that an apology would not be enough. He immediately added that Country H is known for its porn and silicone hotties. The doctor was surprised to hear such words. Ye Wutian told his opponent that if Dr. Kim loses, he will have to make it with his colleagues on video and show it to him. Also, Dr. Kim would have to crawl on his hands and knees between the guy's legs. Dr. Wu and his colleagues liked what the main character said. They thought he was peerless. Dr. Kim was angry. Ye Wutian told him that he didn't care who he was. He asked the doctor if he agreed. The doctor said he had a condition. He made another request. The protagonist, if he loses, will have to break both of his arms and never practice medicine again. The boy thought for a moment. He realized to himself that Dr. Kim would not intimidate him. The protagonist agreed. He gave the doctor his name and told him he could get the hell out of here. Mr. Hanja happily thanked the protagonist for everything. Ye Wutian told Hanza not to forget that he represents not only himself, but also the whole of China. He added that they should believe in themselves. A representative of the Chinese delegation told the guy that they had no choice but to believe in his abilities. The main character told him not to worry. He promised to show all the competitors at tomorrow's competition what it's all about. The competition began the next day. Everyone gathered in the hospital payroom where a patient was lying on a bed. The doctor judge said you have to win 2 out of 3 rounds to win the contest. There will be 1 round each day, and contestants are unlimited in methods. All competitions are fair. None of the contestants know anything about the patients. The doctor judge voiced that the first task is to diagnose the patient next to them. The participants can all act together, and then the judges will determine who was most effective. Ye Wutian and Dr. Wu started the competition. They scrutinized the patient on the couch. The patient was lying silent and his eyes were closed. Judging by his facial expressions, he was in severe pain. Country H representatives also looked very closely at the patient. There was silence everywhere. Time flowed inexorably. Soon it was over. The doctor judge says time is up. The participants should go with him to the conference room. They will have an hour to present their findings and offer treatment. The participants sat down at the table and began to think. They had sheets of paper in front of them. Time passed inexorably. The protagonist asked his opponents what their thoughts were. The representatives of Country H said that they did not understand much without dialogue with the patient and examination. They could not make a diagnosis in this way. All these words were listened to by Dr. Wu. He was silent and very happy. Mr. Hanja went to Dr. Wu and said that the patient he saw had migraine symptoms. He suggested reducing the influence of fire and air elements on the body and supporting the vital energy of the liver and kidney. The doctor agreed that the patient had migraine. Dr. Wu asked the protagonist if he had any objections. The guy agreed and offered to write a prescription. One of the prescriptions was taken to the doctor judge. He examined it carefully and studied it. The doctor judge looked at it and said that the first prescription was written in Western style and it was good. Dr. Kim said to the protagonist that his self-confidence from yesterday won't last long. The guy told him to think better of his own ego. At this time, the doctor judge was examining another prescription. He asked the participants who the author was. One of the physician participants said that the author of the prescription is Ye Yutian. Dr. Kim suggested that the protagonist had written nonsense in the prescription, which even made the doctor judge angry. The main character wondered who couldn't figure out what he had misspelled in the recipe. The doctor judge was indignant, and he said strictly that even a chicken with its paw would write clearer. Dr. Wu thought it would be difficult for mere mortals to read the main character's handwriting. Ye Wutian relaxed. He said that if the doctor's Chinese was bad, he could read aloud. One participant took umbrage at such a suggestion from the protagonist. Dr. Kim shouted to the protagonist that no cheap tricks would help him win. The boy took his prescription from the judge's doctor at that time. He immediately asked Dr. Kim if he had forgotten his promise. The main character started to tell that the patient is in severe pain and has a red face. The tip of his tongue and his skin is dry and yellowish, and he has problems with his pulse. This proves that the patient has kidney problems. Then he started to read the prescription for cure. The doctor judge was very surprised. He realized that the protagonist had found out everything correctly. The fellow indicated that his potion should be prepared in a vat of water and taken by the glass 3 times a day. The doctor judge hesitated. He read the prescription once more and delved into it. The judge thought to himself that although he represents country H, he must remain impartial and evaluate both sides objectively. After a little thought, Dr. Judge said that in this contest, China would win. Mr. Hanja was surprised. He couldn't believe that the main character had won. The other contestants were talking amongst themselves. They discussed that the organizers of the competition would not test the proposed treatment on the patient. Dr. Kim went to the judge and asked how they could lose. He resented the fact that the method could not be evaluated without seeing the result. Late at night, the protagonist and members of his country's delegation were celebrating their victory. They went to a nice and expensive restaurant and ordered a fancy dinner with lots of wine. Overjoyed by the current victories, they continued to consume food and socialize among themselves. Mr. Hanja told the main character that he helped them a lot today. After a little thought, the protagonist told everyone present that this was their common victory. The guy thought to himself that there was no room for medical talk at this banquet, so he could drink all night with the others. Dr. Wu laughed and said that no one could compete with Ye Wutian's medical knowledge. He turned to Joe and asked if he knew any local beauties for the protagonist. Joe laughed and said that the ladies he knew would be too old for Ye Wutian. After saying these words, Joe turned to the main character and asked for him to confirm them. The main character was already quite drunk. He said that the best women are married. A little tired, Ye Wutian decided that he should go for a walk and got up from the table and went to the door. It was already night outside. It was very quiet around. The boy was walking by himself down the street. The excessive consumption of wine made it difficult for him to walk. He swayed from side to side. Eventually, he hit a wall and realized he couldn't walk straight. He decided to take some medication to keep him from getting even sicker. Then suddenly, the protagonist was very attracted to something up ahead. Looking ahead, he saw a very recognizable silhouette of a girl dear to him. Ye Wutian couldn't believe his eyes. He saw Xin Yue in front of him. He didn't understand where she could have come from. The main character decided to say hello to her, and he called her by name and said she was beautiful. Suddenly, someone hit him very hard on the head with a truncheon. The guy fell silently to the ground. An unknown man with a baton stood next to him. The night flew by, and the next morning the guy woke up in a hotel somewhere. Sea was high and it was shining through his window, and he was lying on his bed. When the protagonist came to his senses, he felt that his head was splitting. He kept wondering who had hit him like that yesterday. He decided it wasn't who hit him that mattered, it was why. He didn't realize where his clothes were. Then he remembered that he'd had a badass romantic dream last night. At night, he dreamed that he spent time with a beautiful and familiar girl. The guy remembered perfectly well during the lovemaking. Then suddenly, a very strange and shocking realization struck him. He froze. Only now the guy noticed that he wasn't alone on the bed. There was a girl lying silently next to him. He looked to the side and was finally convinced that a familiar Xin Yue was lying next to him. He couldn't understand how come he slept with her what she was doing in N country. Ye Wutian thought deeply about what had happened, and he didn't understand who could have set it all up. Then the phone rang shrilly and the guy even flinched in surprise. He picked up the phone and was answered on the other end by a voice unfamiliar to him. After a short pause, the interlocutor asked the protagonist caustically if he liked his gift. The guy shouted angrily into the receiver and asked the caller why he had arranged all this and how Xin Yue had ended up with him. The interlocutor immediately hung up and the protagonist found himself alone in complete silence. The guy was really pissed off. He threw the pipe on the floor with all his might. He turned to the girl and said with an excuse that it was some kind of setup. He asked her how she ended up in his room. Xin Yue sat and said softly to the guy to forget about today. The guy was taken aback by the request. He reminded the girl that she doesn't even let men into her car. He demanded that she tell him in detail what had happened. Suddenly the girl shouted to him nervously that she didn't know anything herself. The girl cried and confirmed that she knew nothing. She confirmed that someone had played a cruel trick on them. The guy asked her if she would like to find the culprit behind everything that had happened to them. The girl gritted her teeth in anger. She decided to herself that she would find the bastard. The silence lasted a very long time. The girl was preparing to get up and leave the room. She started to get dressed. The protagonist apologized to her in return. The girl stood up and said that the guy had absolutely no reason to apologize. He had nothing to do with it. Xin Yue told the guy to act like nothing happened from now on. She added that things would stay the same between them. After waiting a bit, the guy asked the girl seriously if she was okay with all this. The guy thought to himself that the girl was so cold-blooded that he felt uncomfortable. Xin Yue asked him if he would want her to resent and cry, and what would it change. She added that you can't go back to the past. The girl went to the door and grabbed the handle. She told the guy once again that nothing had happened between them today. Opening the door, she said goodbye. The door closed behind her. The boy thought hard. He didn't know what to do. He kept repeating the girl's words to himself. He realized it would be very hard to forget. Then he noticed several bloodstains on the sheet beside him. The boy decided to himself that a number of things could not be forgotten even if he wanted to. He took a pair of scissors and with a confident motion cut a blood-covered piece out of the sheet. Ye Wutian walked down the corridor of the hotel. He could not understand which slippery bastard had set things up so that even Ouyang Xinyue did not know anything. The guy decided to himself that if the intruder had photos or videos of him having fun with the girl in bed at night, it could be a fatal blow to her. He met Dr. Wu in the hallway. He said that the competition was about to start and they should hurry up. Mr. Hanja ran into the hallway and greeted the protagonist. Hanja came closer and looked at Ye Duck and realized that something was wrong. The prude asked the guy suspiciously why he reeked of expensive perfume. Then Hanja said cheerfully that the protagonist had been out with the ladies. He asked how he spent the night. The protagonist answered him angrily to keep his mouth shut. Hanja asked Dr. Wu what happened to the main character. The doctor told him that something bad happened to Ye Chuan during the night, and that's why he was freaking out. A little later they arrived at the hospital to continue the competition. All the participants sat silently and concentrated on their couches and waited for the beginning. Ye Wutian sat silent and looked very sad. This was immediately noticed by the others. The other contestants couldn't figure out why the protagonist was so gloomy. They thought it was because he had too much to drink last night. There were footsteps. Dr. Kim and his assistant approached. Dr. Kim said the fool can't wait to be taught a lesson. This is when Dr. Kim turned to the main character and told him that there would be no mercy today. Dr. Wu heard that. He thought to himself that this would be the end for the boy. Ye Wuqian looked angrily at his interlocutor and said very rudely for him to disappear. Dr. Kim said that China should not get complacent because they won one round. He added that China has lost the competition a couple years in a row. The main character recovered and told Dr. Kim that he had something important to say. The guy asked the interlocutor that Country H is famous for its plastic surgery. Ye Wutian shouted loudly to Dr. Kim that he was challenging him in front of everyone. The guy threateningly said he'd prove that Country H plastic surgery is a total waste. After these words of the protagonist, there was complete silence in the room. The Country H representatives laughed. They were surprised that the guy decided as if he knew better than them about cosmetic surgery. Dr. Kim interrogated the protagonist. Does he really want to challenge them once again? Ye Wutian threatened his interlocutor that he would trample him on his own field. Dr. Kim was very angry at these words. He did not know what to say in response. Mr. Hanja yelled that there was no way they could beat plastic surgery. He demanded that the protagonist be stopped. Then Hanja felt a hand on his shoulder from behind. When he turned around, he saw Dr. Wu. He said that the protagonist didn't raise a fuss for no reason. The judge said that if both sides agree, the topic for round 2 will be cosmetic surgery. The referee added to the country representatives to begin preparations for the second round. The contest has begun. Another patient entered the room. He was very weak. The judge told all the participants that their assignment today was to help this patient. He added that the patient has severe scoliosis. He cannot straighten his back. The participating doctors are obliged to alleviate the patient's symptoms. Dr. Wu said that scoliosis itself is not dangerous if treated in time. He added that the patient had an advanced case. The judge added that scoliosis at this stage cannot be cured. Therefore, he specified that the participants should only alleviate the symptoms. Mr. Hanja looked closely at the X-ray of the patient's back. Hanja pointed out that the human spinal cord is important in the motor process. He indicated that if they made a mistake, the patient could become completely paralyzed. Dr. Kim gave his conclusion. He advised not to take risks and to use an orthopedic back brace. Yuchin was silent at this time. He opened a packet of some potion and consumed it. The boy thought to himself that the powder would make him stronger for a while. Immediately afterwards, he went to the patient. The boy went up to the sick man and tapped him on the back with his hand. He fell to the floor immediately. This method of treatment horrified all the participants. They did not know what to say. Everyone stood there and couldn't move. The patient with the bad back was still lying on the floor. Dr. Kim was stunned. He shouted angrily, not realizing what the protagonist had just done. Dr. Kim added that you can't hit the spine like that because it is attempted murder. Gradually, the patient came to his senses. He could not understand who had hit him so hard. Then the people around him noticed that the sick man was able to straighten up on his own. They couldn't believe their eyes. The patient himself was surprised that he was able to straighten his back and stand up on his own. He rejoiced and said with tears in his eyes that he could stand again. Ye Wutian won this competition. The participants were amazed that the protagonist was able to cure an incurable disease with a single blow. The main character pointed at his rival Dr. Kim and began to tell him. Ye Wutian told Dr. Kim that they would see each other during the next trial. The protagonist turned around and left. The representatives of Country H looked at him angrily. Ye Wuqian together with Dr. Wu were leaving as winners. But there were still challenges left. Dr. Kim looked at the protagonist and wished he would die soon. That's when the referee doctor came over. He told Dr. Kim that even though they lost now, the final test would be cosmetic surgery. They can't lose at home or they'll embarrass themselves in N country. The referee added angrily that an ordinary victory would not be enough. They must completely trample their opponents. Dr. Kim slyly and angrily said he had an idea. Afterwards, Dr. Kim told the press about his bet with Kyutian. This was meant to undermine the Chinese team's confidence in winning. After such words, the N country was outraged. Dr. Kim, speaking on television, specifically pointed out that the Chinese have challenged their plastic surgery. The people were indignant. They didn't believe that Ye Wutian could defeat them on their own field. The next day, the protagonist arrived at the hospital and was met by reporters. They asked him if he was the upstart from China that everyone was talking about. Reporters asked Ye Wutian realistically decided to challenge the country's famed cosmetic surgery N. The media workers told the protagonist to prepare for his inevitable defeat. Dr. Wu and Mr. Hanja were surprised to see the reporters. They couldn't understand why they were here. The protagonist said that the reporters were here because of the efforts of their competitors in the competition. Dr. Wu was surprised by this answer. He asked the guy why their competitors always have media workers here. Ye Wutian said that reporters would make his eventual defeat public. As a result, no one else will be able to challenge the superiority of N country medicine. That's when Dr. Kim showed up. He invited everyone into the operating room with him, and it was time to start the competition. Mr. Hanja shouted to him why Dr. Kim had gone so far. After all, it was only supposed to be an exchange of experiences. Dr. Kim judiciously said that in his opinion, people have a right to know the competition. The rules do not prohibit the media from being involved. Dr. Kim came out to the reporters and said that he would report the results of the competition as soon as he was ready. The protagonist watched from the sidelines as Dr. Kim interacted with reporters. Ye Wutian's mind was filled with various thoughts. He thought it would be a good idea to have Smee at the competition. The next stage of the competition took place in the operating room. The whole process was live streamed. The reporter announced that there were 2 patients in the operating room with serious facial injuries. The outcome of this test depends directly only on the personal skills of the physician. Each of the participants was given time in the operating room to show their skills. The reporter said that after a 3-hour operation, Dr. Kim Jen, an expert in standard medicine, managed successfully. Dr. Kim said the surgery was successful and the bandages will be removed in 10 days. Then we'll see the result. Dr. Kim tells Ye Wutian that his defeat won't be very graphic, or people will say that the doctor is bullying the protagonist. Mr. Hanja revealed that even if Dr. Kim wins this competition, Country H will have 1 win against China's 2 wins. Ye Wutian told Hanji that their opponent would never learn anything until he himself fell into the mud. Dr. Kim was very angry to hear such talk from the opponents. Kim walked up to the main character, pointed his finger at him, and said it was his turn. Ye Wutian didn't answer him anything. He was ready to go and show off his skills in the operating room. Ye Wutian replied to Dr. Kim that he would help him screw up in front of his whole country. Dr. Wu asked the guy if he needed an assistant. The protagonist said that he didn't need anyone for such a routine operation and the others could be as observers. The opponents were annoyed at the guy's word. They called him an upstart and said he overestimated himself. The guy walked into the operating room. He was in there all by himself. He was ready to do everything right without any help. The patient he was to operate on was lying unconscious on a bed, and there was a table with an instrument nearby. Ye Wutian was in full medical gear. He put on gloves and got ready. The patient lay unconscious on the bed as before. China's success in the competition depended on this operation. The protagonist decided to use one of his potions. He poured it out of the bag into a cup. The black powder was gradually dissolved in water. This is how the medicine was prepared. The main character's assistants watched the preparation with interest. They noticed that the black powder had completely dissolved in the water. They did not know its composition. Ye Wutian took a small piece of absorbent cotton and carefully soaked it in the composition in the bowl. Next, the protagonist began wiping the patient's face with this absorbent cotton in the areas of the scars. The patient was lying completely still on the pillow as if nothing had happened. This methodology of the protagonist surprised the opponents. Dr. Kim said that it was more like a poultice than plastic surgery. Dr. Wu said that the main character's medical techniques were always mysterious. His actions are similar to traditional Chinese medicine, but with great effectiveness. The protagonist, after smearing a special preparation on the patient's face, prepared for surgery. After waiting a bit, the protagonist took a scalpel and approached the patient. The guy began to operate carefully and professionally. He threw the already unnecessary parts of skin from his face on the floor. Opponents were surprised that the operation was done without anesthesia. The patient was completely unresponsive. They realized that the powder in the bowl was an anesthetic. After the operation, Ye Wutian took flaps of bandages and began to wrap the patient's face. At the end of the operation, the patient continued to lie quietly wrapped on the bed. After the operation, Ye Wutian said that the patient's bandage could be removed the day after tomorrow. Dr. Kim laughed. He couldn't believe that the procedure could be done so quickly. Kim didn't believe the guy could successfully finish everything in 5 minutes, and the patient would have recovered in 3 days. Ye Wutian decided that he didn't want to fight with Dr. Kim. He decided to wait for the results of the competition. Soon 3 days passed. Many reporters came to the hospital, including journalists from each country and foreign media. Everyone was waiting for the results of the operation. All reporters were interested in the topic that a foreign young man from China decided to challenge the country's cosmetic surgery, N. 2 patients appeared before the eyes of all the participants in the media. They were sitting on chairs and their faces were covered with bandages. The main character, accompanied by Dr. Wu and Dr. Kim, approached the patients. The medics began to carefully remove and unwind bandages from the patients' faces. The first patient's face looked good. The scars were starting to heal. Dr. Wu said the middle wounds are completely healed. After that, there will be no trace of the scars. This surgery was successfully performed by Dr. Kim. Dr. Kim cheerfully said it was just a routine surgery for him. Here, Dr. Kim added that he was interested to see how Ye Wuchen was able to perform his surgery. The guy didn't say anything back to him. He walked over to his patient. The protagonist began to carefully unwind the bandages from the patient's face. After he took off the bandages, everyone around him was surprised. They couldn't believe their eyes. The people around her could not believe that it could be possible for a girl to be completely scarless. Dr. Kim was the most indignant of all. He couldn't understand how Ye Wutian had successfully performed a major facial surgery so quickly. The representatives of Country H could not believe that scars could heal in 3 days. It seemed unreal to them. This outcome of the operation completely stunned the doctor judge, and he called it a total rout. Dr. Kim felt broken. He realized that it was the end. The cosmetic industry of Country H had failed. The protagonist told his rivals that thanks to the reporters they called here, the whole world would know about their humiliation. The referee doctor told one of the doctors to make sure that the information about the defeat did not reach the media. The doctor immediately ran to carry out his supervisor's instructions. The protagonist noticed this. Gritting his teeth, a physician judge said the medical experience won China. The Chinese representatives were very happy. He all thanked the main character. Dr. Wu told the protagonist that they would celebrate their victory well today. The current visit to Country H for the Chinese doctors brought them a great victory. That night they partied till they dropped. Zhou Huaichang repeatedly thanked the protagonist during the sumptuous dinner. On behalf of himself, Wei Junzi sent a separate request to Ye Wutian. He had a health problem. The protagonist recorded that Wei Junzi was suffering from kidney failure. He promised to write him a prescription. Wei Junzi was very happy. He was glad that thanks to the treatment, his wife would no longer kick him out of bed. Wei Junzi went on and on thanking the protagonist. Dr. Wu was also very happy. The next day, the protagonist and representatives of the losing country arrived at the movie studio. At the same time, Dr. Kim Jang kept his word to Ye Wutian and starred in a movie. When Dr. Kim saw the actor he was going to be cast with, he knew something was wrong. The protagonist replied to Dr. Kim that he would not let him enjoy himself, and that he should not count on the cute girl. Ye Wutian himself personally commanded the shooting and supervised the entire process. Late one night, the protagonist was sitting in his hotel room at home. Ye Wutian sat on the bed and deeply reflected on all the events of the past day. He was reminiscing about the last shoot. He couldn't believe how energetic that guy was. Ye Wutian decided never to do that kind of filming again. The guy looked at his phone. He remembered that Ouyang Xinyue hadn't called him since the last time they met, as if nothing had happened between them. He wanted to talk to the girl again. He just didn't know if he should call her himself. Eventually, he decided he was a man and couldn't wait for a woman to work up the courage. After that, he dialed her number confidently. He listened to the dial tone. After waiting a bit, the guy disconnected the phone and realized that the girl wasn't answering. Just then, the door opened and Dr. Wu walked into the room. He looked angry and pissed off. He looked at the protagonist and said someone has no shame or conscience. The main character was very shocked by such a change. He asked his colleagues what had happened. His colleague told him that Country H had faked the results of the competition and announced that they had won the plastic surgery competition. Ye Wutian could not understand how this could happen and how the losers could win. A colleague explained to him that the rivals took the lead at the conference and said they had won. They bribed the patients treated by the protagonist to say that Dr. Kim Jong had won. The protagonist clarified whether Country H had officially won in the current exchange. The colleague replied that it did not. Their colleagues are not that unscrupulous. Dr. Wu was very angry. He didn't understand how such people could treat people and claim that they had won after a defeat. Ye Wutian hesitated and said that the representatives of Country H could not let their national medicine lose. The protagonist addressed his colleague as Secretary Zhou and added that he could turn things around. Secretary Zhou liked those words. He realized that the protagonist was not so simple. Ye Wutian said that if all business was finished, he would return to China. Zhou replied that they would do the rest themselves. The main character boarded an airplane and flew to his place back in China. After landing, Ye Wutian thought to himself that he still couldn't get used to flying on an ancient, broken airplane. He decided to himself that if he had the opportunity, he would use other modes of transportation as much as possible. At the airport, he was met by his girlfriend Chung Keksin. He happily told her he was back. Ye Wutian hugged his familiar girl. They hadn't seen each other for a long time and missed each other a lot. Chang grabbed his hand and led him behind her. She said she wanted to show him something. Then they got into the girl's car and drove to the company building. As the ride ended, they arrived at a large and tall skyscraper. The main character was very impressed with this building. It was a company office. Entering the skyscraper, the guy saw the inscription of Qianxin Hongyan Group Company. Cheng asked the guy if he liked the company. She clarified that he is now the head and director of the company. Ye Wutian was greatly amazed. He couldn't believe that this company belonged to him. After a bit of thought, he realized that the company name consisted of his name and the girl's name. He hugged Chung Keksin and told her cheerfully that he liked it a lot. He asked her why they were doing all this. The girl answered him modestly and frankly, then she wants to see him grow and how he becomes a wealthy man. The guy looked at the financial document the girl had given him. He realized that it was probably all of her savings. Ye Wutian said, "I said with confidence in my voice that I would definitely pay her back." Chang felt a little sad. She asked the guy why he treated her like a stranger. The protagonist told her confidently that she was never a stranger to him. The guy answered her with inspiration. Then he will create a paradise on Earth for the girl for her. He also promised to create a business empire. Chang told him happily that the company was already registered to him, so it's up to him. The protagonist entered the office and noticed that the company is well organized, but lacks equipment. $10 million is not enough to set up production. Cheng said if 10 million wasn't enough, she had more. The guy replied that he didn't need the money. He could handle it himself. Cheng told him that there were still unresolved issues at the company. She got ready to leave. The guy thought to himself that he couldn't call Ouyang Xinyue right now. In the end, he could only rely on Situwei. He thought of Sita, and the image of the enchanting beauty surfaced in his mind. Situwei got a phone call and saw that Ye Wuqian was calling her. The girl was very amazed. She liked that the guy finally remembered her. Situ picked up the phone and told the main character that he was very heartless, and only now decided to remind himself. Ye Wutian said he was busy but kept thinking about her. The girl told him shrewdly that he was calling her for money, but she was very happy to have him call. The guy wondered how she realized it. Situ told him that his girlfriend had set up a company and appointed him director. Now he needed money. He noted to himself that the girl knew him very well. He asked her to state her terms. Situ said she was willing to invest 500 million for only 1% of the company. The guy thought to himself that the girl had the rest of his nerves and wanted to break him with money. The guy told her to forget about the company's stock, even for $1 billion. Situ slyly replied that if he did not agree to such terms, then let him offer something in return. The guy told the girl clearly into the phone that except for Ouyang Xinyue and her grandfather, he wouldn't treat anyone from other families for the rest of the year. There was a short pause. Situ looked at the wine on her table and thought. The guy heard on the phone that the money will be in his account tomorrow in the amount of 200 million. The protagonist was overjoyed. This money would help him in running the company. Situ thought to herself that the guy was always taking advantage of her. Could it be that she owed him a debt from a past life? The next day, there was a meeting of the directors of Ouyang Group in the office in the big building. At a large table sat the participants of the meeting. Ouyang Xinyue was also there. The chairman was her uncle. He asked Xinyue if she had anything to say to him. Xinyue answered him that she had already said everything. She asked her uncle what else he wanted to hear. The uncle banged his hand on the table and yelled at the girl that she had lost her virginity to Eduk and had dishonored the family and continued to act arrogant. Xinyue was completely silent. She sat quietly at the table. The others didn't say anything either. One of the people present said to Zhen that the decision was now entirely up to him. The guy sitting at the table thought his father had a big chance and he shouldn't miss it. The presiding uncle stood up and said that following family rules, Xinyue is suspended. The girl agreed that she was suspended. She just clarified how everyone found out about her incident. Uncle replied that everything is on the surface. You have to have ears to hear everything. He clarified that Xinyue would go to work as before, but would not have the right to interfere in the company's affairs. One guy jumped up and said he was protesting. He added that the girl had contributed a lot to the family, and it would be unfair to her. The guy sitting next to him thought he'd really regret it. The uncle became very angry at such protests. He thought about what to say. After a brief pause, the uncle said the guy's grandfather made the rules and they had no right to change them. The guy said the grandfather was still in a coma. He suggested delaying the punishment until he wakes up. Xinyue thought of the guy who was protecting her. His name was Ouyang Hao. She remembered that she wasn't that close to him. Uncle continued to get angry. He yelled that no one knows when Grandpa will wake up. He suggested that Ouyang Hao either shut up or get out of here. A little later, the girl was sitting in her father's office at the Ouyang Group office. The father thought about it for a long time. He told his daughter that he did not believe that she was such a woman who did not know her own worth. Xinyue told him that she was set up as a trap, but she has no proof. Father asked what Yewuqian had said. He should have taken care of it. The father added that he would demand an explanation from the boy. The girl said that the main character is a victim like her. Xinyue doesn't want to involve Yewuqian in all this. The father said rudely to the girl that because of the protagonist she was dishonored. Xinyue sat there and remained silent. She didn't know what to answer or what to do. After sitting for a while, her father sighed sadly and got up and prepared to leave. Father walked out of the door. Xinyue was left completely alone. She wondered what she should do next. The girl sat on the couch and pondered how she could get out of such a situation. She remembered the main character and thought that if only he knew about all this. Xinyue looked up at the ceiling and wondered if the main character would help her now. The girl looked at her phone and saw a missed call from Yewuqian. She thought there was no point in calling him. Xinyue thought for a while and decided that there was no relationship between her and the main character. At the same time, Yewuqian held a meeting with Ouyang Hao at the company office. Ouyang Hao told the protagonist that Xinyue was suspended by the company department because of Yewuqian. He asked how the situation could be changed, since the girl had already broken the rules. Ouyang Hao said that he is the eldest son and can help Xinyue regain her status in the family. The protagonist asked Ouyang Hao how he wanted to help him and what he wanted in return. Ouyang Hao demanded that the boy return Kexing's girlfriend to him. He recalled that Xinyue had made a great contribution to the family. Yewuqian liked that the interlocutor immediately voiced his conditions. But in any case, Ouyang Hao is still thinking about personal gain, even though he wants to help Xinyue. Ouyang Hao replied to the guy that he had no right to judge him. He is only waiting for a specific answer. Yewuqian replied that he himself could help Xinyue. He also told Ouyang Hao to forget about Keesing. Ouyang Hao got up and started to leave. He told the protagonist that he would regret it. Yewuqian was left sitting alone at the table. He pondered over his next steps. After a brief pause, he picked up his cell phone and prepared to make a call. The guy dialed Ouyang Xinyue's number. He decided he had to help her. The protagonist called and waited for an answer. He already had some thoughts. The main character heard only a dial tone in the phone. Then he heard that the subscriber was unavailable and that he should call later. Yewuqian decided to go to the Ouyang Group office himself and find the girl there. Xinyue received a messenger message from Yewuqian. He asked her to meet him at a cafe near the office. The girl silently read the message and did not react in any way. A little while later, the guy texted again. He threatened to call the police if she didn't show up. She realized that seeing Ye Duck was inevitable for her sooner or later. Xinyue walked confidently out of her office for her inevitable meeting with her boyfriend. She came to the cafe next to the office. There were hardly any customers inside. She sat at the same table next to Yewuqian. They were silent for a long time and just drank coffee. After a bit of thought, the protagonist told her that he had learned everything from Ouyang Hao about the events in her company. The girl replied to him that Ouyang Hao protects her demands that Yewuqian leave Chengkexing. The boy remarked to himself that Xinyue was extremely intelligent. He asked her if she knew who was behind all this. Xinyue told the guy that everything that happened to them that night in H-Land all made the news a long time ago. Yewuqian was surprised and dumbfounded. He asked the girl how it could have come up. Xinyue said there are many versions. The main character is described in the media as a rapist and pervert. The girl apologized to the guy for pulling him into this. The guy replied that many people in the Ouyang family are happy about the current situation. Xinyue said that a woman is always vulnerable in things of this nature. She pointed out that she is not an exception either. The guy told her the good news that he could cure her grandfather. If the old man comes out of his coma, things are bound to change. Xinyue asked him cheerfully why he was so eager to help her. The boy told her that it was time for him to meet Elder Ouyang. The girl said she would make the arrangements. Yewuqian watched her leave. He thought to himself that she was an unhappy woman. The guy thought about it and realized that if only Xinyue was the target, the Ouyang family would have done everything by themselves and not put anything on public display. After thinking about it, the protagonist realized that someone was pulling strings behind the scenes in the Xinyue situation. At the same time, a meeting about current events was taking place at the Yi family's estate. The head of the family asked his son if he had heard the news about Ouyang Xinyue. Father said that if they could form an alliance with the Ouyang family, it would greatly strengthen their family's position. The son replied to his father that they could use this opportunity to establish a relationship with Yewuqian. Another person present said that Xinyue has already been suspended from the company. If Ye's family were to side with the girl, it would be a fatal mistake for them. The father instructed his son to set aside a time in his schedule to meet with Yi-Duck in person. The son was excited that his father would allow the protagonist to return. One of the people present said that Yewuqian was very hostile to their family. The father of the family said that even if he hated Yewuqian, he was still his grandson. He once again reminded his son named Hengdong to prepare everything. At the same time, its owner was vacationing at a luxury villa in the village of C. He was enjoying himself. The young master sat thinking about his own thoughts. He sipped wine from his glass leisurely. There was a young girl next to him. The guy said dreamily that a beautiful woman and good wine cannot be one without the other. The young master was sitting and resting quietly. Then some thought distracted him. The guy didn't change the pose in any way, but ordered the girl to get out. Then he sat in silence. The guy finished his wine and was thinking about something of his own. Slowly, he decided to do something. He took out his phone and said they could play again. At the same time in the house, E's family was preparing to meet E-Duck. He arrived. The father of the family, along with other members of the family, stood near the door. One of the family members thought that the protagonist hated the Ye family. He didn't understand why the protagonist came to meet the family elder. Was Ye Wutian really going to return to their family? The father asked his son how he had persuaded Ye Wutian to come. He replied that he had told the boy that his grandfather wanted to talk to him. In the end, the boy agreed to come. Another member of the family suspiciously thought that everything was going very smoothly. At the same time, the grandfather had a meeting with his grandson. He asked Ye Wutian if there was anything he wanted to tell him. The guy replied that he recognized him as a grandfather but thought him unworthy to tell him anything. Such an answer made the old man very angry. He shouted angrily and emotionally to the boy. Ye Wutian replied that at his age one should not be nervous. He added that he was not afraid of his grandfather's anger. The old man said prima facie they should talk business. He asked the boy where he learned his medical skills. The old man thought to himself that if the guy had told him earlier that he had medical skills, he wouldn't have thrown him out of the house. The protagonist replied that it was none of his grandfather's business to know about his medical skills. He added that he would not return to the family. The old man thought to himself that if he had known how talented his grandson was, he would never have sent him away. Out loud, he told the boy that he was still his grandson. The grandfather told the grandson that he knew about the incident between him and Ouyang Xinyue. He told the boy something should take care of this girl. Ye Wutian got to his feet and shouted at the old man to stay out of his life. He reminded his grandfather that he had once kicked him out into the street. The old man remained silent. He didn't know what to say to the boy in such a situation. The protagonist told his grandfather that just because he didn't see him doesn't mean he will return to the family. He could only return if the family belonged to him. Ye Wutian pointed his finger menacingly at the grandfather and said that when the moment came, he would throw them all into the garbage. The old man was silent. He was greatly affected by the boy's threats and words. As the protagonist left, he said confidently that the day would soon come. The boy opened the door and left. The rest of the family looked at him with indignation. The son walked into the room and asked his father what had just happened between him and the main character. Father said judiciously that Ye Wutian was very hostile toward them. He did not agree to return to the family. He instructed his son to find a way to persuade the boy. The son realized he had to do something about it immediately. The situation in the family doesn't suit the boy. The protagonist took to the streets of the city. He pondered the results of the previous meeting. The guy was very angry that his grandfather invited him over just to learn about his medical skills. The protagonist reproached himself for going to his relatives and getting nothing, and he decided never to trust them again. Something distracted the protagonist's attention, and he stopped and took a closer look. Not far away, a girl stood beside him. She looked at him intently and was silent. Ye Wutian knew this girl. He just couldn't believe he'd met her here. The guy headed towards the girl. He called her by her name Ning Shiki. She was silent in response. Ning Shiki told the protagonist that she had heard about his success in the country of N. She praised him for his excellent work. Such words alarmed the protagonist. He remembered that earlier this girl had thrown herself at him, but now she decided to congratulate him. Ye Wutian asked the girl if she had accidentally fallen in love with him. It was already very unusual for him to hear her praise him. Ning Shiki rudely replied to him that she wouldn't look in his direction even if he was the last man on earth. She told the guy to get in her car since his grandfather wants to see him. After a while, the protagonist arrived for a meeting at Ning's residence. The protagonist sat silently on the sofa. Opposite him sat his grandfather and his granddaughter Ning Shiki. Grandfather asked the girl if she had a fight with the duck again. She didn't say anything. Ning Shiki recalled how she had just ridden in the same car as the protagonist. She thought to herself that the guy had been staring at her breasts and ass the whole way. The protagonist said that the girl didn't appreciate the attention she received. He asked old man Nina what was wrong. Grandpa tells her at night to go away as he wants to discuss something with the main character. The old man told the guy that the medicine they talked about last time had passed all the tests. He added that a number of high-ranking people wanted to buy the protagonist's stake in the company. After a little thought, the guy asked how much he was being offered. The grandfather said 100 million. The guy got angry. He called the amount of 100 million ridiculous. He recalled that Situ Wei was willing to pay him 500 million for a percentage of his share. The old man laughed and told the protagonist to treat it as charity. Ye Wutian thought a little and asked who would give him charity. After a little thought, the guy told the old man to tell his superiors that he didn't agree to their proposal. The old man said cautiously that the boy was refusing those people with whom he could not spoil relations. He urged him to think again. Ye Wutian said that he could not accept injustice. The old man thought about it. He himself realized that the bosses were wrong to offer a low price to the protagonist. Ye Wutian thought for a while and told the old man to tell the boss something else. He asked if they wanted to know the composition of his medications. He told the old man confidently that no one could analyze the composition of his drugs. A little while later, the protagonist arrived at his company's office. He continued his work. Ye Wutian was writing something on a piece of paper, saying to himself that there were only intrigues and conspiracies around. A girl, Chung Kexing, came up to him. The guy worked focused. He decided it was best to promote his business on his own. Cheng asked him if someone was giving him a hard time again. Ye Wutian replied that he had everything under control. He told the girl that she should buy the required amount of raw materials according to this list. The girl looked at the document and asked the guy what he was up to. She calculated that the herbs she bought would fill the warehouse. Ye Wuchen told her they would need publicity. He instructed her to find more journalists, even if it wasn't cheap. Their company would treat one heavy patient every day for free. The girl was surprised because they do not have the product ready yet, and they already promised to treat a sick person every day. The guy gave her a confident wink and said it was called aggressive marketing. A conference was scheduled for the next day at Tianxin Hongyuan's office. There were a lot of participants at the meeting. There were also many media workers. The female reporter gave the microphone to Chung Kexin to make an announcement. Chung, on behalf of the company, thanked everyone for coming today. She declared the conference open. Ye Wutian noticed that Situ had appeared at the conference. He told her angrily that he was not happy to see her. Situ answered him slyly and cheerfully that this was exactly what he wanted. Situ took the guy's hand and told him that her older sister was also interested in Ye Wuchen cosmetics. The guy told her to get off her back. Situ sat down with the guy and said that his heart was pounding really fast. She added that Chang Kaisen is looking at them right now. The reporter asked Chung whether her company's product is not only cosmetic, but also has medicinal properties. Chung replied evasively that everyone would soon see for themselves. Another reporter asked Chung if it was true that her corporation would treat one patient every day for a month for free. The girl replied that the free treatment will be only for a month. Their commercial enterprise cannot exist without profit. The reporter went on to create a quota for free care. He pointed out that many people do not go to the doctor because they cannot afford it. Cheng told the reporter that before she answered him, she wanted to ask her question. The girl asked the reporter if he was willing to work just for an idea without a salary. The reporter was silent. Such a competent answer of the girl really liked the main character. Situ also said she liked Chang. She told the protagonist that he had the whole place to himself. The reporter asked Chung if their corporation could withstand the competition in cosmetics with Country H. Chung replied that the advantage of their drugs is that no surgery is needed for the effect, and the result is much faster. The reporters didn't believe her. They thought Chung was exaggerating. It was hard for them to imagine that plastic surgery could be replaced by half an hour of therapy. Suddenly, a side door opened. The silhouettes of several people appeared there. A guy came into the room, and next to him walked his assistant, who was carrying a man in a wheelchair. The disabled man was wrapped in bandages. Gradually, the assistant brought the wheelchair with the disabled person to the very center of the hall. The reporter thought sadly to herself that this time, too, there was no problem. The guy turned to Chang and proceeded to give her a look at his friend in the wheelchair. He added that a friend's face was injured in the fire. He asked Chung if she could help him. The people around me didn't believe in such a quick cure. They didn't believe that they could treat severe burns in half an hour. The girl remained completely silent. They didn't know what to say in response. There was silence all around. The guy once again asked Chung if she was not responsible for her words, and her company's product was a fake. The girl replied that she understood his feelings for his injured friend, but that there was a press conference going on, and his request was inappropriate. Chang thought to herself that she needed to get away from this patient couple immediately. The guy told her seriously that he didn't believe in her miracle cure and came to laugh at her. A man in a wheelchair asked Chang to help him. It wouldn't be a problem for her company. Chung said judiciously that they cannot yet prove the efficacy of their remedy. Situ told the protagonist that the situation was escalating and asked what he wanted to do. Ye Wutian asked her sternly if she was doing any business with Ye's family. Situ wondered why he was asking. The boy told her that she'd better break off all business with the family before it's too late, or she'll get it too. Situ told the protagonist that he was angry. She promised to take his warnings seriously. The reporters were discussing among themselves the dialogue between Chang and the guy who came in. They decided that the girl had backed out. One of the journalists decided that if the company was actually deceiving people, He should report it. A guy and his disabled friend asked loudly to the girl if she had shown all she could do. That's when the guy noticed Ye Yutian and asked him how much longer he was going to hide behind the girl. The protagonist walked up to the guy who came and called him by the name Ye Guang. Ye Guang told the protagonist to prove he wasn't a bullshitter and show him his cure. Ye Wutian said he would do it without any problem. He promised to cure the burn in front of the audience. The sick man wrapped in bandages was still sitting in the wheelchair. The protagonist turned to Chung Kexin and told someone to remove the bandages from the disabled man. The girl promised to call someone. She picked up the phone and called the paramedics. Very soon the doctors arrived with their equipment. They were preparing to help the protagonist. A guy sitting in a wheelchair asked the doctors if they really wanted to take the bandages off right there. Ye Wuqian told him he couldn't cure him any other way. It's too late to change anything now. A disabled person told his friend that there are a lot of journalists here and his face will be shown on TV. The disabled man said to his friend that there were a lot of journalists here and his face would be shown on TV. Here the nurse approached the patient. The protagonist waited for her to finish. The nurse carefully removed the bandages from the patient, unwinding them from his face. The disabled man's appearance amazed the people around him. Some even said that he looked like a character from a horror movie. The man was very disfigured. He could have frightened anyone who met him. One of the journalists was very frightened. She wanted to run away from the place. Ye Wutian told the patient that he was lucky. He knows how to treat such facial scars. The protagonist took a scalpel and got to work. He began to operate. A Yudian professionally removed damaged skin from the patient's face. Surrounding people were surprised that the guy cuts without anesthesia and the patient feels nothing. One journalist noted that the movements of the scalpel are very fast, which he had never seen before. Half an hour later, the guy finished. He indicated that the bandages could be removed in 4 days. The patient was very surprised. He did not believe that in 4 days he would be completely healed. Ye Wutian replied that he would not lie in front of the cameras or the whole world would notice his lies. The patient sat quietly on the wheelchair, still not believing he would be healed. Suddenly, the patient fell to his knees and began to thank the protagonist for giving him the opportunity to be a normal person. After all that had happened, Ye Guang went to his sick acquaintance and asked why he believed Ye Wutian. The sick man was very amazed at his healing. He called the protagonist a benefactor and replied that he didn't need any more money from Ye Guang. Their conversation was overheard by Ye Wutian from outside. He told Ye Guang that he would reap what he sowed. Ye Guang was very angry. He looked with anger at the main character. Ye Guang ended up pointing his finger at the guy and saying that he would somehow get back at him later. The main character grabs him by the scruff of the neck and says he forgives him this time because there are cameras around. Ye Guang became silent. He was glad that he was free and wanted to get out of here. Someone from the press approached the main character and called him a brilliant doctor. A reporter came up and asked the guy what panacea he used to make the patient feel no pain. The protagonist liked the fact that this journalist can grasp everything on the fly. The guy took out a pill box from his pocket and said that he used the best products of a firm called Qingchengshan. Reporters asked the guy if his drug could become popular with customers. The journalist looked in the direction of the protagonist and hinted that he should invite her to dinner. Chen came out and said that she was using Qingchengshan pills herself. She urged all doubters to try it for themselves. A girl came up and wanted to try it and asked how many pills to swallow. Chen gave her the box and told her to take only 1 pill. The reporter was then taken to the hotel bathroom and given a pill. After consuming the medication, she needed to wash herself a lot in the shower room. An hour later, a miracle happened. The girl finished her water treatment and prepared to go out. Here, the people present were amazed at the change in her. They could not believe their eyes. The girl herself was very amazed. She couldn't believe her eyes. Her face was perfectly clean. The journalists were most excited and decided to record the healing process in detail. One of the people present decided that Qingchengshan pills would turn the world upside down. Thanks to a competent PR campaign, Tianjin Hongyuan Manufacturing Corporation has become a household name. There were constant advertisements on TV, and the drug was called unique without any analogs in the world. One of Ye Wutian's relatives was very happy to see him on TV. Ye Guang was sitting next to me. He said he was at that conference. Ye Wutian threatened to let them go around the world. The girl resentfully said that the protagonist couldn't have said such a thing. If he did, it was only because Ye Guang had offended him. Someone sitting there said that Ye Wutian had turned into a real scoundrel. The head of the family said that if they could get the pill, it would be good for their family. The head of the family asked one of the underlings if he had recently spoken to the protagonist and what the latter said. The handyman replied that he had a business conversation. He offered Duck a favorable partnership. The guy turned down an offer of 600 million for his company. He agreed to consider it only if he got all the family's assets. The father of the family was very annoyed at this answer. He thought deeply. He called the protagonist an arrogant boy and promised to get to him. Apparently, the father of Ye's family was ready to fully carry out his threat against Ye Wutian as soon as possible. 4 days later, reporters gathered to see the result of the treatment of Burns ducking. The protagonist saw that Secretary Joe and Old Man Wu had come. Joe told him that Country H was ready to pay the protagonist 10 million. The guy was surprised by such an amount. After that, he asked for a favor from Secretary Joe. Joe replied that he would help the boy. Ye Wutian said he needed land to grow his own medicinal herbs. The main character was thinking. He decided to calculate how much land he needed. After a short pause, he said that he needed 1,600 acres of land. Such a request surprised Secretary Joe. After thinking for a while, Joe said that an acre of land in Dongcheng was worth its weight in gold. He advised him to look for land in the suburbs. Ye Wuqian thought about this proposal. He said he had an idea. Dr. Wu clarified with the protagonist whether he used the same drug in H country and for Cheng Xiaomei's transformation. The guy confirmed what he said. He said that they will remove the bandages now. Cheng Kuesin said that today was a very important day for their company. She thanked everyone here. She said they had already seen the effectiveness of their medication a couple days ago. The girl said that Qing Chengshan is more than just cosmetics. All the reporters were really waiting. They were preparing to capture the moment when the bandage was removed. Photographers were preparing to photograph every detail so as not to miss a single frame. Chung told the nurse to remove the bandages from the sick patient. The nurse began to carefully and gradually unwind the patient's face. Everyone saw a young and healthy man. They couldn't believe it was the same man as 4 days ago. All the reporters were very surprised and shouted that it was an unreal miracle. Cheng Kissing added that her company has taken its first step towards global recognition. Dr. Wu said the main character impressed him. He suggested what would happen if his drug was mass-produced. Ye Wutian answered him that from that moment on, his company would become world-famous. After the past healing press conference, the news traveled the front pages of the world's media. In the end, the world's attention was only on Tianxin Hongyuan Company. It was believed that the invention of the pill would go down in history. For China, the invention was a major revolution in cosmetology. The invention began to be massively and successfully used by medical professionals everywhere. Very quickly, China overtook a number of competing countries and became a leader in this field. Ye Wutian was called the father of charms due to his success in inventing the pill. One journalist was glad that with Duck, she would never lack for interesting stories. One of the main character's girlfriends was glad he was so universally famous. Another of his acquaintances was always excited to read news about Ye Wutian. Sita was also happy. She thought to herself that she liked the main character more and more. The positive stories about Ye Wutian did not please only the girl Shiki. She showed her grandfather a newspaper about the main character. The grandfather asked his granddaughter why she keeps talking about Ye Wutian lately. Ziqi replied judiciously that she was simply looking out for his weak spot. After a little thought, her grandfather told her to invite the main character over to his place. The old man wondered how the protagonist had stirred up the water this time. The business in Tianxin Hongyuan was going very well, and there were many orders. There were times when a customer called, and due to the large number of orders, it was difficult to determine the time when his order would be fulfilled. People called en masse and ordered the miracle remedy even in bulk. Cheng Kuesin asked the guy when he would set a price for his drug. The company received calls from hospitals and entrepreneurs who wanted to buy a share of the profits. Ye Wuqian said thoughtfully that they were in no hurry to go anywhere. He said that they should wait until the customers were hungry. The protagonist hugged the girl and said that the more the customers were willing to pay, the higher their profits would be. After a little thought, the guy said we should wait for potential buyers to start drooling. Then he got a message on his phone. Ye Hengdong warned him that someone in the Ye family was plotting against him. The guy didn't like Ye Hengdong acting like a caring father. The receptionist came in and said that their company had been fined by the Ministry of Health, Industry and Trade. She specified that they want to impose a fine of 4 million for non-compliance with the requirements. Also, the license will be revoked until the re-inspection. Ye Wutian took the secretary's papers and told her to go back to her seat. The secretary left and closed the door behind her. The guy pondered the solution to the problem. Cheng Kuesin was outraged and shouted so loudly that even the workers in the next room could hear. Cheng yelled that they hadn't started selling yet, and they were already being fined and shut down. Cheng said that the company would not survive this, and that someone was definitely behind it. The guy calmed her down and said he had it all covered. The main character came to the door and said he would take a walk and let the girl stay in charge. Cheng told him that he treats this company as a part-time job, even though he is a director. Cheng went into the workroom and told all the female employees that they were all on paid vacation from today. Cheng thought to herself that the protagonist had better hurry up. A guy was walking down the street and he saw a lot of people going about their business. Ye Wutian thought to himself that he knew that flies stick to honey, but he didn't expect them to fly so quickly. Suddenly, a car stopped in front of him. It was a large jeep. Shichi looked at him from the cabin. She told the protagonist to get in because her grandfather wanted to see him. She proudly thought to herself that this guy had a lot of courage. Ye Wutian looked into the cabin and told Shichi to act more feminine. He compared her to a dock worker. Shichi told him to behave like a gentleman. She accused him of being disloyal. The guy replied that he would not behave like a gentleman since the girl was not his wife. Seikii told him back that she would not be feminine since he is not her husband yet. During the trip, the protagonist kept persistently arguing with the girl Shichi. The guy said he would only treat her nicely after she became his wife. The girl rudely told him she wouldn't marry him. He can't play the gentleman. Suddenly, the girl thought deeply and intensely. She was silent. The car stopped abruptly when she pressed the brake pedal with all her might. The girl rudely and sharply answered the guy that no one would want to be his wife. After that, they arrived at Ning's residence to meet the protagonist and grandfather. The old man was quietly practicing calligraphy when Ye Wutian walked in. Grandpa looked at the main character and saw that he was angry. He asked him what was wrong. Ye Wuchen pointed at the girl and said that she had driven all the way so fast that he was almost twisted. Shiki replied that the guy was exaggerating. After thinking for a while, the old man said that she should get along with the main character. Then he asked the girl to go, as he had something to discuss with E-Duck. The girl was angry. She left the room and slammed the door behind her. She remained standing outside the door. Suki wondered what was wrong with the main character. She hoped that he was serious about asking her to marry him. The girl wondered if the main character was courting her. She remembered that she had a fiancé. The girl sat on the floor and wondered if what the protagonist was saying to her was serious. She remembered that Ye Wutian wasn't someone who refused to go back on his word. The old man was practicing calligraphy at this time. He was concentrating on drawing hieroglyphics. He wrote out one character on a piece of paper and told the main character that it was for him. The guy asked his grandfather what it meant. The old man told him that he greatly underestimated the resonance of his pill. He added that any country would like to have such a medicine. After a little thought, the old man asked the boy how he was going to defend his invention. Ye Wutian thought hard and seriously. He had never thought of such things before. Grandpa pointed out that the protagonist needs to think about his personal safety. He recommended that the guy should not rush with pills, but take care of the rear. The protagonist said his pills will be on sale any day now. The old man pointed out to the boy that he didn't have the patience to listen to his advice. He said that the desire to get everything at once rarely leads to good. After some thought, the guy agreed that he could not guarantee either the safety of the drugs or his own life. The old man said that the guy should agree to his offer, and as long as he was under the cover of the Ministry of Defense, no one would touch him. The boy promised to think about it. The old man told him not to hesitate to answer. He also asked if he could help him with his company's problems. Ye Wutian said it was nothing important. He promised to deal with Ye's family with his own hands. The old man thought to himself that the guy was very unpredictable, and that he would get a lot of bumps in the road. The next day, the management of the company where Xinyue worked asked her to return to her duties. Zhenren told Xinyue that they conferred amicably and decided not to remove her from the family's affairs. They recognized the past decision as unfair. Zhenren smiled at his daughter and wished her good luck from the bottom of his heart. Xinyue was left sitting alone and placed her hands on the table, crossing them. The girl looked at her father incredulously. He walked away with his hands folded behind his back. Xinyue didn't like it. She had always been an eyesore to them. After reaching their goal, the family immediately brought her back. The girl decided that they were clearly plotting something against her. Yuchen frowned as he sat on the couch in front of him. He came to the conclusion that Ningpeng was right, and he would not be able to fight off the huge number of people wanting to get their hands on the Qingchangshan pills alone. At the same time, Wutian understood that the old man's offer was very dangerous and he couldn't sign a contract with the Ministry of Defense. They would just get rid of him. Chung Kexin ran into the office and said that there was an incident in the Ye family. A young man asked what else had gone wrong with them. Chung replied that the shopping center they owned had burned down and the hotel had been vandalized. Uchen took the remote control and turned on the TV. There was another news report on. Kexin said that there was a riot in the city and it was being broadcast on all the channels. One channel showed a close-up of the blazing hotel. A man on another channel angrily accused the Ye family that the Tianxin Hongyuan company could have cured his face if not for them. A young man on channel 3 showed the scars he was about to be rid of, but Yi's family got in the way, and now he's going to make life difficult for them. Wutian watched the news and laughed. He didn't expect that the first move against the Ye family would be made by ordinary townspeople. Now he just cheered and watched his family crumble. Chung sadly said that he seemed calm during the closing of his company. The girl thought Ye was prepared for such a denouement. Wutian continued to chuckle and said through his laughter that they had taken him by surprise. After all, he had only expected the big families to hitch a ride with the Ye family for market share. The young man finally laughed it off and wondered what Yi's family would do now. In the villa of the Yi family, there was a heated discussion of recent events. Heng Qian told the family patriarch that the protesters are demanding the reopening of Tianxin Hongyuan Company, or they will not stop the unrest. The old man became angry and slapped his hand on the table in his heart. He shouted that the unwashed brats had no right to threaten his family. He added that arson is already a serious crime in itself. The patriarch demanded that the police be contacted and the perpetrators be caught. Hanqian said that Dongcheng is a city of millions, and it would be difficult to find everyone. He added that there are too many people who want to get their hands on the miracle pill. The old man got angry and yelled that he knew everything himself, but he wouldn't let a bunch of psychopaths intimidate Yi's family. Contrary to the patriarch's expectations, the despair of the crowd far exceeded that of Yi's family. People with disfigured appearance would gather together and go out into the street, scaring random passers-by. The appearance of the pill gave them hope, but the Yi family had hopelessly ruined everything. Naturally, people were desperate. The rioting continued. The police were constantly catching violators, but there were always new followers, despite the risk of going to jail. Wang Fangxi said wistfully that these people are already so exhausted that they are not afraid of anything. The journalist added that it was all out of desperation. She slyly asked Yushin if he had planned the whole thing. Fancy asked him to elaborate. She needed a front-page story. The young man replied that he was very happy now, because the people had made their will known and the Yi family had gotten what they deserved. The journalist disappointedly said that she could not put such a phrase in the article and asked to say something else. Yushin cheerfully said that he would do that easily. The young man asked Fancy if she could write in the article that all those affected were guaranteed a 50% discount on his goods. The journalist was outraged and said that such phrases encourage riots, and after such an article comes out, everyone will think that he was behind the pogroms. The young man was not at all embarrassed by this, and told Fancy that he was willing to take such a step. When the interview with Yeyuchin finally came out, the pogrom participants felt like martyrs and redoubled their efforts. The riots even involved people from other regions who had come specifically to raid the Yi family's property. Within 2 days, more than 300 people were arrested, but new participants kept coming and kept coming. After committing a pogrom, they sometimes did not even try to escape, but stayed at the scene of the crime, protesting in this way. The patriarch of the Yi family arranged for a new gathering of family members. Hung Qian held the report in front of him and called the rioters lunatics. The patriarch asked what their losses were. Heng Qian checked the financial report and replied that they had lost almost 2 billion. Naturally, it won't bankrupt them, but the loss is very significant. The patriarch became enraged and shouted how a couple hundred lunatics were able to rake in 2 billion worth of property. Heng Qian clarified that in addition to pogroms, the troublemakers also block their businesses and scare away employees and customers. Heng Dong added that their hotel and shopping malls were incurring more losses every day. He asked his father if it was time for them to leave Wuqian alone. Fei Qiao confirmed that they are now afraid to even leave the house because the situation has long been out of control and is getting worse. She asked them to stop interfering with Wutian's business. The patriarch frowned and thought for a moment. He couldn't help but admit that it made sense. He said that it would probably be better this way. Heng Qian was stubbornly unwilling to accept the loss of the money because that would damage their reputation. The old man said the damage was too great. He had already calculated everything, and the family had no choice but to admit defeat. Heng Qian was angry, but he couldn't go against his father's decision. The business center of the metropolis. Lucian and Zhu were sitting at a table in the corner. They were enjoying the wine. Liu Tian asked Deputy Zhu how Wolf was doing. Zhu assured the man that everything had been ready for a long time, and all that was needed was a wave, and asked his partner if he was sure, since this was about murder. Liu Tian shouted that Ye Wuqian had destroyed them and taken away everything, and even if he died 1,000 times, it would still not be enough. He smirked and added that he had done his own investigation. There was no one behind Utian, and they wouldn't grieve for him too much. Tianqin residential area. Uchan lay on the couch and watched the news. He was pleased that even the Yi family had been forced to retreat in front of the maddened mob and surrender. Chung Kexin asked Ye what price he would sell his medicine for, since it was time to put a price tag on it. Wu Tian lazily raised his index finger and said 100,000. The girl was very surprised and cried out that 100,000 yuan for one pill was too expensive and no one would buy. Wu Tian replied that plastic surgery in country H costs many times more. Especially if he didn't produce pills for the mass market, the price would be at least 300,000 yuan. Chung pointed out that even at a price of 100,000, it would be difficult to sell in large quantities, and many people would not be able to afford it. She suggested lowering the price. He replied that he had already taken care of this and deliberately weakened the medicine by categorizing the pills by quality into 3 categories. The lowest category medicines will have a price tag of 29,999 yuan. The medium quality medicine will go for 69,999. As for the maximum effect, this pill will be sold at an exclusive price of 99,999 yuan. Chung said it was up to Wu Tian, since he was in charge, and asked when Ye planned to start production. The young man asked her not to hurry, as they would still have time to do it. Chung said that after their conference and the riots in the city, The popularity of Qingchengshan medicines skyrocketed. She remarked that they could already be making a profit. Yuchen slowly enjoyed his coffee and scrutinized the reports. He replied that the reason was very simple, it would be safer that way. Chung agreed that it would indeed be difficult for them with their current capabilities to guarantee production security, and the great families would not be left out. Kexin thought sadly that they had nothing to oppose these giants. Uchan seemed to sense her uncertainty and squeezed her hand tightly. Ye assured Chung that he would keep his promise and elevate Kexin to the top of her own financial empire. He asked her to just trust him. The girl shyly countered that she didn't need fame and fortune. She just wanted to help Yushin, that's all. The young man recalled that she lost her company because of him, and wasn't afraid to say no to Yi's family. Wutian said that he wouldn't just let it go. Chung replied that she just didn't want to be indebted to Ye's family. Besides, she doesn't like others prying into her personal life. It only took a simple glance at Kexin for her to get embarrassed and blush again. Their lips reached for each other, and Chung caught herself thinking she couldn't say a word again. At the most crucial moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Kexin immediately pushed the young man away and said that he needed to open the door quickly. Smiling, she waved her hand at Yi and said she was going to bed. Wutian was very displeased with the uninvited guests and was angry that they could have come later. As he approached the door, the young man indignantly asked who had come. Wang Fangxi was standing outside the door. She told me that her aunt had been admitted to the hospital and tearfully asked to see what was wrong with her. Yuchen asked how pretty her aunt was. Fancy grabbed his arm and dragged him behind her, saying she was not in the mood for jokes and promised to pay all expenses. Yi asked to let him get ready. The journalist didn't listen to him, and in a minute, they were both in Fancy's car. The girl burst from her seat, scaring away the gawkers standing nearby. Yutian asked them not to go so fast or they might need medical attention themselves. Fancy assured Yi that he needn't worry. The car she drives is better than it looks. Utian thought doomedly that he would help Fancy one last time, especially since he owed her for her help with the promotion of the company, and he had recently asked her for help himself. The car shook violently, and Yushin was torn from his thoughts. The heavy impact caused the car to skid, and Wang Fengxi barely managed to straighten it out. Looking in the rearview mirror, she saw a truck catching up to them. Uchen started screaming that truck had rammed them on purpose and was shouting for Fancy to go faster. Fancy squealed back that she was already going the speed limit, and asked Duckling what was even going on and why the truck was chasing them. Yi shouted that he didn't know, and clarified if the journalist had any enemies. Fancy replied that he shouldn't judge people by himself, only he could have many enemies. Yutian thought that Fancy was unlikely to have mortal enemies, despite her noxious nature. The only question was whether it was hunting him or drunken driving. Suddenly, the journalist's car skidded and the truck hit her at speed. From the violent side impact, the car flew into the air, losing parts along the way. Fancy's car flipped in the air and landed on its roof with a clang. Yutin tried to get out of the car and complained about the hard landing. He said his eyes went black. The journalist was unconscious and the young man asked if she was unharmed. Uchen unclipped his seatbelt, putting his hand under his head beforehand to avoid breaking his neck. With a lurch, he got out of his seat and climbed over to Wang Fengxi. Unbuckling the journalist and putting his arms around her neck, Yuchen reached for the door. He tried to kick the door with his foot several times, but Yi was unsuccessful. No amount of shouting helped. Uchan realized that the door was jammed and there was no way out. Seeing movement in the car, the truck turned around and drove straight at him. In my side mirror, I saw the same truck. He was picking up speed and was getting closer by the minute. Yuchen realized that he was no longer going to make it out in time, and prepared for the worst. The truck slammed into the car, turning it around once more. The glass fell in different directions. The driver in the dark glasses cheerfully told himself that the deed was done. The blue car gave no sign of life, and the truck slowly drove on. Meanwhile, in Dongcheng's business district, Zhu and Lucian realized that things had not gone according to plan. Zhu walked in circles around the room and wrung his hands, asking what to do now. Lucian replied that they shouldn't panic right now. If they lost their composure, then things would be very bad indeed. Zhu shouted that because the executor was only ordered to run over Wutian, and the daughter of the city's mayor was also there. So now they were definitely finished. Lucian asked if he had been able to contact Wolf. Zhu replied that his phone was constantly off, and then a hunch struck him. The man said that so far they have kept a conspiracy and no outsiders have been involved. Thus, they have only one weak link. Zhu thought about it and said that it should work. But after all, Wild Wolf is ex-military, and he doubts that he would be easy to deal with. Lucian assured him that they would not go straight ahead. They would have to be more cunning. Dongcheng Central Hospital. Yutian suffered a head injury and slept for some time. Finally, he regained consciousness and opened his eyes. The young man asked in a sluggish voice where he was. It turned out that his arm was also broken. It was in a cast. Chung was sitting on the cot next to Wutian. Kexin joyfully rushed over to him and cried out that the young man had finally woken up. She was very worried about his health. He managed to sit up on the bed and he asked glumly how long he'd been unconscious and what was wrong with Fancy. Chung said that it has been 2 days. As for Wang Fengxi, the girl has suffered more and has multiple leg fractures. Kexin said that there was an accident involving several cars. It happened very quickly, and they arrived at the scene when it was already over. Wutian then managed to carry Wang Fengxi out of the overturned car. Fortunately, there was no damage to her head. It could have been much worse. Chung assured the young man that this time very high-ranking people were interested in the investigation, so the culprit would soon be figured out and caught. Wutian thought that it was very strange to make an attempt on the life of the mayor of Dongchen City in his own city. He apologized to Chung for making her worry and suggested that the girl go see Wang Fengxi. Kaisin helped him up, and soon they were outside room number 503. Fancy had both her legs in a cast. She grumbled that Wutian had finally come to see her. The young man reproached her that they had never gotten to her aunt, but had gone to the hospital themselves. Wang Fengxi unhappily replied that he always has a bunch of killers or an accident, and every time it happens when she meets Yi, she is already sick of it. Wutian smirked and asked why she was blaming him. Maybe the journalist's own enemies had done their best in this case. Fancy shouted that he must help her. The doctor said the girl had a month to lie down, but she had a lot of material unprinted. People would go crazy without her news. The journalist smiled and told Wutian that he could heal her legs faster, right? Wutian asked me to tell him who the coolest guy in the world is, and then Yi would do her a favor and cure her. Fancy grabbed his hand, winked, and exclaimed that he was Wuchen. After all, he is the coolest, most awesome, nicest, most stylish and wonderful person in the world. The young man was satisfied with the praise and said she had her tongue set just right. The journalist showed him her tongue and said she almost choked while she was saying all that, so it was about time to start a quick healing. This scene made even Chung laugh. She smiled and thought that Wutian had almost died, but was already teasing the people around him. Suddenly the chamber door swung open. Zhang Xiaomei ran into the room. She shouted that she had heard that he had regained consciousness, and asked how he was feeling. Kexin looked at Ye anxiously. He sensed it and couldn't say a word, only thinking that it was an awkward situation. Wutian asked Chung what was wrong and why she was looking at him like that. Embodying innocence, the young man added that he had done nothing to be ashamed of, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Wutian thanked Captain Zhang for her concern and asked if she had managed to find out anything about those behind the incident. Xiaomei said that nothing is known yet, but they promised to catch the culprit as soon as possible. Zhang was very unhappy with the young man's behavior. He usually tried to flirt with her every chance he got, but in Chung's presence, he immediately clenched his hands. Wutian tilted his head slightly to avoid looking her in the eye and thanked Zhang. He said he had no doubts about the quick capture of the culprit. However, Xiaomei quickly pulled herself together. Now she needed to close the case as soon as possible. They would surely be pressured from above. She asked the young man to describe the culprit. Xiaomei thought that the evidence collected at the accident scene showed that Wuchen had saved the journalist's life. She was glad to see Ye acting like a man once in a while. Wutian replied that the intruder was wearing a cap and sunglasses, but he's not sure how the police would benefit from that data. Just then, Situ Wei rushed into the room and asked how Ye was feeling. Sita was the only thing Utanu needed here. She hugged him and said that Ye was fine on his feet. Fancy wondered how many mistresses this duckling could have. Wei affectionately asked if Yi was hurting anywhere. She said that all it took was one word, and her little sister would take care of him. Cheng was finally fed up with this, and she wedged herself between Wutian and Situ. Kexin blocked Wei's path and pushed her back, marking her territory. She looked firmly at her rival. Sith had to look away. Dongcheng's Central Hospital. Chung thanked Madame Situ for showing concern for Ye Wutian's health. Wei explained that Kexin misunderstood her. Wutian is her dear brother. She said resentfully that the little sister was just worried about her little brother. Nothing wrong with that. Kexin turned to Wutian and demanded clarification. The young man hesitated and said that he and Wei were just acquaintances and nothing more. Zhang Xiaomei asked Situ Wei why he had actually come. Situ replied that she didn't have to report to her every time she wanted to check on someone in the hospital and asked if the police had found the killer. Zhang bowed her head and replied that they were working on it. Situ pulled out her phone and dialed the number she needed. Calling the caller Uncle Lee, she said that Wutian was her friend, and she would really appreciate it if they caught the culprit as soon as possible. Zhang immediately thought that she was referring to Uncle Lee as the head of Shu's police department. Situ replied into the phone that he is not her boyfriend. He and Wutian are just friends. Kexin and Xiaomei frowned. They seemed to be experiencing the same feelings. They looked at Wutian at the same time and thought that Situ was only adding fuel to the fire. The door rattled open. Sitsi appeared on the doorstep and shouted that the pervert had finally woken up. She asked how he was feeling. Everyone present froze. Another girl came to Wutian's side. Yi asked Mrs. Ning not to call him a pervert, at least today. He thanked her for the visit and asked her to tell Peng that he would visit him in the next few days. She said resentfully that Grandpa had nothing to do with it, and she had only come because she wanted to visit him herself. Uchun smirked and reminded Sitsi that she hated him. He couldn't figure out what the girl was up to this time. Asiki folded her hands behind her back and said quietly, "Used to annoy her a lot, it's true. But things have changed a bit now, and she herself doesn't know." Sitsi blushed and reminded Uchian that he himself had promised to take her as his wife, and now she didn't know what to think. Wutian turned white and reproached himself for not keeping his mouth shut. He blanched and told Shiki that everything in his life was very complicated. All the girls reacted differently to the new fling. Chung asked Ye if he really liked Shiki that much. Wei smirked and said that Wuqian was in his repertoire. Wang Fangxi told Ye that he was really a scoundrel. Zhang Xiaomei vindictively told Wuqian that it was his own fault, that what you sow is what you reap. Wutian felt like a hunted beast and asked why everyone was against him. Sitsi quickly extricated herself from the situation and said that her grandfather had gotten the Defense Department involved in finding the perpetrator and asked if she would pass on anything to him in return. Xiaomei wondered since when the Ministry of Defense was involved in assassination attempts on civilians, and concluded that the intruder would definitely be taken now. Yuchen was pleased that they had changed the subject and asked him to convey his thanks to the old man. Someone's heels clattered quickly down the corridor. Ouyang Xinyue appeared in the open door. Wutian realized that things were very bad. It was hard for him to turn away before, but with Xinyue's appearance, he was definitely finished. While Wutian was looking at Xinyue with tension, feverishly coming up with a new excuse on the fly, Chung revealed that Mrs. Ouyang had visited him twice while he was unconscious. She added that Xinyue did absolutely nothing, just standing there and silently looking at the young man. She was very worried about him. After waiting for her turn, Ouyang Xinyue walked over to Wutian. She looked at him with a sad gaze. Xinyue asked the young man if he was doing well. Uchan was a little shocked at the crowd of girls he knew, and so he didn't answer her right away. Yi thanked her for worrying about him. Xinyue replied that he didn't have to worry. The girl had already sent someone to deal with what had happened, so they would catch the intruder soon. Ouyang Xinyue winked at Wutian, smiled and waved goodbye. The girl said she had to go. If Wutian needed help, he knew who to call. With a proud gait, Xinyue left the room. The young man thought that it had been a long time, but he still didn't know how to behave with this woman. Situ Wei moved closer to Wutian and whispered in his ear that Brother Ye cared for Xinyue. Wutian replied to the girl that she herself had not forgotten him. Situ blushed and smiled shyly. She readily confirmed his words and said that she was always ready to take care of Uchian. Wei smiled slyly at Kexin and said that her little brother was a prankster. Cheng smirked back at her and said she trusted Wutian. He would still be her soulmate. Uchin put his hand to his chin with a frown. He gloomily watched the girls, who had returned to the subject of marriage and were already in charge of his future life. Footsteps rumbled in the hospital corridor. Someone was running quickly down the corridor. Another pair of boots appeared on the threshold. It was Wu Tianye's sister, Fei Qiao. She was the only one in the family who loved her brother fiercely and trusted everything he did. She came running as soon as she heard that he had woken up. Fei Qiao threw herself into Wu Tian's arms and asked what happened to his arm. The girl was very worried about her brother and wanted to make sure he wasn't badly hurt. Zhang Xiaomei was quite surprised to see Fei Qiao. She asked Cheng if Wu Tian couldn't establish a relationship with her family. Kexin replied that she doubted it very much. Uchian rudely pushed the girl away and asked why she had come. The young man said that he didn't need the Ye family's help. Fei could go and give them these words. The girl from smiling instantly turned into a confused girl. She couldn't understand why Wutian had insulted her, right in the middle of nowhere. Fei Qiao couldn't hold back her tears. She was very hurt. Through her sobs, she could barely say that she had come on her own, and the Ye family had absolutely nothing to do with it. Wuchen recoiled from her and coldly said that in that case he thanked the girl. Her mission was over, and Fei could go home. The girl's face flushed with tears. She cried out that Wutian had always been her only brother, despite everything that had happened between her and the Ye family. Zhang Xiaomei gently took the sobbing girl by the shoulder and asked Wuchen why he had driven his little sister to tears. Xiaomei tried to comfort Fei Qiao and said that she shouldn't pay attention to this insensitive jerk. After all, he absolutely acts like this with everyone. Wuchen heard him being accused of being selfish. Zhang was telling the girl that he was an ungrateful chump and turned his back on people. That got him on edge. Suddenly, Shiki's and Situe's phones rang at the same time. Shiki snatched the phone from her pocket with lightning speed. Situ, on the other hand, wouldn't even let go of her phone. After quickly talking to the caller, Sitsi became more serious and promised to be there soon. Situe's conversation was even shorter. The girl told her interlocutor that she was on her way out. Her face also changed and took on strong-willed features. Simultaneously finishing their conversation, The girls reported to everyone else in the room that the interested parties had found the suspect. At this time, only Waner, an ordinary student with no special connections, was unaware of Yewutian's incident. She was absorbed in her studies. Clear day, a large yellow 3-story country villa with a spacious garage. This is where the conspirators of the crime met. On one side of the table sat Wild Wolf, the truck driver. Across from him sat Ju and his partner. They were enjoying wine and delicacies from the best restaurant in town. The two companions raised their glasses filled to the top. They invited the assassin to join the toast and drink to success with them. The wolf looked at them sullenly. He advised his friends not to shy away from the conversation. The broad-shouldered bandit was interested in the rest of his fee. Ju smiled and assured him that the money had been ready for a long time and it wouldn't be a matter of that. He suggested celebrating the completion of the work first. Wang confirmed that everything was fine. Grabbing a small piece of meat with his fork, Wolf asked for another 5 million on top. After all, he hadn't been warned that the client had such great connections. Ju couldn't take it anymore and shouted that they couldn't put 5 million on the table because he didn't print money. It was his own fault for not investigating the matter to the end. The mercenary jammed the fork he'd freed from his meal into the tablecloth at the edge of the table. His muscles tensed, his face flushed with anger. The assassin demonstrated a fork in his clenched fist, which bent in several places. He grinned wickedly and said he was professional enough to kill Ju. Ju turned pale and instantly backtracked. He said that they didn't have that kind of money with them. The 5 million would only be ready in a few days. Wolf thought that Ju had a pretty good tongue. He said through gritted teeth that Ju shouldn't even think of trying to deceive him. The mercenary got up from the table and told his partners that he was only giving them 1 day. Either he gets his money tomorrow, or both of them go straight to the graveyard. Ju nodded contentedly and said that they had agreed, and he would bring Wolf his honestly earned reward himself tomorrow, but now he offered to have a drink. Killer didn't like it, and asked Ju why he was so insistent on getting him drunk. Ju waved his hands and said that it was just that they had prepared this whole dinner especially for him. The wolf turned his back and threw them over his shoulder angrily that they could gobble their own dinner. Suddenly a terrible pain seized him. The mercenary knelt down and started spitting blood. Unable to speak, he whispered that they had decided to poison him. Ju shouted that they had absolutely nothing to do with it. The mercenary grabbed a cleaver from his belt and shouted that he would take them to the grave with him. Ju started to run away, calling for help. But Wolf's special training had paid off. He caught up to Ju in one leap and stabbed him in the back. Ju almost choked on his blood. In a minute, he was already lying breathless on the floor. Pulling the knife from the body, Wolf told the man that it was his turn. He could barely stand on his own 2 feet, but he had to avenge himself. Van squealed that he would pay the mercenary every last dollar. Perhaps there had just been a misunderstanding. He grabbed a heavy wooden chair as his last hope and threw it at the mercenary, screaming at him to stay away. Van closed his eyes in fear, but nothing was happening. He realized he had hit the mercenary with a chair and he went down. The man rejoiced and told the wolf that he was barely on his feet, which meant that the poison had worked after all. Van grabbed a chair and hit the mercenary in the head with all his might, wishing him dead. The wolf smirked and told him he'd better kill him, or he'd get up and finish off his attacker. The man swung around again and shouted that he could laugh all he wanted. There was nothing he could do about it anyway. He roused the mercenary and invited him to stand up and fight, calling him a bald puppy. The wolf was already barely on his knees. It seemed that nothing could save him. And then he noticed the glint of a knife half a meter away from him. From his last strength, the mercenary made a dash, and he managed to reach for the murderous steel. At the same moment, Wang attacked him. Wolf quickly swung the knife in his direction. This was very unexpected for Ju's partner. The glint of the blade reflected in his glasses. Suddenly, the door to the room opened and something whistled through the air. The man watched with frightened eyes. The mercenary watched his agony patiently and cheered. The mercenary dropped the phone from his hands from the sharp pain, and it softened the blow. The knife had stabbed Van just above the knee, and he was now squirming in pain under the wall. The mercenary was a little short of strength and fell to the floor immediately. As it turned out, Situ threw her phone at his back and knocked him unconscious. Wu Tian now understood why Situ didn't need guards, and was surprised that she was proficient in martial arts. Shiki frowned, thinking that even she couldn't throw a cell phone instead of a knife. It turned out that Situ hid her abilities well. Wai got embarrassed and said that she was just a weak woman and there was nothing wrong with learning a couple of self-defense techniques. Uchan entered the room and looked around for signs of the carnage. There was broken glass everywhere. Fei Qiao shrank back in fear, and Chang pressed her to her side, asking her to turn away and forget everything she had seen. Zhang Xiaomei examined Wild Wolf and said that he had no pulse. The man yelled and asked Captain Zhang to help him. He yelled that he was in a lot of pain. Wu Tian smirked. He recognized Manager Ju and asked what happened to Liu Tian. Ju started begging for Ye Wu Tian to call an ambulance. He doesn't want to die. Wu Tian stepped on the knife and drove it even deeper into Ju's leg. That one howled like a wild, wounded animal. Wu Tian assured Ju that he would not let him die, even if the man wanted it badly. Xiaomei ran up to Wu Tian and demanded that the bullying stop. She said that at this rate, he would soon be behind bars himself. Wu Tian said that wouldn't do. After all, he was the reason he and Fancy were barely alive, and he had every right to blow off a little steam. Zhang shouted that he should stop. Ju wouldn't get away with retribution as it was. Wu Tian turned to Shiki and Situ Wei and said that he would owe that girl who would hold Zhang Xiaomei back. They both grinned happily and readily complied with the young man's request. Zhang was held by her arms, and all she could do was scream that she was a police officer, and Wu Tian should be a law-abiding citizen once in a while. He scornfully replied that a law-abiding citizen in his place would have died at least a dozen times over. He approached Manager Ju and asked him what would happen if he pulled the knife out of his leg. Wu Tian suggested that a small geyser would come out. Ju shouted that it was all Wang Luxian's fault. He himself had nothing to do with it. Zhang Xiaomei was finally released. She squatted down beside Ju and called an ambulance for the badly injured man. Wu Tian put down his folding knife and said that they were done here. Captain Zhang could handle the rest. Cheng assured Fei Chao that everything would be fine and offered to drive her home. Siki told Yuchen that he owes him a debt now and he must not forget it. Situ Wei looked at her opponent unhappily. She told Yuchen that she sacrificed a lot for him. Even the phone can be thrown in the trash. He can't pretend it never happened. The young man asked what kind of phone she had and said he would buy a new one later. He asked if it would hurt Situ's reputation if she followed him around, since she was from a powerful family. Wei replied that she wanted to choose a new phone with him. She smiled vindictively and said that others would yet see what diamond she had found. The next day, Wu Tian and Wei visited a cell phone store. One model caught Sita's eye and she said with a smile that he seemed fine, just right for couples. Wu Shen asked Wei how she got such knowledge of martial arts. She replied evasively that she was not just a member of Situ's wealthy family, but also had some connections. It was better not to ask Yutenya what kind of connections. Situ Wei asked Wu Tian to give her the phone. He complied with her request and asked why the girl wanted his phone. Situ swiped some kind of object on his phone. After that, she threw him away. Wu Tian was shocked. The girl walked over to the display case and picked out two couples' phones. Wu Tian was perplexed as to why Wei had thrown away her phone and what had gotten into her. Situ gave him the new phone and asked him to accept as a token of her favor. Wei added that it was from the bottom of his heart, so he couldn't refuse. Wu Chen said that it didn't need to be done. That phone was also a gift from Chung Kexin. Situ said it's already his problem. He should only use this phone. Wei added that his life will be in constant danger when the medicine goes on sale. Situ's family can keep him safe for 40% of the profits. Yuchen replied that for that kind of money, he would get a Defense Department guarantee, and he didn't need Situ. Wei reminded him that she had helped him out many times, and now she was asking him to return the favor. If it was just a matter of price, they could bargain. Uchan replied that it wasn't about money at all. He doesn't want to share it with anyone. Suddenly, the young man's cell phone rang. It was Ouyang Xinyue. She told him about an opportunity. Situ immediately lit up and asked what the opportunity was. She said she wanted to participate. Wu Tian grudgingly told Wei that she was already all over the place. If the girl wanted it so badly, they could go together. After a while, they arrived at the Ouyang family's large mansion. Xinyue greeted the arriving guests and looked at Wei with dislike. Situ asked if Xinyue was offended by the uninvited guest. The girl replied that it was fine, but she wouldn't be able to pay much attention to Miss Situ. Wei said goodbye with a smile and stated that she had actually just dropped Ye Wutian off. Frowning, Situ Wei wondered what Xinyue might be up to. She slammed the front door with all her might in protest. Xinyue wasn't the least bit embarrassed by this, and she motioned for Ye to go upstairs in an even voice. They went into the bedroom. Ouyang Anan was lying on a large double bed. Xinyue warned that her uncle and the others wouldn't let anyone in to see her grandfather, and they only had an hour to spare. After taking a quick look at the patient, Wutian noticed that his muscles had already started to atrophy. He concentrated and began preparing for the ancient technique. Wuchen applied pinpoint strikes to the appropriate nodes. That should have helped. Wuchen was afraid of hurting the patient and was now a bit anxious. Waiting for the result, half an hour passed. Wutian told Xinyue that the massage was only the first stage of treatment and he needed more time. He gave the girl instructions for the next 2 weeks. The young man said he would have to come again afterward. Xinyue was pleased that Grandpa had a chance to wake up. Wutian was so tired and nervous that he had to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Xinyue did that for him with her handkerchief. She thanked him profusely. Wutian was embarrassed and told himself that this massage was definitely worth the effort. He told Xinyue that Grandpa couldn't take any other medicine, or else all the healing effect would be lost. The girl asked if Wutian had been able to find out anything more about the assassination attempt. The young man replied that someone had poisoned him. This poison causes damage to internal organs, triggering their accelerated aging. Xinyue asked if it was possible to prove it somehow. Wu Tian replied that it could. He clarified whether the girl herself was ready for the evidence to lead her to the Ouyang family. Ouyang Xinyue froze for a moment, weighing the pros and cons of such an investigation. Lifting her head up, she exclaimed that she wasn't intimidated by this and was ready to learn the truth. Uchin said he would take a blood test from Anan in that case. The result would be ready in a couple of days. Suddenly, someone behind his back laughed and said that he didn't expect Wu Tian to sneak in for a date with Xinyue. It was Zhenren. He brought Xianyu and some policemen with him. Zhenren said that the lovebirds had chosen an inappropriate place to coo. Zhenren looked at his niece. She turned pale. Hiding the girl behind his back, Wu Tian said that in such matters, the most important thing is not where, but with whom. Zhenren laughed and said that he had nothing to be embarrassed about, and an old man like himself would only be envious. Wu Tian looked at him carefully and said that he could give him 10 years off if he was interested. Zhenren was surprised that the young man could do such a thing. Xinyue couldn't understand what Wu Tian was up to this time. Wu Tian explained that if someone could create a drug that could age a person, he could perform the reverse operation. Zhenren asked what he was implying. The young man replied that some people have very little conscience. Even the last mongrel would not bite its own parent. The girl smiled and noted to herself that Wu Tian could scratch his tongue. Zhenren squealed, wondering if Xinyue had brought him here. The girl replied that she had asked Wu Tian to examine the patriarch. Zhenren called her rudely and yelled that no one enters the room without his permission. Xinyu replied that she was just very worried about her grandfather. The uncle kept yelling that they were all worried, but it was no use. He was still in a coma. And until Anan gets better, he is the head of the family. Changing his tone, Zhenren said, Anan is already at an advanced age. Dr. Zhang is doing his best, and no one should interfere with his treatment. Xinyue realized that it was Dr. Zhang who had poisoned Grandpa, if Wu Tian's guess was correct. Wu Tian smirked and thought that Zhenren wasn't watching his words at all. He asked the man why he was suddenly so agitated, and if he was hiding something from everyone. Zhenren got angry and asked why he even cared. Wu Tian replied that he was just an ordinary guy who didn't like things like cruelty and ingratitude. The young man added that he has no patience for the types who go easy on their heads. This finally pissed Zhenren off, and he ordered Wu Tian out the door immediately. The bodyguards immediately rushed towards Wu Tian. Xinyue stepped forward and hid Wu Tian at her back. She ordered the guards not to touch the young man. He was her friend. Xianyu mockingly said that the girl and Wu Tian just started dating and Xinyue is already covering him with her breasts. This is how they can gain power over the Ouyang family. Xinyue shouted that Ouyang Xianyu was not concerned with her personal matters. Xianyu was angry that the girl raised her voice at him and swung around. The girl instinctively recoiled to the side in fear. Zhenren's bodyguards were surprised. Everything happened very quickly. Wu Tian suddenly intercepted Xianyu's hand and clasped it. He shrieked that Xinyue was doing everything for his grandfather, and he had no right to slander his sister. Xianyu indignantly turned to the guards and asked why they were staring. One of the policemen said that there was something wrong with his arm. Xianyu looked at his hand. It was covered in red spots and nodules appeared on the back of his hand. The young man was frightened and asked what Wu Tian had done to his hand. Xianyu yelled and demanded that a doctor be called soon. Wu Tian began to quietly back away, and Xianyu demanded that he stop. He roared that Wu Tian had poisoned him, and told his father that the young man should give him the antidote as soon as possible. Zhenren ordered him to shut up and told him that Xiangyu had messed up enough as it was. He bowed his head to the couple and apologized for his son and what he was trying to do. Zhenren begged for Xiangyu's forgiveness. Wu Tian disdainfully said, even the temporary head of the Ouyang family himself bows to him. Unfortunately, there is nothing he can do. Wu Tian stated that he really disliked Xianyu and that said it all. Zhenren exclaimed and asked what the young man wanted then. Wu Tian demanded Xianyu to fall on his knees in front of Xinyue and apologize in person. Otherwise, he might lose his hand. Zhenren stated that the young man had forced him himself, and now Wu Tian would not be able to leave this house. The bodyguards drew their weapons. They quickly surrounded the young man in a tight ring and pointed their pistols at him. Xinyue blocked Wu Tian once again with her body and shouted for them not to even think of messing with him. Wu Tian said that he directly felt important and said that Xianyu had less than an hour left. Then the blood poisoning would start. Xiangyu wailed for Ye to give him the antidote, or else he wouldn't get out of here alive. Zhenren said that Xianyu would rather lose one arm than his life. Besides, Xianyu is not his only son. Wu Tian stated that he had been visiting Situ before visiting Ouyang. If he died, Situ would get the recipe for his Qingchengshan pills from Chengkexin, and then the Ouyang family would be finished. The bodyguard whispered in Zhenren's ear that Situ had indeed come with Wu Tian today. Zhenren thought with annoyance that without Anan, their family wouldn't be able to resist Situ, especially if they had the recipe to make Qingchengshan pills. Wu Tian looked at Xianyu and gloatingly asked him if he had thought it over. The man yelled that he didn't want to become an invalid. Zhenren tried to feign a smile and said they were just joking. He ordered the guards to put away their weapons and said the joke had gone too far. Zhenren explained that his son couldn't bow to Xingyue. The family structure would be disrupted, and asked to settle on something else. Yuqian laughed and said that so-and-so would agree to relent if no outsider came into the room with Anan for 3 months. Zhenren happily agreed that for those 3 months, Xingyue would take care of Grandpa by herself. Wutian carelessly tossed an envelope of powder to one of the bodyguards. He said that all he had to do was apply it to his hand, and it would go away. Wutian and Zhenren said goodbye. The man smirked and asked him to stop by for a visit. Xiangyu began to protest that they couldn't just let Wutian go after all the humiliation. Zhenren looked at him glumly. He urgently needed to take out his anger on someone. He kicked his son in the face with all his might. He immediately fell to the floor. Zhenren started shouting that it was because of him that the whole mess had been started. His father kept beating Xiangyu and asked why he was such a useless dumbass. Wutian and Xingyue stood outside the gates of the mansion. Wutian sat down on the pavement in relief and admitted that he had already mentally said goodbye to his life. Xingyue asked if he hadn't made arrangements with Situwei and Chung Kexin beforehand. Uchen replied tiredly that he was a doctor, not a seer, and was just bluffing. He was just lucky that Zhenren had believed him and not buried him right there. Xingyue realized that all her guesses about Wei and Wutian's connection were false. The girl immediately threw herself joyfully around the young man's neck. Xingyue apologized, because she didn't think it would be so dangerous. Wutian said that he was the one who should apologize, because he was the reason Xingyue was in trouble with her family. And so they sat, Wutian on the pavement and Xingyue hugging him around the neck and kneeling on his knees. 5 minutes passed. They hugged each other in silence, taking advantage of the rare moment. Even after 10 minutes, their bodies remained in the same pose. Finally, Xingyue couldn't stand it any longer and asked how long Wutian would keep her. The young man replied that it would be another hour and a half. Seizing the rare chance, Wutian furtively lowered his hand from his back and moved lower. Xingyue's eyes immediately changed in surprise. She instantly recoiled and cried out, wondering why Wutian was getting so handsy. He joked that he was just checking to see if she had lost weight, and everything seemed fine. Xingyue glared angrily at him and demanded that he keep his hands to himself from now on. Wutian said he would be in touch and asked her not to ignore his calls anymore. The girl didn't answer him anything and waved her hand from behind. Wang Fangxi exclaimed that there was no need to touch her there. She blushed and said she was very ticklish. Wutian was afraid that Chang would hear them, so he asked the reporter if it was necessary to make all those provocative noises, since he was just treating her feet. The journalist said she was really ticklish and couldn't help herself. Wutian said it was nothing, and ordered the girl to lie still, or she would learn to walk on her hands for the rest of her life. The young man looked at Wang Fangxi's long legs and found them very even attractive. The journalist immediately noticed his lustful gaze, and regretfully noted that she had to get to her feet quickly. Otherwise, Wutian would have flown off the bed by now. The young man said he applied the ointment. She should not get her feet wet and try to walk for at least 1 week. The journalist asked how she should then take a shower. Duckling readily volunteered to help her and said he was good at back soaping. Fancy immediately kicked him with her foot and shouted out that the attempt counted. Unfortunately, from the blow, the journalist moved something on her leg and a crunch was heard. Wang Fangxi grimaced in pain, and Wutian rebuked the girl for asking her not to move unnecessarily. She shrieked that a week was too long and asked if the great doctor couldn't cut it down a couple more days. Wutian asked her not to flatter her. It was a bad influence on him. The young man asked her where she got her harmfulness from. Fancy confessed that he had taught her everything. Wutian said he was joking, and actually 3 days should be enough. The journalist happily threw herself on his neck and said that she suspected him of lying. She was very pleased that she would soon be back on her feet. A voice was heard outside the chamber door. The mayor of the city wondered what had amused his daughter. He opened the door and asked to tell his father so he could laugh himself. Wang Fangxi excitedly asked him what he was doing here. Wutian didn't expect to see the mayor of Dongcheng City in the hospital either. The mayor asked the reporter to introduce her boyfriend. Fancy objected that Wutian was only an attending physician. The mayor laughed and said that was fine too, and could help reduce medical expenses. Wang Fangxi blushed and exclaimed that there was nothing between them, and she was being serious. The mayor noted that his daughter had always had a feisty temper, and this was the first time he had seen her embarrassed. The mayor asked the young man to introduce himself. Wutian introduced himself to Secretary Wang and gave him a polite handshake. Wang's face immediately changed. He realized that this young man was the creator of the pill. He looked at Wutian and studied him, but simply ignored the young man's outstretched hand. Wutian became angry. He didn't realize that he disliked the mayor so much. Wutian thought that the mayor was a very petty person. Wang Fangxi noticed the tense moment and tried to ask what was going on, but the mayor asked her to stay out of other people's conversation. The mayor thanked Wu Tian for saving his daughter and suggested we have dinner together sometime. The young man replied that Wang was a very busy man and he dared not distract him from his duties. Waving goodbye, Yuchen slammed the door and walked out. Fancy asked why his father had provoked him so, for the young man had done him no wrong. Secretary Wang asked what her feelings were for the young man. The journalist replied that it wasn't like that at all and he just did a lot for her. Now Wu Tian took up the task of quickly healing her legs. Wang replied that it wasn't that simple. He knew a lot about Wu Tian, so he had his own reasons for doing this to him. Wu Tian walked down the hospital corridor and pondered why the mayor needed to insult him. The phone vibrated, notifying me of a new message delivered. The letter was from Wang Fangxi. She apologized for her father's behavior. Wu Tian told himself that the girl was already embarrassed enough to be present, and she was also apologizing for her father. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the door of the ward. Someone was shouting at the top of their lungs and threatening to kill Ye Wutian by all means. The young man carefully opened the ward door and peeked in. He needed to find out who he had displeased this time. Liu Fu was hysterical and threatening Wutian, while his mother Luo Shenyu stood by his side. She asked the young man to calm down and sleep a little longer. Yudian opened the door fully and stepped into the room. Lo asked Dr. E why he had come. She said his prescription had helped and she would like to invite Wutian to dinner. Ye replied that he shouldn't do that and asked what was wrong with her son, why he was threatening to kill him. The woman said that he had heard him and asked Liu to give her a chance to start her life over. Wuchen approached Liu and said he was jealous of him. He had a good mother. He asked why Liu was cursing him. Liu clearly didn't see him. He looked straight ahead and threatened the invisible Wuqian that he would finish him off. Luo Shenyu exclaimed that here was Wutian. He was standing right in front of him. It was as if Liu had come out of hypnosis. His eyes changed slightly. Suddenly, his vision returned to the real world for a second, and Liu saw his enemy. He immediately covered himself with his hands, not wanting to admit that Ushin was here, right next to him. Liu hugged the pillow and asked what Wutian was forgetting here and told him to leave. Shenyu took Wutian by the forearm and asked him not to take her son's words to heart. Wutian gently pushed her away and said that she didn't have to worry. He had his own head on his shoulders. Liu wailed for Wutian not to dare touch his mother and to leave the room altogether. Wutian approached him and asked if the guy was only going to yell at him. Liu wailed that not only was he going to yell, he was going to finish him off. He shouted that he hated Wutian and began to wish him death in various manifestations. Luo Shenyu couldn't take it anymore and slapped her hard. She shouted that she was done repeating the same thing. Liu started whimpering like a little child and asked how she could hit him in front of a stranger. His mother hugged him and whispered in his ear that the doctor was the only one who could help Liu. She just couldn't do otherwise. Liu got angry and pushed his mother aside. He shouted to Wuqian that they are mortal enemies, and sooner or later Liu will definitely finish him off. And Ye's presence doesn't solve anything. Liu isn't afraid of him. Wuqian smirked and said that he was about to check if Liu was afraid of him or not. He sprayed the powder directly into Liu's face, and the young man was as if in a trance. He couldn't see anything in front of him. Liu screamed that he was in a lot of pain and twirled around in different directions. The young man groaned and moaned. He clasped his head with his hands and started banging his head against the wall, still screaming in pain. Shenyu put her hand on his back and told him to stop because he would break his head. Wutian looked at Liu, and the mother began to plead with him to help her only son. Wutian turned aside, thought for a moment, and smirked. He pulled out a baggie and said it would stop the pain. Wutian said he wouldn't go to see them again. The young man added that the next time he hears threats against him, Liu will not get off that easy. He can't just ignore such threats. Wutian closed the door and thought he had gone too soft. He couldn't resist his mother's pleas. He thought of the proverb that said that what a man is on the outside is what he is on the inside. He thought proudly that a handsome man like him must have a good heart. Suddenly, screams and strange noises were heard outside the chamber door. Wutian immediately swung the door open and returned to the chamber. The window was broken by a nearby chair. The wind shook the curtains violently. Luo Shenyu sat on her knees by the window and wailed and oohed bitterly. Wuqian couldn't believe his hunch and asked if her son had jumped out of the window. Liu's fall caused many gawkers to appear. They urged each other to call for help and the police. Wuqian looked out of the window and wondered why he had to freak out like that. Suddenly, Shenyu pushed him away from the window. She climbed out onto the windowsill and screamed that she had nothing more to live for. Wuqian grabbed her shoulder. Lo lashed out and screamed that she had nothing more to live for. The young man said she needed to calm down and shoved a sleeping powder into her mouth. Tears came to Luo Shenyu's eyes. After a few seconds, she fell asleep. 10 minutes later, the poor mother was already lying on the couch and Wutian was testifying. He told Captain Zhang Xiaomei that this was exactly what happened. Ye had no idea that Liu would throw himself out of the window. The officer asked if Wuqian had withheld anything from the investigation. Luo Shenyu finally woke up and began to perceive the world. She started screaming frantically that Wuqian was a murderer and he had killed her son. The young man snapped back and yelled that he hadn't killed anyone, and she was just mad. Lo shouted that the police should not wait. Let them arrest Wutian and put him in jail. He should rot behind bars. Zhang ordered her men to handcuff Wutian. He stood quietly and waited, believing until the last minute that everything would turn out all right. Wutian shouted, whether Xiaomei was really going to handcuff him or not. Zhang looked at him and tears came to her eyes, but it was her duty they would sort it out later. She told Wutian that he would be released quickly if he wasn't guilty of anything. Zhang asked Ye not to hold a grudge against her. The handcuffs on the young man's arms slammed shut and Lo was pleased with that. Wutian told Shenyu that she had no conscience at all, for she was guilty of everything herself. Luo indulged Liu in everything, which led him to commit suicide. She screamed that it didn't matter now. He had killed her son and would now pay for it with a prison sentence. News of Yewutian's murder hit the front pages almost faster than news of his pillory. All the major news outlets were competing to be the first to dig up as many details of the incident as possible. The yellow press also added fuel to the fire by inventing non-existent details of the case. Soon Chung Kexin arrived at the public security department. She assured the clerks that Yi could not have done it. He was not a murderer. Chung said that she had a lawyer with her and asked him to let them in. The lawyer replied that they could not go to Wutian. Chung immediately realized that something was wrong. Even a murder suspect is always allowed a lawyer. Zhang Xiaomei came to Department Director Xu and said that someone was trying to defame Wutian, and the longer it lasted, the worse it would get. Xu agreed that it was necessary to take things seriously and not worry about outside pressure. He promised that he would take care of it. Someone knocked on the door. Xu and Zhang turned their heads there at the same time. An officer entered the office and said he had brought the report the captain had asked him for. Xiaomei quickly looked over the case report and couldn't help herself. Seeing the evidence of Yutian's involvement, she reprimanded herself. Xiaomei reported to the commander that the situation was even worse than they thought. Yewutian's fingerprints were found on the body of the deceased. Xu asked the officer how much his report could be trusted. He assured him that he had checked everything personally. Xu thought for a moment. Ye Wutian claimed that he hadn't touched the deceased with a finger, but his fingerprints were found on the body, and it was on the wrist. The principal said he was clear and asked Xiaomei what she intended to do now. Zhang asked to question Luo Shenyu again. She assured that she would definitely dig up something. The Yi family mansion. Today there was a heated discussion about a wayward family member. Fei Qiao knelt at her grandfather's side and tearfully begged him to help Wutian. After all, he was his grandson. The patriarch of the Yi family ordered her to shut up and told her that it was Wutian's own fault. He was not worthy to be called his grandson and carry the Ye surname. Heng Qian grabbed the girl's hand so hard that she was frightened. He told Fei that Grandpa was right and Wutian was the blacksmith of his own misfortune. Ye Guang was happiest that they had tried to settle things amicably with Wutian, and now he had just gotten what he deserved. Fei Qiao was indignant. She didn't understand how they could make fun of her innocent brother. She roared and wanted to say something to her grandfather, but she couldn't. Someone placed a hand on her shoulder affectionately but imperiously. Fei immediately realized that it was Handong. She asked her father to talk to her grandfather. After all, if they didn't do anything, something bad might happen to her brother. Handong wanted to explain the complex intricacies of the family to her, but changed his mind. He put his arm around his daughter's shoulders and said they had better leave. Begging the others was useless. Guan exclaimed joyfully that finally the heavens were on their side and Wutian was finally finished. Heng Qian thoughtfully said that he was underestimating the enemy. As long as he had the secret of the medicine, there would always be someone to help him get out of prison. Guan exclaimed that it was impossible. He checked personally, and all the evidence points to Ye Wutian. The law would not be on his side. Heng Qian told his son that the law doesn't count. Only money decides everything in this world. There is a loophole in every law, and the more money there is, the wider the loophole. He added that it didn't matter which family would try to get him out. It could be Ouyang or Ning, but they will definitely get Uqiang out. At this time in the interrogation, Luo Shenyu pretended to be an innocent angel and shed a sea of tears. Without saying anything thick, she only repeated that Wutian was a murderer and had killed her poor boy. Zhang Xiaomei told her sternly that she was just fine, and the surveillance camera showed it. But as soon as the officer walked in, the woman burst into tears. Shenyu screamed that she had no right to say such a thing. After all, Lo had just lost her only son, and how could she not cry? Zhang condescendingly allowed her to cry further, and said that the police had waited for the autopsy results. Xiaomei said that according to the report, Liu had indeed died as a result of a fall from a great height, just as Shenyu had said. But now they are interested in the question of why there are no fingerprints on the young man's body if he pushed him out of the window. She looked questioningly at the woman, waiting for an answer. Shenyu said that there was some mistake, because she had seen with her own eyes how Wutian threw her son out of the window. Xiaomei smirked and asked why Luo had stopped sobbing. She looked at the woman with a gleeful smile. Xiao Mei assumed that Luo was so interested in the autopsy results that she forgot about her pretense. Zhang Xiaomei smiled and asked Shenyu why she was silent. Shenyu whimpered again that someone wanted to let her son's death go unpunished. Zhang said they were done for the day and Luo could go. Xiaomei realized that she wouldn't find anything if Luo cried. Shenyu continued to roar and walked out of the interrogation room. Xiaomei told the officer on duty that Luo was hiding something and asked him to follow her. The officer stealthily went after Shenya. Xiaomei was glad that some progress was being made and promised herself that she would get Ushin out of this mess. The officer on duty came running in and yelled that they were in trouble. Someone at the entrance was giving them trouble. Xiaomei turned pale and ordered to bring Wutian over now. Wutian was at this time trying to kick open the door of his den. He was angry that he'd been locked up for 10 hours, and he'd just recovered from the accident. After unsuccessfully trying to get out, Wutian sat down on the bed and began to think about who was behind all this and what they wanted. The young man resentfully thought that no one had visited him in these 10 hours, not even Chang, and it was too strange. The solitary door clicked, and it began to open slowly. Ouyang, Xinyue, and Xiaoman stood on the threshold. Wutian was happy to see this girl, but he was also a little angry with Chang. Xinyue asked the accompanying girl to wait for her outside. Wutian unhappily thanked her for the visit. He hoped in his heart that Kexen would be the first to arrive. Xinyue sat down next to him on the bed and asked how he was feeling. The young man replied that he was fine. Wutian asked if Xinyue thought the same as the others that he killed that guy. Xinyue closed her eyes and quietly mouthed that she thought he was innocent. Wutian was surprised at such warm concern for him and opened his eyes wide. He was ready to throw himself into Xinyue's arms and cry with happiness. Xinyue revealed that she had a hard time getting in, which was strange in itself. She speculated that it might be because of the Qingchangshan pill. Wutian realized that history was repeating itself. Xinyue's agents can't find the culprit, and he himself doesn't know who to suspect either. Suddenly, the door to the detention cell opened. Zhang Xiaomei flew in and said that Wutian was coming with her. She grabbed his hand and said they would go through the back door. Wutian asked why she was panicking, since it was her station. She yelled for him not to ask anything and just follow her. At this moment, Ouyang Xinyue's phone rang. The caller told the girl about the raid outside the precinct. Xiaomei was getting angrier and angrier. Wutian resisted and wouldn't let himself be dragged. He demanded to be shown those suicides who had come for his soul. Wutian said he would never hide behind a woman. Xiaomei blocked the path and said that he was not allowed to leave the cell. Wutian couldn't understand anything at all now. He thought they were trying to get him out of the station, but it turned out that Mei was trying to keep him inside. The girl said she couldn't explain anything to him, and it was a superior's order. Wutian said he was very curious as to who had scared their valiant police so much. Zhang shouted that they weren't scared at all. There were just too many of them. She tried to stop the young man, but Wutian had already run towards the exit. Xiaomei ran after him down the hallway and tried to stop him, showering him with curses in the process. Wutian opened the door and stopped in surprise. The department building was surrounded by military vehicles. A man with a megaphone demanded that Utena be handed over to them in 30 seconds, or they would storm the building. Wutian was just shocked and asked when the war had time to start. Xiaomei thought that this was the end of a peaceful life. The voice from the megaphone belonged to Sitsi. She stood at full height in the jeep and announced that there were 10 seconds left. Suddenly, she saw Duckling near the entrance and breathed a sigh of relief. Wutian asked Principal Shu in his ear what was going on. A joyful Shiki was already running to him, waving her arms and shouting that they had come to rescue him. Shu decided that if they gave Wutian away for nothing, the police would lose their reputation. He delicately told Miss Nin that they couldn't do that and take the boy away. Shiki firmly replied that Wutian was their man, and it was an internal matter of the Ministry of Defense. Wutian tried to remember when he had time to enlist. An irritated Shu retired to his room and shouted that he was waiting for official clarification from the ministry. Siki grabbed Wutian by the arm and led him away from the police department building. Suddenly, the front door swung open and an angry Zhang Xiaomei stood on the doorstep. She promised that she would skin Wutian as soon as he was back in her sight. Wutian showed her tongue and said contemptuously that he would not let himself be arrested now. Zhang lost control of herself with rage and snatched the gun. The officer asked her to lower her weapon. Xiaomei was angrier than ever. After all, she had gone out of her way to help Wutian, and he had just run away like a coward. The officer asked Xiaomei if he still needed to keep an eye on Luo Shenyu. Zhang barked that he could do whatever he wanted. She didn't care anymore. Xinyue smirked. Be that as it may, Ye Wutian was free again. Recent events have shown that the Department of Defense has not been shy about cracking down on the police department, all because of one drug. Xiaoman asked Xinyue if she should continue investigating. Xinyue told her to keep digging, but noticed that the result was no longer that important. Man thought there was no need to interfere since the Defense Ministry had already snatched Wutian away from under their noses. It's evening, Ningpeng's big mansion. Wutian gritted his teeth and had to admit that he was grateful for the old man's intervention. Ning was pleased that Wutian appreciated his efforts a little and asked how he had been. Wu Tian replied that everything was fine. He was only worried that Peng might get into trouble. Ning assured him that there was nothing he couldn't handle. The young man asked if Peng happened to know who was trying so hard to get rid of him. The old man said that he would have reported if he had known. He assured me that he would get the information very soon. Wu Tian smirked and thought that the enemy had burrowed so deep that even Ning couldn't see him. Ye decided that it would be too boring otherwise. Old man Ning said they had to lie, and they told the police he was a soldier. He offered to join the army for real. That way, it would be easier for them to protect the guy. Peng began to describe the advantages of the army, and said that every young man dreams of becoming a mighty warrior. Besides, with the support of the ministry, no one would be able to touch him. Wu Tian smiled and asked not to be tempted. He valued his freedom, and there were many different restrictions in the army. The young man asked Peng when his evil granddaughter's wedding was. The old man asked for what purpose Wu Tian was inquiring and if he wanted to interfere. Wu Tian was embarrassed and replied that it was nothing of the sort. It's just that Sitsi really helped him out today, and he'd like to return the favor. Wu Tian remembered Shiki and was embarrassed. Today she was so cool, strong, and beautiful. Ning smiled and asked why Wu Tian wanted to repay Shiki. After all, old man Ning had sent her, so Wu Tian owed a favor to Peng himself. Wu Tian said that since this was the case, he wouldn't beat around the bush either. The young man asked what kind of man Shiki's fiancé was. He offered to marry Shiki himself. The old man couldn't make out anything, whether it was that this young man liked Shiki, or whether he had jokes like this. Wu Tian asked Peng who he would choose, him or Shiki's fiancé. Old man Ning said that he would stick to neutrality at a time like this. Peng added that there was no need to play with his granddaughter's feelings. Despite Wu Tian's favor to the Ning family, the old man would just smear him. Uchan assured Peng that he had nothing to worry about. He was a one-woman man. The old man grumbled that he trusted Uchian no more than he trusted ghosts. One of the bodyguards ran into the office with a report. He whispered something in the old man's ear, and Peng said indignantly that he would take all the blame. Wuqian said that Ning didn't need to get involved. He could handle his own problems. The old man replied that the young man was the patron of the Ning family and would help him. Wuqian thought warmly that the old man knew how to pay for kindness. Peng said he would be away for a while. He asked the young man not to sit idly by and find out how his fingerprints ended up on Qian Shuhong's body. The old man warned Wuqian that Luo Shenyu was a very suspicious person. The young man thought for a moment. Luo Shenyu loved her son so much that she was willing to kill Qian Shuhong in order to put Wuqian away. Shiki excitedly asked where her grandfather was going at this late hour. Peng replied that he was going for a short walk and suggested that his granddaughter talk to the young man for the time being. The old man exclaimed without turning around that it was not good to tease the old man at all. Wuqian asked Shiki where she had gotten herself into trouble again. She angrily replied that he was always the one in trouble and asked what Ye was talking to his grandfather about. Wuqian pathetically replied that he had asked for her old man's blessing. Shiki was a little confused and asked if Wuqian was joking. He said it was true. The girl blushed and wondered if Wuqian really liked her. But it was too late anyway, and she had a fiancé. Wuqian poked her shoulder with his finger and asked why Shiki was silent. The girl jumped away from him, covering herself with her arms. She was still embarrassed, and from the excess of feeling could not say a word. Shiki shouted what he wanted from her and walked away. Wuqian realized that he had overreacted. It suddenly came to him that he was alone in the house. Ning Peng and Shiki are gone, and now there is no one to take him back. Wuqian approached one of the bodyguards and asked for a ride home. He replied that he was on duty and could not do so. Wuqian walked on foot and told himself that it was his own fault. He shouldn't have encouraged Tsitsi. The old man had settled in a remote place. No stores, no cabs, and the telephone was dead. A klaxon sounded from behind. Wuqian turned around in surprise. A red sports car quickly pulled up to him. At the wheel of the two-seater car was a girl. She made a virtuoso circle on the spot and stopped in front of Wuqian. The beautiful stranger clarified that the young man was most likely Ye Wuqian. Wuqian instantly noted that the girl looked juicy and mature. Not even Situ Wei was her equal. Wuqian replied that it was he, bowed gallantly, and said that he had not expected to be recognized by such a beautiful lady. The girl smiled and informed him that he could call her little sister. She offered to give Yushin a ride. The young man thanked him for his help and asked to be dropped off at the security office. The girl smiled and said he was pretty outgoing. As soon as Wuqian closed the door behind him, the car tore off, quickly gaining speed. Wuqian said he didn't know the girl and clarified how she knew him. She explained that it's hard not to know the name of the creator of the beauty pill. She's not giving him a ride for free. The girl remarked that she was very fond of beauty. She worked hard to give him a ride, and it would be unfair not to thank her in return. Wuqian said that she was beautiful even without the pill, and after using it, she would just blow everyone away with her beauty. The girl pointed out that she doesn't like dodgy people and said she knows about 3 kinds of pills. She asked if Wuqian would give her the lowest level. The young man replied that he could give her a discount for a better one, but it would still cost money. The car suddenly slowed down. Wu Tian asked why the girl had stopped the car. She asked if he was sure he wanted to charge her. After all, it was still a long way from the city, and people were rarely seen here. Wu Tian squeezed out a smile and acknowledged that she had won. Soon the red car was racing down the deserted highway toward the tunnel. Wu Tian thought that there was clearly something wrong with the girl. He didn't understand why the girl needed a pill. After a while, the car stopped in front of the police department. Wu Tian said that a pill worth 100,000 yuan is a bit expensive as a car fare. He added that it was fate and asked the girl to introduce herself. Having gotten what she wanted, the driver snorted contemptuously and said that in case they met again on the road, she would believe in fate. Wu Tian shouted that he wouldn't be late when the time came, and the girl rolled off into the night. The young man began to reproach himself. How could one lose 100,000 yuan on the spot? The girl driver meanwhile dialed someone's number and reported that the goods were in place. Chung Kexin finally managed to break through to the security bureau. To her utmost surprise, Zhang Xiaomei reported that Wu Tian had been pulled out by the military. Zhang said that Wu Tian had dishonored the security bureau. If he came here again, he would be in trouble. As if on cue, Wu Tian appeared in the doorway and cheerfully asked the girls why they were so grumpy. Kexin couldn't say a word, and just threw herself on his neck. She was very happy that the young man was alive and well. Wu Tian regretfully thought that he had made poor Chung worry again. Kexin cried and asked if he was hurt. Wu Tian smiled and replied that with his talents, no one could hurt him. Zhang Riley said that he could flirt with 4 women of the main families at the same time and ditch the security bureau. Of course, nothing could happen to him. Wu Xin smiled and said that he had gone to visit Ning's family to talk about life and found that the security bureau was better, so he decided to come back. Xiaomei indignantly said that in that case he should go back to his cell. There was nothing for him to do in the office. Wu Tian admitted that he had actually come to Zhang's house to find out Luo Shenyu's residential address. Xiaomei asked what he intended to do to her and said she didn't know anything. Wu Xin replied that he just wanted to talk. If Zhang doesn't believe him, he can take the gun and go with him. The young man realized from Xiaomei's reaction that she knew something. Zhang agreed to go with him and warned him that she would be very angry if Wu Tian messed up again. Soon, Zhang and Wu Tian were standing under Luo Shenyu's door. Chung Kexin was standing a little farther away on the porch. Yu Chen knocked, said hello, and said that a food delivery had arrived. Shenyu opened the door and announced that she hadn't ordered anything. Immediately, she recognized Wu Tian and squealed in a voice that was not her own. Duck wedged the toe of his shoe between the door and the door jamb. The young man smirked and told Shenyu that there was no need to rush to close the door. Wu Chen stated to the woman that they had a lot to talk about. He pushed Shenya back indoors and was slightly surprised. Taking a closer look at the surroundings, he realized everything. Chung Kexin and Zhang Xiaomei were simply dumbfounded by what they saw. In the room Lo flew into were 2 guys in the same underwear. One of them was holding a bottle of alcohol. The girls flushed and looked away. They were ashamed of Luo Shenyu. Wu Chen asked Lo what was going on here. After all, her son is dead and she is in the mood to party and go out. She blushed and shouted that he wanted to be here himself. After all, he had killed her son. How could he walk free? Wu Tian said in surprise. If Shenyu has someone who can put him away, the young man will have someone who can take him out. He winked at the guys and said it looked good. Her son is dead and she threw a party with teenagers. Her son would be really pissed off. Wu Tian added that it was no surprise that Qianshu Hong was not himself. With a mother like that, anyone would go crazy. Shenyu shouted that they had just come to fix the bathtub. The young man turned to the boys and asked what they did for a living. The frightened young man replied that they were in the service business. Wu Chen pulled out a credit card and said that there were 200,000 yuan in there. He dictated the card password and asked the guy the real reason they were here. The half-naked gigolos looked at each other, hesitant to confess. Eventually, greed won out, and the young man informed them that they were call boys and had come to please Miss Lo. Wu Chen laughed loudly. He was celebrating his victory over injustice. The disgraced Luo Shenyu flushed and didn't know where to go in shame. Wu Tian pulled out another credit card and asked the other guy how many men Lo was taking at one time, whether they worked together or switched. The young man took out a credit card and unabashedly admitted that he and his partner worked together. Wu Tian was pouring with laughter and told Shenyu that she was just a machine, not a person. Lo became enraged and demanded that everyone leave her house immediately. Wu Tian's hand swept up lightning fast and grabbed Shenyu's cheeks, pinning her against the wall. He informed the woman that he had a journalist friend who always needed a new and exciting story. Luo Shenyu begged to be left alone. She seemed willing to cooperate. Shenyu asked Xiaomei if she had a duty to protect her, since the young man was being violent. Zhang thought that she wouldn't have shown up here if she had known in advance. Nevertheless, she told Luo that she didn't see any violence here. Chung Kexin added that her son's death was clearly not worth it all. Wu Tian ordered to say who ordered him to be framed and how his fingerprints ended up on Qianshu Hong's body. Kexin asked Luo to pull herself together and tell the truth, because sooner or later they would find out anyway. Shenyu shrieked that no one had given her orders and she only knew that Wu Tian had killed her son. Suddenly there was a clinking of glass, and shards of the window sprinkled on the floor. The sniper's bullet took out Luo Shenyu, hitting her right in the eye. A splash of blood splashed onto Chung Kexin's face. She stared dumbfoundedly at the collapsed body. Gigolo both screamed in surprise and fear. Kexin couldn't believe this was how it happened. She wanted to wake up. Zhang Xiaomei grabbed Wu Tian and Chung's hands and commanded them to leave. They hid away from the door under the stairs leading to the second floor. Xiaomei took the gun off the safety and assured them that they were safe here. She yelled to the teens to stay put too. Their sniper wouldn't get them there. Wu Tian asked Kexin not to worry. Everything would be fine. The young man realized that the enemy was far more dangerous than he had anticipated. In the late afternoon, Chung and Wu Tian returned to the inn. Wu Tian asked the girl not to think about what had happened and to sleep well. He assured Chung that it was much safer at home. But Kexin couldn't calm down. She was shaking from the experience. Wu Tian handed the girl a pill and said it was a sedative. It would help her sleep. Chang swallowed the pill and immediately started yawning. Ducking gently carried the girl over to the bed. He covered Chang with a blanket and thought that not everyone could bear what he saw. Wu Tian turned off the lights in the girl's room and thought she should feel better in the morning. 3 hours had passed. The clock was peacefully ticking away. Suddenly, wild screams erupted from Keishin's room. Wu Tian instantly jumped out of bed. He ran to Chang and fearfully asked her what was wrong. Kexin couldn't sleep. She was sitting on the bed, wrapped in a blanket, shivering. Wu Tian hugged the girl and told her not to be afraid. He would stay here and everything would be fine. Kexin's eyes were wide with fear. A little time passed. Chang calmed down and closed her eyes. Wu Tian frowned, thinking that he hadn't even touched Shenyu, but everyone was sure he was the killer. Now all he has to do is wait. The morning came. Chung Kexin woke up and saw that she was alone in the room. The girl came into the kitchen. Wu Tian was already working on the stove and assured Chung that breakfast would be ready soon. The young man quickly set the table, tasted the dish, and said he expected nothing less from himself. Wu Tian invited the girl to the table and asked her to eat before the food got cold. Chung Kexin asked him not to sell Qing Chengshan pills. Wu Tian took a bite of his toast and asked what the problem was. Kaishin promised to find a new job and support them as long as he didn't sell pills. She expressed her fear that one day Ye Wu Tian might take Luo's place. The young man gently placed his hand on her head and asked her to calm down. Wu Tian said that he was blinded by his lust for profit and just didn't think his enemies would do such a thing. Now that he had thought it over, they had nothing to worry about. Chung Kexin raised her head and looked at the young man questioningly. Wu Tian asked her to enjoy her breakfast and take her time. He needed to visit Old Man Ning. Wu Tian thought it over carefully and said to himself that the lot had been cast. In a large mansion, the stunning girl who obtained the pill sample and a certain young man were talking. He was comfortably seated on a sofa, his neck and shoulders being massaged by 2 slave girls. The young man ordered them to try harder, or he would send them to the doghouse for a show. The girls were frightened and babbled that they would try harder. They begged to be spared. The young man smirked, closed his eyes in bliss, and said it was considerably better. The guest couldn't look at it, she just cursed him in her thoughts. The young man asked how she was doing. The girl said that the analysis of the pill was not yet complete, because he had heard about the Dongcheng incident. The young man slammed the wine glass on the table with such force that the stem of the glass cracked in his hands. The young man was very angry. After he taught the Ouyang family a lesson, the Ning family suddenly appeared on the scene. The girl said she was done for the day. The young man smirked and assured her that after he dealt with the Ning family, all the problems would disappear by themselves. The girl asked to be kept informed of any developments. The young man gazed dreamily at her receding figure and decided that sooner or later he would conquer her. At the same time in the Ning family mansion, Old Man Peng asked to repeat the words he said. He didn't believe that the young man was actually capable of extending the lives of all the members of the Ning family by more than a century. Wu Tian admitted that he didn't want to reveal all the cards, but he was forced to. However, Peng himself knows that these are hard times for the young man. The old man still couldn't believe that every member of the Ning family would be able to live for over 100 years, unless unforeseen events happened. Wu Tian smiled and said that he was the only one in the entire world who could do such a thing, and Peng understood perfectly well what that meant. Ning clutched his crutch tightly and thought that with this medicine, the Ning family would prosper and no other family could compete with them. The old man looked into Wu Tian's eyes and asked him how much he could trust the young man. Wu Tian exclaimed that he was putting the title of Miracle Doctor on the line. He would be able to do it in no time. Besides, he swears on his honorable name. Ning Peng said that was all understandable, and asked what would happen if the young man failed. Wu Tian promised to give away half of the shares of the miracle pills if he failed. The old man whistled in surprise. It smelled like a huge sum of money. Ning Peng asked Wu Tian why he chose the Ning family. As far as he knows, the young man is on good terms with the Ouyang and Situ families. Wu Tian said there were 3 reasons and said that Peng was a good man and his family was very influential. The third reason was the stunning Shiki. Peng asked what would be required of the Ning family if they cooperated. Wu Tian admitted that he doesn't like fights and intrigue, so all Ning needs to do is rid the young man of his enemies. Wu Tian stood up and declared to Peng that he would surpass the major family sooner or later, and his strength was beyond the old man's imagination. Ning Peng had a lot to think about. He couldn't give a quick answer. Wu Tian left and said he was giving a couple days to think about it. He stated that other families would also want to cooperate with him. Old man Ning said that it wouldn't take a couple days. 1 day would suffice. Wu Tian rode his bicycle through the city. The wind ripped the leaves off the trees. The young man thought that with such a generous offer, Nin would have a day to think about it. But considering the level of the enemies, their family should be cautious. On the other hand, if things were simple, the young man would just be bored. Suddenly, a police car blocked his path and Yuchen stopped. Zhang Xiaomei announced to him that he was detained. If he tries to resist, the police will use force. Uchan didn't believe what she said. He couldn't be arrested just like that. He wasn't guilty. Soon he was taken to an interrogation room. On the other side of the table sat Zhang and another officer. Wu Tian told Zhang Xiaomei that he needed a convincing explanation. Mei asked Xiao Li to provide the case file. Xiao Li thought that she was doing a bad thing. The whole precinct knows that she and Wu Tian are feuding, and there was no reason to set him up. Xiaomei shouted that she had repeatedly asked for less trouble. Luo's assassin turned up to confess and claimed that Wu Tian had hired him. She shrieked that this time the young man had hit it big, and now he would not escape punishment. Wu Tian calmly asked what she intended to do next. Xiaomei kept yelling that he didn't realize the gravity of the situation. The shooter has come forward and testifies against Ye despite the fact that he is facing the death penalty. Wu Tian said that Captain Zhang was on duty and asked her not to mix work with personal emotions. Xiaomei asked Xiao Li to continue her questioning. Li said the rules say they have to hold him pending trial. Besides, the guys on the call also pointed him out. This news confused Yuqian, and he asked why they would have testified against him. Xiaomei said their testimony was that Wu Tian intentionally shocked the woman and held her in a comfortable position for the shooter. Wu Tian asked if she herself believed such nonsense. Xiaomei bowed her head and said that they could have been coaxed by someone, but Wu Tian himself also humiliated them with money. Yuqian pondered the situation. Just then he smirked and said that it was all very interesting. He didn't even think that because of some pill people would push each other to do such things. Wu Tian couldn't stand it and laughed. He just burst out laughing and said that this world wouldn't let him get bored. Xiaomei couldn't understand what was wrong with him. After all, he has to curse everyone and prove his innocence. Wu Tian asked Captain Zhang for an audience with his charges and assured him that it would help the investigation. He also asked to be informed of any new details about the case. Xiaomei squealed that she was already taking a big risk investigating this case, and there was nothing more to ask for. Wu Tian looked at the girl sternly and demanded simply to tell him. Zhang looked at the young man and was very frightened. He had the typical look of a killer. She remembered that a similar feeling had visited her when Zhang had been around those convicted of murder, but Wu Tian's aura was stronger than either of them. Xiaomei couldn't believe it was even possible. She had personally reviewed the young man's file and found nothing criminal. Wu Tian asked Xiaomei if he needed to repeat it a third time. Xiaomei explained that she had to request instructions from the security bureau. Talking over the phone, Zhang Xiaomei expressed her willingness. The girl hung up the phone and informed Wu Tian that she would take him. They soon arrived at the prison and stopped outside one of the solitary confinement cells. Zhang said that this was Zhao Fengnai, the assassin. She asked Wu Tian to do without any nonsense. Wu Tian walked into the cell and asked Zhao why he was setting him up. Keeler replied that he was just telling the truth. Wu Tian said it's okay, they can leave. Xiaomei was surprised. Wu Tian explained that he was a law-abiding citizen and could not extract confessions by force. The girl asked if he could do without violence at all. Wu Tian assured that he just wanted to know who wanted to kill him before he himself died. The young man asked to go look at those 2 guys. They both immediately squealed in horror and asked what Wu Tian was doing here. The young man smirked and said he just really missed them. Wu Tian slowly began to walk up to the guys. They shrieked for him to stay back and began to stagger back. The teens fell to the floor, hugged each other with fear, and screamed for him not to dare come near them again. Wu Tian snickered that they were both the ultimate slugs and their lives were worthless. The young man turned around and told Xiaomei that he was done here. Zhang had no way of knowing what Wu Tian was doing and why. The young man himself just smirked, and no one could figure out what he was thinking right now. Zhang Xiaomei came to report to Principal Xu and said that was the end of it. The principal immediately realized that something was wrong here and some type of pressure was taking place. If Wu Tian had beaten them up, it would make sense, but his behavior was too strange. Zhang Xiaomei said that she thought the same thing, but nothing suspicious happened. Director Shu said that only one thing is clear: Wu Qian wants to be taken out. Xiaomei recalled that first Qian Shu Hong, then Luo Shenyu, and now the gunner had been added as well. The director asked Xiaomei to calm down and work only on the basis of evidence and no other way. He added that information about the shooter was spreading at fire speed. Because of Qian Shu Hong and Luo Shengyu, Ye Wuqian was in big trouble, so killing Luo Shengyu made sense. The mass media simply drowned Yushin in filth and vices. Xiaomei said that journalists first sucked up to him and nicknamed him the father of pills, but now the wind has blown the other way. Shu replied that this is how the world works, and as long as the situation entertains them, it will continue. 12 hours before the trial, a knock sounded in Wang Fengxi's apartment. The journalist came out and asked who had come. Fei Qiao roared under her apartment and whined that Wu Tian had been arrested for murder. Fancy said she already knew. She invited the girl to sit down and calm down. Wang Fengxi turned around and looked at her father. He was serenely looking through the newspaper. Fei Qiao was so worried about her brother that she clutched at the hem of her dress and squeezed her fingers. She said through her tears that although Wu Tian was a jerk, he had a good heart, and he definitely couldn't kill anyone. Fancy said she believed in him too. Fancy slammed the door of her room. The girl went downstairs and called out to her father. Seeing that his daughter had approached him, the mayor warned that he would not be able to help Ye Wuqian. She shouted that Wu Tian had saved her life and made the whole country famous, and why couldn't the city's mayor help him? Father calmly replied that the law would acquit Wu Tian if he was innocent. Otherwise, he would be punished, and there was nothing she could do. It's 10 hours until the trial. Ning family villa. Peng's son told his father that Wu Tian's terms were incredibly generous, and he didn't want to miss the chance. He asked what the old man thought about it. Peng replied that they had to cooperate with outside forces, but there were great risks involved. Mistakes of this kind could crush their entire family. The man said he didn't think so, and in case of a mistake, Ning's family should be able to defend themselves. Peng asked if Siki was aware of the latest developments. The man replied that last night she popped out all red and headed toward the military station. Peng asked his son if Shiki was still engaged. He clarified what the old man meant. The old man replied that they were still young and could chafe. As long as Ye Wuqian was able to overcome difficulties, they could cooperate with him. The man puzzledly asked what would happen if Wu Qian failed this time. Peng replied that the young man had become part of the Ning family, and that was another reason to cooperate with him. The old man wanted to believe that this guy could surprise him, or at least give him confidence that he had made the right choice. 8 hours to trial. Chung Kexin's house. Ouyang Hao came to her, and the girl asked him the purpose of his visit. Hao asked if she had heard that Wu Tian had been arrested again. Chung replied that she was sure he had been framed. He added that Wu Tian is not as simple as he seems. She can't know what he's really like. Chung asked Hao what he meant. Ouyang handed her a folder of papers and said that he got them completely by accident. Kexin asked what it was and opened the bag of papers. The girl was very, very surprised. The package contained photos compromising Wu Qian and Xinyue's relationship. Chang turned pale. She didn't want to believe this abomination. Ouyang said he sincerely didn't mean it, and it's a very huge blow to both of them. Regardless, Kexin said in a firm voice that she believed Wu Tian. Hao was angry that even at the sight of evidence, Chang was unwilling to accept reality. The girl repeated that she believed Wu Tian, and that was it. Ouyang Hao turned pale. He had counted on a quick victory. He couldn't say a word out of anger and had to leave. Hao angrily thought that he would see who would defeat whom. There were 5 hours left before the trial. Xinyue went to Wu Tian and said that she wanted to come and see him, but it was impossible. Wu Tian smirked and said that Xinyue liked a date through the meeting room, he thought. Xinyue assured him that he looked good. Wu Tian explained that it couldn't be otherwise. The enemies in the shadows were just waiting for him to break down. The girl asked how she could help him. The young man replied that she could sit down and wait for the show like everyone else, and when it was over, Xinyue could give him a banquet. The girl agreed to give him a big banquet in honor of his victory. 3 hours before the trial, the door to the detention room opened. A spectacular female driver appeared on the doorstep and rebuked Wu Tian that her heels were burning with fire, looking for him everywhere. Wu Tian said that a woman as greedy as her couldn't sit still, but she showed up at the last moment. She jumped into Duckling's arms and assumed he must have a plan since he was being so carefree. The young man replied that a mere civilian can only believe in law and justice. The hour of trial had come. The guards brought Yutena in handcuffs into the courtroom. Zhang Xiaomei whispered to Kai Xin that she hadn't found a single piece of evidence in favor of the young man, and he was all smiles. Chung replied that he must have his own plan of action. Fei Qiao clung to the reporter, and Wang Fengxi told her that everything would be fine. Xinyue sat apart and calculated that it had only been 2 days since the arrest. No trial had ever started so quickly, and someone very powerful must be behind it. The judge banged the gavel and announced that the trial was about to begin. The man behind the podium said he was Luo Shenyu's lawyer and asked if he would confess to killing Luo Shenyu. Wu Tian asked if the lawyer was an idiot. The lawyer angrily said he should only choose between yes and no answers. Wu Tian said he did not. The man asked if he had a relationship with the late Luo Shengyu. Wu Shen noticed that he had a conflict with his lawyer too, and if he was found dead tomorrow with stinky feet, would it really be Wu Shen's fault again? The whole room couldn't stand it and burst into laughter. The lawyer got angry and shouted that only Utenya's feet stink here and demanded to answer only yes or no. The young man repeated that he didn't do it. The lawyer suggested that the young man's plan was originally to throw Qianshu Hong out of the window and then deal with Luo Shenyu. Wooten asked how he was able to get a license in the first place. The young man asked if the lawyer at home sniffed his feet and died. Would that be considered a plan to kill him? The lawyer wailed that one more such prank and he would sue Yushin. Judge X asked Yushin to take the case more seriously. It's a court of law. Wuchen said it doesn't matter at all what the lawyer says. He won't confess to the murder anyway because he's innocent. The lawyer smirked and said he'd find a fix for him. The lawyer approached the gunman and asked several questions about the case, particularly his type of activity, name, and connection to Luo Shengyu. The man replied that his name was Zhao Fengnai. He has been working as a professional hitman for 10 years. Luo Shengyu was his target, and the man killed her. Journalists marveled at his cold-bloodedness and the fact that he talked about the murder like it was his cup of tea. The lawyer cheerfully asked him how he killed Luo Shengyu and why. He had already closed the case for himself. Feng Nai said he shot her in the head from an apartment window across the street from her house. Someone gave him 200,000 yuan for her head. The lawyer asked who ordered him to kill Luo Shengyu and asked if that person was present in the courtroom. Feng Nai said the man is now in the audience. The reporters stirred. The denouement was near and the murderer was about to give up the customer. All four girls sat and cried. They realized that everything was too smoothly constructed. The lawyer asked Fanny to show the hall the murderer's client. The killer started to raise his hand. He started to say a phrase about the man who had hired him to kill him, and couldn't finish it. Wu Tian looked at him, and Feng Nai cut off the phrase halfway through and didn't finish it. His hand also didn't reach Wu Tian. The lawyer shouted and demanded to show his employer who had paid him to kill Luo Shengyu. The man tried to speak, but couldn't get a word out. His hand froze. Suddenly, blood spurted from the corner of Fanny's mouth and he coughed. The man began to spurt blood and cry out in terrible pain. The killer's consciousness faded, and he immediately collapsed to the floor. Someone asked for an ambulance. Wu Tian smirked and thought that the best way to solve the problem was to poison the problem itself. The lawyer exclaimed that they had a dead body in court. The policeman stated that he did not understand how he could have died so suddenly. Someone called for a doctor. A medical team ran out immediately. The doctor groped him and said it was a specific case of death, needed to be studied in more detail. Zhang Xiaomei doubted that a key witness in the case had died so easily. The lawyer grudgingly said that Yuchen was lucky, but it was too early to rejoice because there were 2 other witnesses in the case. A policeman ran into the hall and shouted that they had a problem. Those 2 witnesses were also dead. The lawyer was in complete shock. The death of 3 witnesses at once could not but arouse suspicion. Zhang Xiaomei began to suspect something. After all, Wu Qian had requested a meeting with the witnesses earlier. Judge X announced that due to the unexpected deaths of 3 key witnesses, the case was adjourned for reconsideration. There was a horrible shriek, and the cell phone shattered. That wasn't enough for the rich young man, so he trashed the coffee table as well. The young man continued to spew curses, and the slave girls decided to remove the shards of glass from the floor. He looked angrily at the girls and shouted who asked them to clean the room. The young man kicked the nearest girl. Both of them trembled with fear and begged for forgiveness. The young man said he was upset. He added that he was very upset. The young man took a knife from the table, its blade reflecting the frightened faces of the girls. They were all begging to be spared. The young man smiled gloatingly and offered to have a little fun. The death of the witnesses shocked many people. The incident made people believe in a higher power, as if God himself had helped Ye Yutina avoid the disaster. Other people believed that there were more sinister forces behind it that were backing Ye Wutian. Crescent Nightclub. Ye Wutian's closest friends were invited to the banquet. The culprit took a drink from the bottle and said happily that he no longer had to stay in the detention room. Zhang Xiaomei objected that their room was up to all standards and there was nothing to complain about. Wu Qin laughed that he had gibbered too much and punished himself with a shot or 2. Suddenly someone knocked on the premises. Many people appeared on the doorstep. They all congratulated Yutian. One man said they would have a chance to get to know each other better at the banquet. Wu Qin asked Xin Yue who all these people were. The girl replied that they probably wanted to befriend him, and Ye could do as he wished. Wu Tian stood up from the table with his bottle raised and proclaimed that all who came to the banquet were his guests, and invited everyone to drink together. Duck sat on the couch and mumbled nonsense, demanding a drink. All his girlfriends came to him when the young man was already snoring profusely. Xin Yue said he was in no condition to get home and asked for permission to take care of Wu Tian since it was her establishment. Night had fallen. The moon rose high and came out from behind the clouds. Xin Yue dragged Wu Tian to bed and lamented that he was heavy. He kept saying he was thirsty. She led Duckling to the bed and tossed him there, telling him he needed to sleep. Somehow, Wutian managed to grab her hand and didn't want to let go. He pulled Xinyue toward him and she fell right into Ye's arms. The girl was embarrassed and begged to be let go. Immediately, she realized that Yi was too strong and she could not escape. Xinyue calmed down finally and lay down on Wutianu's chest. She decided that what's to come is what's to go. Ningpeng read the news and couldn't help but laugh. Wutian had actually silenced 3 witnesses at once. His son noticed that he was becoming more and more interested in Wooten. He said he didn't even understand how the guy managed to pull it off. Peng said that he was not the only one interested in Ye Wutian. Many people are trying to approach him. The man asked if the Ouyang family's father was referring to Situ. Peng said that it was a disgrace to them. The families let the 2 adorable girls get close to the kid, but it's really unknown which one is more cunning. The man said that Ye Wutian is not just a doctor, and now the families will evaluate him in a different way. Peng said that this is the case, so they should get ahead of the competition. The old man asked me to invite Wutian to his place tomorrow. He wants to reward him well. New buildings in the city. It's morning. Xinyue barely waited for morning. Wutian sprawled out as he wished, and Xinyue had to lie under his back. The girl slept very badly throughout the night. She realized that Wutian was even sleeping in a nightmarish posture. Wutian was sleeping very soundly, and Xinyue knew that he was the one who had been exhausted from a few days in prison. She looked at him and smiled at the fact that Yi had a pretty face in her sleep. Suddenly the phone rang. The signal announced that someone was calling Master Yao Sheng. Xinyue remembered that Yi had his phone in his pants. It kept buzzing and ringing. The girl was fumbling under the blanket and couldn't find her phone. Wutian groaned through his sleep. Xinyue decided that Ye had stuck the phone too deep, and that's why she couldn't find it. Wutian muttered through his sleep that he didn't need to do that. Xinyue began to realize that she wasn't exactly fumbling for a phone, judging by its shape. A horrible guess flashed through her brain. The girl blushed and cried out that she could not have done it. Wutian began to mutter that she had to stop or he would break. Xinyue immediately yanked her hand away and didn't know where to go in shame. Wutian woke up and asked what would happen if she broke it. Xinyue faded away and didn't know what to answer. Wutian smiled and assumed that she specifically wanted revenge for that long-ago incident. Xinyue grabbed a pillow and started hitting him. She called him a moron. Duck went to the kitchen and poured a full bowl of water. He washed his face well and said that since Xinyue took the initiative today, they were even. Xinyue resentfully said that Wutian should believe her. That was not at all what he thought. Wutian got a taste for it and declared that she wasn't the only girl who craved his body. Xinyue warned that one more word on the subject, and he would be very sorry. Wutian realized the joke was over and promised not to bring it up again. Xinyue offered to talk about the case. She said Wutian needs to hire some bodyguards. Their opponents are secretive, and Ye needs to keep himself safe. Wutian said that they can only play dirty. But since the other side still wants to cooperate with him, the opponents will reveal themselves sooner or later. Xinyue asked if he had been able to find out which drug was harming her grandfather. Wutian replied that he had a busy schedule and didn't have a chance to check. Xinyue smirked and stated that there was no need to check anything anymore. Wutian was surprised and asked why the girl had changed her mind. Xinyue replied that they wouldn't be able to find out anything. The Ouyang family can't be tainted. Wutian thought that it was very likely that the Ouyang family was involved. Even if they figured him out, this scandal would attract the attention of other families. Xinyue told Wutian that she should thank him anyway. Her grandfather was feeling much better. She asked if Anan would be able to get up. Wutian said he wouldn't have risked saying that before, but now he is confident. He asked the girl to take the time to thank him and said he had a big gift for her. Xinyue wondered what the big gift was. Genren was stunned. Wutian wants to give Xinyue 10% of the shares. In a private meeting of the Ouyang Xinyue family, Xinyue confirmed that Wutian intends to give her 10% of Qingchen pill shares. All the family members were very happy, because even Situ's family had offered huge money for 5% shares and were turned down. Genren rejoiced the most. He hoped to regain his position in the family and thanked Xinyue for a job well done. Xinyue recalled being stigmatized by her family when she lost her virginity to Wutian, and now they were all sucking up to her. Genren stated that 10% is a little low, but better than nothing. He asked whose idea it was. Xinyue assured that he offered her 10% of the shares and demanded nothing in return. There was a heated discussion around the table. Someone suggested that this was just the beginning. Xianyu suggested that his father buy a house for Wutian and let Xinyue and him live in it together, and then he would definitely give them more shares. Genren said he had already thought about it. Genren asked Xinyue if Wutian had said anything else. Xinyue shocked everyone with her answer. She said that the 10% would go to her personally and had nothing to do with the Ouyang family or their Ouyang company. Everyone turned pale. Genren sat frowning. Xinyue asked them what had happened to them. After all, it was good news. Genren resented and asked what Ye Wutian meant by this. Xinyue assured them that Wutian had no plans to join their family from the beginning, It was all their fantasies. Genrin thought it would be unfair if a huge amount of money fell into Xinyue's pocket alone, and asked to sign on behalf of the Youyang family. Xinyue asked her to apologize and said she couldn't do that. Xiangyu insulted the girl and said that she only gets money because she makes love to that skank. Xinyue looked at him and said that he wouldn't say anything like that again. Xiangyu saw her serious intentions and decided to back off. Xinyue said she only reported the shares because they are one family, but not to discuss it at the table. The girl said goodbye and walked out of the house. Meanwhile, a gray car raced through the city, raising clouds of dust. Wutian asked Shiki what kind of surprise Elder Ning was talking about. She replied that Wutian would find out about everything on the spot and asked him not to call her that. The car slowed down and Sitsi said they had arrived. Opening the door, Wutian asked the girl why everything was so mysterious. He saw his surprise and marveled. They arrived at a large formation with many military personnel. A team of girls in green uniforms was lined up in front of him. When Wutian approached them, they shouted in unison to greet their commander. Ye Wutian was very amazed that the soldiers addressed him as commander. The old man Ning came out and asked the protagonist if he was happy with his gift. The guy asked the old man if he was being serious and not joking around. The old man said that these soldiers were good on the battlefield. He thanked the protagonist for all the good things he had done for him. Ning turned to the soldiers and said that they should make the right decision themselves. One of the soldiers turned to old Ning and wanted to contradict him very much. Ning shouted to the soldier not to whine. He turned to the others and told them not to let him be scorned. The soldiers unanimously said that from now on, they would obey the orders of the new commander-in-chief. The old man told the soldiers proudly that they were well-trained warriors. Ye Wutian thought to himself that he had asked the old man for a couple of good bodyguards, but he had not expected such a large number of soldiers. The old man told the guy that he would not forgive. He would allow immoral and harmful acts to be committed by the soldiers. The boy replied to the old man that he would never mistreat soldiers. The main character stood in front of the soldiers and told them his name. He urged them to stick together no matter what. Silence reigned. The soldiers stood and looked at the protagonist in silence. Ye Wutian thought that the new commander's speech should cheer up the soldiers. He didn't understand why they didn't react. The Shichi girl was standing next to him. She realized that it was useless to talk idly to make contacts. Ye Wutian told the soldiers that if he personally disliked any of them, each of them could fight him. The soldiers were surprised. They thought the main character wanted to go to the hospital and looked down on them. Ye Wutian told them that the fight would not be one-on-one, but he would fight with all of them. The girl and her grandfather were very surprised. They thought the guy was out of his mind. One of the soldiers timidly asked the guy if he alone wanted to fight 24 soldiers. The protagonist replied that he was ready to fight even against 40 opponents. He encouraged them all to attack him. The guy also said that he would reward them if they won. One soldier called himself Chen Li and told the protagonist that he was extremely good to deal with. Ye Wuchen told the soldiers to attack him to end the fight quickly. Chen Li got angry. He shouted at the protagonist that he had asked for it. The soldiers shouted to each other that they would make a chop out of the main character because he looks down on them. The protagonist was not afraid of anything, and soldiers were running at him from all sides. He just raised his hand. Ye Wutian absolutely did not worry at all and put his finger on his hand down. This had an effect on the soldiers. All the soldiers were paralyzed. They collapsed and could not stand up or even move. The protagonist cheerfully asked the soldiers if they thought he couldn't handle them. Ye Wutian felt a strong blow on his face. It was painful and completely unexpected for him. Chen Li stood in front of him. He was full of strength. He was not affected by the main character's magical methods. Ye Wutian was very angry, but he didn't understand how this soldier could stand after a large dose of the drug. The protagonist was greatly astonished. He couldn't understand how Chen Li could stand when the other soldiers fell down. Chen Li realized that he wouldn't be able to handle the protagonist with only a small part of his power. Ye Wutian thought that his opponent's physical stats were much higher than the others. The girl Sachi realized for sure that the protagonist used drugs. The guy was standing and there were soldiers lying on the ground around him. He told them that they all together could not defeat him. Chen Li shouted to the protagonist that he didn't defeat them by force. The protagonist told Chen Li that in any battle with the enemy, any means are good, and not to make excuses for losing. Chen Li sat on the ground. He couldn't get up. He didn't answer anything to the protagonist. Ye Wutian told the soldiers that there is no justice in real combat. There will be a winner no matter what means he uses. Then the soldiers felt their strength returning to them. They were able to stand on their feet. Old Man Ning thought to himself unhappily that the protagonist not only dishonors his people, but also leads them astray. Ye Wutian told the soldiers that in time they would understand him. He also said that he would not give them the glory of a warrior. The protagonist gave Chen Li the money. There was 10 million. 5 million was for him personally, and the other 5 million was to be used to buy equipment. The guy said that if the money wasn't enough, they should ask him for more. Chen Li liked the commander's decision. He said he would do everything. Ye Wutian told Chen Li that he would be the leader since he stood up to it. The protagonist gave this soldier the right to lead the future training. He also asked the soldiers to call him young master instead of commander. The servicemen responded to the protagonist in a friendly and coherent manner with agreement. The protagonist was very happy. He realized that with such power no one could touch him. Chen Li asked him if they could still use guns. Ye Wutian went to Old Man Ning and told him to give each soldier a gun license. The old man replied that he could only get a few licenses. The soldiers realized that they would have to go unarmed for the time being. Someone said that after serving in the army without weapons, they would feel unreliable. The protagonist told the old man that he could give 1 million for each license. The old man said he'd do it, but only if it was 5 million for the license. One of the servicewomen thought that 5 million for a license would be very expensive. Ye Tian thought that the old man was really pulling all his money. In the end, he said he agreed to 5 million, but each gun must be equipped with 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Old Man Ning said that he completely agreed. He thought to himself that he could raise more than 100 million. Chen Li was very amazed. He couldn't believe that the protagonist would spend over 100 million on them. The soldiers rushed to the protagonist and started thanking him. They called him the best young master. The guy said they would never regret leaving the army and followed him. Late at night, a guy went to rest at his girlfriend's place. He lay down next to her on the bed and fell asleep. The girl woke up in Ye Wutian's arms. She couldn't understand why the guy was in her bed. The girl was surprised that the guy stayed quietly on her bed all night. She thought maybe she lacked charm or he didn't like her. It occurred to the girl to take a couple more beauty pills. Ye Wutian lay on the bed and slept. He snored and felt nothing. The girl thought to herself that the main character most often sleeps with women and she is probably not interested in him personally. Here she remembered the important thing that Ouyang Xinyue had already taken a step ahead of her. The girl didn't like that the guy didn't take her seriously and didn't give her a sense of reliability. After a while, the guy woke up. He asked the girl if she was awake yet. The girl threw him off the bed with her foot and asked him what he was doing in bed and why he hadn't done anything during the night. Ye Wutian replied to the girl that he thought Luo Shen's death had a great psychological effect on her. Because of that, she was afraid to sleep alone. The guy told the girl that if she didn't want him to come anymore, he wouldn't come. The girl got scared. She said she didn't mean it. She wanted to justify herself. The guy took a pillow with him and said he wasn't coming to the girl's house next time. The girl was almost hurt to the point of tears. She grabbed a pillow and wanted to justify herself. She threw a pillow at the guy and said she wasn't mad at him for coming to her here. The next day, the guy visited the training ground of his soldiers. The boy came accompanied by his girlfriend. He explained to her that these are the soldiers Elder Ning gave him. These soldiers are completely reliable. The guy asked Chen Li how he and the soldiers were doing. The protagonist thought to himself that renting this place wasn't cheap, but it was convenient. Chen Li responded to the guy that he has some expense reports for rent and occupancy. The protagonist said the big expense was expected. He thought to himself that he should appreciate his guys. Ye Wutian told Chen Li to select a few of their guys to protect his girlfriend around the clock. From the line of soldiers came out voluntarily 2 girls. Their names were Zhuan Honglin and Sun Feng. Zhuan Honglin and Sun Feng came out and told the protagonist to make sure his girlfriend's safety was assured. Chen Li said that these girls have experience as bodyguards. The guy replied that he trusted his judgment. The main character's girlfriend, named Cheng Kexin, said that there was no need for her protection. The boyfriend replied that her safety is still at risk. Cheng Kexin asked her boyfriend not to call her miss since it's weird for her. Ye Wutian suggested to the girl to call her princess. She replied that it was even weirder for her. A guy asked his girlfriend what she would prefer to be called. The protagonist decided that 20 people were not enough for his plan. He asked Chen if he knew anyone else who had retired from the army. He asked Cheng how many people he needed. The guy said he needed 50 people to get started. All the people he wanted had to have good skills and a pleasant personality. Chen Li replied in agreement. He said he would bring him such people. Ye Wutian decided that the company would have little money left in its account because of the large expenditures for raw materials for Ching Chung pills and for the maintenance of soldiers. Finally, the boy decided that today he had to do something daring. He went to Situe's house. A guy knocked on her door. She went to the door to answer it. The girl opened the door and was amazed. The guy brought her a huge bouquet of flowers. Ye Wutian wished her good morning and called her beautiful. She was very surprised. The girl asked him if he had really come to see her of his own accord, or if he was short of money again. Ye Wutian told the girl that he couldn't hide anything from her. Situ said guessingly that the guy has hired a lot of bodyguards and plans to sell Ching Chung pills. That's why he has a lot of expenses. The guy told the girl he knew everything. He asked her for his salary for being her personal doctor. Situ agreed to pay him right away. She took out the money. The girl told the guy that if he was short of money, she would always help him. She asked him why he gave 10% of Jinyue's shares. She accused him of being biased. The guy replied to Situ that Ouyang Xinyue is simply his woman. Situ reminded the guy that she had helped him in all the incidents, yet he had always been cold to her. Situ suggested to the guy that he give her some shares. She said she would buy them with her own money. The guy thought about it. Eventually, he told Sita that he couldn't promise her anything. The girl almost tearfully clarified whether he would really do that after all she had done to him. Ye Wutian thought of this girl as a cunning fox. Suddenly, the guy's cell phone rang in his pocket. It distracted him. A girl he knows called. She tearfully told him that Grandpa E had been beaten up and that the lobsters and everything else had been robbed too. The boy was stunned by this news. He realized that he had to act immediately. Ye Wutian snapped out of his seat. He told the girl that they had urgent business and would talk later. The door slammed behind the protagonist. Situ said to herself that he didn't want to give her even a small part of it. After waiting for a while, Situ picked up the phone and said it was time to start the second plan. At this time, a guy and a girl were driving a car very fast. He asked her what was wrong. The girl said that she got a call from Hu Tzu saying that someone wanted to steal lobster from them and that Grandpa wouldn't let them. Grandpa ended up getting beaten up. After a while, they arrived at the house. The beaten grandfather was there. The granddaughter ran into the room together with the main character. The old man was lying on the bed. Grandpa apologized to the protagonist for the stolen lobsters. The boy saw Hu Tzu standing next to him. He apologized and said that he couldn't protect his grandfather and didn't save the lobsters. Ye Wuchen told Grandpa that he would first cure him, and then the old man could say whatever he wanted. An hour later, the old man was still asleep on the bed. The treatment process continued. The girl asked the guy how the grandfather was doing. He told her that the old man would soon get back on his feet. He told the girl to leave while he wanted to discuss something with Hu Tzu. The protagonist asked Huzi who did it for such a purpose and how many people came here. Huzi replied that the attackers were hooligans from the neighboring village, more than 20 of them, and their leader's name was Wang Shun. In all, nearly 100 lobsters were stolen. Ye Wuqian thought to himself what kind of hooligans they might be. It was interesting to him. The protagonist gave Hu Tzu a pill and told him to dissolve it in water and treat the wound. He thanked him. A little later, 2 military vehicles pulled up to the mansion where the protagonist was. It was the girl Chung Kasin. Her bodyguards were with her. She asked the guy how the situation was. Ye Wuqian said it was okay and asked the girl why she was here. Chung said she was worried about the guy. She asked if they had called the police. Hu Tzu said it's all useless. The police are related to Wang Shun. The protagonist realized it was time to act. He called Chung Li. Ye Wuqian told him to leave 2 guys here for observation and the rest were to go with him. The next moment they were driving fast down the road in military jeeps. Hu Tzu told the whole story to Chen Li. He replied that barren lands breed cunning people. Chen Li shouted angrily at the hooligans that they would have a good time. Chung Kasin, sitting in the car, said that dissemination of information in poor areas is difficult. One of the bodyguard girls said that after she joined Ye Wutian's service, she planned to do some miscellaneous work like killing business rivals. Those words didn't sit well with the guy. He realized that his image in the minds of the bodyguards was very bad. Very soon, the protagonist, accompanied by his subordinates, arrived at the Wangkan village committee. After arriving, Ye Wutian and Li Cheng went to the door of the village head's building. The mayor of Wangkun, named Wang Tuozi, asked them who they were and what they wanted. He urged them to obey the law. Ye Wutian told the mayor that a resident of his town named Wang Shun had stolen lobsters from him and cleaned people's wounds. He demanded that Wang Shun come to him. The mayor then responded that his son is a good and decent guy. The main character told the mayor that if he thought he was lying, he could get his son here. The mayor said he would call Wang Shun immediately. Then he got worried when he saw people near the protagonist. Ye Wutian heard a voice from outside. Someone was asking who was looking for Shun. A group of hooligans came up and asked why they wanted to disturb Shun. They asked the protagonist and his friends if they knew where they had come and who owned the territory. One of the hooligans approached Chung Kasin. He asked the guests why they had brought such a nice girl here. In the next instant, one of Chung's guards punched the bully in the face with all her might. The bodyguard told him that if he ever stared at that lady again, he'd lose a few more teeth. The hooligans were scared, and they thought they had messed with the wrong people. One of the hooligans said that their opponents were very powerful. Another said that the guests could not do anything on their territory. Ye Wutian approached the leader of the hooligans, stepped on him with his foot, and asked where Wang Shun was. The bully replied that he was very scared. He said that Shun had gone to the city and said he would earn some money while he was still away. The mayor came out of the gate. He said he had called Wang Shun and said he would be here soon. Ye Wutian told the mayor to admire the beaten friend of his decent son. The mayor was outraged. He shouted at the hooligans that they had come to embarrass him. The boy wondered if Mayor Tuotsu was blatantly lying. He didn't understand why he was doing it. The battered bully said he didn't want to be bullied. He asked the mayor to help him. The mayor responded to past visitors that he is the head of the village and they will not intimidate him. The mayor further added that he as the head of this village, would restore justice. The hooligans rejoiced at these words. The hooligans pulled out knives and said decisively that they would take over. The protagonist wasn't afraid. He told Chen whether to deal with the bullies in 10 minutes. Chen Li, along with the female bodyguards, said that 3 minutes would be enough for them. The female bodyguards began to beat the hooligans vigorously with their feet and hands. The hooligans couldn't do anything even with knives. The girls finished them off. Very soon all the hooligans were neutralized and lay motionless on the ground. The bullies ended up asking the protagonist for him to spare them and not hit them again. Yutian took one beaten bully by the head and asked the mayor if the man was his trump card. The mayor replied calmly that he had just seen people arriving to beat up children from his village. There came from outside a loud noise of footsteps and the shouting of many people. It was a group of villagers who came, and they were outraged that someone had beaten their children.